live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, nowhere in that intro did the guy say the home of the fighting San Francisco Giants. The swinging. Let me give you my old school here. My Marquis of Queensbury, the gentleman Jim Corbett. One of those. Marcus, we're going to go over there and shove you.
Put him up,
shove you and then run away.
Put him up this morning.
The swinging Giants. They can't be stopped on or off the field or in the boxing ring as they beat the Colorado Rockies in what some would call a quote-unquote brawl. And I was listening to the entire thing on the radio. God bless Joe Rizzo and FP Santangelo. Great description. I was in the car for the whole thing. So I was excited to watch when I got home, and I was like, hey, that's not a brawl. It's a bunch of milling around. So, the best part was the Giants won the game. But we can break it all down from our combat expert here, Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Where'd that rate on a UFC octagon, Marcus? Good morning to you, buddy. Happy Wednesday.
Whoa.
Happy Wednesday.
Murph, happy Wednesday. Always
Wednesday
love
already?
a Wednesday on a holiday week.
Freaking Wednesday.
It's a little fast forward into the week. It is a Wednesday. It is hump day. And there were the Giants yesterday in a classic base brawl, Murph. Now, I say classic base brawl because if you're asking me where that ranks on the UFC Richter
UFC
scale,
octagon, yeah.
that doesn't even register like a 1 or a 2.
0.0?
Yeah, exactly. Like there were actually no punches thrown yesterday. We did see Willie Adames square up a little bit, but I didn't see any punches actually thrown and landed yesterday. So it's not in the UFC category, but for baseball brawls, it's a lot of pushing and shoving and a lot of nonsense, which I don't think was warranted by the suspensions, but that's something definitely we
Well,
can get
you say
into.
Suspensions, you mean ejections.
Ejections, my apology.
Don't drop that S word because that will be a story.
I don't even want to think about a possible suspension.
There should not be.
No, there should not. I didn't even think there should have been ejections.
Yeah, I agree with you. There should not have been. Maybe Freeland because he was screaming and yelling. But, I mean, listen, I come from a different era, bro. And I talked to Overnight Dave about this. I mean, we came from a different era where, and this is the example we always use. Young Tony needs to know this. 1977 Yankees-Royals playoffs, American League Championship Series. We got George Brett slides into third hard, spikes Greg Nettles, or at least disrupts Greg Nettles enough that Nettles shoves Brett. Brett then, either Brett or Nettles, one of those two swings first. And I mean swings.
Yeah.
Nothing we saw last night was a swing. They swing, and then they begin wailing on each other in a brief flurry before both dugouts come and all wail on each other. Everybody gets separated. It takes, 10 minutes to separate everybody, pull everybody off each other, dust each other off, have Nettles stand back on third base, or Brett stand back on third base, Nettles go back to his mission. Play on, gentlemen, play on.
Dude, not a single player ejected, young Tony. Not a single guy tossed from the game.
So we've gotten to this point where it's gotten a little out of control. There should not, and I'm not just saying that as a homer and a Giants fan who's won 9 out of 10 and gotten over the gravitational pull of 500 for one glorious day. I'm saying that as a baseball fan, there should not be suspensions. Kyle Freeland should not be suspended to prove my fair point here, buddy.
No, I don't think any suspensions are due here yet after yesterday's altercation. I mean, it's hilarious. I was trying to get young Tony to find the clip of George Brett on our show talking about, it was a bloodbath. Talking about those fights with the Yankees and how that series continued.
That's a deep pull.
But there wasn't even anything close to that, what we saw yesterday. Kyle Freeland got his feelings hurt. Let's be honest. He threw a middle meatball. Rafael Devers took him deep and he said, it was disrespectful. He looked at it for 15 seconds. Kyle Freeland started chirping at Rafael Devers before that ball even landed yesterday. If you don't want guys to pimp home runs, if you don't want guys to stare down the ball, don't throw one middle down the plate.
Without question. So what you saw yesterday was a classic example of a Rockies team, ready for this, that lost its 100th game yesterday. Dude,
bang.
Happy century mark, Rockies. Way to go, buddy.
Congratulations, Rockies.
And oh, by the way, I'm about to, hang on, Marcus, help.
Oh, bless you. Kazoon-tight. Go ahead, Murph. Get it all out because you're allergic to that Rocky
I
BS.
hate to tell Marcus this, but I have a cold.
Yeah, it's always great.
So he's going to work in close proximity with me in a closed environment.
Yeah, it's always great when you're trapped in a 8x8 square with someone else who has a cold.
The option was to not show for work.
That's all right.
I got to show.
I like it when you're here.
I got a Lou Gehrig, Cal Ripken
That's
thing
it,
here,
dude.
buddy.
I'll wear it.
So there are going to be times during today's show when I'm either going to hit the cough button or I'm going to sneeze, and I apologize in advance. So get ready. And, by the way, shout out the Ricola that I have right here, buddy.
Ricola.
We got to does young Tony know about the Ricola ads? Ricola. That's my favorite ad. Anyway, you also saw a Kyle Freeland who, not just the Rockies losing their 100th game, fell to 3-14 with a 5.41. Let me say that again. 3-14. That's who you saw yelling at Devers, was a guy on a 100-loss team who's 3-14 with a 5.91.
Yeah.
That's what you saw.
And that's not the first home run he's given up this year. And to be a Colorado Rockies pitcher and to get mad at guys launching balls when you play at a launching pad is kind of ridiculous in the first place. But I got to say, I like the response from the boys, from Matt Chapman, from Willie Adames. Those are your clubhouse leaders. So I have no problem with Matt Chapman and Willie Adames being the first two guys out there to defend their guy, Rafael Devers.
Yeah, again, the two things can be equally true. One, it was not much of a brawl at all. Nobody swung on anybody. It rated 0.0 on the Octagon scale and 0.0 on the George Brett Greg Nettles scale. That said, I liked, by today's standards in 2025, when everything's just freaking so namby-pamby and nobody can even look at anybody, I liked the fact that our boys were out and at least engaging. Yes. You know what I mean? So I'm going to give them a little credit for that. That said, the whole thing reminded me of a phrase I learned from over the pond, spending time over there for British Open golf and then doing some time over in Ireland. They have a very amusing phrase. They say, when they look at a fight that's not really a fight, they say, handbags at 10 paces. That's what they say. Meaning, like, it's a play on the old duel when you would have 10 paces and you'd turn and you'd fire. Yes. But that ultimately, in the end, they pick up their purses and just kind of slap each other with their handbags.
Handbags at 10 paces.
Handbags at 10. It's even shortened to handbag. You'll hear in a soccer match if a couple soccer guys just kind of lightly shove each other and then play on the bed like handbags. So just say that. So handbags at 10 paces.
Yeah, and as much as I love my beloved sport of baseball, it does seem like there are a lot of base brawls that end up with handbags and purses. Like, I've been involved in a few where it's just a lot of pushing and shoving on the field, but even in those games, we weren't getting ejected. So, no, I did not agree with it yesterday.
Handbags. Let's call it in here. Let's call in the handbags here. Pat Burrell opens the flip phone, and Rob Manfred said, "You've been calling me so much. Is that thing running out of battery?" He said, "No, commish, you empty suit. I brought a portable charger to Denver. Call this one in. San Francisco Giants 7, the 100-loss Colorado Rockies 4.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
It's a marvelous day in the BAY.
I like America.
Healthy flow.
Winning's fun.
Yeah.
Buster was a winner, bro.
We want to be a gritty, grindy bunch.
Let's go, Wilbur! Yes, sir! Hey, you don't go.
It's time to go.
Flores lakes it out!
Rafael Devers is a dude.
Patrick Bailey, but he does have the clutch gene.
Patrick Bailey scores!
I'm optimistic that they're going to make another run.
Yeah, the new ad. If you missed it yesterday, we added the Marty. And ever since he said that, the baseball mensch himself has blessed the Giants, dude. They've won 9 out of 10. Hey, they'll win when I say they win. I'll let them win now, B.
I'll snap my fingers and make it happen.
I told them to chill out until the mensch premiere. Then go crazy, boys.
It's the Marty box office boost.
Handbags at 10 paces, boys. Let's go. We got a lot of them here. And it starts with the one that started the whole milling around skirmish. 3 ejections? Come on, bro. And no, Major League Baseball, if you suspend somebody, you guys, you can't suspend anybody from this. But anyway.
SOFT.
Now, here we're going to play a little word game here.
Ooh.
When is a 30-homer Giant not a 30-homer Giant?
This year.
When Rafael Devers last night hit number 30.
Big fly. Boom.
So, yes, for those of you late to the party, you're like, wait a minute. The Giants have their first 30-homer guy since Barry Bonds. No, they do not.
Not so fast, my friend.
He's only hit 15 as a Giant. I'll take him.
I'll take 15.
I like the 15. Yes, but he's only hit 15 as a Giant, so he's not a 30-homer guy. Speaking of 15, the next guy up, Wilmer Flores, number 15.
Big fly. Boom!
And then the extra gold star for this guy is having a really nice season and got drilled on the elbow Monday and wasn't supposed to play on Tuesday, but he got called into action when Adames and Chapman got ejected. They said, hey, Casey Schmidt, with your bruised elbow, grab a glove and go play second, and why don't you go ahead and hit number 10?
Big fly. Boom!
And then the guy who will divide the room. Defense, yes. Offense, no. Left the yard. They needed it. It was a 5-4 game. Pat Bailey, number 3.
Big fly. Boom! Boom!
So there you go. Devers, Flores, Schmidt, and Bailey. Their 16th consecutive game with a home run. That is the first time that's happened since 1963. Shout out frickin' 63, man. Everybody get a buzz cut, wear a Madras plaid shirt, and shout out the Kennedy White House, Camelot. Dude.
Great job, brother.
Yes, thank you. It's 63. You know who was on the team? Frickin' Willie Mays, Willie McCovey, and Orlando Cepeda.
Damn.
All right, they were all on the team.
Hell of a lineup.
So which 3 Hall of Famers are on this team?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Logan Webb goes 5 to get the win. Joey Buteau, Jose Buteau, Joey Lucchese, and Ryan Walker closes it out for his 13th save. Giants are now 70 and 69, and somewhere in the universe there was like a rumbling, like a ripple in time, because the Giants, for one day, have escaped the gravitational pull.
For one day.
One day.
And for one day only, or will they keep the winning streak up today
Well, I mean,
with Robbie Ray on the mound?
You called for a sweep of the Rockies.
Yeah, dude, the Rockies suck.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
The Rockies suck.
Yeah, dude, they lost their 100 game of the season yesterday.
They're 39 and 100,
Yeah,
bro.
dude, they suck. The Rockies are not a good team.
Yeah, dude, the Rockies suck. That's my mantra for today,
Yeah,
all
dude,
right?
it's simple.
That's my mantra for
The
today.
Rockies suck.
Robbie Ray against Herman Marquez, who's 3-12 with a 6.44.
Like, I get it. These are big league players, but come on. It's the Rockies.
So if they do, they'll be 2 games over. Watch out. Watch out. And the Mets won last night, so they gained no ground. But the Reds lost, so they actually pulled into a tie for the team trailing the wild card. And then they go to St. Louis on Friday. They're off on Thursday. You know why they're off on Thursday? Because they want to pay attention to the 49er Roundtable Thursday, September 4, which is tomorrow, from 2 to 5:30. We will all get there at 3 o'clock. Copes and Depop start at 2. From Prescott Market in Oakland, there's an Almanac Brewery. We will be quaffing a brew, talking Niners. It's at 1620 18th Street in Oakland. It's Prescott Market. Just put Prescott Market into your GPS, and we'll see you guys there, man. We'll have a good time. So that's why the Giants are taking Thursday off. And then there's NFL football, Cowboys, Eagles, which will be on the Sports Leader.
And this is perfect because one of the best texts we got in the first segment from the 530, they said Murph might have a cold, but the 49ers have a last place schedule.
Yeah. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. 4 and 5 says the ad to the handbags at 10 paces. Sometimes the Brits and the Irish will say handbags at dawn. Handbags at dawn.
I'll see you at dawn.
So there you go. We had our fantasy football draft yesterday. We got to get into that. We got to reset these Giants. Get a guest list from young Tony, and then we'll try to figure out how to execute a proper brawl here on Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. We're giving away 2 single-day passes to the Aftershock Festival at Discovery Park in Sacramento. And today we want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win 2 tickets for Sunday's show, October 5th. You get to see Bring Me to the Horizon. Rob Zombie going to be there. Machine Head. A lot of good names. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer. And you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Season ago as Devers swings and drives it high and deep, right field, on its way. It is gone! A towering blast off the bat of Rafi Devers, and now words being exchanged between Devers and Freeland, and the benches have emptied. And players on both sides, tensions running high.
Devers hit it and watched it, Joe. You were watching the ball fly. I was watching Devers. He didn't move, and there was words being exchanged as Devers walked down the first baseline. Freeland was yelling at him the whole way. Devers didn't even make it to first.
The starting pitcher is removed from the game, as well as Willie Adames and Chapman.
Chapman and Adames, I mean, they're getting ready to hit. They were to be the next two hitters here for the Giants in this first inning. Both had their helmets on, holding bats in the on-deck area, and now they disappear back into the Giants' dugout.
Yeah, there it is. Joe Rizzo on the call after you hear the ejections of starting. I love that they just namelessly eject Kyle Freeland. The starting pitcher has been removed. And along with Willie Adames and Chapman, he's like very casual and colloquial there. My boy Chappie got ejected. So, yeah, we've been talking about it for the first segment, and I think none of us was listen, I was excited that the Giants got out there and mixed it up a little bit. You know, it's funny. We were just watching the replay because we have it on here in the studio. And, you know, the guys there was a light physical contact. Adames kind of pawing at Kyle Freeland. But Devers does come in with a shove. Kyle Freeland made sure to mention that after the game. He goes, you know, Devers shoved me. Something going to happen to him. How about that?
Oh, what a snitch.
Right? Snitches get stitches,
Yeah,
bro. Come on, man.
What are we doing, Kyle?
So Kyle, like, lashing out. 100 losses and snitching. That's what kind of franchise are we running here?
Yeah, and he had his feelings hurt yesterday, Murph.
Yeah, and so Devers does come in, and Flores is actually in the middle of it. Flores, I think, gets away with not making physical contact, but at one point he looks like he wants to square up.
Yeah.
So old Flo's out there. You know who's in there? I don't know if he's just trying to break it up, but at least he's in there kind of in the mix, is maybe the most surprising guy of all. The very, 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 very quiet and timid first base coach, Mark Hallberg, who many think, you know, is Buster Posey's college roommate, that if anything ever happened, that guy could be your skipper, you know? But he actually was in the mix. He was actually in there.
Because he was just standing there at first base, waiting for Rafael Devers to finally touch first base, and then Devers cuts over, and Hallberg's like, all right, I guess I'm getting in the mix too. And it seemed like everybody kind of had that
I don't know why Devers didn't just keep running. I don't know. He said he was waiting for the umpires to tell him what to do. I'm like, dude, you hit a home run. Just go touch the bases.
Dude, that might have been one of the longest home run trots in baseball history.
Do you remember the home run trot where Benji Molina hit a home run and didn't finish the trot? Somebody else had to do it for him. Was it because he got ejected, or was it because of an injury, or what happened? You guys remember this?
Yes, I remember somebody hit a home run without taking an actual swing. But I couldn't remember if it was like a base running issue or something like that, or it was like a review where they initially did not call it a home run or something crazy like that.
Yeah, I got to find the exact detail. But Benji Molina it's one of the only times a guy has ever hit a home run and did not do the trot. So I don't know why Devers just didn't go. I was like, well, dude, you hit a ball over the fence. By the way, can we just talk about this guy and his freaking what this guy's doing right now?
Oh, dude.
What the?
We were talking about
Welcome to the Giants, Rafael Devers.
Whoa.
My Lord.
Welcome to the 30 home run club again for not the first time in Rafael Devers' career. And it's funny, Murph, we were joking earlier today and really the past couple of weeks since Devers has shown up that, no, he will not count as a San Francisco Giant to hit 30 home runs this year. But who's saying he's not going to hit 45 at this pace? I mean, he's had 3 straight games where he started the game with leadoff home runs.
It's
like,
unbelievable.
he's on fire right now. This is the dude that Buster Posey went out and traded for.
I think Buster's just sitting there calmly, as he is always, and saying, now do you guys see? Now do you guys see the dude?
Well, especially with that in his production and throughout the fact that Willie Adames also has a chance to get the 30 home runs.
Yeah.
And so Buster's sitting there like, oh, these are 2 of my big moves that everybody was complaining about the first couple months of the season when the Giants actually had a winning record. And it's kind of funny that they're playing their best baseball when the Giants haven't been playing the best overall baseball. But right now, 9 out of 10, they're playing the best, and the Giants look almost the best they've looked all season.
70 and 69. The gravitational pull been escaped for one day. So here's the deal. September 26, 2008, where were you? Where were you on September 26, 2008? I was doing this freaking show.
Wow.
Where were you?
I was in high school, Murph.
Were you? 08,
sophomore year.
9,
yeah.
10. Well, you graduated 11?
Graduated 10.
So 08, you were junior.
Yeah, what month did you say? Sorry.
So,
I wasn't paying attention.
September
I just
of
heard
08.
and I started doing the math.
September of 08, which means was the 09 school year.
Must have been junior year. Good year.
What were you doing September of 08? Getting ready to ball out against Wilcox or something like that?
Yeah, junior year. We were league champions that year.
Hey now.
We actually almost went undefeated. Lost in the last game of the year against
But you hung a banner.
Still won the league, yeah.
Good man. Where were you, young Tony? And you know what? Play the horns. A good chance to say good morning to young Tony here as we welcome him in. Where were you on September 26, 2008? I need an exact detail, dude.
I would have been in Kentucky, 10 years old in elementary school.
10 years old.
Oh,
Yeah.
cute young Tony. Were you wearing a uniform?
Yeah, it was a private elementary school in Kentucky.
What was it? What was the uni in
St.
elementary school?
Albert, we had a white collared shirt, navy blue shorts or pants, whatever the weather was.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Well, do you know what happened on September 26, 2008?
No.
Benji Molina hit a ball that went over the fence that was ruled a single. And Bruce Bochy, as he was on first base, pinch ran Emmanuel Burris for him. But then the umpires conferred and decided that it was not a single, it was a home run. So they waved him around, but Burris was on first base. So Burris said, what, I go? They said, yeah, you go. So Burris finished the trot, making Benji Molina the only player in MLB history to hit a home run and not score a run.
Wow.
So there you go.
So he doesn't get credit for the run scored.
He does not get the run
but
scored.
he gets credit for the home run.
Yes.
That is wow.
So that's what Devers, we were bringing up because we were like, why didn't Devers just go? Because what if Devers got ejected? Then they would have had to pinch run like Christian Koss.
Oh, yeah.
And Koss would have scored the run. And we would have had it happen twice in Giants
We would have
history.
had Tat Duffy round on the bases.
Yeah. So anyway, so he did not. So next time, Rafi, just go around the bags. Make sure they don't take that run from you, buddy. So, all right, young Tone, what do you got? What do you think of the fight, first of all?
I thought it was cool. I don't know. I mean, I'm a fan. Like the Giants they're fighting right now. Like they're 9-1 their last 10 games. You love to see it. They're fighting for each other. I mean, Freeland always gets mad. I guess he's just a soft pitcher on the mound, and it's kind of cool that Marcus thinks that if you want to. If you don't want to be as offended, make a better pitch. Bottom line, and that's coming from a pitcher, Marcus.
Yeah, and usually I'm a guy that does defend pitchers, but I'm done defending bat flips, especially like on a no-doubter like that. Like, I can understand getting upset. Like, I used to get pissed off when Yasiel Puig would bat flip a ball to shallow right field. I'm like, yeah, that dude deserves ones in the ribs. But a no-doubter like that, and by the way, Rafael Devers never even looks at Kyle Freeland. He's staring at the ball the entire time, and Freeland starts chirping him before the ball even lands. Yeah. Kyle Freeland was just in his feelings yesterday.
No, the Rockies were losing 100. He's 3-14. And for Bull Durham heads, it brought back memories of Crash Davis, who has a dispute. It's funny, this Bull Durham scene combined two things that happened in Major League Baseball last night. Because Crash Davis keeps calling for a breaking ball, and Nuke LaLooge is like, I want to throw him the heater, man. I want to throw him the heater. And Crash Davis is like, you don't. He's a first ball, fastball hitter. And he goes out to the mound. He goes, I'm giving him the heat, man. And Davis is like, he's a first ball, fastball hitter, you idiot. He goes, I don't care. I'm giving him the heat. So Crash Davis goes back and says to the hitter, fastball. Yep. And when he hits the home run off the bull, then Crash Davis yells at him like Kyle Freeland, don't just stand there. Don't just show up my picture like that. You better run. We actually have it. And then he walks out to the mound and roasts Snoop by saying, man, that ball got out of here in a hurry. Hit the effing bull, too. Here it is.
Huh? What are you doing standing here? I give you a gift. You stand here, show up my picture. Run, dummy! Give me the ball. Well, he really hit the shit out of that one, didn't he?
Held it like an egg.
Yeah, and he scrambled the son of a. Look at that, he hit the bull. Guy gets a free steak. You having fun yet? Oh, yeah, I'm having a blast. Good.
Man. It truly is.
God, the sucker teed off in that like he knew I was going to throw a fastball.
He did know.
How?
I told him.
All right, one down now.
One down.
Come on, no kill the man. Nobody. Chuck Hockey. You got
Good stuff, man.
Wow, yeah. Shout out to DC for being able to get Hunter Goodman mic'd up like that.
Nice.
Very good. Very good. All right, guest list, Tony. What do we got?
All right, well, coming up early, what did young Tony ask today at 7:15? The 50th edition. We're coming up on a year.
Wow, big
Bro,
50.
Do we need to get you like a card or a gift or something?
I
Or
mean, I think we're good, dog.
is it the silver anniversary? Is that what it is?
Oh,
What is
dude,
the 50th
I'm
anniversary?
the wrong man to ask about anniversaries. I don't celebrate any of those things.
No. But you run away from them.
Yeah, exactly.
Which we need to
50. Stay the hell away.
We need to explore that one day psychologically.
Not
what's
really.
going on.
Not on a sports
No,
radio show.
50th anniversary is gold. It's the golden
There
anniversary.
you go.
It's
It's
your
the golden
golden
edition.
It's your
Golden
Golden edition at 7:15. Mike Krukow going to join us at 7:30. The big hit's going to be at 7:50. Tracy Sandler going to join us at 8:15. Cooler content 8:30, and then it's a Riverboat Wednesday. Ron Rivera going to join us at 8:50. Marcus got the cowl gear on. You'll love to see it. And then Larry Kruger, manager of the Krugerlands, I believe is the team name, at 9:15.
The Kruger Ants.
The Kruger Ants.
And
By the way,
we
got
had
a D- as his draft grade.
We need to get into our fantasy football draft because that's what the people want. Is KNBR fantasy football trash talk.
Stay tuned at 7:15. Maybe I ask you about it.
And of course, we have a reaction to the quote unquote altercation last night. Next from the post game on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
You know, I saw the ball go out, and I was behind a few people, and next thing I know, there were people running on the field, so I didn't really see what happened. I know Freeland went over and said something, and that started the whole thing. So, I mean, guys these days are doing a lot worse than what Rafi did watching a home run. So that's kind of all where it started. And unfortunately, ours were the guys that got thrown out of the game.
What reasoning did they give you for Chapman and for Adames?
That they took some swipes. I didn't see it, so I don't know whether it was pushing or, like I said, or whatever. But you just have to deal with it.
Some swipes, little cat paw swipes here. It was pretty aggressive to eject those guys. Had they not, I guess, they would have said, well, we're condoning fighting. And they've expunged any kind of combat from the game. It's so far gone. And my God, do not suspend anybody from that game last night, Major League Baseball. Do not. I actually think Melvin should have been stronger in his post-game language. When they asked him, are there any suspensions? He was like, well, gosh, I hope not. I thought he should have actually just thrown down the law and been like, abso-blanket-lutely not. Are you kidding me? If they suspend somebody, we're going to have a big problem, you know? He just doesn't seem to be his character. You know what I was looking for last night was Matt Williams. He loves a fight.
Yes.
He loves a fight, and I couldn't find him anywhere in there. I don't know if he was. You know, it's funny. Yesterday we mentioned Drew Gilbert and who he reminded us of, and some astute listener mentioned Dan Gladden, and Kipe told us, well, if he's going to be like Dan Gladden, he better learn how to fight.
Yeah.
Because nobody could fight like Danny Gladden.
Yeah, Danny Gladden was a scrapper down in the South Bay.
Hey, we are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. So, yeah, a little bit more on the post-game situation from last night. Bob Melvin did speak after the game. You heard him there saying, yeah, he took some swipes. And talked about moving Rafael Devers over to third base. He didn't have a glove.
Yeah, they have to ship it in from Boston?
No,
or
he
where'd
used
it come
Matt
from?
Chapman's.
Oh, did he really?
And he said, through interpreter Erwin Higueras, it's a good glove. It has 5 platinum gloves in it. So
Yeah, Matt Chapman's made some nice plays with that glove, Rafi.
it was riding a bike, wasn't it? I mean, he truly did look natural.
And that's a big thing for another ball player to do. Usually, you never let another man stick his hand in your glove, Murph. I'm just speaking from experience. Okay. Once again, pause, Tony. But I know baseball players, particularly infielders, are really superstitious about the form and shape of their glove being messed up if somebody else does use it. So that was cool of Matt Chapman to do that.
Speaking of men using other men's gloves, Folsom Street Fair in a few weeks, right?
We'll see Drew Gilbert and Matt Chapman there, too.
Oh, man. Dude, very good. Anyway, here's Bomel on Devers, who's, as somebody wrote in, said, so much for all the clubhouse bad guy mode. He's out here inspiring brawls and hitting tanks. So, and playing third base for the first time in, God, probably last September, probably a year.
Yeah, it's been a year.
So, Bob Melvin praising his new, what do they call, hot corner guy here.
Didn't even have a glove. Used Chapman's glove. So he didn't even have his third baseman's glove here and played well over there. Made a really good decision on the double play. Was thinking about for a minute going home. Figured out the speed of the runner. Ended up double play. Gets the ball right away at third base. I mean, for a guy that hasn't played there in a year or whatever it's been, he stepped up for us for sure.
There he is, man. Rafi Devers, number 16, hits number 30 last night, doing his thing. Yeah, the infield shuffle. So listen to what he had to do. He had to move Devers from first to third because Chapman's gone. Okay, now you need a first baseman. So he puts Dom Smith over at first. Okay, that's welcome. Now he doesn't have a shortstop, so he's got to put Christian Koss, who's playing second base, over at shortstop. Now he doesn't have a second baseman. So he's got to take Casey Schmidt, who's supposed to have the day off with a bruised elbow from a bean, and put him at second base. So literally the entire infield was remade before the game even started.
Had to shuffle it all around. But I will say, not to get on too much of a digression, but this is something that we brought up a couple weeks ago when we were talking about the future, maybe next season, and having Bryce Eldridge on the roster. And if there was an opportunity, if Matt Chapman needs a day off or if he gets injured, that Rafael Devers could slide back over to third base. And it seemed like yesterday it might have been a break in case of emergency type of situation. But we saw Rafael Devers play a pretty legitimate third base yesterday, started a nice little inning double play as well. I thought he handled himself well over there.
He did. Now here's more Bob Melvin about the possible suspensions for Adames and Chapman, which I'll be, come on, bro.
No.
If they don't, we're going to have to go pull remember when Dave Portnoy invaded the NFL front office? It was during a whole Deflategate, was it? Or Spygate? One of the two.
They call themselves the Brady Four. I think it was Deflategate.
And they put the clown nose on Goodell and all that.
4 buddies from Barstool all went and sat down in the lobby and protested, and they got arrested.
We're going to have to do that.
That's it, man. We'll show up.
The Adames 4, the Chapman 4. Here's Melvin on that.
It's a homer. It's 2 balls hard before that. Gets another hit. So, some good things come from games like this, and kind of showing a little enthusiasm and fight where we are for the season. I hope MLB understands that hopefully this isn't significant for these 2 guys.
I want him to say something stronger than that. It damn well better not be significant than this, because don't even leave the door open, bro. Come on. Just put your foot down and say, I don't want to hear a word from the league office.
Yeah, I don't want to see any suspensions, but I do see some significance with this base brawl yesterday. Essentially, the pushing and shoving that we've been talking about all morning long, because I love seeing Matt Chapman as the clubhouse leader be the first guy to get out there and push Kyle Freeland. I just like that kind of attitude for especially the talks that we had about Rafael Devers. You mentioned it, whether or not he's a clubhouse cancer, whether his teammates are going to stand up for him. Matt Chapman was the first guy of the dugout. You know who was number 2? Willie Adames, number 2 on his back. And we don't see that side of Willie Adames. Willie Adames is the Walmart greeter. He's Mr. Willie Be Happy, always making jokes and having a good time with the other team. And to see him kind of switch that flip a little bit, and for him to do that on his birthday of all days, Murph, I love seeing 2 guys who are going to be clubhouse leaders. And Rafael Devers, this is the nucleus that we're talking about for the next 3, 4, 5, 6 years potentially, and maybe even beyond that with Devers having an 8-year contract. And I love them showing that team chemistry and something that you can build on moving forward. To me, that was a significant moment, not just for the season, but maybe even moving forward.
I agree. I don't remember seeing the Giants do something like that in a while. I've periodically through the years have said, where's the fight? I mean, there was the Hunter Strickland one, right? That happened, but that was like Hunter Strickland seemed like he was just being an idiot.
Yeah, he kind of went rogue on that one.
Yeah.
And I don't want to call that anybody, but look at the difference in reaction of Buster Posey behind home plate in that situation versus Matt Chapman and Willie Adames and Wilmer Flores getting out there as fast as possible.
There was more spirit to that little gathering than I've seen in a long time from the Giants. So that I liked. That I liked very much. Here's Logan Webb, who was actually, as a starting pitcher, flirting with disaster. Because he was getting out there and was like, bro, you're the starting pitcher today, man. We need you, dude. But he gets a little shot in here at Kyle Freeland in his low-volume post-game Logan Webb way.
Surprised it hasn't happened before with that guy, so just kind of runs his mouth a lot of times, and Rafi got him good, so.
It kind of runs his mouth, and Rafi got him good.
Yeah.
Rafi got him good.
And even, not to call out our sound editors, but at the very end of that quote from Logan Webb, he just drops a whatever. So Rafi got him good, so whatever.
Whatever.
So whatever.
Now here's Kyle Freeland, who gets the loss without retiring a batter yesterday. Gives
tough.
up 2 and threw 8 pitches and gets the L. As for starting the game, goes to 3-14 on the year. The Rockies lose their 100th. But he stood up and he explained his version of events. Kyle Freeland, Rockies pitcher.
Yeah, I just found it extremely disrespectful to show me up like that in the first inning after hitting a home run, standing there watching it, taking your sweet time getting down to first base. I've been in this league for quite some time. I know he is as well. I just find that extremely disrespectful and felt that I needed to let him know about that.
Extremely disrespectful. Need to let him know. Look, he could have yelled. Bumgarner did this to Puig, right?
Yes.
Bumgarner did this to Puig, and I don't think they'll get ejected. I don't think, in my memory, is they didn't get ejected.
From the top of the head, I would say no.
Yeah, so, Bumgarner yelled, and he yelled at Muncy, too, didn't he?
Yeah, this happens before. Now, Muncy was a little bit different when he's rounding first and telling him to go get the ball out of the ocean when he was talking about McCovey Cove.
No, he said it after the game. I think he said it after the game on a post game, didn't he? Because they said Bumgarner was yelling at you. He goes, well, he can just go get the ball out of the ocean.
I think you're right. But he was definitely chirping around the bases. And look, Madison Bumgarner was a red ass. And I told you, Yasiel Puig was that type of dude who would pimp balls that were shy of the warning track. And that would frustrate pitchers. And look, pitchers have always been red asses. Nobody likes it when you get taken deep. But also, I find it extremely disrespectful to think you can throw an 83-mile-per-hour cement slider that just mixes there to Rafael Devers, and he's not going to take you deep.
Yeah, so, Devers let loose with a fair few F-bombs, didn't he? Huh? He speaks English.
Yeah.
He speaks English.
Did not need to translate that.
He's doing his thing here. And here's more Webb on the whole gathering out in the infield good for the team.
Surprised it hasn't happened before with that guy. So
Cut G, Tone. Cut G is in giant, my friend. The next one that Curly arranged for you. There you go.
you did a great job today. I mean, the whole group. Casey got smoked in the elbow yesterday. Comes in there and hits a homer. Guys give him a little slack for that. He can't hit 2 balls at the warning track, and homer, and get another base hit. So, but it was great to see. The boys rallied, and it was, you never really want to see that stuff, I guess, in most people's eyes, but I think it's sometimes a fire starter in a good way.
Fire starter. There you go. Isn't there a song? Who sings Fire Starter? Fire starter. Come on, who is that? It's one of those like sort of, I don't want to get death metal, but one of those like sort of hardo, not Korn or somebody like that. Fire starter. You have to find it, Young Tone. A lot of texts pouring in on this thing, and the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Try to just read some of them. There's a lot of them. 530 says, Rockies fan on Twitter said, that's what playing 8 years for the Rockies will do to you.
Oh, man.
Yes,
8 years pitching in that ballpark.
925 says, Bumgarner did that crybaby stuff. I remember defending Bumgarner on the air saying, guys, let Bumgarner be Bumgarner. The guy is freaking one of the most important players in the history of the franchise. Don't knock it.
Yeah,
all right, buddy?
Let him shoot his snot rockets.
559 says, shout out Webby on the periphery of the scrum. Somebody must have lit the beam, not the bat signal, but the web signal.
Light the beam.
Here we go. 707 says, how about Drew Gilbert out there taking the torch from Adames, taking the helmets off of home run hitters? He's out there doing there. 707 says, nobody should be suspended. What MLB is doing, they are worried that it will blah, blah, blah. No, it doesn't make any sense. He just says that didn't make any sense. Here we go. 916 says, where was this fight from the Giants 4 weeks ago? Well, they definitely had a tough stretch for sure.
But I will say when people are complaining about this team having a lack of fight and a lack of energy, they damn sure showed it last night, and they've been showing the last 9 or 10 games.
By the way, 707-650-408, 209, 408, 408, 408, 310, 310, 415-707, 415-530. God bless our listeners. Prodigy is the band I'm trying to think of. Prodigy Firestarter.
Get that fire started.
Sounds like Tony has a rejoin for the next segment here, guys.
Get it started, Tony.
Somebody says 408 says there's video with Matt Williams all up in that business. He was there. And somebody wrote in the text, I'm not sure who it was, but he says, yeah, here it is, 415. Matt Williams was very much in the mix yesterday. My 10-year-old shut up and said, look, there's an old guy in the brawl.
Matt has got to be careful with that hip.
Oh, man, very good. All right, the Giants. Remember I sent out that tweet jokingly about 10 days ago, and as the confetti was swept up on Market Street that late October day, one fan turned to another and said, could you believe it all started when that relay hit Matt Chapman in the helmet? Because ever since then, things have been.
Are you sure it didn't start with the Marty Lurie Monday morning hit?
We gotta.
It's orgasmic.
We gotta give Marty all his credit, man. I'll let them win when I decide to be, and they are.
I gave them the green light.
They are giving the green light. I've officially changed my fantasy football team name.
Wow. Mid-segment? Did you just change your team name mid-segment?
Appropriately enough.
Wow, the mid-segment reads changed their name mid-segment.
I may need some help here, buddy. Please, and we're playing each other. Week 1. Marcus and I, you are now going to try to defeat, and futilely, I might add, Football Mensch.
Look at you. You're a mensch, Murph. You're a real mensch.
All right, guys. All right. Hey, we do have to talk all kind of trash. I mean, Larry Kruger the desperation of a Kruger trying to go on air and pick a fight with my fantasy team when he made he made picks that we almost considered removing him from the league. Some of these picks, the Krugerrands, it is a unit of currency, I believe, the Krugerrand, right?
Is it?
Go check it on the currency market. I think like the red arrow just going down on the currency market yesterday.
A lot of inflation with the Krugerrands.
And then the desperation of him trying to pick a fight. It's just so sad. There was a sadness there to the whole thing. But we can get into that on the other side, too. And get ready for What Did Young Tony Ask Today? The Golden Edition, number 50 at 7:15 on The Sports Leader.
When you're 6 out with 5 to go, then it's over. Until then, it's baseball.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
All right, Provident Credit Union, the place to go to be smart with your money. I have my mortgage with Provident, the good people at Provident, local financial institution, and I really like their savings offering here where one size fits all is out the window, and they're going to customize what you need. So maybe you need to set aside some money for 3 months or 6 months or 12 months and get a high dividend rate. That's what we have. Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term Certificate. You choose what works best, 3, 6, or 12 months, and lock in that high dividend rate up to 4.13% annual percentage yield. Short-term, stable, and all on your terms. So whatever your savings goal is, this limited time certificate puts you in control. So you get strong returns and none of the market stress. All right, so do not wait. This 4.13% rate will not last. Open your account at providentcu.org or stop by your local branch for a little help getting set up. That rate is effective August 5, 2025. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Look at that. That's the draft music. That's fantasy football draft music, my friends. Young Tony out here getting us ready to discuss probably the most important segment of the year, which is the analysis and outright. You mean Kyle Freeland thought there was extreme disrespect yesterday? Wait till our colleagues hear what we have to say about their fantasy football
just
teams.
wait, Murph. And of course, this is the No Food in the Studio KNBR Fantasy League that is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
And you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. Hey, before we get into this and start denigrating our colleagues, rightfully so, too, I might add, shout out Plattsy, John Platts, the Stanford broadcaster, who's just the best. When I asked, where were you on September 26, 2008, and we all had to go through our stories, I was when Benji Molina hit a home run, got pinch run for, and then they ruled it a single. They hit a single, got pinch run for, then the umps ruled it a home run, and the pinch runner, Emmanuel Burris, scored, making Benji Molina, or the only guy to hit a home run, not score a run. We were wondering if that would have happened if Devers got ejected yesterday. That's why we brought it up. And so I said, where were you on September 26, 2008? That's when it happened. Well, Plattsy found where you were, Marcus, exactly.
Literally.
Marcus was, what colors? What is Homestead High football jersey?
Green and white.
Well, on the road, were you guys white with green trim?
No, we wore white on the road.
All right. All white Marcus in his jersey with the green trim.
That's it.
Went and dropped a bomb on Mountain View High, 41-7.
Dominated Mountain View.
And I have the game story, which includes your name misspelled, buddy.
Oh, it was always misspelled.
M-A-R-C.
Yeah, it always happens.
Not only that, they call you a senior when, in fact, I know you didn't graduate high school in 09, did you?
No, but I played like a senior, Murph. So they just thought I was better and bigger than I was.
Senior Marcus Boucher and junior John Martin protected the outer edges from their outside linebacker posts, working hard to force Herrera and Wilcox's other ball carriers inside. Actually, it was a...
oh, you're going with the Wilcox box score game story.
Yeah. Sorry, I got the I got the wrong one here.
That's when we took down
This
Woodcock
was your senior
on
year.
their homecoming.
This was your senior year.
That was a good game, too.
So he sent me the wrong game story.
Yeah,
Platsy, the rare error there.
Oh, it's all good. I had a great game in that game also.
Hey, just for fun, I'm going to throw some names at you. Do you remember nose guard junior Ryan Blodgett?
Ryan Blodgett, yes. Center, nose guard, short, stocky little dude.
I want to know, just give me something on these guys. Do you remember senior Navi Asaf?
Yeah, Naveh Asaf was our guard. Big Jewish offensive lineman.
How about the tackle Gautam Chandiak?
Gautam Chandiak, yes. Another big Indian offensive guard. Our offensive line was very eclectic.
I love the UN thing here. We got guys from all races and religions.
It keeps going, dude.
How about junior DeAnthony Cross?
DeAnthony Cross did not get a lot of playing time, but he was a big body that had a good spirit.
How about your running back Tyler Bond?
Oh, T-Bond was the dude. Yeah, he was a sophomore up in varsity.
Do you have here, let's see, one more. He was a sophomore. Shaquille Green?
Yep, Shaq Green ended up playing corner, JUCO ball. Shout out Dominic Jackson, our left tackle, defensive tackle, ended up playing at Alabama.
And he was rushed into action because your senior Paul Comrade broke his collarbone.
Yeah, Paul went down early with that broken collarbone. But we are a wing T offense, always run the ball, Murph.
How about Brian Rogers, Avbig Spillinger? You got that too?
Oh, you're talking about the wing T backfield right there, Murph. The Spilldozer.
And Joey Kulusik?
Joey Kulusik, the Polish guard also.
This is fun, man.
Yeah,
You remember your teammates.
Oh, these are my guys.
How about your kicker, Robert Betancourt?
Oh, dude, so that's Fat Rob, who got the bowling scholarship. Our kicker got a bowling scholarship to San Jose State.
That guy's still your boy, huh?
Yeah, that's the homie.
Fat Rob?
Yeah, Fat Rob. But he lost the weight, people. It's all right. We're allowed to call him Fat Rob.
Oh, man. So good coverage here from the Mercury News, buddy, by Mike Barnhart. All right. Very, very good.
Nice game story.
Fun stuff, man. All right, guys. Here we go. I have in my hands. First of all, do you want to know everybody's team names this year? In the KNBR, No Food in the Studio Fantasy League here. And they go by grades here, by grades. Now, the Yahoo grades, make of it what you will. If it's something that helps my argument, I like it. If it's something that hurts my argument, I dismiss it. But according to Yahoo's grading, Cecil Gene Shorts III. Huh. Now, what is up with that name?
Cecil Gene Shorts III.
That's Jacob Liceboy Violante. Jacob Liceboy Violante. Now, he did wear jean shorts to the draft.
Jorts, Murph.
He wore jean short to the draft. I called him out on it. He said, yeah, they're sexy as hell. Eat my jean shorts.
He was not working that day. Now, that's a big caveat.
Still, I mean, it was ballsy move.
Still rode his bike in across the city to come do the draft.
Now, what's up with the name, Cecil Gene Shorts?
I don't know. Is this supposed to be like an...
Does anybody have any knowledge on this? No?
I don't know.
All right.
It's always bad when you have to explain the joke. It's kind of bad when you have to explain your fantasy team name
He got
also.
an A+ from Yahoo. He got an A+ from Yahoo.
I will say, Jacob is a good fantasy player. Baseball, football, he's got some ball knowledge.
Okay, well, just to let you know what they love. They loved his first-round pick was Jahmyr Gibbs at number 4.
Okay, good value.
His second-round pick was Drake London at number 21. His third-round pick and quarterback was Jaden Daniels. Aggressive early pick for Jaden Daniels there.
Quarterback early.
His fourth-round pick was Tyreek Hill.
And that was one pick before you had the opportunity to get Tyreek Hill. One of the big moments of the draft is when Murph lost his mind. That Lice boy snaked him and took one of his draft picks.
That's correct. I wound up drafting Sam Laporta with that next pick. I wasn't totally sure, but you know what? I'm totally confident in football mensch. His fifth-round pick was Travion Henderson. I'll just give you the first 5. So that's an A+ from Cecil Gene Shorts III. The second best grade, you're never going to believe this because literally, I just went through Marcus's high school football report card here where he manned his outside linebacker post. They beat Wilcox. Fat Rob kicked a field goal. The whole deal.
Big field goal.
I'm going to give Marcus something that I think may never have happened in his high school career. Yahoo Sports says Marcus Boucher, the Kittle Rascals, got an A.
I finally did it, folks. I got my first A ever.
Dude, look at that A. Just stare at that thing. How unusual is that?
I got to put this on my fridge.
Other than wood shop or auto shop, right?
You're not wrong. Or PE Sports, Murph, where I got an A for playing sports.
How do they give you an A for a very uninspiring squad,
wow,
dude? Yes.
See, now that's your opinion.
Dude,
but the AI overlords over at Yahoo think I got an A roster.
But I'm playing you this week, and I'm literally favored to win.
By 1 point.
So what?
And yesterday, I was favored by 1 point. point.
You had the second overall pick, and you took Jamar Chase because the controversial first pick by Thin Tim was Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, he went Saquon, and I had to go Jamar. He's the best wide receiver
Did you
in the
think
game.
about my guy? Because you left me with the guy that most people think is going to have the best fantasy year of all, Bijan Robinson.
Yeah, see, I went back and forth, but Jamar, to me, is just more consistent. He's the true number one. I think you can make an argument for a couple other running backs at that one spot. I don't hate the Saquon pick, but I had to go with my guy Jamar.
And in your second round with the 23rd pick, you took Kyron Williams of the Rams.
Yeah.
Riding with the Rams.
Yeah, I had to go with the Rams. Was hoping that maybe a Josh Jacobs or Jonathan Taylor would fall back to me in the second, but they were snatched up right before me. So I had to go with best player available. Murph went with Kyron Williams.
Here's the big one. Then you made the aggressive move for Lamar in the third round. Oh, it's never a bad move.
Not bad
to
for
take,
a running back.
Never a bad move to take Lamar.
Lamar's got the ability to win you your matchup solely by himself on a week-to-week basis.
Pick right before Lamar was T. Higgins. Your fourth round pick, Breece Hall, the running back from the Jets.
Breece Lightning.
And your fifth round pick was DK Metcalf catching balls from Aaron Rodgers.
That's it. And I know you're only doing top 5 draft picks, but I got to tell you, my 6th round draft pick that I made the announcement, Murph, that I was doing it in the name of love. I took Mr. Swift, Travis Kelce.
One man came in the name of love. That was Marcus Boucher.
That's what I'm here for.
Walt's Whip It Out is Greg Silver's team name. He got an A. I won't bore you guys with all his draft picks. Just what do you guys think about his team name, Walt's Whip It Out?
Whoa,
I'm a little concerned with that. Yeah. He took Justin Jefferson with the 9th pick. His top 3, Justin Jefferson with the 9th, Bucky Irvin with the 16th, and an aggressive pick for George Kittle at 33. He got an A.
Which I take offense to because I'm the Kittle Rascals, but now I don't have George Kittle. Now I got to change my name.
Are you going to change your name to Love Wins?
Oh, it might be. Or should I just be Mr. Swift's fantasy team?
You could do that, something like that.
I could.
The 4th team name is 2025 Pregame Apartment Show. It's Thin Tim. He got a B.
Okay,
now, is that because he's doing the pregame from his apartment?
I think he's doing the pregame, or is Larry Kruger doing the pregame from his apartment?
Copes.
Yeah, but his team photo is a photo of Kruger.
Okay.
So that's what I'm confused about.
He had the number 1 pick in the draft. He took Saquon Barkley.
I got a B with the number 1 pick, huh, Timmy?
He took Josh Allen in the 2nd round as 24th pick. That's a pretty aggressive. T. Higgins with his
first quarterback off the board, Josh Allen.
His 3rd round pick. I'm a believer as you can find a QB late that's going to be just as valuable as the QBs early. That's mine. Who am I? I'm only a guy who's won one and been to one.
Yeah, you were also the same guy trying to draft Dak Prescott yesterday.
How about that, by the way?
And then Walter auto-drafted Dak Prescott on accident.
That was a
Murph
crazy turn of events because I waited till late to draft a quarterback, which I think is the right move because you can get a lot of good quarterbacks late. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, you know what? I'm not a Dak guy. I'm not a Cowboys guy, but he's a fantasy guy. He puts up fantasy points. So I'm just sitting there waiting for Walt to make his pick. And Walt is running the board. He's actually doing a show. He's running Todd Husak.
He's working.
And Larry Kruger, and his clock is ticking down. You have 1 minute to pick. And we're all sitting here in the bullpen, and I'm yelling with about 15 seconds, hey, Walt, make a pick.
That show's on cruise control, too. What's Walt doing?
What's he doing?
Yeah, come on,
like
bro.
He's producing something? Like he's producing anything of value or high level? And the clock gets to 5, 4, 3, 2, and I'm and Walt's over there just jimmy jacking around. And the clock goes to 0, and Yahoo auto-drafts him Dak Prescott. I was
Unreal.
like, wait a minute, what? I was sitting there going to take Dak Prescott. Not that I was in love with Dak Prescott, but it was kind of kooky that Walt forgot to pick, and Yahoo auto-drafted the guy I was going to take right in front of him, which left me with Drake May. We'll see how it goes. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. We'll go through this quickly. 2025 Pregame Apartment Show. Thin Tim got a B. Now, we got to explain this. Next up is getting a B also. Young Tony's team, Kefarious Tony.
And I got to say, I do like this team name.
I
don't
don't.
like this
No,
team
I
name.
don't.
Dude, it's hilarious.
Go ahead.
Kefarious like Kadarius Toney, the former Giant, the former Chief.
Yeah.
Kefarious Tony. My last name is Farious.
I know. Who's because your last name.
Bro, did it take you that long to realize?
What did OG Murph learn today? Young Tony's last name.
Inquiring minds want to know. What did OG Murph learn today?
I honestly forgot your last name, dude.
That's crazy. So now that you know, what do you think?
It's much better.
All
It's
right,
much better.
hell yeah.
Much better. I have like Kefarious. What's he talking about?
The hell's a Farious?
Who calls him Farious? Nobody calls him by
Everybody in hii school actually called me Farious.
Nobody calls me by my
By
first
the way,
name.
isn't it Farious?
It is, yeah, but Americans.
Farious.
Farious.
Now I'm expecting Copes to change his name. He's Golden Taint.
Yes.
I'm expecting him to change his name.
I
and
hope
then
so.
he got a C. And then for the C-, here they come. The former our med segment reads, who have been rebranded during this show, Football Mensch.
Wow,
Football
C-.
Yeah, C-.
C.
You know what? I've gotten D's from them before and made the championship
Well,
game.
I was going to say, we were riffing about how this was my first ever A on my report card. This might be the first ever C- on a Brian Murphy report card.
Except for woodshop and auto shop,
Yeah,
dude,
exactly.
and PE. And then quickly, 8-10. Oh, I should give you guys my team. We should give everybody just the top three. Tony went CeeDee Lamb with number 10.
CeeDee.
I didn't like that.
It's good value at 10, I think,
Yeah.
actually. You went with Josh Jacobs at number 15.
I know. And then Trey McBride in round 3. Didn't love that either. But
Trey McBride round 3, and then you got Jalen Hurts at 39,
which you hated.
I didn't hate. I just
The tush push menace.
Yeah. And then
do
your
you like
Zay
any of your
Flowers.
picks, though?
I mean, I never really liked the team on day one, to
Zay
be honest.
Flowers with your 5th round pick. Marcus went Jamar Chase 2. We went over the Marcus's.
Yeah,
there.
we had my squad.
And then finally for Football Mensch, if you guys need to know, I was picking
Football Mensch.
I was picking 3rd, and I had they left me Bijan. Kind of made it easy on me. Because when I showed my kid my team, he goes, "Oh, you had first pick?" I said, "No, I had
No,
3rd
sorry,
pick."
Bob.
So Bijan Robinson, 22. I needed. My theory was I was going 2 running backs out of the gate. I wanted to stock up, and literally the best running back left was Devon Achane.
Who?
At 22. I was very pleased with my 27th pick, Brian Thomas Jr. That was great value on that. My 4th round pick was when I was going to take. It was the guy got snaked by Tyreek Hill.
Mm-hmm.
That really disrupted my overturned my Apple
Murph
card.
got put on the spot.
Yeah, and I took Sam Laporta, who did not have a great year last year. That was we'll have to see. Maybe do some roster tinkering.
No more Ben
and
Johnson.
my 5th round pick was Xavier Worthy, who I know had a bad year last year, but had a great Super Bowl. We're going to build on the Super Bowl this year. And so there you go. And my quarterback is Drake May. I also, just for fun, took Cam Scattaboo a little bit down
I
there.
saw that. You also took Travis Hunter, which I'm a fan of Travis Hunter.
Yeah, I took Travis
But
Hunter.
also, I know that you're not a big fan of Trevor Lawrence, and now you have both of his wide receivers on your fantasy team.
That's true.
Yeah.
So sometimes we do conflicting things. Sometimes fantasy draft spots put you in a weird spot.
That's it, man. You got to follow the board.
I have your guy, Jordan Mason, on my bench.
How about that,
Sitting there.
JP?
Yeah. So
Will
we'll
he
see how that
take over
goes.
the starting role from
And
Aaron
I have the
Jones?
most entertaining player in the league, Keon Coleman, down from the 11th round there.
See, yeah. A lot of content
And
from
waited
him.
till late to get Will Lutz as my kicker. You took Young Hoo Koo and Young Tony.
Jake Moody.
Dude, young Tony did it for
and
the
Marcus
content.
was like at the end of the draft convincing me just to do it for content.
You
but
got to
hey,
do it for the bit. You're the only person on this show who had him on your top 25 players younger than young Tony. He's got to be on your roster.
he's going to have a big year.
Just to
I
give you, we
believe
got to
that.
get to Young Tony. The other team names, Danny Dunn is 810 KSFO. I hate the name.
I think he's doing that just to make you mad.
Hate it. D-Pop is Ashton Good Jeans.
I like that one.
Combining the pop cultural phenomenon of Sydney Sweeney and Ashton Genty. Raph is Jawan More Money. Jawan More Money. Not
You want
bad.
more money? Do you?
Walt's team name is...
Yeah, I don't think we can say this one on there.
Double penetration.
Oh, you just said it.
Yeah,
I don't get it, Walt.
Why is this team name
I
there?
don't know.
And then
Congrats on the kid.
Getting the worst grade from Yahoo is the Krugerrands. And he took Omarion Hampton in the 2nd round.
Wow,
That's all you need to know.
Did Larry realize that this was not a rookie draft? Because he almost exclusively took all rookies.
I'm calling them the Diaperrands is what I'm calling them there.
Yeah,
So
the
there you go.
youngsters.
Nothing like a segment on KNBR Fantasy. Marcus and I go head-to-head. It's Football Mensch versus the Kittle Rascals. All the new team name coming, right?
Yeah,
new team name coming.
right around the corner. And I do want to give a shout out to 707 on the text line. They said KNBR really missed an opportunity not to broadcast this
Very
draft.
true. Very true.
I tried pitching the
Very true.
idea to the midday afternoon show. I know it was yesterday, Larry Kruger, and who was working with him yesterday?
Todd
Todd
Husak.
Husak, who's not in the league. But I was like, yeah, we should do this live on the stream.
Yeah.
Hell, get us a sponsor. We're doing roundtables like we're doing this Thursday out in Oakland for the 49ers season. We should definitely do a live fantasy football roundtable draft and get a sponsor for it next year.
Absolutely. Plus, they would have heard a lot of F-bombs.
Yeah.
too. Yeah. Is
Would've
that all
been
right?
good. Would've been good.
All right. The golden edition of Young Tony, number 50. What does he ask for the 50th time on The Sports Leader?
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, 49er fans? It's Marcus Boucher on a Wednesday morning with Prize Picks, because you know that every game counts. So don't miss a moment of the action this season on Prize Picks. Make your picks on your favorite San Francisco Stars and be faithful to the Bay all season long. Prize Picks is simple to play. Just pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you could cash in and win up to 2,000 times your money. And it's simple. You can make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your sports opinions into real money all season long. And you can even do season-long picks. I've been telling you, I'm taking Christian McCaffrey to have more than 2.5 games this year where he rushes for more than 100 yards. But if you want a weekly pick, why not kick off the action tomorrow night with the Cowboys and Eagles starting the season? And Prize Picks right now has maximum discounts, with Dak Prescott only needed to pass for more than half a yard. That maximum discount is available on Thursday. On Sunday, you can get Lamar Jackson to also pass for more than half a yard. Both those maximum discounts and more are available right now on Prize Picks. So all you need to do is download the Prize Pick app and use code LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, it's time for producer Tony Farias to ask Murph and Marcus 3 questions of the day.
I saw Murph and young Tony right before the kickoff, and that was awesome.
But I'll track him down tomorrow, and I will see if he has some dirt on young Tony.
This is What Did Young Tony Ask Today?
The Golden Edition, baby, in honor of Tony's 50th. What did young Tony say? I raised my cup of Bigelow tea here as I fight my cold here in the studio. Well done, Tony. Who knew? They said it wouldn't last, buddy. They said it wouldn't last. Vegas had this thing being, they thought Cumulus would pull the plug on this thing after 5 episodes. Here we are in the 50th episode, defying the odds. Young Tony, congratulations. I didn't get you a card. I didn't get you a present.
It's all good.
I only give you my undying gratitude here, buddy.
Every day's a gift with you guys. Let's be honest.
Oh, by the way, the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. What you got, buddy?
All right, I got 4 questions for you guys. After I read the question, you're each going to have 60 seconds to respond.
60 seconds, and in honor of it being the Golden Edition, I bring some golden wrappers with me, Tony.
Oh, my God. This is Walt's fantasy football team name here?
Hey, yo.
Yeah, all right.
If your time runs out, you're going to hear this bell. That's your cue to stop talking. Text line, YouTube chat. Everyone can join the conversation. We good?
Will you really ring the bell?
Will I ring the bell? Yeah.
Okay.
If you go over the time,
right.
absolutely.
Yeah,
We had a little fun with that.
You can ring my bell, Tony.
Whoa. Pause. All right. We had a good old brawl last night. Rockies starter Kyle Freeland felt like Rafael Devers showed him up after hitting his 30th home run of the season. He called it extremely disrespectful. Benches cleared. We saw a lot of shoving. Chapman, Adames, Freeland were all ejected. So for you guys, what is the most memorable fight in baseball history?
Ooh, the most memorable fight in baseball history. You get to really, I get to tap into my deep well of knowledge here. Well, obviously, there's a very, very sad one, the 1965 Juan Marichal, Johnny Roseboro. We don't want to get into that because that one got dark with the bat to the head and the blood and all that. I am going to do everybody out here a favor and say that while I'm going to give the honorary silver medal to the Humbaby Giants and the St. Louis Cardinals and Will Clark and Jose Oquendo, as good as that is the silver medal. Because I'm giving you all a favor. Go get yourself a tall IPA, get a cold frosted mug, sit down at YouTube and type in 1984 Braves Padres brawl. Thank me later. I mean, at one point, I think it goes into the stands. I think we got shirtless guys at one point. We got Flannery with a freaking T-shirt shredded in 2. It has like 4 different iterations going on and on. And so thank you, 1984 Braves, 1984 Padres, and thank you, YouTube, for preserving it. You're welcome, everybody. Your entertainment for the day is taken.
I love that, Murph. That's a great answer to start us off. Now, I will go back to your days of old school baseball. We got to mention George Brett and Greg Nettles, Yankees, Royals, 1977. My pops told me all about those brawls. And trust me, I've gone back in YouTube and I've watched those brawls. But I'm going to go to a different playoff brawl that sits at the top of my mind. 2003 ALCS, Pedro Martinez throwing Don Zimmerman down to the ground. An act of elderly abuse. That one really sticks into my mind. But even more, maybe a current situation. Remember when Rugnig Odor knocked out Jose Bautista? Like, that to me is one of the cleanest shots I've ever seen landed in a baseball game. So maybe that goes to the top of my power rankings as the most memorable punch I've seen landed in a baseball game.
Very, very good ones. Well done to take the 84 Braves Padres and top it with some current ones. And I would add, just for fun, because I think we have a few extra seconds, didn't Tim Anderson get knocked out by Jose Ramirez last year?
Yes,
2 years ago?
that was also a good one. Turned Tim Anderson's lights off, and he went from a 300 hitter to a below the Mendoza line hitter.
There you go, Tony.
Tom Hamilton, down goes Anderson. All right, follow-up, real quick follow-up. Have you personally ever been...
Is this question
Same
2
question.
or
No,
1B?
So this is 1B, you could say.
1B.
We
I didn't know how
had
to
a
category.
1B.
All right, so have you
so
ever...
we get 30 seconds for this.
Sure.
All right.
Have you personally ever been in a sports-related fight? Murph, you're a Little League coach.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Well, Tam Terralinda, my freshman year, we got into it with TL. It wasn't me. I was a bench warmer, kind of played a little bit. Adam Berkowitz and Blaine Townsend. Berkowitz is the drummer in Petty Theft, by the way, and is also the drumming on the 85s at our reunion. He was leading off second, and the Terralinda shortstop was kicking dirt on him, or vice versa. We were, after the game, in the handshake line, a remark was made, a right cross was thrown, all hell broke loose. Our coaches were in it, throwing kids around. I just kind of milled around and danced around, didn't know what to do. I was like, what do I do, man? What do I do? But it was good. There were punches, and there were bodies being thrown. And when we went up to Terralinda the next year, we took Jesse Polk, who was our most buff, stout fullback, and he wasn't even on the baseball team. He just traveled with us and sat in the dugout for the road trip.
Brought some muscle.
In case anything went down.
Dude. Hell yeah.
Jesse was a dude. Jesse was a yoked dude. They didn't want any part of him. So anyway, there you go.
I love that story. And yeah, Tony, screw the bell. If Murph tells fight stories, let him go as long as possible. Now, Murph, you know that I'm a little familiar with the fisticuffs. Now, on the baseball field, have only really gotten to the base brawls where it's a lot of pushing and shoving, no actual punches being thrown. I've thrown at guys on purpose. I've thrown at batters. I've tried to put a couple in the ribs, and I've taunted guys. Like, I've tried to get them come to the mound, but nobody ever answered the bell. But I will say I got to be careful with this story because I have told this story on air before with Drew Hoffer and Overnight Dave when I was producing the 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. show. And I got to be careful because I know Platsy's listening, and he'll look up every box score out there. Final game of my football career against Saratoga High School. We lost a heartbreaker, and allegedly I started a brawl, and allegedly I threw a punch at a coach. Allegedly.
Extremely
That's
disrespectful.
all I'm saying. So, yeah, there have been a few situations on and off the field where I've gotten into fights before.
Well, see, you got some answers.
Yeah, there's some answers for you, Tony.
All right. I didn't know you guys were fighters like that.
Pre-YouTube?
This is pre-YouTube, so yeah, you ain't going to find that footage, but you never know with Platsy.
All right, so in other baseball news, the Yankees were in Houston last night facing the Astros. And if you want to look at YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, we got a little video for you on this one. Framber Valdez was facing Trent Grisham with the bases loaded. And in this video, he allows a grand slam right after his catcher, Cesar Salazar.
Sends that one to the left. Altuve going back, watching this one. That's a slam the other way.
Figure out what they want to throw.
Against
the
the
next
Giants.
pitch is the one up for debate. Here it is. It looks like he intentionally crosses
It's
up
even
his
more
catcher.
rare that both home runs
So
today
Marcus,
have come
your
off
thoughts, was it intentional?
left-handed hitters'
Here's
bats.
No debate. That was 100%
Coming into this game, giving up one.
As you set it up, the catcher tries to tell him to step
watching
off the
this
mound.
one.
He doesn't
That's
listen.
a
Gives
slam.
up a grand slam to Trent Grisham. And then
Against the
very
Giants.
next pitch, you can tell the catcher's looking for a breaking ball down in the zone.
Just
Has
even
no
more
idea
rare
the
that both home
fastball is
runs
coming.
today have come
That's
off the
dangerous. That's a
left-handed hitters'
douchebag move by
bats.
Framber Valdez, and you can tell
Coming
by
into
his
this game,
reaction.
giving up
He
one
immediately
home run
turns
to
his
a
back when
left-handed.
the catcher is calling time to go talk to him. This was a bush
watching
league
this
move by
one.
Framber Valdez.
That's a
Yeah, for
slam.
sure. By the way, Cesar Salazar. Totally
Against
weird.
the
I didn't know
Giants.
this Framber roll like that. I didn't know. Is he kind of a D?
He does play for the Chiefs.
Just even more rare that both home runs today have come off
This is
the
usually the hallmark of a
left-handed
team
hitters'
that's like down and
bats.
out.
Yeah.
The Astros are 76 and
Coming into this
63.
game, giving up
So,
one
yeah,
home
I don't
run
know.
to a
Calling
left-handed
into
hitter this
question
season.
The competitive integrity of a Framber Valdez. I ride with Salazar in this one. And by the way, more Bull Durham, more Crash Davis.
That
more
one to the
Toulouse,
left.
where
Altuve
Salazar's
going
trying to
back,
tell
watching this
Framber
one.
Valdez what to
That's
do,
a
and of
slam
course,
the other
Toulouse
way.
Framber Valdez thinks he knows
Against
better.
the Giants.
And by the way, the interview with the translator is very confusing. There's a lot of confusion.
Just even more rare that both home runs today have come off the
down on Valdez on this
left-handed
one.
hitters' bats.
Yeah.
Our guy Salazar.
Yes,
Hell of a last
Salazar,
name.
yeah,
All
yeah.
right, so fourth on the list. Maybe we get to five. It looks like probably just
The
four.
third on the list.
So, okay, third. Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. So we had the KNBR Fantasy Football Draft yesterday. I want to know, this is a two-parter. I know that's not okay with you, Murph. We can only ask one question. Who had the worst draft? And then text line, we want to hear from you on this. And what is the best fantasy football punishment?
Okay, for me, there's no question Kruger had the worst draft. I mean, and I'm not just saying that because, like, when he went on the air and tried to dog my draft, it was like such an, you could, like, a dime store psychologist could read right through it. It was like a Freudian reaction. He knew his draft was so bad, he had to lash out at the senior member of the tribe here and try to regain some street credibility. But he was even reading texts from people saying, bro, Kruger, bro, what is going on? Murph's draft greater than yours and all that. So I look forward to slapping down the Krugerrands, and he did. He took O'Mary and Hampton in the second round and Tetaroa McMillan in the third round. I hope I said his first name correctly. But those were tremendous reaches too early in the draft. Those are good late-round picks. We're calling the Krugerrands the Diaper-rands. So those are my worst drafts, and then you can go, and then we'll do the punishment here.
Yeah, it's easy to point fingers at Larry Kruger because there were really some head-scratching picks. But just to switch it up a little bit, I'm going to call out the man that was behind the glass during the draft, Walter Icaboseta, who not only has the worst name in the league that I don't even want to say on air, but I thought maybe he had the worst value in the first round going to Mon-Ra St. Brown with the number 5 overall pick when you have guys like Christian McCaffrey and Derrick Henry still on the board, and even Justin Jefferson.
Even CeeDee Lamb.
He went Amon-Ra St. Brown ahead of Justin Jefferson, ahead of CeeDee Lamb, so I thought that was a bit of a reach. Then you had the situation where he had to auto-draft Dak Prescott, of all people. It was funny that he stole one of your picks, but overall, it was not the greatest performance by Walter Icaboseta.
Best fantasy football punishment ever. Man, oh man, I've never been involved in them. I mean, there's ones where, like, you kind of have to, like, drink a gallon of warm milk and then, like, run a mile. Yeah. I've heard that. I've heard, standing in a train station or on the East Coast in a public thing with a billboard that says, what a loser you are. I don't know. Have you had any punishments in your, because my leagues, we don't do it here at KNBR, do we? We don't do it.
We did the apology videos.
Yeah.
Now, there have been different situations where I've heard of leagues doing like the 24-hour Waffle House challenge, where like you have to go to a Waffle House, and for every waffle you eat, it takes an hour off the total time you have to stay there. So you can do it at a Waffle House, you can do it at an IHOP. We were actually thinking about doing it at a bar for my league, where you stay and every drink you drink takes an hour off your total time, young Tony.
This year for my fantasy football punishment, my buddy Drew actually had to just do this. 12 hours at a bar, 15 minutes off per beer, seltzer, or cocktail, 30 minutes off per shot. Ooh. He was taking a lot of shots.
Wow, you guys are trying to kill this guy.
Yeah.
So
Jeez, is it safe?
We're looking for a fantasy football punishment that does not involve death.
It was a college football Saturday. You're hanging out there all day anyway.
Now, I did like what we did last year. I don't know if it's because Tim Webb came in last place or if he just lost a bet to Derek, but he had to spend 24 hours on the board,
that was
or at
very
least
good.
in the KNBR studio.
That was outstanding.
But we got to keep the cameras on the entire time.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, the air mattress, Tony's studio, you know.
Yeah.
We'll have to get that. Is there one where like you enlist in the Marines or something like that? You know, where you got to go like serve a few years.
Yeah, what's going on? Yeah,
I don't know, something like that. I thought I read something like that where somebody made you do some sort of serious life decision.
You got to get a mail order bride, Tony.
Maybe marry a mail order bride or like
something crazy like that.
Enroll in an overseas university or something like that.
Learn a different language. Go move to a different country, Tony.
Exactly. No, you had to move to a different country.
Yeah, go move to a different country.
Yeah, some sort of life-changing event. Dude. There you go. All right,
go have a kid, Tony.
All right, guys. That's it. The 50th edition. The golden edition of What Did Young Tony Ask Today? Mike Krukow next on the Sports Leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Eventful game last night, and we'll talk to Mike Krukow all about it after we tell you the Murph and Marcus show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Mike, we didn't even have to wait 2 batters into the game before things got very, very, very exciting in Colorado. Rafael Devers did it again, his 30th homer of the season. And then all heck broke loose, a big old bench clearing incident. I don't know if you'd call it a brawl. There's a lot of dancing around, a little swatting going on. Ejections for Matt Chapman and Willie Adames, starting pitcher, Colorado Rockies. Kyle Freeland gets ejected. Mike, all those facts are laid at your doorstep. You tell us your version of events. What did you think of the incident last night? And good morning.
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good morning. it's these guys are off to a great road trip. That was the 100th loss of the year for the Rockies. It's been a nightmare year, and it's been a nightmare year for Kyle Freeland. So the reaction was just an overreaction. But I totally understand where he's coming from, being that frustrated. You know, he's got pride. They all do. And they're just getting, head slapped daily, it seems, when they're going out there. That's how the season's gone for Colorado. But his reaction was an overreaction to Rafael Devers. I didn't think that his walk, he took his time getting out of the box. His flip, by today's standard, was kind of a non-issue, I didn't think. Guys celebrate now that, it's an acceptable thing. So why are you going to make a stance to a guy who had a moderate, stick around in the batter's box and walk off where you just, a small flip? It wasn't flagrant. But the fact that he was so bummed that, he gave up another 2 runs, it's just how the season has gone for Freeland. So when it all goes down, well, if you're Rafael Devers and the guy's hooting at you and he's calling you, he's saying the magic word, well, you're going to respond to it. And then all of a sudden, here it goes. And once they get there in the infield, it got a little aggressive. And, under today's rules, you can't do that. Matt Chapman, he was seen to have an aggressive movement towards Freeland. Well, the umpire's going to make a ruling. And then when they had the whole thing calm down, Willie Adames kind of fired things back up again. He didn't do anything that was overly aggressive, I didn't think. He got into a fighter stance. He did more or less just to kind of protect himself. But it was the interpretation of the umpire. And it was Dan Bellino, I guess, he and Phil Cuzzy, they made the ruling on this whole thing. It's not over. This is going to the league now. They could get it suspended a game or 2 or 3. That's just the nature of the beast and the way that they've handled this thing, which, they do it for one reason. They do it to protect players. And there's so much money invested in players. Owners have made it an issue that they need to be protected. They don't need to. You can't fight. You can't retaliate with protecting your players, hitting players. It's just a different era of baseball. But you've got to live by the rules, and unfortunately, the rules are going to come back, and I think they're going to bite the Giants. I think there's going to be at least a game, maybe 2 of suspension for Chapman. I think Chapman's going to get the bigger fine and suspension, but this time of year, you can't do that, and I think it's going to prove to be a mistake.
Wow, that's so disappointing to hear that they might get suspended. Just the merits of the case, I would say, don't warrant a suspension. I didn't think anything egregious or flagrant or violating went down. Do you know what I mean? Could the Giants just say to them, listen, they were ejected from the game. That's fair punishment. And what really happened on the field doesn't merit a suspension. I hope they plead their case strongly.
Well, they absolutely will, and they may get a reduction. We'll see. But I don't trust it. I don't trust it. If this is the era of total control of guys, so and their response is always going to be the same, to try and protect them. And in this era, I just don't trust it. So we'll see where it goes. But from Freeland's point of view, you got a problem with the guy. Wait till the game's over, and then go over to the other side and have stand there and talk to him. He penalized his team by getting knocked out in the first inning. He didn't get an out. So at this time of year, that's catastrophic to a bullpen, and we'll see how it plays out in today's ball game. Hopefully the Giants can take advantage of it. But I just think that there's more negative coming, and that's unfortunate because the Giants have a head of steam right now. The fact that they were able to overcome that, to lose 2 key guys in the middle of your lineup and still put up a win, that's enormous. To be able to have that kind of depth on your team and to have the players who filled in, I have to believe, especially Devers. He played third base for the first time this year. I doubt that he was truly uncomfortable because he's played it for 7 years. But nevertheless, guys rallied. And those type of games are so valuable because they do bring a lot of energy into the clubhouse. But I just don't trust the ruling from the league office. So we're going to wait to see where that goes today. And that's my concern.
Mike, I don't want to make light of the situation, and you can tell me if I'm reading into this wrong, but especially after we heard rumors and reports about how Rafael Devers wasn't the greatest clubhouse guy, maybe he wasn't the greatest teammate in the locker room, do you read into the way that Matt Chapman and Willie Adames and Wilmer Flores and all of his teammates reacted to have his back to literally go out there and fight for him as maybe something significant moving forward for overall team chemistry?
Oh, I'm really glad you brought that up. When they were going bad, and they were going bad, all of a sudden, Bob Melvin's name comes up, coaches start coming up, more change is coming up, and all the negativism that comes with a losing streak. And through it all, there was an article that Scott Osler wrote, and he went in and he got opinion from Ramos and Webb and Chapman, who all endorsed Melvin and the coaching staff and said, we don't have a problem here. There were eyebrows raised, guys, to say, yeah, right. Well, they don't have a problem in there. They've got a great clubhouse, and they're a close-knit group, and it really showed in yesterday's game. The way that they stood up for one another, the way that they rallied when significant players were kicked out of the game. You can't do that unless you have a close-knit bunch. And you can't do that unless you have a bunch of guys who are committed to each other. That's the key. The fact that they've turned this thing around this late in the season, the fact that they're having moments like yesterday, and they have the ability to overcome them, that's huge. As they go forth now the rest of the season, they have an opportunity here, and they believe that they can do it. And you can't even consider that if you don't have chemistry. And I think yesterday really was a pretty clear-cut example of the chemistry that's on this club.
Yeah, good points all around. There was something to the Adames Chapman as the guys doing it, and you haven't
They're
seen
the leaders.
Yeah, you haven't.
Don't make any mistake about it. Those two guys are the leaders.
Yeah, you really haven't seen the Giants do much of this in many, 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 many years. So it was in many ways, even if, boy, I sure hope they don't get suspended. But it was kind of heartening to see for the fans in a lot of ways. Fans like this stuff, believe it or not. Man, oh man. So how about the infield shuffle? They had the Harlem Shuffle, and there's the infield shuffle that you move Devers from first to third. You move Dom Smith from the bench to first. You move Koss from second to short, and then you tell Casey Schmidt to go play second base with the bum elbow. And as you pointed out in your opening statement, they don't miss a beat, Mike, particularly Schmidt. He got drilled on the elbow, and, it's just kind of a moment to shine a little light on him. Going out there, playing hurt, hitting a bomb. I mean, his average is only 241, but it sure feels like he's really established himself. And I know we've talked about this periodically over the last several weeks, but last night was a great example of what he's kind of carved out on this club.
And he never even had a second thought about staying on the bench. I mean, he welcomed the opportunity, and that goes a long way in the clubhouse. When you see a guy who's got an 8-inch bruise on his elbow, and he's obviously, hurting from the night before, just where's my glove? Let's go. Just run out there. I mean, that adds to the fuel of good vibe. That whole game could not have been better. I mean, from Bob Melvin's perspective, you look for games like that to crank up the fire in the belly, and that's exactly what it did. I mean, they walked off that field last night with a win, and they got back at the hotel last night. They had a sense of pride. They had a sense of togetherness, and that's what good teams do. This is forging right between our very eyes, and I love what I see. I love the new energy from Drew Gilbert. I mean, the guy's he's a flake, and he's such a refreshing point of view. They're all pulling together with this guy, and he couldn't be happier with the role that he's playing on this club. So all these little points of energy, all these little points of good vibe. I mean, you throw them in a pot, and all of a sudden you've got a mixture that runs through that clubhouse, and these guys can't wait to get to the yard. And they're not tired. You create your own energy. You create your own strength as a club. And they've got it. I don't know where this club's going in this month. I don't know. But the fact that they believe and the fact that they have a chance, that's what's happening before our very eyes. And I know one thing. It's can't miss TV.
Yeah, and Mike, they're showing up to the ballpark, and they're hitting home runs. 16 straight games now with a home run, and it all got started yesterday with number 16. Rafael Devers now has 3 games in a row with home runs in the first inning. But, Mike, we do need you to be the final verdict because yesterday was home run number 30, but 15 with the Red Sox, 15 with the Giants. This does not mean that the 30 home run streak has been broken, correct?
Well, no, I don't know what the rules are for that in regards to the Giants not having a player to have 30 since Bonds left. But I think Willie Adames is going to get his 30 before this season's all over. So I think it's all going to end.
Hey, yeah, he might. He might do it he might do it in Colorado today. Maybe at 4 if he doesn't get suspended. So, hey, Mike, before we let you go, there was another incident last night in baseball. It's kind of fun. That baseball gets headlines. ESPN's Get Up actually led with the Devers and this incident. Framber Valdez and his catcher, Cesar Salazar. It's almost out of Bull Durham, really. Salazar's trying to tell Valdez to back off the mound because they're having a dispute about what pitch to throw. Valdez throws the pitch anyway, and Trent Grisham hits a grand slam. The very next batter, it appears that Salazar is waiting for a breaking ball, and Framber Valdez throws a fastball right off his chest protector. Dangerous, kind of scary. After the game, sort of denies it, says he wanted to throw a sinker, and he thought that Salazar knew that. Kind of weird through a translator, but your interpretation of that whole thing, like, did Valdez act with intent? And if so, how bad of a code break is that?
Oh, my God. That's one of the worst things I've ever seen. Did he act with intent? I think he did. I always respected that guy and his abilities. I mean, he's a gifted pitcher. But for a pitcher to do that to a catcher, you run the risk of seriously hurting that guy to the point where it might cost him his career. That's how serious it was what he did yesterday. And Salazar, with the bases loaded, and who was it? Trent Grisham was up. It was a 2-0 ball game. And he throws his sinker. And before he threw the pitch, you saw Salazar give him the sign, step off, step off. He was in the windup, and he didn't step off. He comes through with the pitch, and then Grisham hits the ball over the wall left field the opposite way, grand slam, 6-0. I get the guy's steamed, but that catcher told you to step off. Salazar, since he wasn't committed to the pitch, that is on Valdez. He came through with the pitch, and I don't know if he half-assed it or what, but he got beat by the pitch the opposite way, so he great at bat for Grisham. But with the score 6-0, he comes back, and I don't think it was the next pitch. I think it was the pitch after that. And Salazar gives him a pitch. You're not going to – you can't screw up pitch com. You hear what the pitch is in your language. So Valdez isn't going to screw that up. And I think with intent, threw that fastball after having a breaking ball call, because I think that's exactly what Salazar was looking for. He never moved his glove, and it hit him at the low part of his chest protector. And 4 inches lower, and that hits him in the sweet spot, and God knows what happens. But when he throws the pitch, Valdez turns, and he's got this ticked-off look on his face. And Salazar knew exactly what happened. And then he, to his credit, maintained his composure and finished out the inning. But if I'm Salazar, when the inning's over, I walk right up to Valdez, and I punch him in the freaking forehead.
And then Major League Baseball can't suspend you for that, right?
Well, at that point, I don't care. Because that's one of those bush things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
And I think that guy should be fined. I think he should be suspended. And if I'm Salazar, I don't want a piece of that guy ever again. Now, he'll never do that. He's a young catcher, and he'll catch everybody. But how could you ever trust that clown for doing that?
Yeah. And you know what's crazy is the Astros, we were just talking about the Rockies being frustrated because they've lost 100. The Astros are having a great season. They're winning the West. They're 76-63, 3 games up on the Mariners in the West, and this kind of stuff is happening. So that shouldn't be happening on a winning ball club, man. But so everything you
watch
said,
what happens after this.
Yeah.
This is going to have repercussions in that clubhouse.
Yeah.
And right now you have guys who are choosing sides, and there ain't a whole lot of guys on Valdez's side.
Yeah.
He comes through and they have a long closed door meeting, and there was some lip service. Yeah, I'm sorry. What he said was a lie. He knew damn well what he was doing. And that's how everybody in that clubhouse is going to see it. And that really could have an effect on their overall season.
It could, for sure. We'll see. They only have a 3-game lead with a lot of baseball left. So good breakdowns all around, Mike. And the Giants win their 9th out of 10, and they continue to roll, and they get over 500. And now Robbie Ray gets the ball tonight against Herman Marquez in Colorado. So thanks for all the talk, Mike. We will talk to you Friday. Enjoy the game.
At a bit.
Mike Krukow, some good stuff. We react. The big hit is obviously the Devers, Adames, Chapman, Freeland incident. You guys can call in. 808 KNBR is the phone number if you want to check in how you think it went down. Are you fearing a suspension? And if so, was it a good thing or a bad thing that the Giants did last night? The big hit next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We have a new contest this week. We're giving away 2 single-day passes to the Aftershock Festival, and we want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win 2 passes for Sunday's show on October 5th. Bring Me to the Horizon's going to be there. Rob Zombie. Flyleaf also going to be there. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, just in time for football season, baby. Football and pizza, one of the peak American combos right there. Football and pizza, and Amici's is the way to go. So if you can't make it to the game in person, which many of us watch on TV, so whatever you're doing on Saturday for college or NFL for Sunday, why not treat yourself to your favorite Amici's thin crust New York style or Detroit style pizzas, along with pastas, salads, and flame roasted chicken wings while you watch the games on TV this weekend. So you can pick up an order from any of Amici's 11 Bay Area locations, including San Jose or Oakland, or San Jose and Oakland, or order for delivery at Amici's.com. Have your food delivered directly from their kitchens to your locations. Of course, you can always drop in person to your nearest Amici's, including the newest location on the top level of Pier 39 in San Francisco. Catch a game on one of their big screen TVs. So there's many options. Order for delivery or pick up at Amici's.com, or meet up with family and friends at an Amici's restaurant. Either way, you get pizza, you get football. 2 words. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Season it goes. Devers swings and drives it high and deep. Right field on its way. It is gone. A towering blast off the bat of Rafi Devers. And now words being exchanged between Devers and Freeland. And the benches have emptied. And players on both sides, tensions running high.
Devers hit it and watched it, Joe. You were watching the ball fly. I was watching Devers. He didn't move, and there was words being exchanged as Devers walked down the first baseline. Freeland was yelling at him the whole way. Devers didn't even make it to first.
The starting pitcher is removed from the game, as well as Willie Adames and Chapman.
There was the sounds of a incident in Denver that will, kickstart a magical run to the playoffs? I don't know. Giants are 70-69. They got 25 games left, right? Or pardon me, 70-69, wait, what am I doing my math here now, Marcus? 70-69, they got 23 games left. Can they go 16-7 down the stretch and get to 86 wins and see what happens? We shall see. All I know is that Logan Webb called it a fire starter. I thought you had the quote all ready to go, Young Tone. Here it is. Yes,
fire starter in a good way.
Yeah. Say that again, buddy.
Fire starter in a good way.
Leading to the 1996 Prodigy banger, Fire Starter.
This sounds like 1996.
Fire Starter.
Fire starter.
Fire starter in a good way. Fire starter.
You could do, here, give me some, turn it up here, buddy. Prodigy. The Prodigy Army
is this
came
like
out.
techno? What is this?
Yeah.
It's a good question, Tony.
Techno 1996.
Whoa. They got
Sounds to be honest.
synthesizer. What's going on here?
It sounds, to be honest, like the stuff that you would go to see at Portola, buddy.
That's coming up too, September 20th and 21st.
It is literally, Prodigy is considered EDM.
Wow.
Yeah, here, ready?
Little warehouse sesh.
We're going to get to the part where he says, Fire Starter. It was it was listed among the top 100 greatest UK number one singles of all time. There it is. Go. Yeah.
Fire starter. Fire starter. Fire starter. Fire starter.
Oh, dude, this is what you can do, buddy. This is your next remix.
We got to do it live, though.
If
That's the
you
thing.
had the tools.
We'll do it live.
You know what? Shout out Cumulus. Why don't we build you a studio where you can do less with what you want to?
It's a fire starter of a studio.
Oh, man. So
Fire
anyway,
starter.
there you go, guys. Hey, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Is it indeed a fire starter headed your way? I mean, 16-7 doesn't sound that undoable, right? And you said they're going to win today because, as you said in our first segment at 6 a.m., you said,
dude, the Rockies suck.
That's what you said.
Yeah. They're not a good baseball team.
Oh, man, I was laughing. We were talking, and I was like, well, you called for a sweep. And Marcus goes, yeah, the Rockies suck.
Yeah, dude, the Rockies suck straight up.
They're 39-100.
Yes, they're a bad team, but Murph, asking the questions, can they go 16-7? They just won 9 out of their last 10 games.
Correct.
So anything's possible.
I mean, will that get them past the Mets?
Possible.
And even the Mets have a tiebreaker over them, so they're really 6 back. So I actually don't even listen. I look at 1982. We talked about 82 yesterday, and them going 20-7 in September, and the super blooper with Ron Pruitt and all that good stuff. And I look at 82 as a massively successful season. Now, granted, I'm coming off of an entire. The Giants hadn't made the playoffs since '71, so contention was exciting. But I would think I don't even need them. I would love for them to make the playoffs. But if they fight all the way to the end and, make it go down to the last week of the season before they're eliminated, as Marty would say, when you're 6 out with 5 to play, that's when it's over. If they can do that, I honestly.
When you're 6 out with 5 to go, then it's over.
He's right.
Until then, it's baseball.
I honestly think that would accomplish sort of Buster Posey's first-year mission. Yes, there will be people crying saying, Where was this in August? Why did they lose 15-16 at home? And it's true. Those are utterly baffling questions that we don't have the answer to, and they're going to have to wear that. But if they can finish this season strong and fight till the final week of the season, I do believe they'd go into the offseason. Here's my hot take on the big hit. The narrative for 2026 is already written. 2026, now they're settled. Like Willie Adames, unsettled for his first 3 months. Rafi Devers, unsettled first 2 months. And then what you see at the end now is what happens when they're settled, particularly Adames and Devers, who are so important to the team. You feel me? I can see us in Scottsdale, bro, every interview we do. So do you feel like maybe 2026, now you guys are settled in? You know, maybe last year was a year of transition. That's exactly how we feel, Marcus.
Yeah,
that's what they're going to say.
That might be the campaign for next year. Hashtag settle down in San Francisco. And maybe those boys will be ready and be in a better position to play a full year as San Francisco Giants. But, Murph, the key word you just said there is fight. And I'm not saying that just because Willie Adames squared up yesterday and Matt Chapman had Rafael Devers back. But this was a team a couple weeks ago where everybody was talking about the lack of fight, the lack of emotion, the lack of energy. And we were sitting here, 7, 8, 9 games under 500, waving the white flag on the season. And those Giants players easily could have waved the white flag on the season. They could have packed it all in. They could have pouted and threw a fit and say, look, we're not big fans of Bob Melvin, so we're just going to pack it in for the rest of the season. But then we start talking about whether or not this team's going to fight for Bob Melvin down the stretch. And what does fighting mean? Is it simply getting back to a 500 record? Is it getting to the postseason? We'll figure that out down the stretch. But this is a team that has not quit on Bob Melvin. This is a team that has not turned their back on Rafael Devers after people told the Giants that he was a clubhouse cancer and he'd be a bad guy in the locker room and he wouldn't fit in here in San Francisco. But to your point, now he is settling in, and now he has 15 home runs on the season as a Giant, has already matched his home run total that he had with the Boston Red Sox in less games already. So this is a glimpse into the future, and I love the fact that you had the leaders out there, and Willie Adames, Matt Chapman, having Rafael Devers back as a significant moment moving forward for the core and the nucleus of this franchise.
I love it. But most of all in that answer, I liked your hashtag settled down in Frisco.
I like that. Settled down in San Francisco.
By the way, I recently, and a quick digression, I was recently following a thread of Major League Baseball scores from around the league, and the guy used the hashtag of every team. Dude, teams have some wacky hashtags.
There's some weird hashtags.
There's like the Blue Jays. Each team has like a slogan that you do, and it's like down and dirty in Toronto. It's really weird. Like they're long, they're wordy. Yeah. It's like, how do people even remember these things?
And that's the thing. Sometimes I'm confused because I like throwing out the little hashtags that give you like the little team logo. Yeah. But if you don't put in the right hashtag, you don't get the team logo.
Dude, here's some of them right now. I got them for you here. Hashtag the White Sox. Hashtag change the game.
Change the game?
Wait, what?
The hell are you changing? Change cities. Get out of the south side.
Is it the tribe or whatever? It's or the Guardians. Hashtag it's different here.
Is it?
The Phillies is hashtag ring the bell. The Brewers is hashtag this is my crew.
Is it?
Yeah. The Jays is hashtag next level. It's just weird. There's a lot of weird ones out there, man.
This is bad.
Here's a hashtag See Us Rise, SEA for the Mariners.
See Us Rise. Yeah, I had no idea that
was
Seattle.
The Padres is hashtag Time to Shine.
Does anybody actually use their team name in these hashtags? The SF Giants, you just put hashtag SF Giant and there's a logo.
These are from 2022. Those are from 2022.
Still, we can still make fun of them.
Because you know what the 2022 was for the Giants?
Oh.
Game on.
Game on. That was bad, too.
Game on.
Was it game on or game up?
Was it hang on? Was it game on or game up?
I think it was game up.
I think it was game up. Yeah.
Hashtag game up.
Because I think the story was Kapler got a text about like bringing his uniform to work or something. He said, "Yeah, I'm gonna game up for this one," and then they turned it into their damn slogan for the year.
Hey, before that it was resilient SF.
Yeah, so resilient.
And now we got nothing like it.
Yeah, nothing like it. We're on that list too.
Here's some like the Royals is hashtag fountains up.
Oh, at least I got fountains. That makes sense.
Some weird ones out there. But anyway, back to the issue at hand here. And that is the bonding moment, the fire starter.
The fire starter.
That the Giants will embrace. Now, here's the question I asked before we went to break. Is it going to be a bad thing? Because is MLB going to suspend anybody? Please, I'm saying right now, Rob Manfred, if you're listening, bro, we cannot live in a world where that incident that happened on that field leads to suspensions. Nobody did anything flagrant. Nobody did anything violent.
Well, I think it's the Chapman shove. Because he came in from the on-deck circle.
You know what?
You know how many shoves I've seen on a diamond, though? How many times I've seen that on a baseball field?
You got to let that go, bro.
I didn't even think this was warranted for an ejection, let alone a suspension.
Yeah, I mean, I thought maybe ejections here. But, for example, I looked up what have been the suspensions so far in Major League Baseball in 2025. So you have Wilson Contreras in late August, 6 games for conduct detrimental to the team. Remember, he went off. Wilson Contreras, didn't he, attack a catcher? Like, it was pretty bad. Like, Wilson Contreras lost his mind. Victor Robles, 7 games for throwing a bat at the picture.
That
in a
just happened in
game.
minor leagues a couple weeks ago, yeah.
Suarez from the Padres got 2 games for intentional beaning of a Dodger. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. He threw out Ohtani's ribs.
Right. So there you go. There's a couple people. Tommy Pham got one in May for conduct detrimental to the league.
Oh, what a surprise. Tommy Pham got in trouble.
Jorge Lopez got one for 3 games in April from the Nationals, conduct detrimental to the league. So there have been, but not many. That's it. You can't tell me that what those guys did last night was conduct detrimental to the league.
No.
However, Mike Krukow was concerned that MLB is so freaking, let's just call it soft today, that they might suspend Adames and or Chapman.
It's not over. This is going to the league now. They could get it suspended a game or 2 or 3. I mean, that's just the nature of the beast and the way that they've handled this thing, which, they do it for one reason. They do it to protect players. And there's so much money invested in players. Owners have made it an issue that they need to be protected. They don't need to. You can't fight. You can't retaliate with protecting your players, hitting players. It's just a different era of baseball. But you've got to live by the rules, and unfortunately, the rules are going to come back, and I think they're going to bite the Giants. I think there's going to be at least a game, maybe 2 of suspension for Chapman. I think Chapman's going to get the bigger fine and suspension, but this time of year, you can't do that, and I think it's going to prove to be a mistake.
You hate to hear that. Now, Mike is reacting to, I think, the real world, whereas you and I are reacting to a world of like, come on, man. Can we just be actual about this and just play baseball and let these guys carry on and not freak out? But Mike is reacting to the real world of this is how MLB does their business. They do freak out about things like this. And they think Matt Chapman, it's like the NBA thing, quote unquote, leaving the bench, Matt Chapman storming the field and putting his hands on Freeland. Now, Devers actually puts his hands on Freeland too, and Freeland made sure to call that out after the game. Snitch. Snitches get stitches, Kyle Freeland. He said, yeah, but by the way, Devers shoved me. Let's see what happens to him. So all of a sudden, you're talking about maybe Devers getting suspended. Come on, I'm just saying, listen, is part of my answer a homer because I want these guys on the diamond? Yeah, sure. I'm going to admit that's part of it for sure. But if I saw that incident, say, between the Royals and the freaking Twins, I wouldn't think anybody should get suspended for something like that. Now, I come from a different era. And again, now you were talking about great brawls from what did Young Tony ask today? Overnight Dave sent in the 82 Tigers Twins, which I would recommend because one of the Tigers pitchers gets carried out on a stretcher. Dude, and it's like a Civil War stretcher, like one of those wood planks that takes like 4 guys to carry. It's an unbelievable visual, dude. Because the guy's like knocked out. He's got like bad mustache and early 80s hair, and he's getting carried on like Civil War stretcher.
Fighting for his life.
From Gone with the Wind. So anyway, I don't know. Do you fear the suspension? And if so, do you see Mike's point that Major League Baseball is at a point where they're just over-legislating everything because they don't want anybody getting hurt?
Yeah, I do think that Major League Baseball does try to over-legislate a little bit too much because Mike Krukow will talk about this ad nauseum. Hell, we've been talking about it all morning long. Baseball used to police itself, where if you throw at a guy, all right, cool, we're going to throw the ball back at you, and that's the end of it. Like, I was honestly shocked that Devers did not catch one in the rib last night. Especially if you're playing for a Rockies team that's going on 99, 100 losses. Like, what else do you have to play for if you're not going to have your guys back? Because Kyle Freeland got surrounded, and there weren't a lot of Rockies in that mix, in that mosh pit with other San Francisco Giants. But even still, I understand the fact that maybe Willie Adames and Matt Chapman escalated the issue and it dragged on even after. But Kyle Freeland was still out there barking as well. Boys will be boys. Baseball players will play baseball. They should let it police itself and move on. I don't think any suspension should come down here.
By the way, Andy Bagley had a incredible detail that last year as a Red Sox, Rafi Devers got into it with the Rockies. He got into it there's an incident on third base where there was something happened, and he got into it jawing with Cal Quantrill of the Rockies. And after the game, somebody asked, was it Bagley, asked Aaron Higueras and Rafi Devers, is there something about the Rockies? Rafi does this great shrug, and he purses his lips like,
dude,
no say.
He drops a no say and almost like pulls like an Office moment, like 4D, breaking the fourth wall, staring at the camera. No say. He's got hilarious reactions.
Listen, here's somebody who said 408 says the Giants-Rockies kerfluffle was the lead on ESPN's Get Up this morning. True story. On my Yahoo homepage, which is usually reserved for things that go on at 1600 Pennsylvania and the ensuing reactions, the Giants and Rockies picture of them kind of dancing on the field is on my Yahoo homepage. And somebody actually wrote, somebody said, I got 3 calls. Here it is, 925. I got 3 texts about the Giants fight. I'd say it's good for baseball if Rob Manfred is listening right now.
Ah, no such thing as bad pub Murph.
Yeah, for sure, man. 415 says victimless bench clearing brawls are good for baseball and its relevance. Yes, I agree.
Now, I'm curious if some other people see those same screenshots and photos where it looks like Willie Adames is squaring up. Because we've had a few people texting this morning saying, didn't Willie Adames throw a punch? Not really. Like, he squares up, and he's almost like parrying a jab, like kind of like a cat pawing at a jab coming at him. But I didn't see an actual punch thrown, and I for sure did not see one land yesterday.
707 says, plus they got tossed in the first inning. They've already technically missed an entire game. So there's something to that, too. Maybe
and Devers didn't get ejected.
No, and I'm going to say don't suspend Freeland either. Bumgarner and Puig didn't get suspended for their stuff back in the day, right?
Let them play ball.
Let them scuffle. We joked about this early in the morning. That wasn't even really a scuffle. The British and the Irish have a phrase when a fight on a soccer pitch or it turns out to be nothing, they say handbags at 10 paces. Meaning, like, instead of a duel, they break out little purses and kind of slap each other like that, you know? And then it's even shortened to, like, in the UK, a soccer match where there's a little dust up, they go, handbags. That was kind of handbags at 10 paces.
Yeah, I mean,
handbags
again,
at dawn, they say.
It was not we've seen much worse in the sport of baseball.
So anyway, we'll see, man. Come on, Rob Manfred. You're taking Pat Burrell's calls. Why don't you do the right thing? And it's going to be a fire starter for the Giants. Here we go.
Fire starter.
How great
Fire
is this?
starter.
By the way, somebody says, Young Tone, Prodigy played Portola a couple years ago.
Fire starter.
Dude, you'd be
Fire
out there,
starter.
you'd be down with this.
This is in the warehouse for sure. You can't hear a thing. You got your ears are ringing after the show.
I'm a fire starter. Thanks to the listeners. I just kept saying that at 6 in the morning when I heard the web quote. I was like, what was the band? And dude, the Prodigy Army came out. Prodigy, 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 Prodigy on our text line.
Fire starter.
Fire starter.
Fire starter.
I'm a fire starter. Prodigy, 1996 EDM from England, dude.
Oh, they're English? I wasn't sure.
Oh, yeah, they're British.
All right.
Oh, yeah,
You guys wearing a Braves hat in the little profile
Is
picture.
he really?
Yeah.
Is he really? Well, if you listen to him, you can hear his accent when he says fire starter.
Fire starter.
All right, there's that. That's a Rockland accent, but that's what that is. All right, Tracy Sandler to talk 49ers, and then, of course, Ron Rivera at 8:50. Marcus even wore his Cal football shirt.
I did. Straight from Memorial Stadium.
We're Cal guys.
I'll tell you what, JKS is a fire starter.
Yeah, he is.
Sangapalatele doing their thing here. I'm just going to keep talking because I like hearing this tune in the background.
No,
I don't want to go to break.
Yeah, let's go to break.
I don't want to break.
My ears are ringing like I'm in that warehouse.
When's the next vocal coming?
Hang on.
Here we go. Here.
Fire starter. Fire starter.
All right, good stuff.
Fire starter.
Tracy Sandler next.
Fire starter.
On the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 single-day passes to the Aftershock Festival. I don't think Prodigy is going to be there. I wish they were. But stay tuned to the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win 2 passes for Sunday, October 5th. Bring Me to the Horizon's going to be there. Rob Zombie as well. When you hear the cue to call from Murph, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
All right, let's talk about Marin Health right there in the North Bay, providing the best possible health care. North Bay, world-class beauty, world-class health care, Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, it's the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average. A world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7. An accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail. And a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, 49er football. Let's get off of this handbags at 10 paces, possible suspensions for Adames and Chapman and all that. Let's talk football because it's Wednesday, dude. The Niners play on Sunday. How exciting. And we'll talk to Larry Kruger at 9:15, Ron Rivera at 8:50. But right now we're talking to our 49ers insider, the founder and CEO of Fangirl Sports Network, Tracy Sandler. And Tracy, good morning. Welcome back to Murph and Marcus. How you doing, Tracy?
Hey, morning, Tracy.
I am good. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
We're good, man. We're excited. And how about this? We go spending the entire month of August. What are they going to do about the receivers? What are they going to do about Juwan Jennings? Wringing our hands, killing 4 hours a day on the radio. We show up on Monday morning, Labor Day, and there's Juwan Jennings. What do you make of it, Tracy? What do you know? Did he just agree to come back with no pay raise? Has there been any reporting on anything that happened with the Niners and Juwan? What do you see? What do you hear? What do you know?
There really hasn't been any reporting thus far. He did not speak to the media on Monday. He is supposed to speak to the media sometime this week, hopefully before or after the game on Sunday. So maybe we'll get a little bit more information. But I think really it just came down to week 1 is on Sunday, so you can come to practice, or you cannot and maybe not play, maybe go on IR. I don't think anyone knows for sure, but I think conjecture could say that was the case. And Juwan Jennings needs to play this year. I mean, especially if he wants a contract extension, if he wants a better extension next year, if he wants to audition for other teams, he's got to play and be productive. And so Monday, Labor Day, and not a holiday for Juwan Jennings. He was back.
Yeah, Tracy, it seems like every time we get into these negotiation and holdout situations, everybody wants to see who's the winner, who held off, and who won the standoff. So are you looking at this as more of a win for the 49ers or maybe a bigger loss for Juwan Jennings?
I'm going to say it's a win for everybody because the 49ers need him to play and he needs to play. In terms of the standoff, I guess optics make it look like it was more of a win for the 49ers, but I think we see how the week goes. We see how the games go. And kind of go from there. But I would say optics certainly make it look like it was a standoff and the 49ers won it.
Yeah, and have you ever known Jennings in your years covering the team? What kind of locker room? He's not a huge media guy, is he? Like, hasn't he kind of ducked you guys before, even when times were good? Is it kind of hard to read who he is, or has he been a positive energy force over the years?
He's definitely a positive energy force. You're right. He is not a good, huge media guy. He sometimes has ducked us over the years, even when things are good. But he's definitely a positive energy force. His teammates love him. They love how he plays. I mean, Kyle Shanahan talks about it all the time. Sometimes he'll get a penalty for really just kind of being who he is, the way that he blocks, the way that he plays football. He's so physical. But, his teammates really like him. He does bring a fun to the locker room, a good energy to the locker room, and I think everybody is better off if he is on the field for San Francisco.
Tracy, still a few question marks about that wide receiver room going into this weekend's game. Can you tell us what's going on with the Russell Gage MVS situation?
What was the second? You broke up for the second part.
Oh, just about what's going on with Marquez Valdez-Scantling and the Russell Gage situation.
Russell Gage. So some shuffling, obviously, we saw yesterday the 49ers let Russell Gage or release Russell Gage, hoping that they can bring him back on Sunday. I imagine they'll elevate MVS for Sunday. So that's kind of where they are. But the wide receiver room certainly looking much better than it did even a week ago. As you mentioned, Murph, last week we were very in the doldrums, very down on what was going to happen in the wide receiver room, who was going to be catching the ball. So certainly looking better. But that seems to be what they're looking to do, with both of them. We know Kendrick Ford came in on Monday for a tryout. So I think, we'll see. But the plan, it looks like, is to elevate MVS for Sunday. It's kind of funny to talk about someone and call him MVS, but his name is really so long. And Russell Gage, it does seem like they want to bring him back for Sunday. Should they be able to? I feel like they will be able to.
Yeah, we're talking to Tracy Sandler, who's, of course, our 49ers insider and the founder and CEO of Fangirl Sports Network. So I kind of feel like we spent so much time, we in the media, just talking about Juwan Jennings, and all that, and maybe lost our sight. And we talked to Tim Ryan yesterday, and he kind of reminded us he used the phrase trepidation about the defense. And I know we talked a little bit to you about Robert Saleh. Just wondering, now that they're sort of going to, they're going to start practicing today. They're going to start game planning for the Seahawks today. And you look at what should be the starting 11, you've seen some good defenses here. You saw a bad defense here last year. What is your guess as to how this defense is going to look early in the season?
Well, I think Tim Ryan kind of nailed it. There is some trepidation. You have a lot of really young guys on this defense that they're going to rely on. And a lot of those guys did not have that much practice time in training camp and did not have much, if any, time in the preseason. So I think there is trepidation, and there are going to be some ups and downs. It was going to be that way anyway with so much use on that defense, but certainly going to be more that way now. Robert Saleh certainly is the man to lead that defense, to get the best out of them, to guide them. But I think Tim is right. There is some trepidation here, and we just kind of don't know yet what they have because we haven't seen it. And I understand people feel like preseason doesn't matter, but it does matter for these players. It does matter for rookies. And Saleh said a couple weeks ago that he said to the rookies, you think obviously preseason was so much faster than what you were doing in college football. The regular season is 100 times that. So for some of these guys, it's going to be like 200 times that, 300 times that, just because they haven't had the time. So I think it's something that 49ers fans and the 49ers have to be realistic about, just in terms of experience out there.
Yeah, and the 49ers are facing off against a quarterback and an offensive coordinator that are familiar with the 49ers defense. Of course, Sam Darnold and Clint Kubiak also. Now, it has been a couple years, and there have been some changes. New DC, Robert Saleh there as well. But, Tracy, you were down in Santa Clara watching Sam Darnold against his 49er defense. Who do you think has the advantage in this situation with the familiarity between Sam Darnold and that 49er defense?
I think in terms of familiarity, probably Sam Darnold, because what we just talked about, there are so many guys on this 49ers defense that never saw Sam Darnold. However, there was a lot of tape on him last year. They'll get them prepared. I think the familiarity thing kind of only goes so far. I mean, the 49ers did not lose the Vikings last year because Sam Darnold was familiar with their defense. They lost the Vikings because the Vikings defense was really good and the 49ers can't seem to win it in Minneapolis. But I think he has that advantage in some sort of familiarity. But I do think once it comes down to it and once the game starts, it's helpful. It's not everything. But I think he has more of an advantage. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but in terms of just his experience versus the experience on that defense.
By the way, there's a report that I think it was Nick Wagner, one of your peers there, that the Vivid Seats does this stat that said 53% of the seats are bought by 49er fans. I mean, Tracy, this is supposed to be
I actually put that out there too.
Yeah, this is supposed to be the 12th man advantage. Is there a chance? I guess my question is there a chance that the 12th man advantage isn't that intense on Sunday?
It definitely is a chance. I mean, 49ers fans travel so well, and Vivid Seats has been pretty accurate on this stuff over the years. It was surprising because we have obviously seen the 12th man and how loud it is, but the Seahawks are not what the Seahawks were, and I do think that they are going to be better this year than people think, maybe even their own fans think. But I think those 12 men were used to Russell Wilson in the playoffs and Super Bowls and all kinds of things. And 49ers fans are excited about this season. I think that's the other thing. After last season and everything that happened, and we talked about the youth on the team, but with that brings excitement. That brings possibility. And 49ers fans who I said before already travel really well. Seattle's not that far away. It's a division game. It doesn't surprise me that they bought so many tickets and that they actually may outnumber Seahawks fans on Sunday.
Man, oh man. I mean, if that's the case, I mean, I know we've had some good showings up there, but I mean, the Seahawks, I guess, have the Seahawks lost a little bit of sizzle with their fan base? Not a ton.
I think they have.
Yeah, there's always going to be fans. I mean, they're a great fan base. As much as they drive me crazy, they're a great fan base.
Pete Carroll's gone. Marshawn's gone.
Yes.
And you know, I think there's a little bit of.
They loved Russell Wilson.
Yeah. They've sort of lost.
A lot of people. Yeah, I think.
Go ahead,
Sorry,
Tracy.
I was interrupting you. I think sizzle is the right word. I think they've lost a little sizzle. I think that's the perfect way to put it. So, they may have to do it with 11, like everybody else.
Let's go play a home game. Very good. Perfect way to end it. All right, you can hear Tracy pre and post. You do home games, right? Pre and post on home games?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. Pre and post on home games.
Well, I just want to make sure we sorted that out. So will you be in Seattle, though, for the game?
Sure will. I go to every game. So.
Awesome. All right, we'll look forward to your full-on report next week then. All right, Tracy. We'll look forward to the report next week, and then we'll look ahead to week 2, and off we go, man. It's the NFL. It's so much fun. Thanks, Tracy. Have a good week.
Thanks, Tracy.
All right, bye, guys. You too. Bye.
Yeah, Tracy Sandler. Man, it's the stat we hadn't talked about because we've been so focused on the Devers, Freeland, Adames, Chapman, handbags at dawn thing. That Vivid Seats reported 53% of the seats are going to be 49er fans. Bro! When is the 12th man not the 12th man?
This season.
Like Tracy just said, they're going to have to do it with 11.
I mean, it's not that surprising. We've seen 49er fans take over stadiums before, but I guess it's a little surprising, especially coming off a 6-11 season. But, Tony, I think 49er fans might be showing up in Seattle because they found out the Niners have a last-place schedule.
We're going to be the 13th man out there.
The schedule is the 13th man?
No, I'm saying the Niner fans. I mean, they got the 12th man. We'll be the 13th man.
I like it. And the schedule's the 14th man. All right, cooler of content.
I wasn't sure where you were going with that.
No, you're good, buddy. You're good. By the way, Sergio Romo checked in. He texted to say that he said he was suspended for way less back in the COVID year. It was only one game. And he said Francisco Lindor, the other object of his skirmish, got a slap on the hand. And he said, I said, man, that's some BS. He said, yeah, because I was the fire starter.
Fire starter.
That's what he said.
The fire starter, Sergio.
Good to hear from Sergio. Always. There it
fire
is.
Starter.
There it is, baby. All right, guys.
Fire starter.
What was our other one we had? Where we're at, right? Where it's at, where we're at. Yeah. Okay, a cooler of content, and then Ron Rivera at 8:50, Larry Kruger at 9:15 with his awful fantasy team on The Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, Giants fans? Summer is heating up here in San Francisco, but there is a refreshing new way to cool down, and that's with Surfside and their limited edition SF Giants cans. That's right, Surfside iced tea and lemonade plus vodka. Their cans now showcase the iconic Giants SF logo right there on the side of the can, and it's available at select bars and stores in the area. So why not go out and buy a couple cans of Surfside lemonade and vodka and post a photo on social media and tag us at KNBR on social media. And why shouldn't you? Because these Surfside lemonade and vodkas only have 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. So before first pitch, grab a limited edition Surfside Giants can today because Surfside is a proud partner of Giants baseball. Surfside is made with vodka, iced tea, and or lemonade, natural flavors, and artificial sweeteners. 4.5 ALC content level by volume, stateside brands. Philadelphia, PA. Must be 21 to enjoy a Surfside. Party smart.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, happy Wednesday, everybody. How about that? We've already jumped into a Wednesday. That's solid. And we already did a Young Tony asked us, the hallmark of a Wednesday, which always means you start sniffing the weekend. Are we sniffing the weekend already? My God, we just got out of the weekend. Cooler content sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. All right, what's out there in the Twitterverse that you need to know, or the social media verse that you need to know? What do you want to start with, the Kyle Freeland? Just because it's kind of wrapping up this whole Devers thing that we went through. We got Ron Rivera at 8:50, Larry Kruger at 9:15.
Yeah, let's dive back in, Murph.
Yeah, well, here's Freeland.
Larry Kruger and his bad fantasy team.
It is a bad fantasy team. The Diaperans. Yeah. He calls them the Krugerans, but there's going to be a lot of changing diapers. He drafted a bunch of rookies, which can be sound in the later rounds.
What is this beef between you guys, by the way?
There's no beef at all. He just decided to go in and he missed the mark.
Kruger was talking about his kids' JV football team taking down Tam High this past week.
They did. Yeah. That is correct. However, I can answer with Bobby Palmer's Tam girls water polo sent the Northgate girls water polo team back to Walnut Creek.
Bang!
With a little L.
We played
to
some
even the
water
score.
polo on the mountain.
Some girls water polo.
Some girls water polo on the mountain.
Shout out Bobby Palmer and the Lady Red-Tailed Hawks doing their thing. So now we're all even.
An eye for an eye.
All right, so Kyle Freeland, meanwhile, an eye for an eye. He wanted Ricky Pearsall, and this was like crazy because it looked like a scene out of Bull Durham, really. Kyle Freeland yelling at Rafael Devers, quite frankly, looking like Madison Bumgarner out there, yelling at Devers, who never looked at him. Devers hit the homer and kind of stood there, as he frequently does, as most hitters do these days. And Freeland, I think you saw a team about to lose their 100th game and a guy who was about to go 3-14. But here's his excuse after the game.
Yeah, I mean, I just, found it extremely disrespectful to, show me up like that in the first inning after hitting a home run, standing there watching it, taking your sweet time getting down to first base. I've been in this league for quite some time, and I know he is as well. I just find that extremely disrespectful and felt that I needed to let him know about that.
Okay. Was it extremely disrespectful?
Not at all. With the level of bat flips that we see in baseball today, I did not think it was disrespectful. And there's also like alternate angles that show Rafael Devers the entire time. And yes, he is admiring his home run. I would too if I squared up a ball like that. And at no point during that admiration of that home run ball does he even look over at Kyle Freeland.
Or
does
say
he
anything.
Doesn't say anything. To even mention it. Yeah. And you're hearing Kyle Freeland say, oh, it was disrespectful. He stared at it for 15 seconds. Dude, Kyle Freeland started chirping Rafael Devers before the ball even landed, Murph.
Yeah, it is true. The more I think about it, the more it was Bumgarnerian of him. By the way, in those days, they just yelled at each other. Nobody got suspended.
Nobody
of course,
cared.
There was no bench clearing incident. The most fun thing for me out of this was that it reminded me of Bull Durham, which is, of course, maybe the best baseball movie ever made. And Crash Davis is trying to school Nuke LaLoosh, Kevin Costner. He's just so frustrated at Nuke LaLoosh, his young pitcher who's so dumb. He's calling for an off-speed pitch. The guy in Nuke's saying, I want to throw the heater. And Crash is like, he goes out. He says, why are you shaking me off? He says, because I want to throw the heat. He goes, this guy's a first ball, fastball hitter. And he says, I don't care. I'm going to blow up by him. So Crash Davis comes back. Do we have the part where he actually says to the hitter, here comes a fastball?
You have the whole thing. I got the shorter version we discussed.
Okay, well, he says to the hitter, he says fastball. And next thing you know, fastball, and the guy hits it out of the park. But he admires it. And Crash Davis, being the salty old guy, pulls a Kyle Freeland on him. But then in this clip, still goes out to break the balls of his pitcher, too, here.
What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing standing here? I give you a gift. You stand here, show up my pitcher. Run, dummy! Give me the ball. Well, he really hit the shit out of that one, didn't he? Held it like an egg. Yeah, and he scrambled the son of a... Look at that. He hit the bull. Guy gets a free steak.
So, by the way, the entire time the bull is making those snorting in the background there. So
he hit the S out of that ball.
Yeah, so Davis was yelling at everybody. Davis was the ultimate, Crash Davis was the ultimate red ass. Yelling at his hitter, yelling at the hitter, and yelling at his own pitcher, too.
I love that line, too. He scrambled that ball. Yeah, well, he did scramble it. I mean, Rafael Devers, Kyle Freeland has to take himself in a long look in the mirror, Murph. Like, maybe he has his own stuff going on playing for a team that's lost 100 games this year, but you can't get mad when you spin a cement mixer slider at 83 miles per hour over the heart of the plate to one of the best hitters in baseball. Yeah, he's going to take you deep, buddy.
I think you definitely saw a team losing its 100th game. I think that you saw that, as the great Vince Vaughn said in Swingers of the cameraman crying. Then again, maybe he had his own things going on there. Meanwhile, are you familiar with the LSU-Clemson game? A game I missed, unfortunately, and it was my key game, which is three-point value. I had an okay first week, not great, very average first week on my college football pool, but I will get much better this Friday when Brian and Bobby return.
Ooh, right around the corner.
650, right?
Yeah,
650 Brian and Bobby's.
Tell those bookies beware.
I actually thought Brian Kelly's such a bum, and I thought Dabo finished last year's second half so well. I bought the Clemson hype, and I knew that Kelly always loses games early, but LSU might be the real deal this year, man. They got some dudes on defense. So did you hear Dabo Sweeney after the game say he did his press conference yesterday from Clemson because neither team did well? He goes, if they got a 58, do we have the Dabo part? And
this is both parts.
Okay, let's hear it.
It's like getting the final exam day one of class. They made a 65, we made a 58. Neither one of us were great.
We dominated him in the second half. So he's either a really good grader for, giving himself a 58, or he's a really hard grader on us, or he didn't see the second half, which that might be the case. He might not have wanted to see the second half.
Oh, does that count as major trash talk there?
Yeah, there's a little bit of trash talk back and forth, but to me, it almost sounds like they're complimenting each other. Like 58 and 65 sound like great scores, Murph.
I knew you were going to say that.
Don't forget, you just got an A from Yahoo's Fantasy Football.
First
there.
A I've ever gotten in my life.
I got to say, somebody said that Brian Kelly just bodied Dave. I don't think that's a body.
No.
Yeah.
I mean,
people get loose on Twitter. They say things.
They want you to click.
Yeah.
They want you to click.
I
clicked.
We got nerds over here arguing about grades.
Meanwhile, you drafted Travis Kelce because, as you said, simply love wins.
Love always wins,
Love
Murph.
wins, baby.
And you know I'm a big love guy.
As the great Bono and Marcus Boucher once said, one man come in the name of love.
In the name of love, Tony.
Yes. And you drafted Travis Kelce.
Yeah, Mr. Swift.
So I guess there's a bit here where Jason Kelce says Cincinnati was playing Nebraska at Arrowhead Stadium and Travis went with Taylor to the game. Is that right?
Yeah, they were in the press box watching that.
Cincinnati, Nebraska.
Watching the quarterback that looks like Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. And plus, they're Bearcats. Travis, the Kelce's went to Cincinnati.
Good knowledge.
So Taylor Swift turns out was funneling them non-alcoholic beers?
Non-alcoholic?
You know about this?
Non-alcoholic
Jason
beers
says he
or the funnel?
thought he was drinking real beer.
What's the I don't understand
Check
non-alcoholic.
I got a very embarrassing story from last night about beer.
Okay.
So I'm drinking beer. I'm not really hammering them. I'm just kind of putting one back every 30 minutes or something. Just kind of enjoying beers last night. I think it was third quarter. I find out that I've been drinking non-alcoholic beer the entire game. This is the most amount of shame I've ever felt in myself. What is wrong with you, Jason?
Who was the person that tapped in the shoulders of hand, just so you know?
Taylor. Because she said Travis had just been doing the same thing and he's ashamed. I'm like, time out, Travis, there's non-alcoholic beer here? We had both been drinking these thinking they were just some like 0 calorie not thinking it was
the right choice.
Yeah. I'm just like, I just wasted 3/4 of my life. I just say what the just happened.
It's so funny.
I was so ashamed. Anyways, so what was the question?
I was so ashamed.
He's like contemplating his life.
That is very fun, like a deep moment of like a low moment in his life there. So he said, I guess Taylor didn't funnel him. She's the one who informed them. You know, you guys are drinking NAs for sure. Now I will defend the NA.
I know
you will not. No. I will. You get to a certain point where you can't really do it during the week because of whatever calories. You're getting fat. You got to sleep. But you want that little taste after maybe a practice or 9 holes. You're like, you know what? Give me the NA.
Yeah, but if you're worried about the calories and getting fat, isn't it kind of wasted calories to drink a beer without alcohol?
Very
in
light
it?
beer.
Very low calorie.
Very low calorie, yeah.
What's the point, though?
Is the taste. You feel like you're drinking the beer.
Taste.
Yeah, you do.
I also get it from a social standpoint. If you want to be out, but you don't want to drink, but then you're still holding a beer, unless like you have like a private inspector like figuring out what you're drinking,
there's that.
You can also pass along.
It feels more convivial, and I fully understand.
Drink a soda, bro.
No, it's better, more convivial to have the beer-looking thing. I would fully I don't expect you guys to understand.
No,
I wouldn't have understand until I got well into my
grab a water.
Yeah, it's more fun to have a non-night. They've got tremendous improvements on them too. The tastes are pretty good now.
And
Field
Tony,
work makes a good one. The athletic makes a good one. Yeah.
See, I think that's the thing. We've talked about the topic of hat fishing before. This is non-alcoholic beer fishing, where you want to show people you're drinking, but you're not really drinking.
Grab a club soda.
Club soda. Who likes the taste of a club soda?
Copes does.
Does he really?
Yeah, he's a big club soda guy.
Does he really?
Club soda and vodka.
That's odd.
He's always drinking.
I've always
vodka.
found club soda to be just like a very unappealing drink.
Everybody
but
does vodka
non-alcoholic
sodas.
beers have tasted a lot better. I'm telling you. But there's no need for you guys to
I want my
You
alcohol.
don't need to. It's an after 40 thing.
Hey, great new laugh track, by the way. You guys want to set up something funny? I got the laugh track queued up.
Yeah, we'll say I wouldn't expect you to drink NA, Tony, because you're such a lightweight. 2 NA beers would knock you out.
All right. Well done there. Okay.
That's pretty good. That's the Kelce's.
It worked, yeah.
Cut and save forever.
I told you.
Cut and
like
save
that.
forever.
I like that.
Put that on his board right now. Put that on his board.
Can you believe we drink beer without alcohol in it?
Bro, my day has been made, man. My day has been made. What do you want to? Hey, did you guys take a look at Larry Kruger's fantasy football draft? Bro, that is gold, brother.
I told you, man.
Good ears, kid. Good ears.
Did you guys hear Derek Papa is going to get him more than 2 words at tomorrow's roundtable?
Drop the mic. Ron Rivera, no laugh track. Next on the Sports Leader. The good people at Provident Credit Union, where I have my mortgage, and it's a local financial institution and just very, very sound, especially when it comes to your savings. Why would you settle for one size fits all when you can customize your pick-a-term certificate at Provident Credit Union? You can choose a 3-month term, you can choose a 6-month term, you can choose a 12-month term, and either way, you lock in a high dividend rate up to 4.13% annual percentage yield. So it's short-term, it's stable, and it's all on your terms. So whatever your savings goal is, short-term or long-term, this limited time certificate puts you in control. Strong returns, none of the market stress. Newsweek named Provident one of America's best regional credit unions for 2025. So don't wait. This 4.13% rate does not last. Open your account at providentcu.org or stop by your local branch for a little help getting set up. That rate is effective August 5, 2025. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the Sports Leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Born and raised on the Monterey Peninsula, he was a Cal Bear, a Chicago Bear, and two-time NFL Coach of the Year. But now Ron Rivera has returned to his roots.
One of the biggest things I'm here to do is support Justin and his coaching staff, because this is about getting butts in the seats, getting eyeballs on the television, and re-engaging with our fan base and getting them excited about it, which will help us elevate our programs.
Here's the general manager of Cal football, Ron Rivera, with Murph and Marcus. on the sports leader.
And I mean, strutting into the room is Ron Rivera after he goes 1-0 in his GM opener, man. Had to feel very, 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 very good. We talked to Ron last week before they headed up to Corvallis. He kind of laid out what was going on, and then the Bears went out and performed great, dominated Oregon State, their first win up there in that random Oregon town since 2018, and really caught a lot of eyes all around the country, particularly the freshman quarterback, JKS. And should be a lot of fun to see Cal football this year. They host their home opener, Texas Southern, Saturday at 3 o'clock. Thank God it's a day game. I love day football in Berkeley. Ron Rivera, the GM of the Cal Bears. Ron, good morning. Congratulations. Welcome back to Murph and Marcus. How are you?
Hey, morning, Ron.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
We're doing good, man. How you doing? I know they say that, like, if you're a real competitor, that losses hurt way worse than wins feel good. But I hope you took 24 hours to soak that one in. Did you?
Yeah, and I don't know who said that, but they must not win a lot, because I'm telling you, when you win, it's great. It doesn't matter whether you're losing or not, but when you win, it is a great thing. So don't tell me that. I love this one.
Yeah, and so tell us about it from your point of view. You know, some game day butterflies going in, and then when did you sort of start to feel good? Because I think a lot of Cal fans and a lot of college football fans saw as early as the first quarter that your quarterback was, as they like to say, spinning it, right?
He was. He you know, the young man's got a tremendous arm, and he does throw a very nice ball, very catchable football. But, you know, it's interesting because, you know, everybody forgets we ran the ball 3 consecutive plays and got stopped. They made an error. We got the ball back, and the next thing you know, the young man went to work, and it was tremendous. You know, in his first 2 scoring drives, he was 6 for 6, and he started off 9 for 9 in his collegiate career. So that was a very impressive showing by him, and one that gets everybody excited. And again, you know, it was only our first game. We weren't quite sure with what we had in terms of the whole team, and I think now we have a little bit of an idea what to expect. But in, you know, my conversations with Justin the last couple of days is really about, man, we were good, but God, there's so many little things that we got to shore up, that we got to get better at. So that's the attitude I love, is that, you know, sure, we played good, but guess what? Good enough to win gets you good enough to get beat. So we got to be careful with that. You can't get confident, overconfident. That's for sure.
Yeah, they say you only get one chance to make a first impression, and JKS definitely made a huge first impression on the national landscape. But overall, as a team, getting that 34-15 victory too. So what were your big takeaways from that Week 1 victory going into Week 2, Ron?
Well, I will tell you this, you know, one of the concerns going in was the tight end position, or at least I had, and boy, those guys really showed out. I think, you know, that group really did themselves a solid, because we found a combination of guys that can come in and run, catch the ball, block, and just make plays as a whole. So that was fun. It was good to watch. You know, some good things with the offensive line, a little inconsistency at times, some things that will get shored up, that's for sure. I thought the play on with the running backs was hot and cold. You know, we saw some good power running on the inside, but, you know, sometimes we tried to bounce a little too much going laterally and got stopped. So I think our guys got to understand and recognize what they're best at. And I think that being good downhill runners is what we need to do as running backs go. Like the wide receiver group, I know some people are concerned about a couple of drops, but, you know, at the very beginning, I think everybody's got to understand the other team, they get paid too. So, you know, their DBs made some fine plays as well. So you got to give those guys some credit. And as we talked about, the play of the quarterback was solid. Defensively, a lot of positives. I think one thing we got to show up is the combinations in our pass rush. You know, we ran some line stumps that we weren't very good at. I think our guys know they've got to get better. But overall, consistent pressure. I thought the linebackers ran and played very well. I loved Kate Olave's intensity out there, and I think he really shines on with his teammates. And then loved the DBs. Thought the DBs were very aggressive. Had a couple opportunities for some big plays, and they came through. You know, big interception, the big cause fumble. I mean, those are things that you're always looking for.
Ron Rivera is the voice you hear, the general manager of the Cal Golden Bears. You caught me there, Ron, when you said the other team gets paid too. I was like, whoa, it's not the NFL. Whoa, oh, wait, they do get paid too. So that's a phrase you can use now in college football. I like that. And by the way, the Week 2, we're ready to go. Cal is going to take on Texas Southern, and that's going to be in Berkeley on Saturday at 3 o'clock. I love day football over in Berkeley. We talked about that a lot. when we were over there doing our broadcast. I do want to just continue to fixate a little bit on the kid, Jaren Sangapolatele. For those who don't know, a freshman out of Hawaii, outside of Honolulu, and he was a big-time recruit. He had committed to Oregon for a while. He flipped down to Cal. He's a true freshman now, Ron. And so I just kind of wondered your thought on that, like just how young he truly is, what he did on the road. He even commented that the road environment kind of rattled him a little bit. So if you can just shed a little bit more light on how young he was and how difficult that was for him to do as a true freshman. His last real football game was a high school football game.
Well, I think the biggest thing everybody got to understand that he is a true freshman, but one thing he did do is he did graduate early in December of 2024, then came in and enrolled in 2025, January of 2025. So he's been around the program, got really acclimated very well to things. But again, that first game, I tell you, I was kind of hoping it would have been a home game for, to ease into it. But, he went right in, got thrown into the mix. And, that's a very hostile place. They had a great crowd, a very noisy crowd. And I think he really settled in and kind of quieted that crowd for a while. So he played with confidence, which is really amazing to watch a freshman come in and be so poised and play with confidence, make the positive decisions that he did. From that point on, you could see how much fun he was having.
Yeah, now Cal fans and all Bay Area football fans will have a chance to see JKS at home this weekend at Memorial Stadium. What can you tell us about the home opener at Texas Southern? And what do we need to know about this Black Bear section at the stadium this year, Ron?
Well, I tell you what, there's still tickets available for this game, so we'd love to have as many folks come out and be part of the excitement that we're trying to build. But this Black Bear section is an area we created, and we're inviting all East Bay Raider fans to come and be part of their own little community there. Instead of it, quote unquote, being the Black Hole, we're going to call it the Black Bear because we are the Golden Bears. But we do recognize that that the Raiders have had such a tremendous hold on this community, and a lot of those fans we're sorry to see them leave. But we want to give them someplace to come and at least be physically in a stadium. And, hey, come be part of it, cheer for us, and let's go Bears.
So wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You guys are trying to recreate the Black Hole for displaced Raider fans and say, come create the Black Bear in Berkeley.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. The idea behind that is, again, like we said, hey, we're trying to capture the East Bay now. We're trying to capture the entire Bay Area along with Stanford, but the East Bay we want to capture for our own. And again, the only way to do it really is see if we can tie in with those Raider fans. I mean, they're staunch and they're devoted, but they don't always get the opportunity to tailgate and go out to the stadium. So we're trying to give them an environment that they can call their own.
Does this mean we're going to see Oski in silver and black face paint and maybe some spiked shoulder pads?
Well, that's good. It's going to be interesting. Maybe we'll have to get Oski's cousin to come out and be the Black Bear for us.
So wait a minute. So there's a whole thing. Like you can go to calbears.com. I'm getting all this information now. It says you get a promo code BlackBear25 for group discount tickets, and there's a tailgating spot for the Black Bear in Oski's Village for home games. Now, as great as this is, where the jokes are, I mean, you got to be careful now. You welcome these black hole guys, Ron. You got to make sure to have some security there, right?
Well, I'll tell you what, though. The one thing, and I will say this, my 36 years in the NFL, if there was one place, if there was one group that were good, true good football fans, it was when anytime you came to an Oakland Raiders game, man, I'll tell you, they were hard on you. They got after you. But when the game was done and it was a good game, they applauded you. So I got a lot of respect for who they are as fans. And, hey, we want them to come in and be part of this positive environment that we're trying to create. And we're going to try and give them some good football to cheer for as well.
So go to calbears.com. There's a Black Hole website. You can follow Cal Football on social media. It should be pretty fun, man. So the black – are they going to be like in the end zone, or what are we talking here?
Yeah, they'll be in the south end zone. We're going to slowly build this area up for them, because the more and more that come each week, hopefully, there's going to be plenty of space for them to be part of this.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's obviously Texas Southern isn't, an ACC rival. They are an FCS school. But it is a chance to see college football live and in person. The weather should be great. It always is out there for sure, man. All right, well, this is exciting. The Black Bear section has been announced here on the Murph and Marcus Show. Last words for the home opener, like, tailgating, thoughts, the band, like the traditions. What for people who are starting to get hyped on college football and maybe want to come out and see you guys, what's your best game day tip, Ron?
Well, I think the best one is get here and enjoy the environment. We're trying to create an entirely new environment. We've moved some personnel around, and we got some people at some key spots that are coming up with these different ideas and different thoughts as to what we can do to really improve and increase the excitement of our game day experience. So we're really going after it. We do have a tailgating area that we're going to have on campus, and it's going to be in what we call Oski Village now, and it's going to be a spot for folks to come in and kind of commiserate and gather up and tailgate just before the game starts. And also we'll have the band marching through that area to let everybody know it's time to head to the stadium. So we're really trying to create something that's a positive vibe going forward for our fan base.
All right, Ron, good stuff. Hey, we always like to pick your brain a little bit on the NFL on the way out because you were obviously so successful in the NFL as a player and a coach. So if you're Kyle Shanahan and the Niners and you're going up to Seattle, kind of a daunting road game, but there are reports, though, that 49er fans are buying a lot of seats up there. But anyway, you're Kyle. You have your quarterback signed. You have these veterans, but you have a young defense, very young and untested defense. So, what's your message if you're Kyle and the Niners going up to play a division rival early? Is it just, hey, man, we're riding Christian McCaffrey, we're riding Brian Robinson, Ron Rivera's old guys? What's the theme of the week if you're Kyle and the Niners going up to Seattle?
Well, I think it's an opportunity to set a very, very physical tone this year. I mean, I love the running combination. I know both those guys very well, and I believe both those guys are quality, big-time NFL football players and runners. And this is going to be a physical game. I like the fact that, their defense is going to be a little bit different. They got one of the best defensive coordinators back, and I really think that defensive they're going to be flying around. They're going to be fired up because there's a chance to show everybody what they're capable of. I know it's one of their arch rivals, but I do like what Kyle has done. I really do. A lot of people don't know a lot about him this year because there's so many new faces that are on this football team. There's a lot of great unknowns. I think Kyle knows what he has, and I think he's going to come out with a really good offensive game plan that's going to attack. And I think it's going to be a very physical game for several reasons. As I said, I think they're going to try and run it, and I also think they're going to play some very staunch defense.
Yeah, and a lot of those roster changes are because they had to go out and pay Brock Purdy this past offseason. But, Ron, I wanted to ask you about that because we talked about the difference between the roster turnover at the college level versus the pro level. How difficult is that for you as a head coach dealing with that roster turnover year to year?
No, you really don't. But one thing you got to look at, especially when you have your quarterback, is it's time to change. When is it? Well, if you are going to have that young quarterback, you've got to make sure you're going to have pieces that are going to be in place for a while at the right price. So bringing in younger players right now is part of that that salary cap dance that you have to do. And I think John Lynch is handling it in a very masterful way. I think everybody's got to understand. It might be rough this year because you're playing a lot of young guys, but as they mature and develop as a football team, you'll start to see just how good they can become. So to me, it's about being patient. It might be a little rocky at first, and I understand this. The first half of the season, most of their games are on the road. They got something like five games on the road in the first 10 or something, first 8 or 7, something like that. So they're going to be tested early, but later in the season as they develop and grow and kind of bond as a team, they're going to be home for a lot, so they're going to be very comfortable in the stretch that they need to be comfortable, and that's down near the end of the season. So I like their opportunities this year. I think the prognosis for them is, this is a team that's going to grow into, I think, a very competitive team that's going to go ahead and have a chance to compete and win the NFC West.
Yeah, I like that little slip of the tongue there, says the old Carolina Panthers, right? You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I want to end it with an ACC question because you're not the only ex-NFL guy who's in the ACC. Obviously, Frank Reich is down at Stanford. They had a tough start. But another guy that you've known for years and coached against had his debut on Monday night in North Carolina, Bill Belichick. And you're going to play them later this year. We'll talk about that. But just wondered, at a time like that, do you leave a guy like him alone, or are you guys friendly enough through the years that you shoot him a text? How do you handle your sort of relationship with Bill Belichick and him having a rough start there in Carolina?
Well, I think you let Coach breathe a little bit and give himself a chance to evaluate and see what he feels he needs to do. It was a tough opener for them too. Now let's be honest, that's a wide open veteran football team that they have down in SMU, and I think if you're not prepared for that in terms of matching up it's going to be hard. I mean, I know Coach Belichick had a new team. There's something like 70 new players out there on the field. So there's a lot of work they have to do in terms of developing and coming together as a group. And it'll eventually happen. I mean, I believe in what Coach Belichick has done, and we saw his success in the NFL. So it'll be one of those things as time goes and as he works through it, you know, they're going to become more and more competitive, and they're going to be a team that you're going to have to, you know, compete against. And you know, by the time they get to us, I think they'll have played 6 or 7 games. So, you know, I'm looking forward to the matchup. I've always got a lot of respect for what Coach has done, though.
You got one chance to tease Stanford for losing their first game. Do you want to do that on the air? 50,000 watts?
Well, you know, I'm not going to say this out publicly, but I do, you know, in the back of my mind, I'm cheering for them because I do believe this, guys. Us and Stanford, we're joined at the hip. We've got to pull for each other because at the end of the year, you want that big game to be very meaningful because it's going to catch a lot of eyeballs. A lot of folks are going to want to pay attention to us. So I want to see them be successful. But at the same time, when we get a chance to line up against them, I want to beat them. But, you know, I'm cheering for Andrew and his guys to have some success because that's very important for us as a whole, as a group. I mean, this is about the greater good right now, and that's about us being viable because we are in a great sports area. We're in a great marketing area because, I mean, you know, you got about 5 million people in this immediate area. That's a big deal as far as our value is to the ACC. So, you know, we've both got to be viable. So I am cheering for them to have success. Limited, not as much as us, but we want to have.
I'm very
we want to have a big. We want to have a big game.
Very suspicious of this, Ron. I want to get you a couple, maybe get a beer in you and see what you have to say there. All right, come on. No, I got you. We got to do the right thing. It's business, right? You got to take care of business. Well, listen, Texas Southern on Saturday at 3. The debut of the Black Bear section, the Black Hole in Berkeley. How about that? Everybody go to calbears.com. You can check out the Black Hole. They have group discount tickets. They have a tailgating spot. And just trying to make Cal football that much more fun. So congratulations. What a start. You couldn't have done much better. That was a really, really good way to start. And we loved chatting with you. So have a great day Saturday in Berkeley, and we'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, thanks, Ron.
All right, guys. Appreciate you.
There he is, Ron Rivera, the Black Bear section. Now, the first thing we got from 559 was a screenshot of Al, and it said, often imitated, never duplicated. All right. So he says, you can try, but you will not succeed. Dude, how about that? Oski and the Darth Vader spikes.
Dude,
I like
how
that.
About that, dude, with the silver and black face paint?
Oh, man, dude. Well, listen, they're trying to make it fun out there. Thank God they have a 3 o'clock kick. I told you guys, I went to a college football game last Saturday, Navy VMI at noon in Annapolis. It was so freaking glorious. I was so happy. I was like walking around just like a kid. Just bouncing around. It was like Saturday afternoon college football. It's the best. It's the absolute best. I know. So stop at the night games.
Yeah.
And it's funny because next week when we talk to Ron, they're going to be like, hey, Ron, you got a big night game against Minnesota.
Come on
How exciting is that?
Game. But you'll want to see that Black Bear section at night, Murph.
State law. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
A state law that every Cal football game should kick off at 1 o'clock at Memorial Stadium. It's just such a great place to be in the afternoon. It really
Also,
is.
you shouldn't fear fans from the Black Hole. I've sat in the Black Hole a few times, and we share a studio every single morning. Murph.
Yeah, but you don't know how scared I am.
Yeah,
All
true.
right?
Yeah. Plus, you're over here coughing and sneezing on me now.
I know. I'm getting you a cold. Thank you for the tea, the Bigelow tea, John Joe. Very good. Grab a mug and heal from your cold proudly.
Proudly.
All right, Larry Kruger tried to talk mess about my fantasy team. All I know, I've never seen this guy. I've been to the championship multiple times. I look around, I never see him. So I don't know what to tell you. You know, there's a lot of, they always say the empty barrel makes the loudest noise. Yeah. That's what they say.
Yeah, well, he's been outside the league for a couple of years.
Yeah. 8th grade teacher said that to me. He said, the empty barrel makes the loudest noise. He also said, we were all dressed up on 8th grade. He signed my yearbook. He said, just remember, a monkey in a tuxedo is still a monkey.
Wow, that's true. See, that makes more sense than the empty barrel making a loud noise. Yeah, just like when it drops or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
When you roll a barrel that's filled with something, it makes no noise. But then you knock over a barrel that's empty.
Look at us working this out.
It's like physics or something like that. I don't know. Aerodynamic engineering? I don't know.
Now you lost me.
What was Larry's team name again, Murph?
Well, the Krugerans, but I call them the Diaperans because they're kids. And you noted, I heard you say he was out of the league for a couple of years.
Yeah, he was.
We got you.
Well, wait a minute. What did the Kelseys have to say? You know, we were looking for Krugel, but he was out of the league the last time. That thing is freaking
I don't
gold,
worry about
buddy.
the Krug.
That thing is freaking, yeah, exactly. He doesn't even know about that. Kruger talking Niners and trash next on the Sports Leader.
Just win, baby.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We're still giving away 2 single-day passes to the Aftershock Festival, and stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour, through the end of the show, for your chance to win 2 tickets for Sunday, October 5th. You get to go see Bring Me to the Horizon. They're going to be out there. That's what you're hearing right now. It's Throne by Bring Me to the Horizon. Interesting name. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer. And you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, we like to say when we welcome Larry Kruger to the airwaves, we say they're not booing, they're saying Krug. When in fact, this time they actually are booing. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We are booing Larry Kruger as he comes on the airwaves after just an embarrassing performance in the fantasy football draft that will play out over 14 painful weeks for him. What is it? Because then the playoffs start week 15 and he's out.
Playoffs?
In that situation. So, Krug, good morning. How are you, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Larry?
Hey, you know what they say, as the great football coach / New York Jet philosopher once said, if you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
All right,
there it is.
Well, I cannot wait for the Krugerrands football mensch smackdown, which will be coming up, I don't know when. Hopefully we get 2 against each other because...
oh, dude, I would love to go up against you. I can't wait for your Drake May Xavier Worthy combo.
Yeah.
That's going to be an awesome...
Go check it. By the way, do yourself a favor. Go Google Xavier Worthy's stat line in the Super Bowl and get back to me. All right?
Okay, well, that's a game. That's one game, you know. Juwan Jennings says, hell yeah. You know?
Yeah, we'll compare those 2 stat lines. So, well, it's good. It's fun. Marcus and I are going head-to-head week 1. You definitely... I've renamed your team from the Krugerrands to the Diaper Rams because you decided to take that whole rookies are a savvy draft pick thing to the next level, dude.
Larry, you have 7 rookies. You know that this was not a rookie draft, right?
I don't want to bag on you, but it's 8.
So more than half of your team is rookies, Larry. What's the strategy behind that?
Well, you know what? It's the rookies can come out of nowhere, and I actually think there's some really, really good rookies this year. I probably, what made this a little bit more complicated is, we were on the air doing this, so it was a little bit more complicated. I got to admit I've never done that move before. Let's just say this: as we sit here today, I don't have a defense, so I will be drafting a defense at some point, but I probably should have went with one more running back, one less quarterback. I do have Brock Purdy, so you're saying Brock Purdy sucks. Is that what you're saying, Murph?
I didn't say that was Marcus.
Hey, Larry, actually, I was looking real quick. Brock Purdy is projected to be the 6th best fantasy quarterback in our league by our league rules. So do you think Brock Purdy will be a better fantasy quarterback or a real-life quarterback this year?
Well, that's a good one, actually. I think he'll probably be a better. I always think he's not the fantasy guy, more of a real life quarterback. But I do think there'll be some downfield passing this year with Jordan Watkins in town. So I'm kind of banking on that. But it's you're right. I went with too many rookies. But you know what? Amarion Hampton, I really think's having a monster year. Tyler Warren, I think's going to have a monster year. And then there's Malik Neighbors is on this team. So. Cameron Dicker, the kicker, can win it for me.
I like Cam Dicker too. I'll throw you a couple of breadcrumbs there. By the way, sorry,
you did go for one of my guys though, Murph. I got to be right. This always seems like it happens. Do you have Caleb Johnson?
Wait a minute. I don't think
No,
so.
no, Larry. I have Caleb Johnson.
You went with Caleb
I
Johnson
stole Caleb
right
Johnson.
in front of me, man.
yeah.
Right in front of me.
Well,
That's a great pick.
I could have let you get all the rookies, Krug.
The only thing worse than fantasy football heartbreak is little league draft room heartbreak when you're like, oh, dude, I got this kid at tryouts. And then the guy right before you takes it.
Yeah, well, Larry, I did want to ask you about one rookie on your roster, Elijah Arroyo, who is a rookie tight end this year for the Seattle Seahawks, who the Niners will see this weekend. So what's the breakdown on him?
Well, if you saw that Senior Bowl, he actually caught the ball like a receiver. I mean, he truly is a jumbo wide receiver, and I just think that once Seattle gets a taste of his receiving ability, he's going to be a pretty consistent target. So I don't know exactly. That was a little bit of a late round flyer, but I do like Arroyo's receiving ability.
There you go. Nothing like stacking your depth chart with rookie tight ends. There's nothing like that. Hey, here's the deal. I'm Joe Montana. Just did a hit on Pat McAfee moments ago, and he said this about Brock Purdy, quote, I think you'll see a different player coming up this year. I really like him. He usually doesn't make a lot of mistakes, and he's careful with the football. He's got great placement of it. I just think he's got the right demeanor, and everybody has those kinds of years. He's talking about last year. He says, I had them. You can go and look around at anybody, Brady, everybody. When injuries start taking place, your whole team changes, and then the quarterback seems sometimes that it all rides on their back, and so they start doing things they normally wouldn't do, but I think he'll be fine. Long quote from Joe, but there's some interesting stuff in there because if you go back and look last year, Larry, he did not have, and there were a couple of games that he could have won. Those two Rams games in particular, and he didn't. And so I'm just kind of wondering, are you still reserving in your brain like, Brock has to kind of prove it to me this year?
Well, I mean, I think he the best part, Murph, is it not really about what I think or you think, but it's what he thinks, and he thinks that he has a lot to prove. So that's kind of where he's at, that's just the kind of guy that he is. So. Some guys get paid and go south. I think this guy's going to be the opposite. I think this is the guy who's getting paid is just going to, eliminate one more thing that he had to worry about in his world. Now he can be literally all in on football. I'll tell you what's really noticeable is that his connection with Ricky Pearsall is really good, and his connection with George Kittle, and I don't know if it's because they both live next to each other in Nashville, but it's really good. I mean, I would expect Purdy to Kittle when the chips are down. I think that's going to be a really tough thing to stop because those guys are really on the same page right now. More so than ever before.
Brock was paid this offseason. Juwan Jennings was not. As far as we know right now, I know that they're planning on speaking to the media today and tomorrow before the season starts. But, Larry, what was your breakdown of how the Juwan Jennings saga played out, and what version of JJ do you expect to see on Sunday?
I don't think there is versions of JJ. I think there's only one version of JJ. He's tough as hell. He's competitive as hell. And he shows up and plays big when there's money on the table. And that's who he is. That's who he always was. That's who he was at Tennessee. That's the guy who's been here. As far as this holdout thing, it put everybody in kind of a pickle. It could kind of put everybody in kind of a bind. I'll just say this. I don't know if it's the calf, but he showed no indications on the practice field that of any calf anything. So not that, he has to, but like Mikael Williams, who had an ankle from last year, early in camp, you could see him often grimacing or grabbing at the ankle and, kind of massaging it through practice. Hey, JJ had none of that. He was making sharp cuts. I think he's going to show up and play. Now, I hope they limit his snaps, because I would hate to see any kind of soft tissue thing because he has missed a month of practice and there's no getting around that. But if they're easy with him on his reps early on, I think that's probably wise, but I think he's going to play the way he always plays.
All right. And then finally we had Tim Ryan on yesterday, and he said he has, quote, trepidation about the defense. Yes. Your reaction.
I was driving in actually because sat in yesterday for the Gregs and with Husak, and I was listening to that. By the way, great interview, but I was a little surprised. I don't know, were you guys surprised when he was saying that? Just how he seemed very, very much like, hey, let's I don't know what we're going to see from this defense. And I understand where he's coming from. I do think though with Saleh and Bradley, they're just a smarter, more experienced combo leading this defense, and I think if the Niners can't get it done with their front four rush-wise, and they probably can't at times, that Saleh will be able to scheme it up a whole lot better than the last couple coordinators could. So I've got some hope, on that front that he'll be able to kind of fill in that gap a little bit until they can coach him up a little bit better.
Do you like the matchup this Sunday, or do you hate opening at Seattle?
I love opening at Seattle. One, it's a big slap in the face. It's like there's no way you're going to ever not be ready. That's supposedly going to be more Niner fans than Seahawk fans. Brock has never lost in Seattle. He's 3-0 there. I think Brock, in a lot of ways, is like Russell Wilson, post Russell Wilson. Russell was 17-4 against the Niners, and now Brock's 3-0 against them. So I like the matchup, but I will say this: there's one major concern. Seattle has run the ball in 3 preseason games for over 5 yards a carry. They're having a lot of success running the ball. They got a new offensive lineman named Zabel from North Dakota State who looks pretty good. And they're going to come out in this game, and they're going to run the ball down the Niners' throat. They're going to try to. And we'll see if the Niners can stop the run. And they've practiced some 5-man fronts, so they're not going to sit there in their wide 9 and just wither if they're getting gashed. But to me, that is the number one thing to watch in this game. Can Seattle, who's run it awesome, can they continue to run it awesome against the Niners?
Yeah, K9. Can they put the K9 in the kennel? I guess.
Charbonnet. Don't forget your guy Charbonnet.
That's my guy. That's my dude. Let's not talk UCLA football, brother. Ever again. Ever again. All right, man. All right, dude. Off you go. We know you got to get to Santa Clara. Thanks, Larry. And good luck to the Krugerrands.
Yeah, thanks, Larry.
As Russell Crowe said in Gladiator, the time of honoring yourself will soon come to an end.
Oh, I thought he said, "Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?" But he also said, the time of honoring yourself will soon come to an end.
All right, be good. Larry Kruger on The Sports Leader. All right, Ethos Life Insurance, answering big questions in your life. This is online. This is an online way to get life insurance. No excuses. Oh, it's too complicated. No. It's easy. Check out Ethos Life, the online way to get life insurance in as little as 10 minutes. They have rates you can afford, like a $500,000 term life policy for a 40-year-old male starting at just $1 a day. That's $30 a month. And the rates do increase the longer you wait, so do not put it off. There's a situation where online you can take a medical exam, answer a few health questions, and get up to $3 million in coverage. This is all because we have to ask ourselves the serious questions. If something happens, what happens to the kids? Who pays their education? Who pays the mortgage for the family and all the important bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the better way to get life insurance. For your free quote, visit ethos.com/leader. That's ethos.com/leader. Not available in all states, and rates vary.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, you hear that? That's not Fire Starter by Prodigy. That's Bring Me the Horizon, who are playing Sunday, October 5th. Sunday, October 5th at the Aftershock Festival. And we got 2 tickets right now. Call John Joe Curley, 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-KNBR, caller number 10, and you will win tickets to Sunday, October 5th. Bring Me the Horizon, Black Veil Brides, Rob Zombie, Flyleaf, Mudvayne, and Machine Head. Whew. So there was a typo on the promo sheet. Somebody wrote, Bring Me to the Horizon, which is what Tony read. And we found out about Tony when he's up against it. He points fingers and throws people under the bus.
Wow.
Because
No. We all know why that. Why I pointed fingers at that.
You're telling me he's out here pointing fingers and snitching on people? Who does this guy think he is? Kyle Freeland?
We know there's a history on that one. I'm going to leave that off the record.
Okay. Because the Bring Me the Horizon crowd lashed out. And Tony responded on the text line, it was the promo team, not me. It was the promo team, not me. Hey, some guy actually wrote in and said, trust me, I know Bring Me the Horizon. I have one of their album covers tattooed on my body. Wow. That's a Bring Me the Horizon head, dude. How many people do you know that have a Bring Me the Horizon album tattooed on their person? Raise your hand. That's right. There's no hands up there right now.
I didn't even know
there were one, the texter.
I didn't know they were a band 5 minutes ago, to be honest with you.
So maybe you want to head down to the parlor and get some ink.
Yeah, I'll see you at the Horizon.
You going to get that Wu-Tang tattoo?
No, you know me. I'm getting WB on D.
Waterboy
on dope.
Waterboy
on dope.
Listen, I like Pete Thamel as a college football writer, and I'm not trying to dog him here, but I am going to have a little fun.
Woof, woof.
Because he's the college football senior writer for ESPN, right? And I love it. I love reading it. But he just posted something. It says sources, period. I'm like, oh, sources.
Oh, sources are saying.
Cal football has created a new section in the south end zone of its stadium for the Black Hole, the famed Raiders cheering section. They are calling it the Black Bear. Sources, bro.
I've heard about this story.
How about you just tune in?
I think I've heard this story before.
So, Pete, I appreciate your attempt to break a story, but we had it first.
We're the source.
We had it first.
We are the source.
Yes.
We're like
so
Stu Feiner, the source.
Yeah. So
How about give us a little damn credit, huh?
Well,
you know.
How about somebody? Can somebody give? What's it?
Can somebody give Bob some damn credit?
Draymond Green style.
Tell him,
Thank
Draymond.
you very much. There you go. Can you give me a read here, buddy? When I need it,
I can give you a podcast.
Mm-hmm. You can give me a.
You're going to get this podcast.
Yeah, what do you want me to read for you, Murph? I'm really good at reading, so well that I can read that A grade that I got on my draft report card, but we can get to that in a minute after I tell you that my great draft was sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Well done. All right, for the 938 crowd, we haven't talked Giants in a while because we did Tracy Sandler and Larry Kruger and Ron Rivera, which is fun. But, put up your Dukes. Put them up, said the old cartoon
Put them
guy.
up, put them up.
There you go.
That's the cat, right?
Yeah, Snaggletooth or whatever. Put them up.
Sylvester, the cat, right?
No, it wasn't Sylvester who said put them up. I think it was Snaggletooth. But either way.
Either way's fine.
We are, it's been a discussion all morning long. Multiple takeaways from it. Number one, are Willie Adames and Matt Chapman going to get suspended out of this whole thing, which would really suck? Because if there is just 0.001% chance of keeping this thing interesting till the final week, you got to have Adames and Chapman out there. Now, that said, they didn't have Adames and Chapman out there yesterday, and they won the gosh darn ball game, right? So are you fearful of a suspension? And the only reason I am is because Major League Baseball is a bunch of wussies. Yeah. Like, they should not suspend anybody for this. Just play on, boys. Isn't there a thing in soccer where they say play on? You know, you just got to, let's not make a mountain out of a freaking molehill here.
Yeah, but then we would have needed.
Play on, boys, play on.
Then we would have needed 8 minutes of stoppage time after Devers finally rounded the bases on his home run trot, Murph.
Yeah. Well, we did have stoppage time. You're right. We're going to add 9 minutes at the end of the game.
We're going to add 9 more outs at the end of the game.
Freeland snitched on Devers and said Devers came in and shoved him, and he did shove him, but the umps, for some reason, did not eject.
Well, Kyle Freeland can go shove it because he threw a meatball right down the middle of the plate. Devers took him deep. I really did not think it was that disrespectful. Like, he's not staring down Kyle Freeland. He's not yelling at him. He's not pointing fingers. He's not calling him any names. He's just admiring the deep shot that he sent into the right field bleachers. So, honestly, I didn't think Matt Chapman or Willie Adames should have even been ejected yesterday. I understand the letter of the law. They don't want you escalating these fights and taking it to the next level. But we've seen so much worse in baseball. This was a typical base brawl to me where it's nothing but shoving and pushing, basically like you getting in a fight with one of your siblings growing up. I didn't see no harm, no foul. I thought everybody should have stayed in the game.
How much
yesterday.
of our opinion is colored by the fact that we work at the Giants flagship station and we're sort of low-key Giants fans? Not low-key. I'm a huge Giants fan, but I'm saying it's low-key better for business that the Giants win games, right?
I would have said the same thing if the shoe was on the other foot and it was Hunter Goodman charging after Logan Webb and pushing him. I'd be like, all right, let Logan Webb go back out there for the second inning. If he wants to put one in his ribs, that's fine, and the game will please itself. I know that's more of an old school kind of mentality in baseball, but I think regardless of who's wearing what uniform, nobody deserves to be suspension for a pushing and shoving match that we saw yesterday.
I looked up who's been suspended this year. For example, Tommy Pham was suspended 1 game this year. That's because he made an obscene gesture towards fans during a game.
It's because he tried to fight everybody.
Against the Angels.
Yeah.
You remember this?
It's Tommy Pham. What do you
Pham
expect?
touched Tommy Pham's glove as he was playing defense, prompting Pham to make an offensive gesture from the field. He initially appealed the suspension, but later served the suspension in May. So Mike Krukow, get the Krukow cut. Young Tony, let me know when you have it from this morning. He was more concerned than we were because I say play on. And again, like you said, if it was the Rockies who came out and put their hands on Logan Webb, I don't know. Would we feel differently if, Hunter Goodman shoved Logan Webb? You got to get suspended for that. I don't know. Maybe you would.
I don't think so, honestly.
You say play on even if it's Hunter Goodman?
Play on. Yeah, I don't
touching
care.
Your pitcher?
I don't care. Objectively, that was not a bad fight. I know some people are seeing the screenshots of Willie Adames square up, but he wasn't really throwing any punches. Nothing landed. This is not that big of a deal.
The more I think about it, the more fearful I get that Major League Baseball is going to act the wussy and suspend, which is going to suck. Here's Mike Krukow's take.
It's not over. This is going to the league now. They could get it suspended a game or 2 or 3. I mean, that's just the nature of the beast and the way that they've handled this thing, which, they do it for one reason. They do it to protect players. And there's so much money invested in players. Owners have made it an issue that they need to be protected. They don't need to. You can't fight. You can't retaliate with protecting your players, hitting players. It's just a different era of baseball. But you've got to live by the rules, and unfortunately, the rules are going to come back, and I think they're going to bite the Giants. I think there's going to be at least a game, maybe 2 of suspension for Chapman. I think Chapman's going to get the bigger fine and suspension, but this time of year, you can't do that, and I think it's going to prove to be a mistake.
Wow, so that would suck. I mean, you're trying to, every March. Again, now, they won the game without Adames and Chapman yesterday. That said, they were playing the Colorado Rockies, who you famously said,
dude, the Rockies suck.
That's what you said. So, they do play the Rockies for 3 games at the end of the year. Maybe they take it.
Good.
That final.
Bring them on.
Maybe can you choose when you get suspended?
I want more. Yeah, exactly. We're gonna put our suspension on layaway.
Yeah, man. Well, listen, guys. Here's the people out there on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line 415-808-5627. 650 says, any guess as to when we hear the league's decision on the suspension? That I do not know. No. They sound strange. 831 says, did Kruger draft Adames and Chapman to his fantasy football team knowing they might be suspended? Very good.
Nice.
I'm going to sneeze right now so you can take this, Marcus.
Oh, bless you. Kazuntai. I mean, Larry Kruger. I don't think Willie Adames and Matt Chapman reached the what am I trying to say? The standards of being a rookie in the NFL to get drafted to.
Sorry to put you in that situation.
No,
there,
you're
buddy.
fine, man. I was
have
scrambling
a cold
there.
today.
I was like, how many times is this guy going to sneeze?
And I wound up not even sneezing.
Yeah, come on. What are you doing? That's
the
fake
worst, by the way. When you think you're going to sneeze.
Fake sneeze.
Can I work PG-13? It was a blue ball sneeze.
Oh, wow. Jeez. You're the one working dirty this morning.
Have you heard Walt's freaking fantasy football team
I have
name?
heard about it. I've heard a little too much about that fantasy football team name.
281 says, talk about protecting players. How many hit by pitch do we have on the year? Come on. They do that, too. Another 209er says, the bigger story is the Padres are in a free fall with 2 huge injuries in the last couple days. That's pretty interesting.
Free fall.
831 says it's not like he told him to go get it out of the ocean.
Go get it from the Rocky Mountains.
408 says sometimes they stop and watch to see if they hooked it foul. I just think the whole thing was because the Rockies have lost 100 games. Kyle Freeland's about to be 3-14. But in general, it was unfortunate. I liked what the Rockies did. And in fact, Logan Webb said after the game that there might be a little bit of a igniting moment here, which caused us to go back into the 90s EDM here. Young Tony, this is Logan Webb after the game here.
You did a great job today. I mean, the whole group, Casey got smoked in the elbow yesterday, comes in there and hits a homer. Guys give him a little slack for that. You can't hit 2 balls the warning track, and homer, and get another base hit. So, but it was great to see. The boys rallied, and it was, you never really want to see that stuff, I guess, in most people's eyes, but I think it's sometimes a fire starter in a good way.
Fire starter. I said fire starter. I know that. And I asked you guys, and you guys didn't know.
Had no idea.
The text line came to the rescue. What do you want to play it on the other side, young
Yeah,
Tom?
let's tease that. Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go.
Fire starter. In a good way, Murph. And that's the last thing I do want to say. I think there are positives from this situation. Now, we'll see how this plays out if there are possible suspensions, which, again, I do not agree with. But I did love seeing the fact that after all the rumors and reports that we heard out of Boston about Rafael Devers being a clubhouse cancer and nobody's going to like him in that locker room. There's Matt Chapman. There's Willie Adames, the Walmart greeter, the happiest guy maybe in Major League Baseball, as the first 2 guys out of the dugout. And it didn't stop there. There was Wilmer Flores. There was Drew Gilbert. There was Logan Webb, the starting pitching. These guys have Rafael Devers back, and I think that is going to be a significant moment, not just for the remainder of this season, but for the nucleus of this franchise moving forward.
No, I don't think there's any question. I agree with you 100% that I thought that, and also, by the way, do you don't think the Red Sox want those home runs that Devers is hitting?
Yeah, by the way, Rafael Devers now 15 home runs in San Francisco after hitting 15 home runs in Boston. Got to 15 quicker here in San Francisco in less games.
I mean, this guy is absolutely locked in, dialed in, and is exactly what Buster Posey was looking for when it happened. So good stuff. All right, well, what did young Tony learn today? He asked today, his 50th edition. You can find that on KNBR.com, right, the podcast, along with Ron Rivera. By the way, somebody texted in and said there's an authority to Ron Rivera's voice that makes me a believer. See? Salesmanship works, man. 707 says, Ron Rivera's making me a believer. He's bringing some sizzle back to Cal football. He's got strength in his voice. Yeah. Speaks with authority. Can I get a Go Cal? We used to have, Pecan used to have a Lee Corso. Shout him out. Go Cal when he was on our show one time. Nice. He said that, which is unusual. Usually in Cal, they say Go Bears. Yeah. Go Bears.
Go Bears.
They're playing an FCS team this Saturday.
Go Bears.
So,
Go Bears.
Let's be real about this. They're playing Texas
I'll
Southern.
see you in the Black Bears section.
There it is. A lot of people saying, does it come with Black Bear Diner promo coupon codes?
Ooh.
I
do like me some Black Bear Diner.
And it's funny, I've never been. I know, and I hear good things.
Oh, yeah.
All across the board.
Good diner.
They're hard to find in the Bay Area.
We should have asked Larry Kruger about it since he does Diners Nightly every night on KNBR.
Does he?
Yeah, that's a riff.
Oh, dude, look at you.
Diners Nightly.
You got me.
Diners Nightly.
You got me
That's
on
a
that
riff
one,
from
buddy.
our afternoon boys.
All right, very good. Oh, do they do that?
Yeah, that's their usual handoff riff.
Diners Nightly?
Yeah, because when you're thinking of a change, think Speedy Oil change.
Okay.
Time for Diners Nightly.
I got you. All right, I'm all set. Okay, we'll hand it over. Well, what did young Tony learn today? Got a little off the rails on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, let's talk about Bigelow Tea, which has been helping me hugely today because I have a cold. And there's nothing like a Bigelow Tea to help you when you have a cold. That's why every season is Bigelow Tea season. That's why Bigelow's the number one tea in the Bay Area. We have it right here. We reach for it at the Sports Leader. Today's chamomile, just like Gwen Stefani speaks about. But I look at that early on. I love all of Bigelow's different flavor options. Perfect for someone who makes their living behind a microphone fighting a cold. Keeps me going, keeps you going. Look no further than our cup of Bigelow tea right here at the Sports Leader. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Listen to the Sports Leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You never know what a day is going to bring you when you start the day by talking about the fighting San Francisco Giants, just like those fighting Golden State Warriors. And then as the day goes on, you play some sound from Bob Melvin saying he hopes they don't get suspended. And we're like, come on, man. You can't suspend them for that. And then you got Mike Krukow coming on saying he thinks they might get suspended, which would really suck because the Giants are finally trying to do something to get us interested. And then you start playing some more quotes, and you get to Logan Webb, and Logan Webb says, yeah, man, look at all the guys stepping up. Casey Schmidt grabbed a glove and went out there and hit a bomb, even though he had a bum elbow. And, Devers went over to third base and played well. Koss played shortstop, and Dom Smith went over to first. All these things that went on. And then he said, these kind of things can be a fire starter. That's what he said. You got the exact one here? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm connecting JD. I do have the song though. This is what we've been waiting for.
I thought you were going to play the
Oh, no. This is what we want.
Well-oiled machine here.
Here we go. Ready?
Wait. So I said, well, we have to set it up here a little bit. Are we doing the Young Tony?
So the song as well, Prodigy in general. I'm a Prodigy guy now, it sounds like. They're incredible.
Some would say you're the Prodigy of the morning show, Young Tony.
Well said, Marcus. You said it, not me. You want to do What Did I Learn?
So, what did we learn?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did Young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
Okay, so I said, Firestarter. I said, Firestarter. I said, what was that song? Firestarter. And I said, I can't remember that song. And you guys said, I don't know. And then here came the text line. Boom. Prodigy. They came pouring in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. I said, well, Tony, you should probably find it. It is EDM. That's your jam.
That's your bag, Tony.
And then you wind up playing around. Next thing you know, you got a Logan Webb Prodigy mashup.
Firestarter. 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 And then we win.
All right, there it is.
All right.
Young Tone, the DJ.
I see you working,
something,
Tony.
right?
It's something. It's something. And that was all sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea. Probably definitely was something. Give Tony a nice, polite round of applause.
Yeah, nicely done, Young Tone. Nicely done.
Firestarter. 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 And then we win.
And you are now totally in on.
I'm a Prodigy guy. Hopefully they're at Portola this year. Maybe they get a little cameo.
925 just texted in saying that they are going to be at Portola this year.
This is news to me. All right. I bought the ticket, looked at the lineup once, didn't really look at in too much detail, but that's great news. I'll be there.
You going to be out there in your Brandon Fott jersey?
I'll probably rock the Stetson Bennett Georgia jersey. That's the one this year, yeah.
All right. Very good. What's the background on that?
There's no background. So there's a little bit. So Jalen Milroe is a Jalen Milroe guy coming out of the draft. I always thought he was the best quarterback prospect. Ordered a medium, right? eBay, just ordered a medium jersey. Came in, fit great. A little big. I was like, maybe I wear a short sleeve underneath. Maybe get a smaller one. Ordered a small. They sent me the Stetson Bennett 2023 Georgia national champion jersey. And how about this, Murph? I threw it on and returned the Jalen Milroe.
That's incredible.
Now he's a Bennett guy.
And where is Stetson now? Remember, he went to the Rams.
He's the backup. He's the third behind our guy Jimmy G.
Is he still the third string quarterback behind that man in the dancing pants?
Yeah, that's right. And the pants with the ass where the woman said, wait, maybe we can make this thing work.
Whoa, you talking Italians?
Yeah. All right. Well, that is pretty funny. You sent it back and they gave you a Stetson Bennett.
And I rocked it at Outside Lands and I got rave reviews. Bunch of people, hey, love the Bennett jersey, dude. Stetson Bennett's my guy.
Rave reviews. I'm surprised anybody even recognized him.
Lots of stuff on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. First of all, a lot of people saying prayers up for Keith Flint, the man who says Firestarter. He's no longer with us. Here we go. 209 says Childish Gambino sampled Prodigy on his last album, and it's fire.
Nice.
707 says, Young Tony, if you're in, listen to Breathe by Prodigy.
That's what we came back with. Yeah, it was pretty good.
Okay, there you go. And then 831 comes down on the Giants and says, the Giants are like a guy in garbage time in the fourth quarter scoring points. There is that theory that they're playing well because the pressure is off.
Yeah, I don't buy that theory in baseball. You can't just play prevent coverage in baseball. These aren't just opposing teams. Like Kyle Freeland, as much as we're sitting here and making fun of him for hanging that slider over the middle to Rafael Devers, he didn't throw that pitch on purpose. He's not mailing it in on a 99, now 100 loss team. I don't buy that narrative in baseball.
Okay, good one. 415 says, hey, even Verlander ran on the field to protect his team.
Watch out for Unk getting in the scramble.
And 916 says, yesterday galvanized this Giants club because it was a fire starter.
Firestarter. Firestarter.
Listen to this, man. Firestarter. Yeah.
Firestarter.
I don't know where I was in 96 when I heard this. Like Live 105 or something like that.
I was going to say, were you at like an underground rave or something?
I've been to one rave, you know that. I was at a rave in 92. Yeah.
Murph had the NBA referee whistle.
I did. I started doing... I did those, and it was not well received by the ladies there. Shocker. By the way, the Black Bear crowd is out and have announced many, many, many locations around the Bay. I don't know how I've missed them. I guess I drive right by them. I guess there's one in Emeryville. There's one in Terra Linda.
There's one in Danville. I've been there.
I don't know. I guess I gotta up my Black Bear game.
There used to be one in Sunnyvale, but someone said that the health department just shut it down. So now I'm.
Was it Black Roach Diner?
Well, yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Now I'm thinking about all the times I ate there when I was still in Sunnyvale.
You're a healthy young man.
Yeah,
You're good.
I guess, kind of.
707 says what many of those who have put on a few pounds say, wait a minute, Tony, did you just say small and medium?
Tony is a size medium.
When's the last time any of us
It's
wore
tough.
a small?
I know.
or a
Dude, and this
medium?
kid's out here running 10Ks and biking up mountains trying to lose weight.
He's our guy.
That's
All
Tony.
right, well, tomorrow's the round table. You'll see. Are you going, Tony?
Oh, he better be there.
I am indeed. I'll be there. Yeah.
Good man.
You going to play golf before?
That's a great question. I might try to get a 10K in before. I ran a 10K yesterday. How about this 7:45 pace? I've been up in the pace, boys. We're going to be doing
What's the next goal? What's the
Probably
next race?
half marathon.
Where? San Francisco?
I haven't scheduled anything yet.
Yeah,
Apparently,
what are you pacing for?
there's one in November in Slow.
We gotta go, guys.
Yeah,
We
think
gotta
about
go.
the pace of the show, Tony.
All right, time to leave. Hand it over to Greg Silver's back. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on, we can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I just find that extremely disrespectful and felt that I needed to let him know about that.
That I've been drinking non-alcoholic beer the entire game. I was so ashamed.
Fire starter in a good way.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa
San Francisco.
and Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Isaac Garendo is in. JP with 4 carries and a catch. Garendo with a fake toss. Purdy looks left, now right, throws. Wide open, Juwan Jennings. Touchdown! San Francisco! 2nd and 15. Purdy under center. Play action to Mason. Throw over the middle. Wide open, Juwan Jennings. 40. Gets tripped up as he crosses the 45. Down, but a 33-yard catch and run by Juwan Jennings. Purdy back, Purdy time, Purdy throws, downfield wide open, caught! Juwan Jennings has a hat trick in LA! Touchdown! San Francisco! 1st and 10, play action to JP Mason. Brock gonna get rolling out to his left. Will throw one down the field for Juwan Jennings. Jennings went up and took it away! What a catch by JJ! He scored 3 touchdowns today, but that's the best play he's made. How did he catch that ball?
Because Brock Purdy trusts him and puts it up to him no matter if he's covered or not, and goes in front of Quentin Lake and rips that football away from him, just skying over the top of him, hands in front of Lake, arms all over, and Juwan Jennings hangs on to that football.
54 more yards for Juwan Jennings.
Hello. It's good to be back. A lot has changed in the last week, huh? JD and I were last on the air together last Wednesday. I got to hang out with Krug to end this last week, and here we are just 4 days away now from opening kickoff up in Seattle, and the 49ers' injury-ridden, somewhat tense preseason was all of a sudden looking pretty good at the beginning of this week, and a big reason why, the highlights you heard right there from Greg Papa and Tim Ryan. Juwan Jennings was back on the practice field. In fact, everyone not named Jordan Watkins practiced on Monday, and today is the installation. Gonna be going full swing here, and Seahawks are waiting for them up in Seattle for an NFC West clash. It's been a lot of talk. It's been a lot of build-up. We got the 49er roundtable coming for you tomorrow. And JD, we can start to feel it a little bit. Tomorrow you're going to hear the sweet sounds of that Sunday Night Football NBC music for that opening kickoff special. Mike Krukow, Cowboys, Eagles, starting with the NFC East, but we really care about the NFC West. What's happening, my dude?
Football is back. It's great to be with you for the first time in a week, and it is go time for the NFL and go time for the San Francisco 49ers as they lead up to the season opener in Seattle on Sunday. I'm going to be on hand along with Adam Copeland. Our buddy Austin Scott from the digital team's going to be there as well. So we got just a full week in the lead up and then full coverage on game day coming up. And, of course, we'll be talking about it on Monday. I'll be up in Seattle joining you in the aftermath of week one. But it's great to really have football back. We go through it. Everybody gets so excited that final week of July when training camp starts, and then you get about 2 weeks in, and you're still a month away. When is the season going to get here? Well, the season is finally here. Just 3 more shows for us, and then looking forward to the 49ers and the Seahawks. And it's going to be a big one here to begin the year. And all of a sudden, maybe things looking a little bit more optimistic for the 49ers heading into Seattle on Sunday.
Well, I think that's where we start, and that's where we kick off, pun intended. That's where we're going to kick off our Wednesday right here, is that the 49ers offseason, looking at it as a whole, right? It was pretty drama-free. Brock Purdy signs early. George Kittle, Fred Warner both get taken care of. You're feeling pretty good about things, even though there's going to be a lot of question marks with the rookies, not to mention you bring in Robert Saleh back. That was really the first indicator of things being a little bit different. Brant Boyer comes in as the new special teams coordinator. Special teams, of course, a lot of variance year to year, and the 49ers would love to not have a repeat of that unit's performance from last season. Then it gets a little bit tense, a little bit dramatic. You have the Jawan Jennings situation where he does re-aggravate the calf that he injured last year, and on top of that, he wants a new contract at a lot more money than the 49ers are willing to pay. That turns into a tense stare down. You can sense the frustration between Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch in the comments being made. Jawan Jennings took to social media, kind of forcing 49er fans to relive some of that trauma from the Brandon Ayuk and the Deebo Samuel contract holdouts over the past few seasons. And so now you're thinking, okay, on top of that, we got all these injuries, right? Dom Pooney plays in the preseason. He has the PCL sprain, looking like he's going to be good to go week 1. And there's a whole lot of injury reports, ins and outs, nothing too major. And now you look at it as it stands, a lot of those players like a Michael Williams, CJ West, Upton Stout, they're all good to go practicing. And as I noted, it really was just Jordan Watkins kind of practicing on the side. Other than that, yeah, there's still the question marks for the 49ers in terms of their youth, their financial reset, but things are looking about as well as they have in the last couple of months, JD, really since before training camp and preseason started.
Yeah, and the 49ers said it was such an impact on making it a harmonious offseason by comparison to 2024 and coming off of the Super Bowl loss and all of that. And I think they did it right up until the point where training camp started, and it wasn't really unharmonious, except for the fact that what was going on with Jawan Jennings. Would he show up? Did he request a trade? I guess maybe he hadn't at that point, but then did later, according to what's been reported. Obviously upset with the contract and wanting the $20 million or more salary. Shout out to Tim Kawakami, who reported that numerous times over the course of the last couple of, or the last month plus, let's say. But Jennings there, and then injured, and then all of the injuries, really, Greg, throughout the course of training camp. The Jennings thing kind of off to the side, what's going to happen. The infusion of rookies who all, for the most part, early looked like they could be impactful. So impressive those first couple of weeks as we were out there watching practice and doing shows from the Tasman studio. So impressive early were the rookies in camp. And then everybody, seemingly vets, young players, all kinds of different positions, running back and wide receiver and D-line at the forefront, with all of these injuries and question marks immediately as to who's going to be available, how impactful is player X or player Y going to wind up being. And now suddenly you look out on the practice field on Monday, and Jennings is out there, and we'll see what happens today when the 49ers hit the practice field coming up here in a couple of hours, and Kyle Shanahan's going to meet with the media. But suddenly this team feels whole, I think, for the most part. Yes, Brandon Ayuk at some point toward the middle of the season. And, of course, there's going to be injuries along the way. But for all of the question marks, it feels like there are fewer question marks as we sit here on September 3rd as it relates to the team they thought they were going to have going back 6 weeks ago on July 23rd. Fewer question marks there than really at any point since training camp started. That being said, though, Greg, and I know we're going to get into it today and over the next 3 days, still many, many question marks surrounding this 49ers roster.
No doubt about it. And that was going to be the case no matter what. We knew that from the jump, that there were going to be a whole lot of question marks because of the inevitable departures. And then some of those that you chose to let go, like a Talanoa Hufanga and a Dre Greenlaw, filling it in with a lot of youth and trying to copy that model of the 2023 Rams, the 2024 Bills, the examples that we cited from Albert Breer's extensive column on the 49ers trying to reset and push that Super Bowl window back open. And, of course, a lot of work to be done before we can even have that conversation. Football is back tomorrow. We got the 49er roundtable tomorrow. We got Niner football on Sunday in the 1 o'clock hour. So just chill out on the couch, have that beer. We have all earned this collectively together. And here's where I want to start things off, JD. Where are you at now with the 49ers and your outlook on the season, where maybe in May and June you were feeling really good about it and hopeful? Maybe over the last couple of weeks you were getting antsy and apprehensive. Where are you now? If we're going to go 1 to 10, with 1 being I'm very pessimistic and I just do not see it happening with this team, and 10 being, oh, they are ready to throw 6 and 11 in the garbage can, pour some lighter fluid on it, and throw a match on it to blow it up in flames because that was last year and this year is this year. Give us a call, shoot us a text. We got the YouTube chat lively as always. And let's talk a little bit of NFL Hopeometer that The Athletic just put out, and as it relates to the 49ers. We'll do that next. It's Papa and Silver with JD, getting ready for the real thing to start on Sunday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, as we've noted, a lot has changed with the 49ers, even within the last week. And The Athletic just put out their Hopeometer for all 32 teams. How hopeful versus how pessimistic are fan bases across the league? So we invite you to join that discussion. Where are you at with the 49ers going into week 1 in Seattle? If 1 is despair and 10 is the ultimate hope, shoot us your number on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line or the YouTube chat, the only place for Bay Area fans to sound off instantly.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
Happy Wednesday on a short week, everybody. Hope you had a fantastic long weekend. It's Papa and Silver with John Dickinson, and this is leading up to week one. We have made it. We'll talk a little bit of Giants later with John Shea, and good way to tell you about our guest list. We've got another Silver that we got to deal with. We're only doing it every other week throughout the football season, though. That's the morning show's problem weekly, and then us and Dirty Work got a little rotation on. We did the coin flip, and we lost, so we get him first. Mike Silver joining us at 10:50, talking a lot of national NFL, and, of course, knows a whole lot about the 49ers. And then John Shea is going to join us at 11:50. Pretty eventful Giants game last night, just based off of that first inning alone. You know, JD, I was a little bit disappointed that we didn't see John Shea involved in that scrum and maybe get a suspension himself.
Yeah, Giants showing some fight of late, both literally and in terms of their play, with the 9 of the last 10 to go from 61 and 68 all the way up to 70 and 69, back over 500. But the Mets have been winning just enough to keep it, for now at least, from really getting interesting. But, the Giants kind of doing the thing we talked about, only to a greater extent after the trade deadline, where the pressure was off. And then they got on a little bit of a streak there for about a week. Now, this is a bigger streak, and I give the Giants credit for continuing to show fight and play this thing out. And, you know, if they can keep playing at the level they have and the Mets collapse a little bit, it's going to take both of those things to happen. Then maybe we could, in a week or two, be talking about an actual playoff race miraculously here. But, I think it bodes well, probably most importantly for Bob Melvin. We can get into that with Shea, the fact that this team hasn't completely quit. But the biggest question that I have, and not a question for now, but since we kind of led down that road, why have the worst versions of this Giants team on paper performed the best? That is a question that I think needs to be dissected a little bit as it relates to them, going back to the team they had before the Devers trade and the team they now currently have after taking down some other aspects of their bullpen and losing some pitchers along the way as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting to me. And again, not to get into it now, but that is one thing that I've kind of kept in the back of my mind here. Why have the two, because it was true at the beginning of the year, and I feel like it's true now, the worst teams on paper, the worst versions of this Giants team on paper throughout this year, with the least amount of expectations, have performed the best. What's going on with there, and how do the Giants, regardless of what happens between now and the end of the regular season, how do the Giants get back into the winning when there are expectations mode and game? That to me is something that, as much as we talk about players and changes and those kinds of things, they need to get back into not having it be the only time they play great baseball, be in the moments in which everybody's completely given up on them. They need to get back to playing their best baseball in the moments where everybody's eyeballs are on them. And so, this has been a nice stretch. We'll see if they can keep it up. We'll see if the Mets in turn collapse, although they've been playing well against some good teams of late. But that's kind of my overarching Giants theme there.
No, it really is fascinating. And John Shea will join us at 11:50 when we'll really dive into it. But of all the roughly 500 Giants teams in the last decade, this feels by far to me the streakiest, where the lows are about as bad as I've seen any team look that I've watched play at Oracle Park in my lifetime. And then the highs are, they're homering every game, and Rafael Devers looks like the guy that you traded for. So John Shea joining us at the end of the 11 o'clock hour. And to pivot back to the Niners, the question we laid out for you, optimism level heading into week one in Seattle. One is, I am feeling complete despair. They missed out on their Super Bowl opportunity, and I might as well not even watch the season. 10 being, let's effing go. Niners are back. Jawan Jennings is running the calf/contract situation. Who knows what the end game is going to be, but he showed up on Monday. The stare down seems to be over for the time being. 808 KNBR, the number to chime in. Want to get to your text in just a moment. And I sent you this morning, JD, but the NFL released their Hopeometer. And that was of the 32 fan bases across the league, a massive survey, whether they were feeling optimistic or pessimistic. And it ranked them from 1 to 32. Now, to be fair, a lot of the responses came in before some recent developments, such as the Micah Parsons trade to Green Bay, for example, for the Cowboys and the Packers. And then also, as we noted at the very top of the show, a lot of things have changed within a week for the 49ers. But looking at this column, so the very top was the Denver Broncos, which I think is fair considering that there's been a lot of hype for this team and the roster they have over the last decade, but hasn't really come together. Bo Nix had a great rookie season. Sean Payton seems to put it together. Denver's got a lot of reasons to feel optimistic. At the very bottom, number 32 is the Indianapolis Colts, who had the number 4 overall pick. Anthony Richardson essentially lose his starting job to Daniel Jones, and although they haven't shut the door on a possible future for him there, it's looking pretty unlikely to this point. So where are the 49ers in this? They're at number 20, and that is last in the NFC West. So if we're going to go by the rest of the division, you've got the Rams in the top 10, drop a good 6 or 7 spots. You got the Seahawks, drop 3 more spots. You got the Cardinals, and then between the Cardinals and the 49ers, you have 4 more spots. So that's why I want to ask the optimism level. The Niners, per this survey of The Athletic, 20th out of 32. And if you look at the way the state of everything in the last couple of weeks, JD, I can't really blame you because you had a lot of question marks compounded with some late offseason drama. However, as we sit here today, I wouldn't be surprised if a real-time survey showed the 49ers maybe in the top half of the league.
Yeah, I understand why this, and look, this is, optimism, I think, in terms of fans. So I can understand why 49er fans are less optimistic going into the year, and I think you have to relate it back to just what the expectations have been. We were talking a little bit about expectations of the Giants and why when the expectations have gone, have they played better. I think the expectations for the 49ers are so high and have been the last couple of years that the standard by which 49er fans are evaluating how they feel about this season, when you compare it to how they were feeling going into 2021 or 2022 or 2023 or 2024, it pales in comparison to those. And maybe we can quibble a little bit about 2021. There's similarities, obviously, to the Niners having the 6-win year in COVID in 2020, and they come back and they didn't start that 2021 year well, 3-5, and they finished 7-2. They make the playoffs, get to the NFC Championship game, lose to the Rams, all of that. But even if you want to throw that one out, Greg, after narrowly missing an appearance in the Super Bowl in that 2021 year and watching the Rams win it, 22, 23, 24, all Super Bowl or bust, and all, I think, a belief among the 49er fan base, seasons in which their roster was on an ascent toward reaching that goal. And then last year it was kind of the one last dance with the team that they had, for the most part, had. The mini reset in the offseason and all of the rookies being infused, which could wind up being a positive thing by the end of the year, all of the veterans that they let go of, the injuries, the cloak of the way last year ended, I think is why the 49ers are so low on the list. So understandable to me that they would be that low on the list, but I do think, to your point, they could be the kind of team that would rapidly rise. Like, you get off to a 3-1 start, I think that optimism catapults from number 20 very quickly, I think, into the top 10.
The only team below the 49ers on this list, and this is the part that stuck out to me looking at 1 to 32, is there's only one team below them, and that's at 22, the Cincinnati Bengals, where you would say that fits into the similar box of they have expectations of performing at a really high level. They also went to a Super Bowl and lost. They didn't make the playoffs last year, and now they're looking to turn it around. Other than that, when you look at the bottom of the list, we're talking about teams who maybe don't feel good about their quarterback situation. There is chemistry issues. Their coach is on the hot seat. We're talking Colts, Saints, Cowboys, Browns, Dolphins, Jets, Steelers, Titans, etc. Maybe teams a little bit too far in a rebuild stage right now. like the Jets, like the Titans. So just kind of looking at that, I think that it does have the potential to catapult quickly. And again, it's just a survey, right? We're still in the phase. I know the month of August is done now, but we're still in the phase before the season of looking at lists and rankings and maybe overanalyzing it to a degree that's a little bit too strong. However, as we look at the 49ers and the state of today, the reason for optimism, I think, can change in a blink, and that can start with a victory against a division opponent on the road as soon as Sunday. 415-808-5627. Let's go to the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. First message we get from 510 on the ranking. Optimism is a 9. Jennings, Pearsall, Kittle, CMC is a pretty good offense that can probably hang with anyone. The defense is a work in progress, so the offense might have to carry the team, which they will. I think that's a phenomenal text because it ties into multiple topics we've unpacked over the last month, JD. Remember when we had Austin Mock on and his win projections model, and I said, hey, do you separate it by offense and defense? Is there a way to do that in this play-by-play model? And he said, yeah, the 49ers offense is what's carrying this team, in addition to their theoretically easier schedule. The defense might be somewhat of a work in progress. And another element we brought in was Jawan Jennings is the pivot point of this offense. And with him back, all of a sudden, you look at what 510 just laid out there. Brock Purdy having Ricky Pearsall, Jawan Jennings, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle doesn't look so dire as the possible outcomes we were discussing just a couple of weeks ago when we're thinking Sky Moore, Russell Gage, Ricky Pearsall, George Kittle, CMC, maybe Brian Robinson.
Yeah, I mean, all of a sudden they look, if Jawan Jennings is going to be healthy and available to play in Seattle for week 1, they look like they now have enough to be able to piece it together at the wide receiver spot with others returning and being added to the mix to where, yeah, that could become, I think, an eventual position of advantage, a position where you feel really good about the 49ers room there. The running back room, I think in part because of the way last year went for Christian McCaffrey, even though you expect him to be back and that to open the doors and unlock a bunch of different elements of the 49ers offense, the concern over his potential for injury and obviously wanting to be able to keep him fresh and ready for a stretch run is always at the forefront of people's minds. So to have the running back room get as gutted as it was behind McCaffrey, but then to be able to add Brian Robinson to the mix is huge.
And there's no question about it. So we want to continue reading your text. We want to continue to answer your questions. The answers to your questions, as you say. How optimistic are you, 1 to 10, heading into Sunday? And we got Mike Silver joining us at 10:50. It's all coming your way. It's Poppin' Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Papa and Silver with John Dickinson getting you through your Wednesday, talking 49ers, the hopefulness, or maybe the despair. How optimistic are you as we head into the 2025 season? Well, one thing that you can't argue about is how optimistic I am about the roundtable tomorrow. We'll be out in Oakland. JD, I don't know if you're going to be at your little home studio or right here in Daly City, but either way, we're going to race over to Oakland right when the show is done. We're talking a good 6 hours on the air. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, I can't wait for it. It's going to be a lot of fun trying to figure out, not that anybody cares, the logistics of how to get there most efficiently to be able to be ready to roll by 3 o'clock. So TBD on that front. The last thing you want is to get stuck in the city in some kind of traffic jam and be unable to get out there. But it's going to be a great day, talking a lot of Niners, all Niners, with the great hosts here at the Sports Leaders. So really, really, really looking forward to it. It's go time. The NFL season is here. The 49ers and the Seahawks on Sunday from up north, and the Cowboys and the Eagles going at it tomorrow to officially get this 2025 season going.
And look, as far as the last roundtable we did with the San Francisco Giants out of the Presidio, I know some of the listeners maybe didn't love the audio quality and a lot of different voices talking over one another. You know, we're all used to 2 voices, maybe 3 voices at once here on these airwaves. When we're talking 6 or 7, then it gets really messy. But I got to tell you, if you're a little bit apprehensive about listening and you have the means to come out to Oakland, you got to go and watch the spectacle. It's one thing to hear Murph screaming over the different hosts. It's another to have him up and dancing, and him and Marcus grabbing each other's collars, La Russell style, as we get ready for the Giants season. And tomorrow we're going to be doing it for the Niners season. So I can't wait for it, and going to be a great time. So come on out there, 3 to 5. As far as the 49ers and the NFL Hopeometer, well, they also broke it down by optimistic versus pessimistic. And the 49ers still had a 68 to 32 ratio on optimism over pessimism. And it makes sense that most teams would be leaning optimism. This is the spring hopeful equivalent of the NFL right now. What I will say, JD, as we ask everybody your optimism levels, the 49ers shouldn't be last in the NFC West. I mean, that one was what really stuck out to me. I'd say last. Here's the thing. We don't know about their defense. We don't know a lot about the rookies. And they are one key injury away from things looking very different. But as it stands today, unlike some of the other teams in their division, they have their infrastructure in place. Same head coach, a familiar defensive coordinator, the quarterback that has a relationship with the head coach, your running back is back healthy. You've got a couple of leaders on this young defense. A lot of the key infrastructure is in place. Seattle shook things up in a lot of ways. The Rams, you could also argue, have infrastructure and rebuilt their team nicely, but there's been this weird Matthew Stafford back situation where if he takes one hit that goes wrong or it kind of resurfaces, all of a sudden we're looking at a Sean McVay, Jimmy Garoppolo Rams team. The Cardinals, I think a lot of these guys are playing for some of their long-term future. And if you're Kyler Murray, yeah, we've seen you get into the playoffs. We also haven't seen you put it together in November and December before. So for the 49ers to be at the bottom of the NFC West on the hope meter, that kind of stuck out to me where I'm thinking you could argue that maybe they could even be first in that regard to me.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. And I think, again, it goes back to the expectation level that's in play, considering where the 49ers have been these last couple of years. I also think just you look at some of the other teams in the division, and you make the case to the contrary. But I think even if you don't think Arizona is necessarily going to be a good team or a team that can finish in the top two in the NFC West, I think if you're a Cardinals fan, you're just optimistic in seeing what they can do, that they're taking steps in the right direction, basically, with a lot of young talent, relatively new head coach. You still have Kyler Murray there. To me, it relates to there are no expectations for the Arizona Cardinals other than, hey, they have this young team and maybe they're seemingly headed a little bit in the right direction. Seattle, to me, feels like, their fans are the most optimistic. 10-7, didn't make the playoffs. DK Metcalf gone, but who cares? Because the Seahawks are going to have this elite defense, and it's a coming out party. They're going to build on the 10-7 last year and compete and contend for a division, for sure, make a wild card. So I understand it there. And the Rams, I get it as far as optimism on the Rams, because I think they were better than expected last year. I thought they looked like they could be one of the worst teams in the NFL based on the training camp that they had last year and all of the injuries, and they figured it out. And in an interesting way, I kind of feel like the Rams might be the template in some ways for the 49ers, with the way that they reshuffled a lot of their roster and then ended up having it come together to where by the end of the year, wow, there's a lot of new talent and potentially an elite level defense, even with Aaron Donald gone, that can kind of carry them moving forward. So I understand the optimism on the Rams, because I think there's a belief, again, that there's this extension of what they did last year. And if Stafford is healthy, this is a team that could go to a Super Bowl. Again, I'm getting in their fans' heads as it relates to, so I understand the optimism, and I can understand where 49er fans are a little bit more wait and see, cautious. I know one thing that was referenced in the actual article in the 49ers couple of paragraph reasons as to why is just how beholden the 49ers have been to their health over the course of going all the way back to 2019. When they're relatively healthy, they're really freaking good. When they're a little bit to moderately injured, it flips fast, both in season and for full seasons when they've had a lot of players out. So I get it. It is surprising. It doesn't mean they're going to finish last or that people expect them to finish last, but I can understand where their fans, as things currently sit, Greg, are the least optimistic in the division. I could totally see it.
I get what you're saying. I appreciate you laying out a lot of those arguments, and I think for the Rams, we're talking about the reasons for optimism being super high. Well, yeah, you mentioned it. They got in Devontae Adams. They brought him in, right? They were the team that gave the Eagles the toughest test in the postseason last year. Despite some of the injuries, they have found ways to figure it out time and time again. Oh, by the way, their first-round pick from last year, Jared Verse, is an absolute stud, and he's going to be a leader on that defense continuing to grow. Arizona might not have the same standard that the 49ers do, and if we're going to put that context into it, yeah, maybe they are feeling a little bit more optimistic because the expectations might not be as high. In Seattle, it's fair to say,
if they win 7 or 8 games, you're feeling great. If they win 7 or 8, you're all, if the Niners win 7 or 8, it's a complete disaster on top of last year, which was a complete disaster.
Yeah, but if they start 6-3 and then win 8 games, I think that's kind of the same old movie we've seen from Arizona really since Cliff Kingsbury took over the job, and he's not even coaching anymore.
No, it's fair, but again, you have more optimism today based on that. You're right that it very, very well could end up there, and you wouldn't feel great about that at the end of the year. But right now, the optimism is that it's going to be more of an even. Maybe they're 2-2, and then they're 4-4, and like it just to me is with Arizona and comparing it to the Niners, it's just it's completely about the expectation. If the Niners are 4-4, the sky is falling. 8 games into the year, if the Cardinals are 4-4, it's like, wow, this team's still headed in the right direction, and maybe they could win 10, even if they wind up winning 7.
No, I get what you're saying, and look, it's all semantics right here as we are the day before the official start of the 2025 season. 408 with a good text on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. I'd rate the Niner outlook as an 8 out of 10. The top-tier starters just need to stay relatively healthy and not have any catastrophic season-ending injuries. Niners are very talented, but they lack quality depth behind most of their top players. This year is very much in between 2023 and 2024, I think, in a lot of ways. 2023, yes, you cannot hold that expectation that if one guy goes down, you've got the quick fix and enough talent across each unit, offense and defense, to make up for somebody's short-term, medium-term, maybe even long-term absence. But last year, I also think is a tough template to go off of that was the entire sun of your offense. We talk about Steph Curry and the offense revolving around him with the Warriors. Christian McCaffrey is the offense in a lot of ways, even if he doesn't touch the ball every single snap. He was absent from it. Debo had a rough year. Brandon Ayuk started rough and then was out for the year. I don't think you can expect it to be that bad, but to the texter's point here, if a couple of those guys go down, say a Nick Bosa, a Trent Williams, a Christian McCaffrey, we don't really know what it is in terms of depth replacement and how effective some of these guys might be. And even if they're destined for successful careers in the National Football League, how much can we expect from a rookie Nick Martin at the linebacker position, or a rookie Marquise Siegel, or a rookie Michael Williams to hold down the fort and win games that you have to win in the competitive division immediately? That's why I think it's a really fair discussion point of, hey, yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic going into the year. No clue about the depth of this team right now.
No question. And by the end of the year, a lot of those young players could prove to be contributors and prove to elevate this team to an even higher level than maybe some would have believed possible. Although I still think there are a lot of Niner fans out there that are looking at this season still under the lens of what the expectations have been the last couple of years. I think the standard is always try to get to and compete and win a Super Bowl, but I think going into this year, it's more, can you make the playoffs and be more fortified at the end of the year than you are at the beginning of the year? And then once you get into the playoffs, the 49ers have shown that they can win multiple playoff games, really in any scenario, whether they're the 1 seed with a bye or whether they're the final team that sneaks in Week 18 and has to win a couple of road playoff games to try and set up their playoff fate. There's confidence the Niners have shown under Kyle Shanahan that they can do both of those things, and that they've done with Brock Purdy that they could do both of those things. But it's a matter of, I think, not necessarily expecting to win the Super Bowl or have the season be a complete failure.
Yeah, you think about down 17 points in L.A. at SoFi Stadium to the Rams and sealing it with an Ambry Thomas interception. And then you ended up in that same building, and if Jaquiski Tartt catches that, you might be talking about a team that went to the Super Bowl to face the Cincinnati Bengals. So getting into the tournament is a big thing for Kyle Shanahan, and then that's when he's had some of his best work, even as a team that's had to go on the road as an underdog. We're going to get to Mike Silver coming up in just a second, as I tell you that our show is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA. All right, we'll do it, Walter. 2 Silvers next with JD on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Pop and Silver with John Dickinson continues on your Wednesday, getting you ready for the start of the 2025 NFL season. We got the roundtable tomorrow. We got kickoff for you right here on the Sports Leader. JD going to be a part of that pregame and postgame. Of course, at the 1 o'clock time slot in Seattle on Sunday. Getting us ready is a guy who talks all things football and someone who I've discussed many topics with for a very, 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 very long time in my life, including like which coaches and general managers would win if they had to literally fight each other. I am talking about the Athletic's Michael Silver, who joins us on the UMA guest line. Good to do this. We'll do this every other week. And we lost the coin toss to Dirty Work, so we got you first. How's it going?
It's going, man. I'm just living a nice, mellow life here in Northern California. I'm not seeing epic concerts by Oasis on the other side of the continent. So just laying low.
Yeah, no, I got some sicko behavior, and that's all good. But, hey, that's your fault for creating 3 of them. On the note of football, just your general outlook on the NFC West. This is such a fascinating division to me and really has been all offseason. You know the 49ers very well. You also spent a lot of time covering the Rams with Sean McVay, Jared Goff there. Then they get Stafford, win the Super Bowl. As of now, do you view the 49ers as the favorite in this division, or is it the Rams until somebody dethrones them? Do you like Seattle and Arizona? Where are you at with this compact division?
Yeah, I think the Rams are clearly the favorite now. The caveat would be how's Matthew Stafford's back, and that creates the delicious possibility that one James Garoppolo might be pressed into service, and then it would be an interesting development, certainly for 49er fans. But let's not shortchange the Rams. Jalen Carter sacked Matthew Stafford late in that playoff game with the Rams on the verge of beating the Eagles in Philly. Obviously, that was the closest anyone would come to beating the Eagles after that. So very impressive. And, the 49ers, I think, are going to be a work in progress. They still have some obvious stars, and they're paying Brock Purdy to be one for sure. Christian McCaffrey coming off the injury, and your Fred Warders and your Nick Bosa's, et cetera. But, you're talking about 5 rookies getting significant playing time on the defensive end. Certainly the receiver position, as you guys have discussed a lot, is not in ideal shape right now at a time when you're kind of thinking, man, I hope they score a lot early. And I'm not a big, look at the schedule guy, because you don't really know who's going to be good. But, man, I don't know that I've ever seen a better schedule on paper set up for success. So I would say the Rams are the favorites. The 49ers, certainly because of that schedule, have a shot. But Seattle, they have my attention, and they obviously came into Levi's and stole a game from the 49ers last year. So it'll be interesting to see where they stack up.
Mike, do you think the 49ers can benefit from lower expectations, or is that just a thing that isn't going to be a thing with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and a fan base that's used to, at least for the last 3 or 4 years, Super Bowl or bust?
Yeah, it's a great question, JD. I think the expectations are lower in a sense because they're coming off of 6-11, but in another sense, the quarterback's making, QB1 money and then some. And so the expectations for Brock Purdy have never been higher. And I think he's capable of meeting and exceeding them, and obviously so do the people who paid him. But he's going to be under a lot of scrutiny. And so, they're counting on McCaffrey, obviously, to be healthy, hoping that they get some receiver productivity early on, and then Brandon Ayuk kind of gives them a jolt when he gets back. Kittle has to be Kittle. Trent Williams has to keep being Trent Williams. and that Robert Saleh's got to try to work his magic on the defensive end. And so I think expectations are lower, but also it's kind of work in progress vibes. So, if the 49ers lose to Seattle in week 1, the sky's not falling. But if they're not getting better by week 9, 10, and they don't start looking like a team that is rounding into form, I think no matter the expectations, it's going to be not well received by the local populace.
No, I think that's really well said. That's been a focus of the discussion we've had on these airwaves for the last few weeks here as we get ready to ramp it up. We are talking to Mike Silver of The Athletic here. You wrote a good offseason piece on Sam Darnold and how he has to prove himself yet again, despite the fantastic season he had in Minnesota with, of course, a very memorable and for the wrong reasons last couple of games and falling short. So how do you see Sam Darnold under Clint Kubiak now in Seattle? Do you think that Kubiak can unlock Darnold's strengths in the same way that Kevin O'Connell was able to do in Minnesota? Are we looking at a version closer to Minnesota Sam that's got Niners now have to deal with twice in the same season?
Well, really, Kyle Shanahan unlocked him. And so let's go back to the first day of training camp in 2023. And I talked to Kyle about Darnold, and he compared him to Steve Young. And I was like, huh? But clearly Kyle saw something. And early last season, when the 49ers went into Minnesota and lost to Darnold and the Vikings, my take on the game was, well, Kyle created a monster. Darnold even knew, he recognized some of the defensive alignments from practicing against it all year and knew how to beat it because of the way that Kyle had retrained him and, just played great in that game where they beat the 49ers and really kept it up until the two most important games of the season. And then that game against Detroit for the number 1 seed and the playoff game in Arizona that I covered, it was the complete opposite. Had he even played okay in those games, I think he would have been back in Minnesota. Instead, he was not. Now, if you're the Seahawks, would you rather have Darnold at his age potentially ascending for less money than Geno Smith? Yeah, I think that's the right call by the Seahawks. And you mentioned Kubiak and the familiarity. But really, that's the great unknown with Sam Darnold. Is he going to build on what we saw most of last season, or is there something that happened in those last 2 games that was a reversion that, takes you back to the unfulfilling days before he got to Kyle Shanahan? But I think it's more likely you're going to see a better version of Darnold than what we saw with the Jets and Panthers.
Mike, you mentioned the Rams, and I think we would all agree it's contingent on what happens with Matthew Stafford. I want to keep it, though, on the Seahawks a little bit. From everything I've read about them and watching them a little bit in the preseason, as much as that matters, I'll put it this way. They're feeling themselves, I feel like. They think they're going to be really good. How good do you think Seattle can be, and what will it be contingent on beyond maybe Sam Darnold?
Yeah, to me, they're a real unknown, right? The offense has changed. We talked about Darnold. They think that their running backs can give them productivity, and we've seen that in the past. The offensive line, I don't think we really know. They obviously believe that their line will be better than it's been, but I think that's a real question, going into the season. And then defensively, these are not your Uncle Seahawks with Legion of Boom and Pete Carroll and all that. Mike McDonald was hired largely because of his work in Baltimore and what he was able to do schematically in big moments. An obvious example being the Christmas massacre at Levi's against Brock Purdy and the previously red-hot Niners in 2023. So, year 2 of that scheme, they don't really have a lot of stars on paper defensively, but there's kind of a hope that will be a big jump too. But to me, they're a lot like the 49ers, capable of being really good if things are rolling, reason for optimism, but really have to prove it as it goes along. And I just think they'll be a much different team later in the season too. And so that second 49ers Seahawks meeting will probably look nothing like the first one. And, Ronnie Lott always used to tell me over and over when I was a young beat writer, great teams don't become great until December or January. Before that, it's just finding a way to win somehow and not reading too much into it. So this Sunday is the quintessential example of that. We're going to all draw conclusions, but basically just figure out a way to get a W if you're the 49ers, and you're pretty happy with that.
No, I mean, to Ronnie Lott's point, that's what the 49ers have done with Kyle Shanahan. They've gotten in as a wild card. They've gotten in as a team that's had to go on the road in the playoffs, and that doesn't matter. We've seen them have some massive upsets and get to the NFC Championship or the Super Bowl, regardless of what their seed ends up being. So for that reason, I get very fascinated by the NFC picture as a whole. You were all over the Micah Parsons trade. He's now a Packer. Dallas and Jerry Jones did not want to pay him that money. That turned into a whole saga that burned up in flames. So with that trade happening and now Green Bay, a team that has reasons for optimism, going to get one of the premier defenders, how do you view the power balance of the NFC as a whole? I think the East has a couple of really good teams. The North was great last year in the regular season, not so much in the playoffs. The West feels like it could be anybody's game. And the South, you'd think that the Saints and Panthers not going to be playoff teams. See how the Michael Penix full-year experiment goes. And the Bucs have continued to take control of that division in the last few years here.
Well, I just can't shake the image of the last game I saw that mattered, and that was the Philadelphia Eagles just steamrolling Patrick Mahomes, who almost always wins those games or almost wins, right? And they just looked unbelievable as Super Bowl teams from an earlier era that JD remembers and you do not, but that's how the Super Bowl kind of used to be. One team that you thought was good would be so good on Super Sunday that you were like, whoa, it was all building to this. They're a super team. They saved their best for last. They left no doubt. That didn't make Super Sunday very dramatic, but it certainly stamped that team as the definitive champion. So that's what we just saw. And it doesn't mean that that's replicable or that the Eagles haven't changed, but until I see otherwise, and obviously starting tomorrow where we'll start to form opinions, to me, the Eagles are the team to beat, and it's not even debatable. The Packers, I give them a lot of credit for doing something very un-Packer-like, and I know both Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers are wincing, going, where was that boldness when I was, making everything okay during those 30 years where you relied on first ballot Hall of Fame talent at quarterback to make everything okay. But give the Packers credit and Ed Policy. Greg, I heard your interview with Carmen. That was really, really cool to hear all that. And I know Carmen is a proud father, watching his son announce himself as the Packers' new CEO as a gangster. And as I said, he should be wearing the Hugh Hefner smoking jacket and slippers at the next owners meeting. Right now it's his league and everybody else is just playing in it.
I mean, the Packers, they draft a wide receiver in the first round and they go get Micah Parsons. Who are these guys?
It's the Ed Policy Packers. And let's, I'm doing an NFC North Fest this week one. I'm going to do Lions, Packers, and then Vikings, Bears. And I don't want to shortchange the Lions. Yes, Ben Johnson left. Yes, Aaron Glenn left, new coordinators. And yes, they had a very disappointing end, obviously, to what had been a stellar season, and obviously a disappointing end at Levi's the January before. But, that's a very, very talented team, elite offensive line, Jared Goff playing at the highest level. And I think, it is reasonable to look at the way they face planted in the playoffs and go, you know what? Those injuries on the defensive end, which kept building and building and building, did catch up to them. They ran into a supernova in Jaden Daniels. They couldn't stop him. They tried a trick play with Jamison Williams deciding to throw. Of all the people whose judgment I would trust with the season on the line, I don't know that Jameson Williams would be high on my list. But they're still a factor to me, and we could very well see the Lions go on another heater, and this time with Aiden Hutchinson and friends a little more healthy. So I think you look at them as well.
Well, I'm with you on the Lions. Would you make the case that they're still clear-cut the number 2 team behind the Eagles in the NFC coming into the year?
Yes, unless you believe that Ben Johnson was the secret sauce in terms of the scheme, which I understand if some people would feel that. It's funny, for all the times I make fun of Dan Campbell, and that started with the biting kneecaps and kick him in the teeth, initial press conference, and we're going for 2 to win the game. I don't care if we're on the 7. I said we're going for 2. There've been plenty of times to make fun of him, even after the NFC Championship game, telling his team in the locker room, "Hey, we might not ever be back here again." I'm like, don't say that out loud. But there's a magic to Dan Campbell in terms of culture change. But Jared Goff, who I talk to a lot and I know really well, has been telling me for a long time, he is really good when it comes to scheme, and as good as it's been with Ben, a lot of that is Dan. And Ben Johnson last year, when I asked him, what his offense was, because he came from so many different places, he said it is formed in the image of the head coach and what he wants. So if you believe that Dan Campbell is an integral part of it, even schematically, which that's what Jared Goff has told me, then you are less worried about Ben Johnson not being there. I think you always worry. But, yeah, JD, I do think you would go Eagles, Lions 1-2 until proven otherwise. And the proof points will start coming on Tuesday and then cascade from there.
My last one for you is, would you rather have, in a must-convert situation, Jameson Williams throwing the football or Jaron Kiave Sagupolotele?
I thought you were going to ask me about Dan Campbell and my mythical fighting tournament and how he'd be seated, and he would be seated very high, and not just because of the kneecap biting, but let me just say, Jaron Kiave Sangapolitelli, we have one game worth of data points, and I would just like to say he's the greatest quarterback in the history of the sport. I'm in love. No, seriously, Cal fans, how could you not be thrilled by what you saw in his first game? I'm so excited. I hope there'll be as many people at Memorial Stadium as possible on Saturday to watch his home debut. And what an exciting time for Cal football as we see this young man from Hawaii bring the aloha spirit and spin it unbelievably here in the East Bay, where apparently there's a deal with the black hole now. So I've been trying to get Cal to rock the black and gold old California license plate uniforms for a long time. Maybe I'll be successful one day. But the black hole is a wonderful starter. What are we calling it? The black bear or whatever? We're East Bay football. It's a marriage of beauty.
All right, Mike. Dan Campbell or Mike Vrabel?
That's really the question, JD. And I think, Aaron Glenn is going to have something to say about that, and so is D'Amico Ryans, right? I think the D'Amico Ryans Mike Vrabel semifinal bout is really the, that's the one that kind of has the hair on the back of your neck. Dan Campbell is a large man, and I don't know, Greg, I don't know if you saw him in person at the Combine, but he is a strikingly large man. I would say this: when I do the GM tournament, John Lynch is going to be a very, very tough out for anyone. He may win the whole thing. So, you got some other GMs who I think would factor in, but I don't know if even Mike Vrabel wants any part of John Lynch. And Greg, I showed your younger brother Robbie. I was showing him some highlights. I think that Peyton Manning comeback game when the Colts went back on Monday night and stunned the Buccaneers. And we started watching, and Robbie goes, "Is that Lynch?" And I go, "Oh, yeah." And I just started showing him Lynch highlights, and he was just kind of like, "Oh, yeah, no, he wears a suit." But when he wore that other thing, he was a bad.
All right, well, I'm glad we got to do this because now I'm going to start having a running list that will surely grow throughout the season of ridiculous topics to bring to the table when we have you on. So appreciate you coming by. Looking forward to doing this in a couple of weeks, and we'll see if we're talking about a 2-0 49er team, a 1-1 49er team, or a dreaded 0-2 49er team.
No ties, whatever happens.
Yeah, no ties. All right, we'll talk soon. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
He is the Athletics' Michael Silver. Just wrote about Deion Dawkins, by the way, and something that JD and I asked both Trent Williams and Dom Pooney about that new Offensive Lineman of the Year award that he pushed to bring to the table. So, all jokes and, coaches and GMs fighting one another aside, there's a lot to look at here in the NFC, JD, and that's where we're going to continue to unpack this coming up in just a bit. John Shea going to join us at the end of the hour, and we'll pivot to some Giants here on a Wednesday. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow joining Murph and Marcus at 7:30 to break down the fight between the Giants and the Rockies. Kyle Freeland, Willie Adames, and Matt Chapman all ejected. Does Krukow forecast some suspensions? Plus, as a former pitcher, what did Kruk make of the whole situation between the Astros' Framber Valdez and his catcher, Cesar Salazar? Find out when you check out that interview on thesportsleader.com or wherever you get your KNBR podcasts.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that with as many young contributors as we have, I think they will progress throughout the season. I think for every football player, week 1 should look different than week 10, and even more in the rookies because it's a whole new game, it's a whole new world out there. So, I think I can agree with that. I think we should look different if we have as many young contributors as it look like we're going to have now. We should get stronger as the season goes, but coaches and players alike have done a great job letting them know that we're going to need them early. The learning curve has unfortunately got to be a little shorter this year because we're going to need the production.
That's Trent Williams discussing the youth of the roster, and the quote I love from that one, JD. Week 1 should look different than week 10. You know what, Trent? We're doing this 20 hours a week throughout the season. You bet your ass we're going to be drawing some conclusions after week 1, and everything is going to be definitive. But in all seriousness, the youth is a major question mark for the Niners, and how well and how quickly those guys can come along, of course, compounded with external factors like health and off-the-field situations and just the ability to grasp the concepts of an NFL offense or an NFL defense. That all plays into it. But the 49ers and the Seahawks is a great measuring stick game for both teams right off the bat in Seattle. And, I want to revisit as we get back into it, 808 KNBR. When you look at the AFC versus the NFC, I'm glad that when we just had Mike Silver on, we got into where he views the NFC as a whole and the different competitors. And is it the Eagles versus everybody else? In the AFC, you have this automatic top tier of guys like Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. You just expect their teams to be fighting toward the end of it in the playoffs every single year. Then you've got that next group below where you've got maybe Joe Burrow and the Bengals, CJ Stroud and the Texans, Justin Herbert and the Chargers, Bo Nix and the Broncos, all kind of looking to get their way into the mix as well as a second-round team. The NFC, I think as of right now, I do view it more so as there's the Eagles, and then there's everybody else, because there's a whole pool of potential challengers and potential contenders. And I think you can point to at least one key facet of each team for why maybe they can be, but maybe there's something that's holding them back too.
I think that's fair. I do think, and it's why I asked Mike, I do think the Lions are being slept on a little bit, and I've never been the biggest Dan Campbell guy, and I know the coordinators there receive the bulk of the credit with everything schematically, but I don't know. It seems like if there is anybody that can kind of make the most of the situation, losing both coordinators, having a disappointing end to the 2024 year, losing to the Commanders, if there's anybody that can kind of flip that into a galvanizing force one more time, I think it is Dan Campbell. He has the potential to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Even, with a 15-2 last year that got off the rails with them losing to the Commanders. So I think they are the kind of the clear two, not as good as Philadelphia, but I still think from a talent standpoint, I do think they are right up there above everybody else. But so they're kind of in their own category for me. But beyond that, I completely agree with you. And I mean, we've talked about the NFC West being for the most part wide open, pending the status of Matthew Stafford and the back, and so many questions surrounding the Niners. Doesn't sound like Mike Silver's quite as high on Seattle as Seattle is on Seattle. That's been an overarching theme from August, and now we're in September. It seems like the Seahawks really think they're going to be good and have a little swag to them along those notes, which I think makes the game against the 49ers all the more interesting here heading into week 1 up there. But, yeah, that division's wide open. But the Commanders, can they back up what they did? I think it's pretty clear-cut. Everybody puts Dallas and the Giants at the bottom of the NFC East. The Central, it's the Lions, but would anybody be surprised if the Packers won that division? No. Vikings, maybe. And could the Bears be among the most improved teams there, while Tampa and Atlanta kind of battle for the South. So I do think there is a lot of teams that are very similar in terms of the variation of could win anywhere between maybe 7 games and maybe 10 or 11 if things swing right.
Yeah, to me, I don't have a problem saying the Lions are the second team in the NFC, but if I go up and down the list of the potential Eagles challengers, start with the Lions. Talent-wise, you hit the nail on the head, JD. I mean, that is one of the most talented rosters in the NFL, and what they did, being a team that was competitive in a lot of games but would lose a lot of games in Dan Campbell's first year, that was a really brutal roster. They have built that thing up. Brad Holmes has drafted very well. Jared Goff, great career resurrection. Penei Sewell, they nailed that pick to give him some protection. But losing both coordinators matters a lot when your head coach isn't necessarily a specialist on one side of the ball. I'm always going to think about Philadelphia between their Super Bowl appearances, right? They lose both coordinators to go get head coaching jobs, Shane Steichen, Jonathan Gannon. Then what happens? They start the season hot and they completely tail off to the point where both the OC and the DC get fired. Then you bring in Vic Fangio as the defensive coordinator. You do another coordinator switch and you go and win the Super Bowl and also get Saquon Barkley in free agency, or by a trade, I should say, which ended up really helping. So losing both coordinators when your head coach isn't necessarily a mastermind on one side of the ball, that just has me on pause a little bit with the Lions. As far as the Packers, another NFC North rival, the Micah Parsons trade is going to help that defense, no question. But to me, it comes down to, is Jordan Love the guy? If Jordan Love, if we look at it like, if we go hindsight's 2020, and our revisionist history on this one, JD, is that Jordan Love got injured. It looked like it was really bad at the Brazilian grass at the end of that Eagles game to open up last season, and then just never was really fully himself last year. And this year he was a much better, more polished version of himself and the guy that had the 49ers on the ropes in the postseason. Then I take the Packers really seriously. But if he's going to be inconsistent and give you 2 great weeks where he gives you these beautiful deep balls and throws off the back foot, but then 2 weeks where he looks kind of lost out there, I don't think I trust that in the end. The Commanders, I think there's just a fair question is, does some of that Jaden Daniels rookie magic and some of that fourth down magic does that die off? Everyone's going to make the comparisons to C.J. Stroud and the rookie year he had, followed by somewhat of a sophomore slump. The 49ers, well, we've been saying it all day. It's the youth, particularly that defense. What can Robert Saleh get out of this group? Rams, it's really coming down to their quarterback and the health of Matthew Stafford. Big difference between Stafford and Jimmy G. And then the only other team I'd put in this category is the Buccaneers, who have been a good team, but they haven't threatened quite at the level of an NFC championship or beyond, to where it should be their division in the South, but they have to show that they can take that next step as well.
And I'm always looking at it as it relates to just playoff spots now with 7, and obviously you're going to have the 4 division winners. If you're the Niners or anybody, you want to make sure you can win the division first and get the home playoff game and everything that comes with that. But I'm kind of looking at it, at least going into the year, as Philadelphia in and being the favorite. I think the Lions, I think going into it, I'd put them in and probably the favorite in that division. The Rams are the favorite. I'll give Tampa Bay the incumbent favorite status among the division winners. I mean, they ended up the 3rd seed a year ago. So I'll go with that as it relates to the top 4. But then I look at the other teams in the mix. It's the Commanders. They absolutely have to be in the mix off of the 12-5 year, and we'll see if they're able to sustain it. Again, I think they could be a team that's due for a little bit of a comeback to earth, even though maybe 12-5 turns into 10-7 as it relates to coming back down to earth there. But the Commanders, I think, are in it. I think for the purposes of where we are on September 3rd, you can kind of throw the Cowboys and the Giants out of it. It feels like, I think for sure Green Bay and Minnesota are in it. The Bears, a lot of people, it's kind of a sexy pick. Could they potentially be in it down the line in terms of race for the playoffs? I'll put Atlanta in it with Tampa. And then I think obviously the 49ers are going to be in it. And Seattle believes that they're going to be a team that's in it. I'll kind of throw the Cardinals out for that. So there are a lot of teams in the NFC that I think legitimately can make the claim that they're playoff caliber teams. I mean, I'm counting it. 7, 8, 9, 10. I think there's 11 teams if you count the Bears. And even if you don't, there's 10 teams basically playing for 7 spots that all have the capability, depending upon how things swing, to be in the playoffs.
It's kind of a side question. And actually, I'll ask you this one next, because I got to tell you that Pop and Silver with JD is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA. Here's my question to you coming up in a bit, JD, about if we're headed toward a different age in the NFL. I'll explain what I mean by that next on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Papa and Silver, Greg Silver, John Dickinson hanging out with you for not just today, but the next 3 days as we get you ready for the 49ers season to officially commence up in Seattle on Sunday. We are getting ever so closer segment by segment here. And I told you, as we get into the larger picture of the NFC, is it the Eagles and everybody else? Are teams like the Lions being disrespected? Where do the 49ers glue into this puzzle? Here's my larger question I wanted to throw your way, JD, before we get to John Shea joining us at 11:50. Are we headed toward an age of consistently lower playoff turnover year to year, even with an extra wild card spot being allowed? Because I mentioned the AFC, you can expect Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson to be in there. We had the same Final Four teams 2 years in a row with Houston joining that group. And the NFC maybe not applies quite in the same way, but we listed a lot of the teams, and it's sort of the teams we just expect to be contenders. And yes, I know that the draft is designed for a lot of turnover and teams to go 500. I know that coaching changes happen all the time, year to year. But as I was thinking about that question and how it regards to the 49ers, there's just an era of QB dominance, especially in that other conference that we're seeing right now. Can Brock Purdy, be part of that group over the next 5 to 10 years that you think is close to a surefire thing of getting his team in the postseason?
Well, he's going to have to prove it. I think right now the answer to that is it's possible, but not there yet, I think, to be sure. And I think the 49ers are hoping that Brock Purdy can be that guy in conjunction with obviously Kyle Shanahan, to where you're basically your floor is like 8 or 9 wins, right? At a minimum. And then, based on the other areas of the roster, really you hope your floor is about 10 wins. I think that's basically what a lot of these other teams with the premium quarterbacks would believe. To answer the question, though, directly, I don't think this is the end of the turnover. I think there is going to be a lot of turnover. We just don't see it yet. And we rarely see it after a full offseason of kind of looking back at what teams did a year ago and potentially overvaluing what teams did a year. There's always going to be those teams, and some of them are obvious. The Commanders are a team that, maybe Jaden Daniels is just that dude, but even if he is, it would stand to reason that maybe he comes back to earth a little bit off of his rookie year in year 2, and then goes on to be a dude 3, 4, 5, down the line. So even if you think the Commanders' stock for the next decade is as high as anybody's in the NFC, maybe not named the Eagles because of Jaden Daniels, he still could have the potential to maybe struggle, and they struggle off kind of a Cinderella year a year ago. So I think, they're a team that falls into that category. I think there are always going to be teams that we think are not going to be good that turn out to be good. There are always going to be those teams that maybe we don't see it right now that were pretty good. Everybody's super high on Denver last year at 10-7. Like, what if they're just a different version of 10-7, and maybe they can't eke in this year because the Bengals are better, or another team kind of comes out of nowhere? So I just don't think, for many, many reasons, that era of teams that we think are going to be good bounce back. Other teams, based on the schedule, move forward. It probably isn't changing Kansas City or Buffalo or Baltimore along those lines. But I think those, and even Cincinnati, who had, by their standard of recent years, a bad year, their bad year still was 9-8. Even though they didn't ultimately make the playoffs.
Bad start, late surge,
bad start, late surge, which has kind of been their thing. But when you have somebody as good as Joe Burrow, you're always going to be, again, their floor is basically 9-8 in a bad year, even though we kind of think of the Bengals as if they were a team that won 5 or 6 games. They didn't, even in a really competitive AFC. So I think there is still going to be a lot of that change and turnover in effect.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, that's something I'll monitor as we get a lot closer into November and December and well out from where we're at now. But just looking at it in a vacuum right now, this last year, you had 4 out of 14 teams be new, and they were all wild card teams. So by the time you get to the second round, we're really talking about the Rams, who didn't get to the second round, but they were a playoff team. And you're talking about the Commanders being the obvious and the big surprise. But the Vikings were new, the Commanders were new, the Broncos were new, and the Chargers were new. And outside of that, you got a lot of those same faces, which a lot of the same quarterbacks and the same names you're going to see coming back. So, you have to wonder, as far as the NFC goes, the 49ers want to assert themselves back into that mix. J.J. McCarthy trying to make the Vikings be a team that doesn't have the turnover, even though he's an entirely different quarterback than Sam Darnold. So just a little food for thought to watch as we look at the NFC West and kind of the grand landscape of the NFC and who's going to challenge Philadelphia.
Well, let's go through it because the Niners are one of the teams on the out from last year that are trying to get back in. I think if Philadelphia, most people would obviously put in. Detroit, I think I would still put in terms of the top 7. Although there are some that think, what if they go from being in a position of, they go from a 15-win type team down to a 10-win team, and then they're obviously in the mix there. But if you're looking for most likely teams to go from the outside in the NFC compared to where things were last year, and then most likely teams, because if you're going to have a couple of teams go from the outside in, you have to have a couple of teams go from the inside out.
Yep.
I think the Commanders and the Vikings would be the two teams that you'd pick, I think, to be on the inside out. To me, it feels like the 49ers and the Falcons are the two teams from the outside in, depending upon how well Michael Penix does. But maybe the Falcons take the Bucs spot, and the Bucs are kind of fighting for that mix. So and then the Bears are kind of the other wild card team that people are seemingly high on, but are they going to be that good to where they can end up in, are they going to improve by 5 wins? Well, there's a team that does it seemingly every year out of nowhere, so why couldn't it be them in this year? But yeah, NFC first, 2 teams out, 2 teams in.
I would say.
Or maybe more.
Yeah, I mean, Atlanta could also get in by way of the division if the Buccaneers slip a little bit. So that's one potential swap there that wouldn't be swapping another wildcard team. The Bears and Seahawks I put in a similar category, and Seahawks are better than the Bears, don't get me wrong, but those are teams that a lot of people see as sneaky potential playoff teams. I don't know if the Vikings end up getting back in. I just got to see it with J.J. McCarthy. Saints, Panthers, no. Bears, I would say, as of right now, no. Cardinals, probably not. And then, Giants, Cowboys. So, again, I don't forecast a lot of turnover. I mean, I would really say we might be looking at one change as of right now, which I know it hardly ever works in that way. But really, it's the Vikings that I have comfort in throwing out, and maybe take Atlanta, maybe take Seattle as a team that I would throw in instead. Well, and the 49ers. So, right. So the 49ers, I would say that's a team that I imagine getting in.
Yeah.
So maybe the Rams could be on that list if it goes south with Matthew Stafford too.
Well, that's the other thing, and I was going to ask Mike Silver, and we'll do it in a couple of weeks. We'll although it obviously won't be as timely, but potential for surprise team. It feels like everybody's surprise team is the Bears. Is there a team other than the Bears you think could be a surprise team? And no, I don't think the 49ers, just because they went 6-11, count as surprise teams.
They don't count. Cincinnati doesn't count in the AFC.
Yeah, no, Cincinnati doesn't count in the AFC. AFC is a little different, but in the NFC, is there a team other than the Bears who appear to be the sexy pick with Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson?
My pick would be Atlanta if I had one, and I know that's not much of a sleeper at all for the non-playoff teams, but the vision there is that you committed to Michael Penix late in the season. If that goes well for the course of a whole year, Bijan Robinson, your bona fide number 1 back, and maybe Drake London's the type of guy that really gets unlocked to a different level by having a new quarterback. If he and Michael Penix have good chemistry, that's probably the one I'm looking at off the top. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It's interesting when you look at that. And then, I mean, AFC, obviously we spent a little less time on the AFC. just because the Niners really don't have to deal with the AFC, obviously, unless they get to the Super Bowl beyond their 5 games that they will play against the AFC South and the Browns this season. But, yeah, you look at it, and, I mean, I think Pittsburgh got in. I think Pittsburgh is going to be kind of a different version of the same with Rodgers. I actually think he might be due for that one final run with Pittsburgh, although are they going to go from a 10-win team to a 12-win team? I think the Broncos, everybody's high on the Broncos. I think they could be a sneaky out team. And we talked about it. I mean, the fact that just, so optimistic everybody was in terms of, the hope-o-meter and the Athletic and what they did. The Broncos were number 1 on that list. But, could Jacksonville be a surprise? Could the Patriots potentially be a surprise? I think those teams are 2 that I'd have bookmarked, not the Jets. I think the Dolphins potentially could be a team that completely flames out to the point where Mike McDaniel ends up getting fired. But, yeah, so it's interesting. It's interesting to kind of look in the AFC where it feels like things are a little bit more stable, potentially, at least among the 2. The Chargers, I think, could be a team that sneaky falls out, actually, that maybe a lot of people are expecting to be better.
Yeah, I mean, the Rashawn Slater injury that happened during preseason, during a practice, that was a brutal one, and that could really impact them in a negative way. So if I go sleeper teams AFC real quick before John Shea, New England's probably number 1 on my list, and as much as it pains me to say this, because why would I put faith in the Jacksonville Jaguars? It's just that they played so poorly last year that if they get a little more buttoned up, their division is not very competitive outside of Houston, to where maybe Jacksonville just finds a way to not get in their own way to the point where they could win some games against bad teams and find their way into the postseason. I don't know. We can get into all of this here in the second half of the show. But let's talk about some fire happening up in Colorado between Kyle Freeland, Matt Chapman, Rafael Devers, Willie Adames. We do it every Wednesday, and John Shea of the SF Standard will join us next. It's Papa and Silver, only here on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Silver. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area and sometimes not even in California? Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area, and they have been for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with all the motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children, they're all around us. So please be careful, and let's work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, and you know the deal. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Greg Silver, John Dickinson with you. And we do it every single Wednesday. That is talk to our good friend of the San Francisco Standard, John Shea. We've had a lot of conversations over the summer about what the F is wrong with this team. And now we're going to talk about why the F are they playing so well? Because they continue to just stack wins. I joked earlier with JD, of all the Giants teams that finish around 500, this has to be just about the streakiest one. John Shea is sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka, or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Let's take it out to the Yuma guest line. John, how are you? Happy Wednesday.
Hey, good, fellas. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going well. This Giants team continues to be fascinating. Let's start with just the micro of last night, and that game turning a lot more entertaining than a lot of us would have expected there in the top of the first inning. And the fight that broke out after Rafael Devers stares down that ball. Kyle Freeland gets upset. We got ejections to Freeland, Chapman, Adames. First off, do you foresee any potential suspensions coming, particularly for those Giants players?
Well, I guess I wouldn't be surprised because Chapman did push a guy. Adames, I think if it happens, maybe Chapman gets a couple of games and the union enters the fold and it's reduced to one game maybe, or if it's one game apiece, they probably wouldn't serve simultaneously. You know, they could stagger it and have one guy serve it one day, the other guy, because they're too hamstrung with both those guys out. The left side of the infield just isn't the same, even though they pulled it out last night. But yeah, I mean, they could have very easily not ejected anybody. I mean, just move on. There were no haymakers that landed. There were nobody tackled anybody. Nobody pulled off anybody's jersey. So it wasn't as ugly as you see in a lot of these that really you don't see anymore because with the review system, you know, tempers wane and managers don't argue everything like they used to. So you don't always see a lot of beefs on the field, but when players argue, there is a lot of old school in some of these players. And one of them is Kyle Freeland, who, you know, might have watched too many Madison Bumgarner clips. I mean, it was different then. When Bumgarner pitched, it was really the beginning of the change from old school, put your head down and run quickly around the bases, to new school, admire the heck out of the ball as it leaves the park, flip your bat, dance around the bases like you're Michael Jackson, and nobody thinks anything of it because that's the modern way. But Freeland hasn't really adjusted to the the modern way, and therefore he barked at the guy, you know, parading to first base, which Devers does all the time. And I mean, obviously, Giants took exception to that and came out on the field, mostly pushing and shoving. But you know, it was an unfortunate situation because they lost two of their guys, and maybe one or two of those guys could lose some more time as well as we wait for Major League Baseball, the disciplinary department, to come down if they do.
So the Giants, John, have won 9 of the last 10. They take the first 2 at Colorado. They'll go for the sweep later this evening, and I find it interesting. And we're watching the Tigers and the Mets. I'm kind of keeping an eye, and I've been keeping the long eye on the Mets here, because I think the Giants have been in this mode for about a month where they're all but mathematically out of it, and they're just kind of hanging on to where they're not totally in it. But yet the Mets, as well as they've played against the Tigers and Phillies, had a really bad weekend against the Marlins where they dropped 3 of 4 at home. So they haven't been able to bury the Giants because the Giants have gotten hot here with the 9 of the last 10. And the question, John, that we got into a little bit earlier in the show, maybe we'll come back to, the thing that I find so confounding about this Giants team, why have the worst versions of this team on paper, the beginning of the year before Devers, and now the last week and a half to 2 weeks here, after they lose multiple relievers, a couple they traded, Randy Rodriguez goes down, they're going with youth in the outfield, at least at the corner. Why have the worst versions of this team on paper performed the best?
Well, your point being now the roster is kind of thin after the trade deadline and such, and also maybe an injury to Landon Roop and others. And early in the season, pre-Rafi Devers, I mean, I think it was a matter early that they were maybe playing over their heads. I mean, nobody expected a 12-4 start or first place mid-June. Nobody expected that. But also nobody expected how bad they were from mid-June to mid-August and up until this latest stretch of winning 9 out of 10, because I think they dumped 11 out of 13 previous to that. So it is one of the most streaky teams I've ever covered. But I do think that while they were maybe playing over their heads early on, maybe they're playing to their level now, because it took time for Devers to adjust, to gain comfort, learn how to play first base overnight. And also Adames is kind of rebounding to last year's form in terms of the home runs. You know, he's 4 shy of 30. He's not going to get the RBIs. He's not going to have the slugging percentage or the OPS. But he is kind of compiling the numbers we saw of him last year, and he looks so much more smooth and comfortable and at ease at shortstop compared to when he was early in the season. I spoke with him the other day here in Denver, and he did feel that pressure. He did try to change his mindset at the plate. He did try to hit to the confines of Oracle Park instead of being himself. So he's kind of, in his words, being himself again, being myself again. And that's, I think, what you're seeing. And it's kind of a cool vibe that we haven't seen. So maybe this is who they are now, winning most games, against good teams, the Cubs and the Brewers, and now they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, beating up on a team like the Rockies, who lost their 100th game last night.
Yeah, and regardless, John, to follow, I mean, Adames and Devers and even Chapman, like those guys playing well, winning Logan Webb starts, winning Robbie Ray starts, those are all things that potentially do, even if they can't continue the miraculous run or the Mets play well enough to not allow them to really get in it and make it a race here in the final couple of weeks, that those things all bode well for 2026. I wanted to follow, though, asking about your conversation with Logan Webb, because along these lines of the Giants playing better, you asked about the feeling of being in the race, and because they had played better, and this was after Monday you published this, but it hasn't been something that has been talked about, and I kind of wonder, this is the cynic in me, John, in reading your story, is that part of the equation here, the fact that they've played well, they're not completely out of it, but they're not talking about it, meaning you're not acknowledging that you're in anything, and so because you're not acknowledging you're in anything, you're playing better. Yeah, you're right. These are human beings. They admit they feel pressure. They admit to being nervous sometimes, and they're just like anybody else in that regard. They just happen to be much better at baseball than anybody else on the planet. But, I spoke to him, and I figured, okay, this is a talking point. You're winning all these games. You must be looking at the standings. You must be talking about this stuff in the club. He said, no, not at all. We haven't done that at all as a group. And I asked him, I said, why? He said, well, because we've been really bad for a while. And while we might have been talking playoffs and standings in mid-June when we were up there on the leaderboard among the other teams in the division, you don't go 1-15 during the home stretch of historically bad baseball at Oracle Park and look at the standings and talk playoffs. So, and the cliche, one day at a time, we all hate that, but they all say it. It really applies here because it would do no good to look ahead to the Mets. It'd do no good to look ahead. And by the way, while the Mets are 5 up on the Giants, we're really 6 because they own the tiebreaker. The Padres are 6 games up on the Giants. They lost 3 in a row. They're losing guys, Xander Bogaerts and a couple of their relievers, and they're feeling it. I mean, the Dodgers are getting guys back. They're starting rehabs. They're working in AAA and close to in themselves again in LA. But the Padres are losing guys, and that's a bummer for them. A team that's never won a World Series in a town that's never really won a championship.
And so I think the Giants, I guess, are doing it right. That whole one day at a time cliche, because that's how they should apply any kind of strategy here. And you never hear guys talk about even Willie Adames. I went up to him and asked him. I said, "Hey man, you could be the first 30 home run guy since Bonds in this." And obviously Devers hit his 30th last year, but 15 were in Boston, 15 now in San Francisco. And he said, "I don't want to talk about it, man. I don't want to jinx it. Talk to me if I get there." I said, "Okay, man." So that's an example of, playing for the day and figuring it out. Who's pitching today? What's our lineup? How are we going to win this inning, et cetera. So it's a different mindset than look at the standings every day and talking October baseball, which would at this point do them no good.
John Shea joining us on the UMA guest line as he does every Wednesday, the SF Standard's finest. This news feels so distant to me because this is my first day back, and about 2 hours after finishing up on Friday, I find out that Randy Rodriguez was transferred over to the 60-day IL. He got a few opinions. He's going to undergo Tommy John surgery. Just a brutal blow for this team when you look at their hopes for getting back to competitive in 2026. I know that we're not at the offseason yet, but how does this just crushing news change the offseason checklist for Buster Posey, Zach Manassian, and those who need to round out this roster?
Well, if you look at the roster now, they only have 2 relievers still around since opening day, and that's Walker and Bivens.
Yeah.
So everybody else is gone or injured or traded or released. Remember, Lou Trevino was on that opening day roster. So that's maybe one of the main, well, it is absolutely one of the main focuses of rebuilding the roster in the offseason, because you won't have Rodriguez for the year. Tyler Walker is the closer right now, had a really nice August, and did I say Tyler Walker?
Yeah, Ryan
did
Walker.
I say Tyler Walker? Sorry about that.
You went back about
different
20
era.
years there, John.
He was the closer, Ryan Walker. Yeah. So and think about it. I mean, they have 2 relievers from opening day. They virtually have 3 starters with Rupsheldt, Webb, Ray, and Verlander. But guess what? None of that matters because the offense is leading the charge. And who would have thunk it? I mean, in the homestand, they went 5-1. They scored 50 runs, the most ever in a 6-game homestand in that ballpark's 26-year history. And here in Denver, they're taking advantage of these mile-high elements. So I never imagined the offense to be this, threatening. And 4 home runs last night, and 16 games in a row they've hit home runs, the first time since 1963 for this organization, which is a franchise record, at least in San Francisco. And so they're doing it in ways that we never imagined. They didn't hit home runs in April and May like this at this pace, but they're doing it now. And who's leading the charge? No one but Devers and Adames. Buster Posey signed one and traded for the other. So, fans can knock the team all they want in midseason when things just aren't working. But those same fans might be pretty happy right now that things are going in the right direction. And whether it leads to October baseball or not, it's a pretty good sign moving forward for this organization, 2026, et cetera. It may be a better feeling than it was in the last couple of seasons in September under Zaidi, because maybe fans weren't real hip on the direction or the method or the strategies, implemented by that front office. But I think they trust Posey a little bit more. And guess what? Bob Melvin is no longer on the hot seat, is he? Because everything he does is right. I mean, all season long, he's made good moves with this bullpen. The bullpen, for most of the first half, had the best ERA in all of baseball. And he put the right guys in the right position to succeed. And like I said, there's only 2 guys still around since opening day in that bullpen. And it's still good enough to win games. So, the manager's main thing during a 9-inning contest is, how he manages the bullpen. And Melvin's been pretty good at it so far. I mean, there's only 3 or 4 weeks left in the season. He's been good at it all season, and nobody can knock him for that. And another example of Melvin's, value to this team. Yesterday, after the left side of the infield was kicked out of the game, he went up to Rafi Devers, who hasn't played third base since last season. Hey, Rafi, Can you play third? He said, absolutely, whatever it takes to help this team win. And he looked awesome at third base. So they're playing for Melvin. So, I mean, it's quite a turnaround for this team and maybe the perception of the manager as well.
I love what you wrote about Dominic Smith, and I know that's been a big talking point among fans as he continues to make contact with the ball, put one in the bay this last weekend and everything. So I want to pivot instead, though, to the right field conversation. How do you view the prospect of right field in 2026 any differently than you might have within the last week or two with the way that both Matos and Gilbert have made the most of this opportunity lately?
Well, that's scary because do you not get anybody from the outside, a big bopper, a veteran influence to play right field? And do you rely on Matos and Gilbert because of this little stretch of productive baseball?
Yeah.
That's what they did, this year when relying on Tyler Fitzgerald, and that didn't work out. So maybe you go get a guy anyway and bring these guys aboard as depth players who will fill out the roster, and if needed, go out there. And if they get a hot streak, you keep running with it. But it's really hard to say, okay, Matos is going to be our everyday guy in right field next year. It'd be wonderful to see. That means, he continued to hit throughout September, and they make the call like they did with Fitzgerald. But that's, you got to learn from your mistakes. It didn't work out for Fitzgerald, and now Casey Schmidt is the second baseman. And do they rely on him for next season as the opening day guy? Because he's had a real nice stretch here, and he's really handled defense better than he did when he first transitioned from third base. So there's a lot of things. Bullpen, fourth and fifth starter, an outfield spot, second base, catching positions. What are they going to do with Patrick Bailey? Do they need somebody from the outside, or the AAA kid they have now who's an all-hit catcher? Maybe they bring him up in a week or two here, so let him finish September with the big club. But, man, they got a lot of moves. And you wouldn't have said this in mid-season or in mid-June when they were doing so well because everything seemed to be working okay at that point. But now with injuries and trades and just the development of some of these young guys, it's a lot more chaotic, looking forward to the offseason.
No question. And the relievers in particular, I think that was an area they thought of strength, even potentially after trading Doval and trading Tyler Rogers away. And then you lose Randy Rodriguez, and now you don't project to have maybe a great bullpen going into next year. I'll put myself on record here, Shea. I'm going and getting a right fielder, and I'm going and getting some insurance at second base. I think Casey Schmidt's ahead of ahead of Gilbert and Matos in terms of maybe winning a job for 2026. But I think at both of those positions, right field, you got to go get somebody. Second base, you at least have to have somebody as a backup plan as a veteran if Schmidt turns into this year's Tyler Fitzgerald.
And the catcher and some relievers and a couple of starters. So basically 10 or 12 new guys you're hoping for this year.
John, I wanted to follow up just quickly on Melvin. Is he off the hot seat, or is it still to be determined? I think the most significant aspect of this hot streak is probably Bob Melvin in 2026 sticking around. But I wanted to follow up with you on that in terms of, is it a done deal, or if they flounder the last 2 weeks after it appears they're in the race again, is it still to be determined in your mind?
Well, I don't see him on the hot seat as we speak, especially with this good run of baseball, productive baseball. They're doing the big things. They're doing the little things. They're pitching. They're playing defense. And who are you going to get? I mean, there might be as many as 11 new managers coming in next season because a lot of guys have been fired this season, and the interim guys are replacing them through the end of the season. Other people are on the hot seat who might either retire or just be fired or whatever. Even Bruce Bochy in Texas, he has a contract through this season. We don't know if he wants to come back next season. But you can go around the horn, look at every division. There are teams that will have new managers, and I count, and others have as well, as many as 11 new ones next year. So with that many, and if there's a Stephen Vogt out there, what's the competition for him? And why would you get him as opposed to all these other teams looking to get the main, the flavor of the month or the flavor of the offseason? So I don't see it happening. They get along well. Buster Posey and Zach are both in Denver here, and I saw Buster go into Melvin's office before the game yesterday, and that was no short visit. They get along. They have a lot in common. Former ball players, former catchers, both with the same goals in mind, both with the same style of play intended. Contact, little things, defense, pitching, all those things. And even though the players from Chapman to Devers to Adames to Schmidt, everybody on the field, to a man, they said, it's not Melvin's fault that we're losing. It's our fault. You got to blame the players. And even Buster Posey at one point said, blame me. I'm the guy who put this roster together. But now nobody's blaming anybody because all is well. So quite a change. I mean, that's the ebb and flow of baseball. That's the beauty of the game. I mean, you can't get too high, too low, all those cliches as we started off with, play a day at a time. And your broadcasts are a day at a time. My writing is a day at a time. So we're doing this a day at a time.
Yeah, we're going segment by segment. That's the rule.
But
no,
exactly.
I mean, the ebbs and the flows of this team, John, have been pretty crazy. When you look at when they've gotten hot, it is really hot. And when they've gone ice cold, I just think about that 11-1 game when San Diego finished off the series just a couple of weeks ago and how much of a low point that was. Great stuff in the SF Standard this week, by the way. I know we don't have the time to get into all of it, but I really love that piece you wrote about Damon Minor and the relationship with his late brother as well. Now Damon getting his chance on the coaching staff right now. And so that was a great fun fact. I didn't know that his brother Ryan was the third baseman the day that Cal Ripken ended his Ironman streak. So always good reading your articles, and I'll continue to do so even when the football or the baseball season ends, rather, I should say.
Happy birthday to Bill Greason, turning 101 today.
Wow.
He's the oldest living ball player in the major leagues. Willie Mays' teammate on the 48, 49, 50 Black Barons. And got to know him pretty well while researching Willie's roots in Birmingham and Fairfield for the book Willie and I wrote, 24. Bill Greason, a significant part of that book. Spoke to him many times. Just a great person. If nobody's heard of him, they should read about him. But I look at him as an American hero on three different fronts. He fought in the Battle of Iwo Jima. He was the first African-American pitcher on the St. Louis Cardinals. Years before Bob Gibson, he was a pastor at his beloved Bethel Baptist Church in Birmingham for more than 5 decades, and still has that title as Reverend. So an inspiration to people in so many ways. And today he's 101. Same birthday, by the way, as Willie Mays' father, Willie Howard Mays Sr., and same birthday as Willie's longtime assistant and friend, Renee Anderson. So big day in baseball history.
Wow. Are you going to be putting anything about this in the Standard in the coming days?
No, you got the scoop.
Okay, good. I'm glad. I feel extra special now. But no, whatever you write, I'm always going to make sure I read it, and always great to have you on every Wednesday as well.
Well, thanks, guys.
Thanks, John. He is John Shea. You can read him in the SF Standard. You can give him a follow on X at John Shea Hay. We need that Shea Hay drop at some point before the end of the show. Let's do a quick Giants reset when we return, JD, and then we'll get back into some of the optimism, pessimism surrounding the 49ers as we head into Seattle this Sunday. But Giants, can they sweep the Rockies? Can they do it without ejections, fights? Are there suspensions coming? Let's talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers released their depth chart for week 1 up in Seattle, and only one rookie on either side of the ball made that starting designation of Mykel Williams. But we've seen how quickly things have changed throughout the offseason, preseason, and training camp. So let's discuss who could make their mark and push their way onto the field sooner rather than later. Keep it right here on Pop and Silver with JD, 10 to 2.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Last Giant to win that Player of the Week award, Luis Matos. Season ago as Devers swings and drives it high and deep, right field, on its way. It is gone! A towering blast off the bat of Rafi Devers, and now words being exchanged between Devers and Freeland, and the benches have emptied. The benches have emptied, and players on both sides, tensions running high.
Yeah, a little high activity, high drama there in the first inning. Rafael Devers gets home run number 30. Now, does it count as far as the Giants breaking that streak? Nah, 15 of them happened in Boston. I'm not going to do it. But JD, Willie Adames has also been pretty hot himself. And I know when we did a little take it or leave it with Walter last week, we both said, I'm going to leave it. Willie Adames won't get 30 home runs. All of a sudden, I look up and he's at 26. If he's not suspended for tonight, we got a little Coors Field. The Giants could make it 10 out of 11 wins. This team has just been all over the place, and right now, the pendulum is swinging in the right direction for them.
Yeah, and it looks like they are going to get a little bit of help if you are somebody. I know Logan Webb is not, and it's not a topic in the Giants clubhouse that the Giants are in any sort of race whatsoever at all, but 5 back of the Mets. And yeah, they've gained on the Padres. That's been the team that they've gained on the most. Still 6 back of San Diego, no tiebreaker against them. But if you are of the belief that they're in the race or almost in the race or about to be in the race, you know the JD scale of are you in it or you're not. You got to be over 500 first and foremost, or at least at 500, which the Giants got back to and over. And you got to be 3.5 back. And so the Giants cannot get to 3.5 today, but they can get to 4 if they can win tonight and have the Mets lose. And the Mets are currently losing in Detroit, the finale of the 3-game series between the Mets and the Tigers. Tigers up 6-2 in the bottom of the 7th inning. Mm-hmm. And so Kerry Carpenter hit a 3-run homer. The Mets have had kind of an unlucky day for them. They had a ball that got run down in center field, could have gone for a multi-run double. They might have been ahead in this game at that point, but they did win the first 2 games of that series in Detroit. So I think this was a 3-day stretch where the Giants were hoping maybe they could gain 2 or 3 games. Again, if you're into that, it's not going on in their clubhouse. Not going on in their clubhouse. But if you're somebody that views it that way, you'd hope that they could get 2 or 3 games gained in the standings on the Mets over this 3-day stretch. The most they'll be able to gain is just the 1. But if this score holds and the Giants can win tonight, they would be within 4, which would be as close as they've been in quite some time. But the Rockies now off the schedule, at least for the next 3 weeks. The Giants have the final 3 games of the year against Colorado, while the Mets will play in Miami against the Marlins. So I've been keeping tabs on it, even though we haven't talked about it a lot, because, again, it's not really a talking point. And if it's not a talking point in their clubhouse, then maybe it shouldn't be a talking point on our radio show either to that point. But they are playing much better, and they are hanging around, and they do deserve some credit for that. And if the Mets, who do have a much more difficult schedule than the Giants do remaining, even though the Giants have the 7 against the Dodgers, if the Mets collapse, if the Padres have an unheard of collapse and the Giants can continue to win 6 out of every 9, 8 out of every 10 games the rest of the way here, that pace, maybe there could be a miraculous story in tow.
Yeah, and look, we're going to be out at the patio when they welcome Arizona in this next Wednesday, the 10th, and going to get to see Barbara, Mary, and Jane, because Barbara likes to make sure she knows when we're coming next. Yeah, it is going to be the 10th next Wednesday, and they play a lot of the same teams down the stretch here. You got 7 games against the Dodgers. You face Arizona twice, 3 games each. You're going to face the Cardinals at the end of this week, and then you're going to welcome the Cardinals into town for your second to last series of the year, and then you close it out with 3 against the Rockies, which as of now don't seem like they will be meaningful games, but hey, you never know with how it goes with the Padres and the Mets and the Reds and the Cardinals and Arizona and all these teams kind of fighting for it right now. And the only area that gives me pause on the schedule game, and we do this with the 49ers too, right? The last place schedule. But the Giants seem like, of any team in sports, that the schedule especially shouldn't matter, because we've seen worse versions of the team play better, and we've also seen them play really well against teams like the Brewers and the Cubs, and then not be able to beat teams like the White Sox, Marlins, and Pirates.
Yeah, and the Phillies are another one that you could throw in there. The Giants played very well and took 4 out of 7 against the Phillies. It's been the Dodgers and the Padres are the teams that have just annihilated the Giants among the good teams, but the Giants have been pretty good against the other good teams in the National League, which, yeah, to your point, it's all the more confounding. But it's interesting because they're going to go through this stretch where they play the Cardinals. They play the Cardinals and then the D-backs, and then the Dodgers are mixed in there. They play the D-backs and Cardinals again before they end up with the Rockies. But it's, you can say easy schedule, but basically the Giants are the same as the Reds, the same as the Cardinals, the same as the D-backs. So if you're playing the D-backs and you're playing the Cardinals for, 6 games apiece, 3 home, 3 away against those teams, like, you can say easy schedule, but those teams also see you, and it's just as easy for them as it is for you. So I think you have to factor in that, and they have not played well against the Dodgers, which is something that they're going to have to continue to do if they want to actually find themselves in the race. So I'm with you on that. And here's the other thing to close it out.
Yeah.
Don't tell the Giants they're in it. Don't tell the Giants they're in a race. Because if you tell them they're in a race this year, they completely plummet. And it happened right at the Devers trade where they were in a race and they were tied with the Dodgers. They go get Devers, they plummet. They're told the opposite. Hey, we don't think you're good enough at the trade deadline. We're trading, not adding. We're selling, soft sell. And then they immediately play better. The Mets were in such a colossal slump at the point in which the Giants were playing a little bit better that the Giants actually got back into the race there toward the middle part of August and then completely plummeted again to the point where they were 7 under and about 8 back. And then from that point on, they've been playing maybe their best baseball of the year, April and early May notwithstanding. So the one thing that has been true at like 3-4 different junctures for this team, you have to keep telling them they're not in a race or playing for anything meaningful, because if they do, they're probably just going to crumble again, which is what they've done all year.
Going back to our conversation with other Silver, right? It's like, talk about make sure the Packers know that they don't have a first ballot Hall of Fame quarterback, and they might start making some aggressive moves and drafting wide receivers and do all that kind of stuff. Here's my
by the way, but just real quick, before people come down my road, that's Logan Webb to John Shea acknowledging that to be fact, by the way. Logan Webb to John Shea. Nope, haven't talked about it.
My big takeaway from last night and it got overshadowed by the fight, but it's that we can all collectively exhale on Rafael Devers. And I was never worried about the long-term ramifications of Rafael Devers not giving up Bryce Eldridge. I would 100% do that trade again and again and again if I'm the Giants. But now when you're starting to see this guy heat up a little bit and the team play better, and how it's hard when other guys are hitting too, and then other guys that you're pitching around Devers, it all just glues together. And that's why they say hitting is contagious. You don't have another Rafael Devers on this team. That is a clear infusion of the talent on the San Francisco Giants right now. And you traded for a bona fide slugger who, yes, has been very streaky at times throughout his career. But now you're starting to see the version of Rafael Devers that is hitting with power. He can wreck a pitcher. He can get a pitcher so upset that you got benches clearing in the top of the first inning when he mashes one at Coors Field. If he can consistently hit at home, it's going to change things in a major way. But this is why after 2 months of underwhelming performance, I'm not freaking out about Rafael Devers. That was my big takeaway, even with the fight and the benches clearing, JD.
Right there with you. Right there with, and I was never really worried about Devers. I think you knew he was going to come around. Again, like we've talked about so much, Adames is a good sign because he's going to be around for next year. Jung-Hoo Lee's come around, which I think, I've been more open than most toward potentially looking at exploring other options there. But if he can get back to being closer to the player he's been of late, and they can get him in that leadoff spot, at least against right-handed pitching, I think that potentially bodes well. But there are still areas where this team's going to have to, I think, aggressively look to try and improve the roster if they can. But yeah, the headliners and potentially the manager, I think, are the players that benefit most, regardless of where this hot streak ends up leaving the 2025 year.
And that's a manager that convinced third baseman Rafael Devers to get back out there at his old position with Chapman ejected last night. Let's get back into the Niners. And I know that you had something you wanted to share about reasons for optimism or maybe reasons for pessimism in regards to the Niners. Let's go back to our hopeometer that we opened up the show with. It's Pop and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Greg Silver, John Dickinson with you on a Wednesday afternoon. Was great to talk to Mike Silver. Was great to have John Shea on the show. Get a little Giants stock in there. See if they can go sweep at Coors Field and make it 10 wins out of 11 games, including all the drama that was last night with the Kyle Freeland ejection, Matt Chapman, Willie Adames thrown out there. Third baseman, Rafael Devers. We were worried he wasn't going to be able to trot the bases, and it would have been maybe the second time ever. I know Benji Molina, it happened once where got reviewed, and then his pinch runner ultimately was the one that scored on the home run. Anyway, I digress as far as your fun baseball factoids. A quick update on the 49er wide receiver situation, JD, and that is that the 49ers have promoted Marquez Valdes-Scantling to their active roster. Here's my takeaway as we get back into some of the reasons for optimism and pessimism, and that is that this wide receiver carousel is a whole lot better when you got Jawan Jennings back out at practice. If we're talking about your Russell Gages, your Marquez Valdes-Scantlings, your Kendrick Bournes coming in on a visit, but you got Pearsall and Jennings there right now, and you got Watkins nearing a return, all of a sudden, that's a different conversation because the bottom line is this. You're going to get DeMarcus Robinson back. You will get Brandon Ayuk back, and those are two players that are better than Russell Gage and MVS and Sky Moore and maybe even a Jordan Watkins, although you're very excited about what the rookie might be able to bring you. So Jennings back in the equation, just a reason for a giant collective exhale as Kyle Shanahan is getting ready to speak to reporters in real time here.
Yeah, and we were getting into earlier, the Athletic had their hope-o-meter for teams this year and ranked them from 1 to 32, and we've done a conversion. Their scale was 0 to 100, and so the 49ers came in 20th on this, 68.1% optimism among this fan poll, essentially. So we'll convert it 6.8 if you're into a scale of 1 to 10. We had a lot of scale of 1 to 10 folks chiming in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line and 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 on the phone lines. It works in line with, and we didn't get to this part of it earlier, but the Niners are 20th of 32 teams. We did mention that part. But they gave an optimist view and they gave a pessimist view, two optimist views and two pessimist views for the 49ers upcoming season. So I think it's funny to look at these. Let's go with an optimist view first. We can comment on this as we go here, the four phases. The optimist view. Super excited to see this version of the 49ers. The Hall of Fame core of Trent, Kittle, Warner, McCaffrey look healthy and ready to lead. All pros, Bosa, Lenore, Brock Purdy, Brandon Ayuk will be back with a vengeance following last season. The defense could have some initial struggles with the youth to start the season, but this has always been a team that gets hot at the right time in December and beyond. Excited on the way to the quest for 6.
I love this. I love this paragraph so much.
I mean, that reads like right off our text line, Greg.
Yeah, but you could also say the pessimist view might also read off the text line.
Correct. No, it does. But yeah, that is the optimist view number one, which is I think spot on. I mean, it's you're going to lean on your Hall of Fame core, you're going to lean on your all pros and the guys that you chose to pay, and then the rest of it's going to have to figure it out on the way. You're going to have to stay healthy always, and then get hot in the right time is something that really all of the good 49er teams have been able to do. All right, do you want to hear another optimistic view, or do you want to alternate going optimist, pessimist, optimist, pessimist?
I want a sandwich. I want pessimism in my life.
All right, so here's a pessimistic view on the Niners. I don't trust our offensive line, defensive line, or wide receivers. Trent Williams is going to fall off a cliff one of these seasons. CMC almost certainly is going to break during the year. Kyle Shanahan is a brilliant offensive mind, but his preseasons grind the roster into dust. The team has too many injuries coming out of camp, and they'll immediately behind be behind the 8 ball.
Okay, so to be fair, with a lot of these responses collected before today, we're talking within the last 2 weeks, those are all fair reasons for 49er pessimism. Now, maybe your key players on the roster were the ones who were not going through the injuries, and that was a huge reason for optimism and for a nice little exhale and for some internal peace. But it wasn't that long ago that we were talking about the wide receiver room being a mess, the injuries that continue to happen every time the starters trotted out there for preseason or a new injury popped up on practice, and every time someone was getting back, a new person or maybe 2 new people were ending up on the injury report. So I see why you look at it now with the week of practice they've had with, hey, all of a sudden it's actually not as messy as it was for the entirety of training camp. To be fair, preseason as a whole was a very, very dicey experience following this team.
It was, and look, I think the pessimistic view is, even if you have an optimistic view, I feel like the injuries are always going to be something to be concerned about at a big time level here. And so they're healthy now is kind of where I'm going off of what you said. But for how long will they continue to be? I think they're going to have to be even more so than in some of these other years where they had, I think, more loaded and deeper rosters, at least at the beginning of the season. Let me give you optimist number 2. Optimist number 2, it has to be better than last year. We have all the big dogs back, and they're big dogs. We have Robert Saleh, so even a defense full of rookies will be better. The schedule is favorable. Short and sweet there on the optimistic front.
The big dogs are very big, right? If we look at the best 8 players on this team, that's about as good as any core in the league. Now, the second tier of guys and the depth concern that one of our texters brought up earlier, those are the reasons why it's like, I don't know how this is going to go when the natural evolution of an NFL season occurs and there are injuries, and some are short-term and some are long-term, and a lot of rookies are going to have to experience growing pains in real time. As far as the schedule, here is the one fair comment I will make, where if you're in the camp of the 49ers have a last place schedule, you are allowed to hammer this one in over and over. Because, again, it alters 3 games on the season. That could be the difference between 7-10 and 10-7. That could be the difference between lasting your division and winning your division. But you don't really know how teams are going to be. What I do think is fair to put on the table, JD, is that if this is a team that is designed for growing pains, particularly on this young defense, then the schedule being theoretically easier is a major, major advantage. If you cannot play all that clean or flashy football and start the year at 3-2 or 4-2 or even 3-3, that is a whole different reality than if you need to go through growing pains and you're 2-5 because of it right off the bat. So if the Saints and the Jaguars, who you're going to see in 2 of the first 4 weeks, do stink as they're theoretically advertised to, and you're able to get a couple of wins, and maybe Seattle takes a second to figure it out with Sam Darnold and Cooper Kupp and the changes they have made to that offense, that could play into your hands very nicely if you're a team that theoretically should be able to round a corner in November and December, while September, October might be designed for figuring it out on the fly.
All right, let me give you one more pessimistic view, and it's short and sweet, and it's everything we know and a lot of things we've discussed. Pessimist view number 2, the 49ers live and die by their health. They are supremely talented, undone by their inability to stay on the field. It's been a familiar refrain.
Okay, counterpoint to that is, yeah, they had 2 years following a Super Bowl appearance where the health fell off a cliff and you didn't make the playoffs and you had to go and reset. That is true. However, outside of 2023, you've been a pretty injury-prone team and had varying degrees of success to it. So as these guys get older, your CMCs, your Kittles, your Trent Williams, the health matters a little bit more and your insurance plans become a little bit dicier. But that kind of goes for any NFL team. And the 49ers have had a track record of working around some injuries. I think the question becomes, how much is one of those injuries to your top 7 or 8 guys going to really impact this team week to week? And is that going to be a dramatic gap compared to some years past?
I think at the beginning of the year, they don't project to have a ton of depth that you can count on. And then I also think at the beginning of the year, or overall for the entire year, they are going to be like they can't lose a number of players at a bunch of different positions because they don't at least initially have the depth to withstand that. That's one part of it. The other part is the dependence, in my mind, that they have on the future Hall of Famers and the All-Pros, and they can't afford, I think, really any significant injuries almost to any of them. Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, George Kittle, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner. Like those core guys have to be healthy and available, I feel like, for close to, if not an entire season for the 49ers to be able to maximize what they have on this roster top to bottom.
Tim Ryan joined Murph and Marcus yesterday as part of their weekly hits that they're going to be doing. And let's play a few of those cuts when we come back. We're going to have Tim Ryan tomorrow for a nice segment, and then the football hour is going to start following week 1, going into week 2. I'll be with Carlos Ramirez down at Levi's Stadium next Thursday. Let's hear from our guy, T-Rock. I miss him, and I'm glad to have him back. We'll do that next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, as we've noted, a lot has changed with the 49ers, even within the last week. And The Athletic just put out their hopeometer for all 32 teams. How hopeful versus how pessimistic are fan bases across the league? So we invite you to join that discussion. Where are you at with the 49ers going into week 1 in Seattle? If 1 is despair and 10 is the ultimate hope, shoot us your number on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line or the YouTube chat, the only place for Bay Area fans to sound off instantly.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
It's JD and Silver on Papa and Silver, getting you ready for week one. About an hour left on today, and then we'll get it over to Dirty Work. And then tomorrow is the big one where we got our 10 to 2, and then we've got the 49er roundtable from 3 to 5. So got to rush out to West Oakland straight from here. And let's hope that traffic is nice, no flat tires, all that fun stuff. And we can get all 7 hosts together, JD, Silver, Kruger, Copes, D-Pop, Murph, and Marcus, to get you ready for some 49er football here in 2025. Want to hear from Tim Ryan, who will be on all the radio calls, of course, and we will talk to T-Rock tomorrow. But first, let's go out to the phone lines where we have Glenn in Sacramento wanting to weigh in on the reasons for optimism and pessimism on the 49ers' immediate future. What's up, Glenn?
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, my take is I've been hearing a lot about the players and, the type of players that are going to be on the field, both sides of the ball. But how confident is anybody? I'd like to get some feedback about we hear about building a team around a player. How about whether or not they've built a team around the coach and the coaches and the coaching schemes? I was wondering if I can get some feedback about that.
Yeah, I mean, Glenn, I read a couple of great articles in The Athletic yesterday. One that discussed the whole concept of organizations failing young quarterbacks more than the other way around, with some of these draft picks that were high first round labeled as busts, and the team not really setting them up for success. And then more specifically, Ted Wynn, who we had on a couple of weeks ago, interviewed a bunch of defensive coordinators and coaches to get a sense of the play callers that they fear the most. And right at the top of that list, to no surprise, was Kyle Shanahan, number one, and then slightly behind was Sean McVay. But no, Shanahan, scheme is everything with this offense. And, having Christian McCaffrey and the versatility to be able to manipulate that scheme. And that's a big reason why him not being available was a problem in the red zone for the Niners last year, because they had a lot of solid players and talent, but you got to have the right players to be able to scheme it up. And so understanding a playbook, but also being able to build the playbook around the scheme, that's the difference between the coaches that last 2-3 years at a job and those like an Andy Reid or a Shanahan or people that are pushing a decade plus on some of their jobs. So that's kind of my larger picture reaction to all that. I don't know if you have anything you want to add on that, JD.
Yeah, I think the 49ers have built their team around the coaching staff. And I think it obviously offensively that relates back to Kyle Shanahan, and you can look at the weapons they have. And I think, the wide receiver room is a perfect example of the fact that, even with Juwan, and by the way, Kyle Shanahan did tell reporters at that press conference that he's expecting Juwan Jennings to play. Limited today at practice as they get out on the field with a calf, but trending toward playing per Kyle Shanahan. But if Jennings is out there, maybe they don't quite have enough at the beginning of the season, but while having enough to kind of cobble through, as I've put it. By the middle of the year, I think they figure if Ayuk is back and Demarcus Robinson off the suspension and Pearsall, it could stay healthy, and they've got the ability to have, I think, with Jennings there too, a really formidable top four at that position, built with McCaffrey in the running game completely, and Kittle in the passing game, the running game, built completely around the scheme. So I think they're in lockstep there, and I think Robert Saleh coming back is part of why the 49ers were so comfortable in going young at so many different positions for this year, choosing this to be the year that they do the mini rebuild, reset, whatever you want to call it, try to bring a bunch of young players in and have them grow into the next great 49er defense. If Saleh's fingerprints are going to be all over, along with Gus Bradley, the players that were acquired to help make that come to fruition. So I think the Niners are well built on paper in theory and aligned with their coaching staff and the like, I think as much as a team can be on September 3rd. That being said, it's September 3rd. They got to go practice and start playing, and then we'll evaluate it based on the results beginning on Sunday up in Seattle.
In the NFL, you have to have players that can work within your scheme, and you also have to have some adaptability in that scheme. So when we think about the 49ers draft and their 11 picks and spending the first 5 on the defensive side of the ball, Robert Saleh coming back, wanting to run something in the wide 9 that he's had a lot of success with here in this organization and committing to that. Well, when you draft a Mykel Williams and Alfred Collins, a CJ West and Nick Martin and Upton Stout, you're doing that with the intention of how they can fit into the scheme. And so it goes hand in hand with one another. I appreciate the call from Glenn out in Sacramento, 808 KNBR, if you want to join the conversation. When we get into the Niners and how important it is for their best players to be healthy and available, well, they announced their team captains for the 2025 year as well. Not a shocker, JD, that we talk about the irreplaceable pieces. Here are your 8. Christian McCaffrey, Brock Purdy, George Kittle, Deommodore Lenoir, Trent Williams, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, and the man that they just can't get rid of, Kyle Juszczyk.
Yeah, on brand. I think if you look at it, and I mean, it's all of the guys that you would expect. It's the core guys. It's the big time money guys. You know, we've said, you know, they're going to need all the guys they've paid and chosen to keep are going to be the guys that they really have to lean on, and that's every one of them. You know, you look at it. You know, Ayuk obviously with the injury, and I think, you know, some of the issues relating to the contract last year, somebody that hasn't quite been around, be present. Like Juszczyk is the guy everybody likes, right? He's the true consummate professional veteran, you know, guy of the group. But the other 7 are the headliners for this team at every level, basically, other than wide receiver.
Yeah, and wide receiver is something that they're cleaning up slowly but surely. And yeah, one of those that is the position group that is not shouted out.
In a perfect world, Ayuk would be that guy because he's healthy and wants to be there, and none of the shenanigans or back and forth is probably a better way of putting it from last year would be something that's creeped in. Like in a perfect world, you'd have Brandon Ayuk be that guy that's, you know, your elder statesman, been in the program, productive. You paid him because you want him to be here. So, you know, the health, I can understand why, and some of the antics from last year, I can understand why. And look, Juszczyk is no better teammate going. But like I said, and no offense to Juszczyk, it's the 7 headliners among all headliners, and then Juszczyk on this, right? Like that is a tell, I think, for this 49ers team. Those 7, the 49ers are going to be as dependent on their captains as any team in the NFL this season.
I think there's no question about it. When I look top to bottom right now across NFL rosters, I want to hear from Tim Ryan, because I said we were going to play some of those cuts, and we'll get a chance to ask him further on some of these subjects tomorrow. But you mentioned the wide receivers. There is no captain of one of the 8 right now. In a perfect world, somebody like a Brandon Ayuk could be that guy. Maybe Jawan Jennings, and the Niners do reach an extension at the end of this season, even if it didn't happen right now amid this stare down. Here's Tim Ryan on the fact of what is going to drive the 49ers offense. That is how much they are relying on their run game and leaning on those running backs.
But this team, I think, is going to lean on the run game, and for a bunch of and Kyle loves, as you guys know the record when they have 30-plus runs. So lean on that offensive line, lean on the run game, get both of those guys out there at the same time. You can always move McCaffrey into the slot, act as a receiver, obviously. Unlocks everything in terms of the passing game with both of those guys on the field. And then you protect a young defense. And let's be honest, I mean, the excitement for me is sky high because the stars are healthy. And we know what they've got, you know, in Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey and the year that Kittle put together. And let me tell you guys, I don't know if you've been out of practice, he has found the fountain of youth. Whatever he's doing, unbelievable in terms of how he keeps ascending his game.
So there you have it with Tim Ryan. And a lot of this weaves right into the themes of the segment and our Wednesday show, right? The wide receivers need to get healthier. While that happens, the running backs are going to be paramount all season long. Even with a healthy receiving core, they're going to be relying on the running game. and take away that position group of the wide receiver. All the stars are healthy going into week one, and you don't necessarily know if you're getting that luxury week in and week out. But as long as they're there, this team has a very different ceiling than one where if a couple of those guys are missing.
It's the most important thing going for this team is the ability to have those guys. It's what gives everything else a chance to work to the highest end projection, I think, here as you look at it top to bottom. But a couple other injury notes, by the way. We got into Juwan Jennings, Dominic Pooney, and Jordan James are going to be limited. Jordan James back on the practice field. That's a surprise, although I guess maybe not, considering the fact that he was kept on the roster. I know I've questioned specifically just how much of an impact could he potentially be. That's the first real sign that he's closer to being back, and again, what impact remains to be seen. But you can understand if he's going to be somebody limited week one, why he was kept on the initial 53. So Pooney and James limited, and Yeturgos Matos not going to practice today. So keep an eye on that one as somebody that I think the 49er, he was a surprise as well on the 53, at least for me. Veteran trying to keep him right, or an acknowledgement that maybe he's not going to be able in Seattle remains to be seen. So keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, so I was surprised on Yeturgos Matos as well in the initial 53, so not participating today, along with Jordan Watkins, who might be deactivated for week one. Dominic Pooney coming back is something I'm not taking for granted watching Sunday either, because he played in the Raiders preseason game and then got injured on a special teams play, one of the many Jake Moody field goals of that afternoon. And so to have that injury be as minor as it said, I know it was very murky after the game when Shanahan's saying, yeah, it's a PCL, be a few weeks. And we're thinking, all right, but is he missing real game time? And for him to recover as quickly as he did, knock on wood that the limited participation is just a sign of caution and that he'll be good to go. That's important for an offensive line that needs to start the season off strong, because we talked about it a lot in the month of August. I think fans are rightfully a little bit worried about the offensive line performance, and I said I'm not going to judge this unit in full until we see it with Trent Williams. That's a big difference maker.
He's a huge difference maker, and so we'll have to see. I mean, Pooney being limited is a great sign. I think if things were trending in the wrong direction, and all indications are been trending toward his availability to be out there over the last week. So limited, I don't think on a Wednesday is a bad thing, and you always kind of keep a look at, and we'll get the injury report with all the designations throughout the week now, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for a Sunday game. I will see if he goes from, you always look at the trajectory of the injury report Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for those 3 days that teams have to release it. If you go limited to full, that's a good sign. If you go full to limited or limited to non-participant, then that's obviously a bad sign toward whether you're going to have the ability to play coming up on Sunday. So those little designations, nothing to factor in as they come down each day.
On Monday, the big headline is that Juwan Jennings was running back at practice. On Wednesday, the big headline is that Kyle Shanahan said he expects Jennings to be ready to go week one, and we have the clip from your head coach. We'll play that next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow joining Murph and Marcus at 7:30 to break down the fight between the Giants and the Rockies. Kyle Freeland, Willie Adames, and Matt Chapman all ejected. Does Krukow forecast some suspensions? Plus, as a former pitcher, what did Kruk make of the whole situation between the Astros' Framber Valdez and his catcher, Cesar Salazar? Find out when you check out that interview on thesportsleader.com or wherever you get your KNBR podcasts.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
Papa and Silver with JD rolls on for your Wednesday, and I'll tell you that we are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA. All right, JD, well, we've been talking about it. We teased it. Let's hear from the head coach himself, Kyle Shanahan, with the latest on Jauan Jennings and expectations for Week 1 in Seattle.
Are you expecting Jauan to play on Sunday?
Yes.
Everything's fine physically with him?
He's limited. Yeah, he looked good on Monday. Getting back into it, having all that time off. We got to ease him in and stuff. So we'll see how this week goes. That's why he'll be limited today, but he's healthy enough to play football, and hopefully that continues.
Did you get a final MRI? Was there any kind of final testing to make sure the calf was okay?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, so he's good to go.
Shout out to Tim Kawakami, who's been all over this Jauan Jennings story and wrote a great piece about the stare down, and he joined our show a couple of weeks ago to get into that situation. But for a second there, JD, I was like, is Kyle Shanahan about to Kevin Durant, Charles Barkley this, where he's just like, yeah, he'll play, and just that's it?
Yeah, it kind of sounded as if that was going to be exactly the case. But, I would read it at this point as, again, trending in the right direction. The fact that he hadn't been at practice at all since the end of July, not at all through the entirety of August, and then September 1st, he's out there on Monday, Labor Day, and now today, even in a limited form, I think projects things are trending in the right direction there. Heading toward Sunday, which is good. One other quick just wide receiver note, rap sheet in Rap Report, Kendrick Bourne electing to sit this week out and weigh his options over the weekend to see which team is the best fit. According to source, he recently visited the 49ers on Monday and then the Commanders, I believe, yesterday. So he left the 49ers, and maybe Jennings returning allowed for the 49ers to make a more team-friendly offer to Kendrick Bourne. He went on to the Commanders to work out for them, and we'll see. Ended up not signing with the 49ers, and I think you could make the case that if Jennings is indeed in and active and healthy, not only for Sunday but moving forward, the necessity for the Niners to sign Kendrick Bourne, it is, it's nil. It's completely gone, at least right now. But should the Niners end up with another wide receiver injury or something of the like over the first 3 to 5 weeks of the season, then obviously he would potentially be in play there.
And I think that's a positive if you're looking at it from the 49er perspective, because you're one injury away or one conflict resurfacing away from this discussion being all the more important. Say DeMarcus Robinson, for some reason, makes another problematic off-the-field decision and runs the risk of getting suspended further. Let's say that Brandon Ayuk's timetable ends up getting pushed back in his rehab process, which probably wouldn't know for another month or so, but things can always happen, and a lot changes in a week. Let's say if Ricky Pearsall ends up getting a little bit banged up early on, having Kendrick Bourne out there and available and the chance for the 49ers to maybe restructure an offer that they'd given him, that's a valuable piece that could end up being a useful asset if this wide receiver situation goes back to being what we were feeling all throughout training camp, where it's who's Brock Purdy really going to throw the ball to besides Ricky Pearsall and his two other, which we're now calling wide receivers, Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle.
Yeah, so keep an eye on that as it relates to the overall depth at the position and how things shake out. And obviously Marquez Valdez-Scantling added to the 53 earlier at the expense of Gage. Gage went to the practice squad, so they kind of flip-flopped among those two. So it looks, at least right this second, Greg, as if it's Ricky Pearsall, Jauan Jennings, Marquez Valdez-Scantling as the top three wide receivers on the 49er roster going toward Sunday.
So here's my follow for you. Is there a concern for Jauan Jennings' ability to look like himself on Sunday? there's been a recent history of 49er holdouts or hold-ins and guys sitting out wanting more money, maybe dealing with some injuries along the way, and then not quite looking up to speed when they get out there on the field. It's great to see Jauan Jennings running a practice. Mind you, that's with 6 days to go until the season starts. He looked great in OTAs. He looked great in the very limited preseason practice that he was able to get out there for. But then he missed a month, and there was some other stuff on the side. And so him being back, he's probably not happy about it in the sense of financially, but now he's got to go and also earn money, whether that be an extension reached in the middle of the season, whether that be in the offseason with the 49ers or some other team that's willing to pay him in the NFL. But this is cutting it close to when it's time to go. And if you look at Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel or Nick Bosa and guys that had to get up to speed a little bit later due to injuries or holdouts or whatever, then it takes a second for them to start looking normal within a Shanahan offense again.
Short answer, yes, there is concern in my mind. But again, I think the threat of him being out there, if he's able to be out there, is enough for Kyle Shanahan to kind of make it work. But no, I think there's definite concerns as to whether or not he's his true self, given the time that he missed. And given where his head potentially is at. I know he gets credit for showing up on Monday and progressing toward being available to play on Sunday, but his ability to get out there is health related, I think, as much as it is just where his mindset is related here, because the 49ers surely do need him. So I think, but to answer your question directly, yeah, there is. I think there's definite concern.
And is he a player of a status high enough where you would say him being out there for the threat of his presence is as useful as it might be for someone like a Brandon Ayuk or somebody like a Christian McCaffrey coming back?
No, but I think the question you have to ask yourself is him being out there at less than 100% better than some of the other options that the 49ers would have as it relates to that position. So, I mean, you start to look around at the guy, Sky Moore or Robbie Chosen or whatever. Like, if you start to look at that, who would you trust more? And I would trust a less than 100% Jauan Jennings over Sky Moore, Robbie Chosen, even Russell Gage at this point, if he's going to be elevated. And it looks as if he would probably be elevated from the practice squad come Sunday.
So as far as the hopeometer and the optimism versus pessimism, we asked our listeners where they stand from 1 to 10, 1 being an absolute low, 10 being I am so optimistic. And I think this team's got a real shot to get themselves back into the contention conversation. If we take the scale of the article, which was on a percentile, and converted it to ours, it'd be a 6.8. I'll ask you, higher or lower than a 6.8 for the 49ers as it stands right now today?
I'm higher than 6.8. I'd probably have it in the I'd be like 7.5 probably, or 75% if you want to convert it that way. Like I'm pretty optimistic for all the reasons we've gotten into. And I mean, you look at a lot of the things, the health is first and foremost. Now, some years they have proven to be healthy enough to be really good. Again, are you going to bet on the health? I'm never comfortable betting on health, but I'm optimistic that this team is talented enough to, if those guys can stay healthy, especially early, they can carry the load, and this team can have others come along for the ride as the season goes on. I'm confident Brock Purdy has the ability to bounce back in the Kyle Shanahan system. The whole less is more as it relates to Brock Purdy and really, Christian McCaffrey being somebody that the 49ers are going to lean on and make sure they've got the running game, and Brian Robinson is a caveat to that, somebody to complement Christian McCaffrey and or be an insurance policy if McCaffrey is injured, and the Ricky Pearsall's ability to jump in. We haven't talked a lot about him. To me, the only question about Ricky Pearsall's ability to be a legit top 2-3 receiver on a team is can he stay healthy? And I think, I understand all the concerns as to why you'd be worried about that. And I hate to have it come back to that, but from just a sheer what we've seen from him on the field and the 49ers' willingness to feed him, I feel like that's an area where I'm optimistic that they may have a really productive player at that position, far greater than they did last year. Same thing again about McCaffrey, far greater at that position because McCaffrey was unavailable in last year. Could be a level better in terms of Brock Purdy because of these other things. So I think there are some reasons for optimism. Saleh is the biggest reason for optimism defensively, plus the core players. And I said this last week, and I'll double down on it again right now, Greg. I'm a believer that the special teams, Jake Moody notwithstanding, and Jake Moody by himself can ruin it if he's missing important kicks and kicks that cost you games. But I am convinced that the 49ers are going to, aside from Jake Moody, be a much better special teams team in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big caveat right there, right? If the special teams is buttoned up, but Jake Moody's unreliable, then it's going to be a buttoned up special teams that has a replacement option at kicker ready to go because he's not getting that same kind of leash that he did working through the injury last year when the team was also fading into mathematical elimination late in the season. If I can give my biggest reasons for optimism, and I think 7.5 is about right with where we stand today, Christian McCaffrey's health and availability would be number one. Number two would be Robert Saleh, because if you are going to have a young defense, he's the type of coach that you feel confident to get them in the right form and have them get up to speed by the time you get to the second half of the season. Number three, believe it or not, I think I'm going to say Brian Robinson, even though he plays the same position and is going to be backing up Christian McCaffrey, who theoretically his availability takes Robinson off the field. But it was just another indicator of, hey, this is an area of strength that we need to lean on. We're going to bolster it up. We're going to have a solid RB1 type of player as our RB2 to bring it in. And maybe you have them both out there together. Maybe you don't. But either way, it just gives you a little bit of variety. And whether that means Christian McCaffrey's actually getting fewer touches or not, having the option and a little bit more diversity for Kyle Shanahan to use within the offense, I think goes a long way. Let's continue to get into this. We got some sounds coming your way from the long weekend for both JD and I to get ready for the show, wrapping up, and then we'll get you over to Dirty Work at 2 o'clock. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Hey everyone, Greg Silver here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area? Some not even based in this state. That's not the case with Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They've been based here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. And we're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with the motorcyclists, pedestrians, children, schools getting in and out, it's all around us these days. So please be careful. Take that extra second and work together to make the Bay Area as safe a place as it can be. And feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, as the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, and most importantly, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Papa and Silver. Greg Silver, John Dickinson, filling in for the one and only Greg Papa, who we will miss very much throughout our Sundays, and we do every day here on the show, no question about it, but continuing to send our love and know that he's going to get through this as well. So going to be an assortment of different voices here for the football hour with Tim Ryan coming up on Thursdays, and throughout your Sundays, as JD is going to be a big part of our 49er broadcast team as well on pre and post game. JD, you feeling good about this Sunday? A little Seattle pre and post coming your way?
Yeah, really looking forward to being up there again, the first time in quite some time, going all the way back to 2021, where the 49ers are not going to be up there on a Thursday. And Brock Purdy has played very well. Brock 3-0 up at Lumen Field the last 3 years. He got the start in the division clinching win in 2022, one up there on a Thursday in 2023, and then last year the 49ers in October able to win there in 2024. The lone division win for the Niners last year was up in Seattle. So a place that traditionally has been a house of horrors has been good for the 49ers of late. And, yeah, very much looking forward to being up there with Copes, being up there with Austin Scott, and getting this thing kick-started. I'll be on with you from there before heading back on Monday, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Football is back, baby, finally.
Yeah, our first Reaction Monday is going to be a big one, and we got some fun bits coming for you on Friday to get you ready. We're going to ask important questions. Might throw a little take it or leave it at you, and some things that we might take out of the box that Walter and I have been working on, where all of our best but mostly worst ideas kind of continue to live and get reworked. Speaking of Brock Purdy, wanted to get some sounds over the weekend in with us right now. And let's start with Joe Montana on Brock Purdy and what he likes about him. This was on the Pat McAfee show, and McAfee kind of led him into it by saying, hey, you guys have kind of a similar mindset. Here is the 49ers' all-time greatest quarterback on what he likes about their current quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, I really like him. He usually doesn't make a lot of mistakes, and he's careful with the football. He's got great placement of it, as you can see here, and I just think he's got the right demeanor, and everybody has those kind of years. I had them. Everyone you can go to and look around at anybody, Brady, everybody. When injuries start taking place, your whole team changes, and then the quarterback seems sometimes that it's all rides on their back that they sometimes believe, and so they start doing things they wouldn't normally do. But I think he'll be fine.
So not making mistakes, those three words, kind of leads me to thinking, is that the number one goal for Brock Purdy's season, is to just limit the amount of mistakes as opposed to maybe making some plays or being someone that carries the offense and could go off schedule? Because we know that it's not just you have to do this, you have to check this box, right? Like Kyle Shanahan's very formulaic about how he wants his playbook run, but is limiting turnovers or not making any kind of game-crushing mistakes the number one thing that Brock Purdy can do to set his team up for success, or does it have to go beyond that with the $53 million a year contract he just signed?
I don't think it needs to go beyond it at all, and the reality is when Brock Purdy is at his best, he is making plays off script. But he's making plays off script because they develop naturally and not because he's looking to make them or pressing or trying to do more because there are other areas of this roster that are deficient. It's a subtle difference, but I think it's an important difference. I think Brock tried to make up for some of the other areas in which the 49ers were deficient last year. I think he tried to do too much. He's admitted as much, and I think that's where trying to be the gunslinger because your team desperately needs you to be the gunslinger, or because it's a scenario where your franchise has paid you like the top echelon of quarterbacks in the National Football League. Believing that and having more statistically that has to be done because of it, That, to me, is where you don't want to be if you're Brock Purdy. Stay on schedule, keep everything locked in, play action game back, everything off of the running game, and those opportunities to make plays that are off-schedule type of plays, I think are going to be there for you, but do it in a more pressure-free environment, if that makes sense.
I think if we're talking situational football, I'm most curiously watching Brock Purdy when the 49ers are trailing in the second half of games, because last year was tough to judge in that was the case a lot of the time, but you also didn't have a lot of the weapons that he was used to. In 2023, Brock Purdy was almost forced into a box of just making the simplest decisions because the 49ers were controlling the clock, they were controlling the score, and they were controlling games as a whole, being the team that was usually leading. Now, we saw the rare examples like the Christmas game when the Ravens came in and just punched him in the mouth, and that was Brock Purdy's worst game of the year by far. But this year, I think you're going to get a little bit of a mix where, the 49ers could be front-running sometimes. They're also probably going to be in a lot of games that are just typically closer where, maybe there's a one-score lead or deficit in the second half of games, but it might not be the kind of game where you're thinking, oh, hey, we got control of this. I need to really slow it down or just do the simple check down, or we got to run the ball and kill all the clock that we can. And it's probably not going to be a, hey, we're down 17 going into the fourth quarter. I got to take some risks and take some major shots here. I think you're going to see something kind of in between that, and therefore Purdy with a second half deficit that isn't something borderline insurmountable. Those are the situations where I'm most curious to see how his development and evolution as an NFL quarterback manifests in the year 2025.
Yeah, that's a great point. That really is, I think, important to kind of hone in on here, because I think what the Niners have to try to do is keep things, even if you're down a score, hell, even if early in the game you're down 10 or you're down 14, you still, I think, have the ability to be able to kind of lock in and stick to the game plan and keep things on schedule and get back into the game that way. But to your point, when it starts to get late and there's 10 minutes to go and you're down, any quarterback is going to look to make things happen in that type of a situation. So I hear you. I agree with you in that sense. Although I think the inability, if the game is really going awry at that point, like, I'm more willing to give a quarterback the benefit of the doubt in that situation, down multiple scores, let's say in the fourth quarter. But if it's down a score in the fourth quarter, I think it's got to be a scenario where you stick to the game plan and try to stay calm and be able to use everything at your disposal to be able to execute.
Yeah, down 3, down 6, down 7, down 10, down 13, all of those type of deficits.
It's really where you need a touchdown. It's really like down 3, I think it's easier for a quarterback to relax. To me, where quarterbacks get a little over aggressive, to your point, is when it's 4 or more, when it's 4 to 7, when you need a touchdown. That's when I think the out of character type plays can have a tendency to wreck the game in a bad way.
No, I think that's a good call. In fact, let's say 4, 6, 7, 10, 13, 14. Those numbers probably looking at with, the eyes looking a little extra close on Brock Purdy, because we know what he can do when they're up 7, up 14, up 17 in a game. And as long as he can, just keep his team afloat and make the smart plays and not try to do anything that's going to stop the clock at an important time or try to squeeze a ball in a tight window where any of those major game-changing, game-swinging plays could go wrong for the 49ers. If he just does his job in that regard, I think he's going to be fine. It's about his evolution of what he does with a deficit, where I think the 49ers and the way it's set up this year, you're probably going to get a nice sample size of all of it peppered in somewhere. You might have games where you're just getting it handed to you. You might have games where you're just handling a team as a whole. But by and large, JD, I think the 49ers and the growing pains that they're going to have to go through, led by a core of big money plays, some future Hall of Famers on it, you're going to get a lot of in-between 0 to 2 score margins that really tell you who these guys are early on and who they become as the season continues to move into later months.
Yeah, without a doubt. And it's going to be fascinating to see how it all shakes out from the beginning. And I think week 1 at Seattle, divisional game, it is a true early pivot point. Not that the sky will be falling, although I kind of disagree with the elder Silver, who we had join us all the way back in the 10 o'clock hour. It always seems, I think, with the expectations that this 49ers team have had throughout the years, like the sky is falling whenever anything isn't necessarily going right, even early on in a season. So I don't know. He seemed to think that wouldn't be the case. I don't think it would be internally for sure, but I also kind of wonder if the Niners get off to that. It immediately puts you in that position where, all right, you didn't win in Seattle. Nobody's freaking out internally. Fans might be kind of wondering, especially those who are among the less optimistic of the 68% that are more optimistic than not per The Athletic. But then it also immediately thrusts you into at New Orleans week 2. New Orleans is supposed to stink, be a bottom 5, if not the worst team in the NFL. You better win that game. You better win that game. And while it's nice to have those games like that on your schedule, and I think the 49ers do have some of those get-right games on their schedule in terms of potential, which prevents things from getting away from you, the moment you don't win one of those games, and the Seattle home game was one last year that stands out, the moment you don't win one of those games, the Arizona home game is another one that stood out earlier on in the year, things have the potential to really significantly go awry from there. And we saw it in particular with the Seattle loss in November that all of a sudden turned into 2 more, and then the season was basically over.
I was going to say, take 4 of the 6 division games that come right to the top of my mind. I mean, exclude the last week in Arizona when Purdy's not playing and your season's over, and exclude the one you won out in Seattle. But those other 4 all felt like they were there for the taking, and a few of them felt like the Niners completely had and let slipped away. So maybe the 12-6 one that effectively ended their season, that one wasn't necessarily within their control, but opportunities were there. Deebo Samuel dropped what was probably going to be a walk-in touchdown in a game where it was 12-6, and so we don't need to relive the pain. But, yeah, to your point, just take 4 of those 6 division games alone, and if you're able to win 3 of those, we're talking about a very different reality with your season. And so it's going to come down to fourth-quarter execution in so many ways. Let's hear one more bite from Joe Montana. Top 4 quarterbacks he would start a franchise with if he was running a football team today. Interesting answer here, and got to work on his names too a little bit, I think.
If you were a general manager, head coach today, pick the top 3 quarterbacks you want to start your franchise with, and why.
I like this.
And not Brock Purdy. You can't take Brock.
Boom.
Okay, Brock is your number 1 pick. We know that.
Yep.
So you love Brock Purdy. You love Brock Purdy.
Yeah. I'm taking the guy in Buffalo.
Okay, Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Yeah, Josh. The guy that surprised me that I thought would, obviously, Joe Burrow's another guy I like a lot.
Okay.
And believe it or not, I like the guy with the Chargers. Just Herbert. Just Herbert. I think they've kind of gone by the wayside there, but. I don't know. I just like the way those 3 guys are.
BA, how do you feel about his top?
I do also like the guy in Philly though, and
Jalen Hurts. Okay, just won a Super Bowl.
Okay, first of all, I think Joe Burrow gets major bonus points for getting his name mentioned. He's like, I like Joe Burrow, the guy in Buffalo,
above everyone,
the guy in LA, the guy in Philly who just won the Super Bowl. So he's going no Lamar, no Patrick Mahomes, and of course no Brock Purdy. That was taken off the board because that's the obvious number 1 pick.
Yeah, and no Mahomes is obviously notable there, although some really good picks. I mean, Herbert has all the tools. I don't think anybody would quibble with Allen or Burrow. I think most would say Allen, Burrow, and Mahomes, obviously, in some order, likely Mahomes 3. But then beyond that, I mean, Herbert is not a surprise, and you do have to give credit where credit is due to Jalen Hurts for winning the Super Bowl. So, yeah, good. It was a nice compilation of names there from Joe Montana.
He did also say, he's like, I probably should have taken Patrick Mahomes in there somewhere. But, yeah, look, if you got 4 slots and you mentioned the 3 that I think would be pretty consensus, you're talking Allen, Mahomes, and Lamar Jackson. Gosh, wow, my brain was escaping me there. Would you give the 4th spot to a Joe Burrow? Would you give it to Justin Herbert? Or would you really lean into the youth and say maybe Jaden Daniels if he can repeat what he did last year to some degree?
Yeah, we'll have. Yeah, Jaden Daniels is somebody that I think would be vaulting up people's list to be sure here moving forward if he can back up the year that he had in 2024.
Or I mean the guy in Washington, as I refer to him in this list of rankings.
The guy, yeah, I love the guy in Washington. Love the guy in Washington. Like the guy in Detroit. Love the guy in Washington. The guy in Philly's pretty good. Won the Super Bowl. Yeah. Don't sleep on the guy up in Seattle. He, Kyle Shanahan fixed him.
And we love the guy who wore number 16 for this franchise and is the all-time.
The dude in Dallas is a little overrated.
We love Joe Montana very, very much. Maybe he'll come on and we'll try to make him rank 1 to 32 by name or something as a little activity. Walter, stop shaking your head at me, dude. I think we're going to happen. It's going to be a Wednesday football week segment. In all seriousness, let's get ready to wrap up the show. Hand it over to Dirty Work. Great discourse on the Niners today. Football season is back tomorrow. And we got our roundtable coming up as well. It's a big, big Thursday coming your way, and it's Poppin' Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow joining Murph and Marcus at 7:30 to break down the fight between the Giants and the Rockies. Kyle Freeland, Willie Adames, and Matt Chapman all ejected. Does Krukow forecast some suspensions? Plus, as a former pitcher, what did Kruk make of the whole situation between the Astros' Framber Valdez and his catcher, Cesar Salazar? Find out when you check out that interview on thesportsleader.com or wherever you get your KNBR podcasts.
and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
It's Papa and Silver with John Dickinson wrapping things up on a Wednesday. We'll get ready to hand it over to the other Papa, D-Pop, Copes, and Tim Webb for a Wednesday edition of Dirty Work. Giants trying to make it 10 out of 11 and finish off the sweep in Colorado. JD, you going to get ejected tonight? I could see you just heading out to Coors Field. I know you're a big fan of Red Rocks. You know, find your way to Colorado, hop on a plane, and maybe see if you can show your third base skills if Rafael Devers isn't able to go tonight.
I am a quick ejection in any given moment. I can go from 0 to 100. I could be, everything's calm, JD's fine, and then boom, he gone. Just like that when tempers flare. So always a possibility that I become a very quick ejection in any moment, really, with anything. And by the way, for those of you that are into that sort of thing, as far as, are the Giants creeping their way into actually being back into a playoff race? The Tigers did beat the Mets earlier today. That went final. And I don't know what's going on with the Padres. I know John Shea mentioned the fact that they've had some injuries that have popped up of late. They are down 7-0 in the top of the third inning to Baltimore. Yep. That would be a 3-game Baltimore sweep over the Padres down in San Diego. Go figure on that one. The Padres have lost 3 in a row, including the first 2 to the Orioles at home. So it is looking very much like, with a win in Colorado, that obviously has to happen, the Giants could gain on the Mets and the Padres and be 4 and 5 back of both of those teams respectively. Again, still very much a long shot. The easiest part of the schedule is gone until the final weekend of the year when the Giants play the Rockies again after tonight. But some strange things are happening, and keeping the long eye on all of that at this point.
When we reconvene tomorrow at 10 o'clock, we can talk about it, but Logan Webb cannot talk about it. That is the number one rule. JD, appreciate you. Good to be back together after a week off. Thank you to Walter as well, and thank you to our guests, Michael Silver and John Shea. We'll be back tomorrow for the first out of 6 hours because we got the roundtable, and we'll make sure D-Pop and Copes are ready to go, and they welcome us out to Oakland. We'll hand it off to Dirty Work right now. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Let's get dirty.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
Here you go this time.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work back in full force. Tim back in the building.
Yeah, is that a good thing?
Danny Dunn back on the bench.
More jinxes for Tim.
Dude.
We have to address this, Tim.
What, are we talking Randy Rodriguez?
Oh, yeah.
Because Tim, we do.
This is the ultimate jinx job.
If anybody in the Bay Area is looking for somebody to blame as to Randy Rodriguez being diagnosed with a UCL injury and needing Tommy John surgery.
Yeah.
And now the Giants are kind of in the mix, and they don't have a closer. He was supposed to be the closer.
Yeah.
This is all because, it's not since, it's because Tim Webb praised him in his Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
With his wicked Tim craft.
This might be the worst curse he's ever put on a player. Because we talked about just how things have gone awry after Tim's praised them.
Yeah.
We mentioned Kevon Looney, and then he left.
The reverse of Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, the reverse of Jimmy Butler. That was a good one, though. That was a good jinx. We're glad Tim was wrong on that one.
So maybe just Tim should be more negative.
He was like, dude, Kevon Looney's a dirty word guy. And then not only did he leave, he was like...
And then he got the dirty word done to him.
Yeah, and then he was like, I really didn't like being there the last couple of years, dude. But, dude, Tim, man, you praised Randy Rodriguez right before the All-Star game. He gets touched up in the All-Star game. Brett Rooker took him deep, I think, right?
Yep, he did.
Rooker takes him deep. And then after the All-Star break, he's named the closer. And I think he had a couple of good outings. The one in Pittsburgh he got out of. He had a couple of strong outings there. But he also blew some games. Yeah. So we immediately looked at Tim and go,
but that was all fun and games, honestly.
It was all fun and games, because he was just sort of off and on. But now an injury, Tim, I mean, what do you have to say for yourself?
I heard your little spiel yesterday when you started the show. The Tim Reaper strikes again. And
by the way, welcome back, Tim.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome back.
Happy to be here.
Brother.
Yeah, I definitely cursed the hell out of him and pretty much every other thing in the Bay Area. So I think the next time we do a takes, I know Danny did a very good job yesterday. It'll be all about
if I were you, dude, I'd be worried about a little too good.
Yeah, that's fine. You can have the segment. I don't really want to beg for it anymore.
Sure, Tim. Right.
You want to pee your pants. Come on now.
Honestly, I just want to, say really great things about Shohei Ohtani and Matt Stafford because they're just wonderful. I hope it goes really well for them.
Dude, it's so funny. It's like, would you rather be hated for cursing your own teams or be hated because everyone's like, why is this guy praising Ohtani?
Yeah, exactly.
What's he praising Stafford? We got to go down the sofa.
He's one of those no-win situations. That's the way it goes.
That's pretty funny. Anyway, Tim back after his vacation. And
I missed you, fellas. It's good to be back.
Yeah, dude. We're full strength now. Right before the start.
Full strength, but not full shows.
Yeah, full strength, not full shows. Fine by me. Where we get the Niners kicking off on Sunday against the Seahawks.
Yep.
We have our 49ers roundtable tomorrow.
I was
just talking to Maria Lopez, our great, I'd love to say saleswoman, but she's not. I don't really know what her job title is.
She gets things done.
Dude, I was the PD, and I work with her like every day. I have no idea what. Like, she does so much for the station.
Is that more reflection of her or you in that
totally
situation?
Me. Like, 100% me. There's nothing about her. Like, she's the hardest maybe the hardest working person in the building.
No.
And she's the best. Same demeanor all the time. Awesome Giants fan.
She hooks us up with tickets.
She's the best.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was talking to her out there, and she goes, I'll see you tomorrow at the round table. And then we stood there, and we sort of pondered openly, is it a round table if the table isn't round?
I guess round table is just a figure of speech when
it's
you're
more
having
of a powwow.
Yeah, really.
Like
it's a brouhaha.
It's a brouhaha. Yeah.
Not like last night with the scuffle on with Rafael Devers and Freeland.
Gotta tell you, man, I loved it.
Yeah, it was fun.
You and I were on BART. We were on BART going back, and you saw the notification on Twitter that something had gone down in the Giants game. We pulled that video up.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was justified to have all three guys ejected. At the same time, I think it's good to fire up the team like that. It carries over into the next game. It just. Yeah, I no issue with it. Yeah, I think that Willie Adames and Matt Chapman kind of instigated as well. But, whatever.
It's a fair question. Like, we can talk more about it, but...
They won the game. Who cares?
Yeah, it's a fair question, though. Like, if no punches are thrown, what warrants the ejection? You know what I mean? Like, were punches thrown? Like, did we ever get an angle? Like,
but that Chapman shove was pretty aggressive.
The Chapman shove was the funniest part of the whole thing to me.
Just came over,
dude, the funniest thing is Freeland's yelling at Devers, and Devers is yelling back. And by the way, Devers did nothing wrong in my mind.
No, not at all.
He was I thought he was waiting to see if the ball was fair or foul.
Yeah.
Was kind of my attitude on it. He never looks towards Freeland. He never mouths off. Doesn't even really do a big bat flip. He just starts jogging with that big wad in his mouth.
Yeah.
Chaw, Big Chief. The best. Shout out to Sandlot.
Yeah.
He's got that big wad in his mouth. And then he realizes Freeland's yelling at him, and he turns around. He's like, F you, bro.
Yeah.
And so they're jawing at each other. And then Adames comes in to have his boys back.
I don't mind that at all.
Second Adames enters the field of play, like on the infield grass, I think it's questionable whether or not you can stay in the game. You know what I mean? If you're not there to be somebody who's breaking it up, if you're an instigator. But when Chapman runs in from out of screen while Freeland's being escorted by the home plate umpire, and Chapman comes up and just shoves him off like,
hey, bro, we got a problem here?
I figured as soon as that happened, he was tossed.
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't there. He wasn't running up to like make sure nobody was getting into a fight. If you're running out to like be somebody who's a peacemaker, they usually will be okay.
Yeah.
And it looked to me like after that Adames kind of squared up with somebody. He didn't actually throw, but
he was feisty though. He was ready to throw hands.
I wasn't upset that. Like, I was bummed that they both got tossed, but I didn't think it was egregious for tossing them. I thought they instigated it. Like, Freeland starts the interaction with Devers, but I thought it jumped to the next level because of Adames and Chapman's actions. That's kind of where I was.
No, we'll definitely get into it more, but just as far as relating to the roundtable tomorrow. So if there's a scuffle between the three shows, so let's say like Murph and Marcus versus you and me and Tim.
Dude.
And it's
why do we get three, but they only have Murph and Marcus?
Well, because they get a producer and a board op as well. So let's just say for the fight, they're a little empty-handed.
People working on that show. I'm just saying.
I know. I'm just saying, though, like, so is Curly going to be at the round table tomorrow? I think so, actually. All right, fine. Give him Curly, give him young Tony, us three, and then the middays get Walter, and again, 4 people again. They get Krug, JD, Greg Silver, and Walter.
I'll take the mornings. This is hand-to-hand combat?
Yeah.
I'll take the mornings.
Between the 3 of us?
I think they're winning the hand-to-hand combat fight. They've got the most size. Yeah. They've got the most reach. Look at Tim. They'll snap Tim in half, dude. Yeah. I'm not putting up a fight. I don't want to take Marcus.
I'm fresh off vacation. I'm ready to go.
I can't take Marcus. And who are you beating down in that scenario? You just want a shot of young Tone?
Well, yeah, I can probably toss him, but yeah.
Careful. He's going to get upset about that.
No, he definitely will. I can take on all of them. I'll take you all on.
No,
Derek lifts. I mean, come on.
Dude, have a little Derek just lift.
I do.
Have a little humility, dude. You know what I mean? Like, you're not
I'm not saying I'm winning the fight. I'm just saying it's going to be a battle.
I might join them to beat you down. You know what I mean? Like,
what kind of loyalty is that?
Look, I'm trying to survive here, bro. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry, but
I got to go down with this ship?
To break or name any of the other part of the Channel 5 news team.
Yeah, no, they stuck together.
Exactly. Come on.
You're probably wanted for murder.
Yes.
So if we had like an Anchorman-like fight between the shows, you're saying who would win? I'm going to take the morning show. They have the biggest population of people and the best average overall height and reach.
Yeah. But I think as far as like fighting dirty and like
I think you underestimate Murph's strength.
No, I'm just saying.
I think Murph has got some strength. Dude.
Me and Murph are probably
I don't want to meet him like in the post. Like if somebody he's a guy who I think like he doesn't run pickup hoop anymore, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But like if you hit him in the block and I have to like defend him at like a 4th of July barbecue, I'm not feeling great about it. He's got height on me and he's doing that the older guy strength thing where he's like throwing his weight around.
Murph definitely has the dad anger where he'll get in your face and poke you in the chest and spit in your face while he's screaming at you.
That alone is worth.
It's intimidating,
it's
but
worth
also
at least 3 rounds. You know?
But also I can fight dirty. I'm just saying, don't rule me out.
If it's fighting dirty, it's dirty work.
Yeah.
Hey, but you know what?
Why did this come up?
No, that's not what the round table's about. It's about 49er fans. It's about even Raider fans showing up potentially in Oakland. Let's do it. No hateration.
808 KNBR. Who wins a Anchorman like street fight?
Yeah, exactly.
Between the 3 shows on these sports leaders.
I mean, did anybody win in the end when it was Will Ferrell going up against who was in that whole thing? It was a cameo palooza. It was Ben Stiller, Tim Robbins, Luke Wilson. I think shows up.
Yeah, I mean, you get Wes Mantooth comes back too.
Yeah,
of
Wes
course.
Mantooth,
Vince Vaughn. Yeah, I mean, it's a great
nobody
scene.
really won in the end. It was just a battle.
Now, before we do this, no touching of the hair or face.
Of course.
And that's it. I don't know. Anyway, the details of the roundtable tomorrow, the Sports Leader 49ers roundtable, it's going down tomorrow at Almanac Brewing, Prescott Market, 18th Street in Oakland. How about that? We're coming to Oakland. The Sports Leader, Dirty Work will start at 2 o'clock.
Yes.
At Almanac Brewing. And then at 3 o'clock, everybody else is going to come in. Murph, Marcus, JD, Greg Silver, Krug.
Yep.
We'll all hang. Kyle Shanahan's going to join the show and the roundtable about 3:15, 3:30 tomorrow.
Whenever they're done with practice.
We'll talk to Tim Ryan at 4:30. So we'll get a full breakdown on 49er football for 2025. Everybody will be in on it. And then about 5:20, we'll sign off and throw it to Thursday Night Football, the kickoff of the 2025 season. We'll hang out and drink beers. Come on out.
Beautiful.
If you're a member of the Filth or listen to any other show on the Sports Leader, or you're a Niner fan, or you drink beer, or you're in Oakland in shouting distance, there's a reason for you to be there. You're in that Venn diagram.
And by the way, West Oakland BART, not that far away from the Almanac destination. It's about a 17-minute walk. So if you just want to, if you don't want to drive, just take BART and walk over.
17-minute walk. How about that?
Yeah.
Tim, you picking me up?
Are we doing this live on the air?
No. Can I get a ride tomorrow, Tim?
I guess so.
What time you got to be out there, actually?
I'll probably be there a little early, to plug stuff in.
Yeah, no.
Are you plugging tomorrow? Are you the plug guy?
I might be plugging.
He's plugging away. Copes is not going early. I can see it
Plug a few
already.
beers,
Well, I was like, what time is early? You know what I mean? We're talking like...
No, I can see it already. You're going to go to West Oakland. You're going to walk over.
Yeah, that seems like the most likely.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And by the way, as far as fighting in this round table, I don't think anybody could take on Tim Ryan, especially if even if it's over the phone. No one's taking on Tim Ryan.
Well, okay, how early do I have to show up in Oakland tomorrow at Lake Merritt Station for you to let me come to your house?
No, not Lake Merritt. Just come to 19th.
Oh, 19th?
Yeah.
And I can do a review tomorrow in your apartment?
Are we doing this?
Well, I reviewed Tim's.
I have a dentist appointment.
What did I give it? 4 Tims out of 5? 5 Tims
How
out of 5?
many rugs did you give it?
Tim, 3. Which rug? There's 3 of them.
I don't know if we have time to squeeze it in. I have a dentist appointment tomorrow.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that, groin.
What's worse, the dentist appointment or me reviewing your apartment?
Probably I'll get worse news from you. I'm assuming the dentist will be like, hey, I just got to floss a little bit more. But
what's more painful, right?
Probably copes nitpicking everything about my apartment.
Then I show up and it turns out you've been using the same piece of floss for like 3 weeks.
Or like going around, it's like, you only have one pair of silverware? What the hell is this? I don't, by the way.
Do you?
I don't.
That seemed like you rolled too easily off the tongue.
I mean, for a while I did. I will say this. Maybe like a year ago, 2 years ago, I went to go pick up more silverware, and I got it at Target. And the guy's like, "Oh, moving into your place." So I'm like, "No." Just been lazy.
Oh,
Just been lazy.
Well, it's like when I went to Medium Impact Brian's house that one time, his apartment that he was renting in North Beach. He was renting a room. And I rolled in, and he had a bed that had one pillow and one blanket on it. I was like, what if you invite a girl over? You offer her one of you can pick. Which one do you want?
Yeah, come on.
With the pillow or the
You
blanket?
see the pressure of a KNBR show review. It's bad.
I know. That's why Tim is definitely strong enough to invite people to come over to his place for a pregame show.
It took years for you guys to come over.
He really didn't invite me. We kind of didn't have a choice.
More mandatory than anything.
Just wait till what time we're firing up the box on week 2 for the Niners and the Saints, dude.
Go Niners.
Is JD coming to the apartment?
7 a.m., dude, from Tim's apartment, dude.
God, I want to see JD like the same way he does the show at Greg Silver, just sitting in Tim's apartment, just being like, all right, there's Oatmeal the Turtle.
I make an appearance.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, Dirty Work back with you at full strength today as Tim's back from vacation. We got updates from Kyle Shanahan.
We do.
On the health of the roster, specifically that of Juwan Jennings. We got some Giants baseball to get into. They had an exciting win last night after Devers hit that 2-run shot. Bench is clear. And then he says, I'll go over and play third base. Hey, Matt Chapman, let me borrow your glove. He went over and played third base. Giants get a win.
He's used to it.
Dare I ask, are the Giants, exciting? Are they, fun right now?
They're fun.
They're fun. But again, as I said.
Are you believing, though?
No, here's the problem. They're emotionally, I told you, I'm too emotionally tied.
Yeah, I know.
They're grabbing me back in because it's entertaining.
Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in.
Because it's been entertaining. And it's been fun to watch. It was fun to watch them get galvanized last night by that moment, right?
Of course.
And they continue to hit home runs. Pat Bailey gets one last night, too.
Yeah.
They're pitching well in the bullpen. Logan Webb, another good outing.
Is that Pat Bailey's first home run since the inside the park home run against the Phillies? Yeah, I think so.
Be his only homer that left the park then this year. That said, the inside the park would have left in every ballpark in baseball. This is the problem. They're 9-2 in their last 11. Prior to that, they were 2-9 in the 11 before the run. This is what 500 teams do. So it's more fun to flip the game on every day at 5:40.
No, I mean I get it, and we'll talk about it more. For me to believe, let's see what happens during the Dodger series. Let's see what happens. Though.
That's to me not the make or break, but we'll talk more about it a little bit later. 23 games left. We got Giants pregame coming up at 4:40. 5:40 first pitch for Giants baseball. We'll talk to Rich Aurilia a little bit later, as well as Andy Baggerly, extra bags. When we come on back, the latest from Kyle Shanahan. Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
The Giants look to build on their 3-game winning streak and go for the sweep today in Colorado as Robbie Ray looks to keep the Giants' momentum going. He faces Ratty Herman Marquez. It's spelled German. Pregame 4:40, first pitch 5:40 on the Sports Leader, and don't get ejected. Cool.
now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. I saw a lot of people checked in on our conversation from the first segment on if we had an anchorman like Street Fight. Derek posed this question among the three KNBR shows because we have our roundtable tomorrow, our 49ers roundtable, starting at 3 o'clock. Dirty Work's on at 2. Come live out to Almanac Brewing at Prescott Market in Oakland over on 18th Street. Derek said, what if there was a brawl between the three shows? Who would win?
Yeah.
We'll get into some of those answers because some of the filth and the texters have checked in.
I think a lot of people
Top story. The sewers run red with Burgundy's blood.
I said morning show has the most people and the biggest average size, even with young Tony. The average size is pretty big.
I'll take on young Tony.
Oh, go. Thanks.
I got him, guys. Don't worry about it.
What a favor you're doing us.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'll handle him.
Let's get into some of this Kyle Shanahan stuff. By the way, Shanahan going to join us tomorrow during the 49ers roundtable with all of the KNBR hosts starting at 2 o'clock. He'll be on about 3:15, 3:30 tomorrow. He did meet with the media today.
Yes.
Talked about Juwan Jennings. Jennings was a limited practice participant today. So was Dominic Pooney, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Two guys did not practice, Yetur Gross-Matos and Jordan Watkins. Everybody else in the 53-man full participant.
Yeah, I think everything is trending in the right direction. And, yeah, just because Pooney and Juwan were limited today doesn't mean that that's bad news for them going forward. It's just, to be precautionary with their injuries. So, yeah, I think that everything sounds good for Sunday as far as injuries. And, yeah, Jordan Watkins, we knew that when that was announced, after the first preseason game? Yeah, he was going to be out for a month. So
he played well in the first he played a lot, and then came out that he had a high ankle.
Yeah, so whenever he comes back, that's good. But, yeah, I think that everything's trending in the right direction for the 49ers.
So Kyle did say about Juwan Jennings, he expects him to play this Sunday.
Yes.
And his MRI came back clean.
Yeah, so, whatever it was with the calf and the contract situation, they're moving forward with him playing on Sunday, yeah.
Marquez Valdes-Scantling elevated to the active roster from the practice squad. Russell Gage was released and then re-signed to the practice squad. We talked to Matt Nairko about some of the minutia or the technicalities with that. They said a lot of times with veterans, they know what the situation is. It's about sometimes guaranteed money or the roster spot. So a little bit more versatility right now with Gage, putting him directly on the practice squad. He could get elevated as well. But right now, Marquez Valdes-Scantling is the one off of the practice squad who's been elevated. Russell Gage re-signed to the practice squad. Kyle said very likely both guys are active on Sunday. Kyle wouldn't divulge because it's complicated on the possible impacts, I guess, in the future on why Gage had to go to the practice squad first. But Mayoko said there's a couple of different reasons yesterday.
Yeah, so funny enough, we asked Matt this question yesterday, and Matt asked Kyle today in the press conference, why is there a reason why you guys decided to do that with Russell Gage? And he didn't divulge why they did it. It's just there's a lot of complicated reasons, and it may free something up in the future for Kyle. So he doesn't have to explain to the media what the purpose of this is. Just the bottom line is, yeah, most likely you're going to have Marquez Valdes-Scantling and Russell Gage ready to go on Sunday.
It sounds to me, that'd be so funny. It sounds similar to in Pineapple Express when James Franco, what's his character name, Saul?
Yeah.
He's explaining to Dale.
It's been a while.
I think it's Saul and Dale, who is Seth Rogen. He's explaining to him how the Pineapple Express marijuana is grown. And he starts describing, it's the soil from here and the winds from here, and it kicks up this very big storm. And then basically what Kyle said was, it's very scientific. I'm not going to get into it right now.
Exactly.
That's what he talked about with growing the Pineapple Express. Same thing for why did Russell Gage go to the practice squad first? It's all very scientific. I'm not going to get into that.
I thought
right
hurricane season was over.
I thought hurricane season was over. Dude, the funniest line to me. He says like 3 different times.
That Bill Hader at the beginning. And Danny McBride as whatever, Red? I think,
Red, yeah.
I think those were probably my favorite moments.
Red's incredible, dude.
Yeah. A little overrated, I would say.
You think you're more chill than me?
Yeah.
I'm wearing a kimono, dog.
Yeah.
Nobody's more chill than me. All right, moving on here on Kyle. Do we have some sound from Kyle, by the way?
Yeah, we do. I mean, the last question of the day was asked by Eric Branch about Juwan Jennings and the contract situation, how the relationship is. And Kyle just played it cool and said, no, we're good right now.
Yeah, I have no issues with Juwan and relationship. They didn't report on the hugs Saturday, Monday, Tuesday.
Monday was the reporting down.
That was the real one. No, Juwan's all love, and no, that was never personal. It's business, and that's a tough thing about this. I want every player to make as much money as possible. I want every coach. I want everybody to. It's just hard in situations to always do that. But that's something as a coach you're always pulling for. But also, I do understand the business too. Sometimes it's hard when other people don't. So you got to communicate with people and stuff like that so it doesn't become personal. But the relationship I've always had with Juwan, never really worried about that.
Yeah, I don't think that Kyle's ever been the type of coach to be like, you guys just complain about money all the time. He's always advocated for his players to get paid. I think it's just the connection he has with John Lynch where some people perceive it where Kyle's the one kind of running things and telling John, like, this is what we're going to do in the draft, this is what we're going to do with contracts and whatnot. I don't know if that's reality, but I think he's just very connected to the players and wanting them to, see that payday. Where we saw this offseason, Mike Silver said that Kyle may not be as involved as in years past. That's why they did the Brandon Ayuk contract and everybody else. Then those guys were going to get paid. Juwan Jennings is a different situation, though, where, he proved it last year, but I think he's got to prove it again. And I would be very surprised if he got a contract before we play on Sunday during the season. I think this is going to be an after the season thing.
I would not surprise me. And I was sort of surprised he came back even, was it last year? Maybe it was 2 years ago, the Super Bowl year. I don't expect him back next year.
You don't?
Not really.
Yeah.
Not particularly.
I mean, it depends.
I think he's going to ask for more money. And I just think he may price himself out regardless of the performance this year if all is healthy.
Yeah.
If he's unhealthy, I don't know what where you are anyway with bringing him back. But
I think that if a team
I thought this might be his last year anyway.
Yeah, maybe. I think that if there's a team out there in free agency that most likely will pay him what he wants, 25, you always overpay in free agency. Then yeah, he probably does leave. I have to see what happens with Brandon Ayuk too. How much he plays this season. We'll see what Ricky Pearsall develops into, but yeah, it's on the table.
I just can't imagine that he's a top 7 salary guy on the roster. After this year.
Yeah,
that's kind of where I'm at. Where I'm like, to your point about overpaying in free agency, I just can't imagine in what it would cost. It seems to me like when the Niners allow guys to go shop around, they find deals elsewhere.
Yeah,
because they let them know pretty upfront. Travaris Ward's a good example of that. Jimmy Ward's a good example of that years ago. Even Dre Greenlaw and Hufanga to an extent.
Yeah,
like they kind of they go and they sign and they shop quickly because they know that they're not going to be brought back.
Well, most of the time when a team tells you, "Hey, we're going to let you test free agency, come back to us," they're telling you, "All right, that's a good price. We're not going to match that." Like pretty much anything you go out and find, it's going to be better. Like the same thing with Joe Shane in the in Saquon Barkley situation, where he basically told him, "Go out, go snoop around, but you're not coming back here most likely."
Yeah, and he didn't. And then he won a Super Bowl.
And he didn't. And by the way, with Kendrick Bourne, he's going to sit out this week and decide which team he wants to sign with after Week 1. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if the Niners and Commanders told him, "Hey, let's wait, and then we'll see you Week 2." And that's because when veterans sign contracts before the Week 1 start, their contract's fully guaranteed for that season. So it's easy for the Niners or the Commanders to sign Kendrick Bourne and then easily cut him and not be on the hook for anything.
Jesus, Tim. Danny didn't pull this on me.
Sorry.
Last second, dude. I'm trying to get out of here. I got other stuff I got to take care of.
Got tickets to give away.
Got text to read. Got Neil Diamond tickets. We'll try to give them away.
Yeah, why are you making this complicated, Tim?
Sorry, guys. I'm rusty.
Where's Dan? All right. Where is it here? Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. You're rusty. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA. Okay, we are giving away tickets, yet again, to go see, who is it again?
Neil Young.
Neil Young.
Keep
I almost said Neil
rocking.
Diamond.
Oh, you bet your balls it's Neil Diamond.
Neil Young and the Chrome Hearts, the Love Earth Tour is coming September 12th. Again, we're 9 days away. To Shoreline Amphitheater. Next Friday. We're giving away 2 tickets today, tomorrow, and on Friday. All you got to do is listen for the cue to call between 3 and 4:40 when we sign off for Giants pregame. And if you're caller 10 when you hear the cue to call, you got to call 415-896-KNBR. You'll win the tickets. Furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at knbr.com. Tim, what's the cue to call going to sound like? Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call. If you want tickets to Neil Young and the Chrome Hearts, call right now. That's what it'll sound like when you hear that later in the show. Be caller 10, 415-896-KNBR.
I'm so happy at the end.
BR. Yeah, we're real into it.
I really missed that cue to call when we did play the Will Ferrell as Neil Diamond.
You bet your balls it's Neil. Didn't we do that for Neil Young also?
We were giving away Neil Young tickets, but we did him as Neil Diamond.
Oh, that's good. That's rich. That does sound like something we would do.
Yes, it is.
All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, I'll get you what some people were saying on the text line about who would win in a Anchorman-like street fight between the 3 shows here on The Sports Leader, because it could go down tomorrow. We've got our The Sports Leader roundtable, the Niner roundtable for 2025 at Almanac Brewing at Prescott Market in Oakland. We'll talk more about that. But when we come on back, Mike Sando, he's big on, much like Dan Dunn, much like a Mike Holler, much like a Walter, he's big on polls.
Say what now?
Mike Sando's poll.
Oh.
He polled executives on the NFC's best teams, the best play callers.
Mm-hmm.
He asked executives, where do the Niners rank effectively among all these teams? We'll talk about it next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Week 1 of the NFL season is upon us. Dirty Work rolls on a Wednesday afternoon. By the way, Rich Aurilia going to join us at 3:50 today talking some Giants baseball, and then Andy Baggerly at what time is he joining us?
Around
4:25 or so?
4:25. It's a little late media gathering for Bob Melvin today, so we'll get him right before the show ends.
All right, so we'll talk to Bags from The Athletic right before the show ends, and then Giants pregame at 4:40. So Mike Sando, we talk about his QB tiers a lot. He does a lot of polling of NFL executives and coaches.
Yes.
What he'll do is he'll go and he'll do this anonymous poll. And he'll just ask them a series of questions, and then they respond, and then he gathers the data and information, and then he compiles it. The same thing he does every year with the QB tiers. We get guys, and he has executives and coaches rank where the QBs stand. He's done this now with other facets of the game in terms of how the league views certain elements or teams within the league. Mike Sando polled 8 executives in current front offices. This is how they ranked the NFC. Okay, so we did this a couple of weeks back.
We did.
Maybe it was right at the start of preseason we did this.
We did it. I had Kerry last week give his rankings for the NFC, and we changed things based on the Micah Parsons trade. So it was interesting to see how the 8 executives do their rankings, and it's kind of similar to what I have going on as well.
So one executive said the NFC is really hard to do in terms of ranking it. I would tend to agree with that.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it seems like there are so many teams with so much promise, but also just like a lingering question. You know what I mean? Like something that like there's no in the NFC or in the AFC. It's just a matter of like, can the Bills get it done?
Yeah.
Will Lamar get it done this year? Like, those are complete teams.
It's really only 3 teams, in my opinion, in the AFC that can win the Super Bowl. Like everyone's saying, like, I'm high on the Broncos this year. I don't see it that way.
It's the Chiefs, it's the Ravens, and it's the Bills.
Absolutely.
That's how I look at it too right now. And there are teams that are borderline, but again, those teams are more like the ones with questions. For example, the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yes.
Can they do enough around Joe Burrow? He's the only player in NFL history to have 7 straight games or whatever with 275 passing yards and 3 touchdowns or something? Like, nobody done that in that many games. He had an MVP-like season last year. Yeah. He would have been in the mix. If they were a playoff team, he would have had to be on the table that he was an MVP candidate.
Same thing with the Texans for me in the running back situation
There's
right now.
too many questions. Yeah, so some of those teams, it's like, there's a question.
Yeah.
The other teams seem like they're the most complete and not flawed teams. In the Chiefs, the Bills, and the Ravens. So in the NFC, there's a question kind of around everybody except for the Eagles. The Eagles are the one team that sort of fits that mold.
There's still some questions, but yeah.
Certainly they do. Also, off of a Super Bowl makes you more wary of the team. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
The question is like, how will they respond to winning a Super Bowl?
Right.
Is kind of their question. The 8 executives ranked the team, or one executive said the NFC is really hard. The difference between team 1 and 7 in the AFC is pretty similar to the difference between teams 2 and 13 in the NFC.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that to some degree, but
I don't totally agree with that statement. So here it is. Top 5 teams in the NFC per these 8 executives. The Eagles, number 1. Packers, number 2. Lions, number 3. Buccaneers, number 4. Rams, number 5. If you go further down to go playoffs, Commanders, 6. Niners are 7. They have the Vikings at 8.
Yeah.
Which puts them closer, I guess. These executives feel closer to the way I feel about the question mark of people are going, the Vikings are a complete team. I go, except that they're one position that matters.
It's a huge question
It's
mark.
a rookie quarterback, effectively, off of a major injury.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a quarterback who, I mean, personally, I wasn't really intrigued by J.J. McCarthy out of college anyway, as an NFL quarterback.
No, but I definitely see some Brock Purdy traits. But yeah, as far as like these other guys that were coming out that have like the, all the tangible stuff that you look at in the combine, yeah, I mean, J.J. McCarthy was lacking.
I mean, I'm not going to write him off. And again, I like Kevin O'Connell, is that his name? The head coach of the Vikings. I mean, I like him a lot. As an offensive play caller and as a developer, he's been great to this point with Minnesota. He got the most out of what was that guy's name?
Nick
Case
Mullins?
Keenum?
Yeah, well, no.
Was he there for that?
I don't think so, but I think, when Cousins was down a couple of years ago, Mullins was having pretty good games. I mean, Kevin O'Connell comes from the school of, Sean McVay and all those coaches. So, yeah, I think he's one of the better play callers in all of football. And he could get, it's a similar situation. I do think that J.J. McCarthy, more talented coming out of college than Brock Purdy, obviously. But I think it's going to be a similar thing where he schemes it up for him and everything's perfect for him by play design.
Well, I guess when I look at this, and here's what the executive said about the 49ers. For the 49ers, one executive said, quote, I think San Francisco is in trouble just a little bit. Their receivers aren't as good. Their O-line is average. I'm not all in on Brock Purdy as a $53 million quarterback. Maybe their defense saves them. Now, another executive said, I'm optimistic about the 49ers. I think they bounce back this year. They will be healthier. Obviously, they're not healthy at receiver, but I think they're going to have a bounce back year from Christian McCaffrey. And I think Purdy's going to take another jump here. And I think their defense will be really good. The addition of Robert Saleh is going to be good with Chris Kasarik returning as their line coach. So I think the question I would have to ask is, we know the 49ers have huge question marks. I said there's a question following around probably every one of the teams, even in front of the Niners. So if these executives have them ranked 7, the question, I guess, in general terms for the 49ers entering this year, that's going to follow them, we'll see when and how it's answered. Did they do enough in the draft to retool the defense? Does Brock Purdy continue his ascension and trajectory that he's been on? Does Christian McCaffrey bounce back? So it's about health of the roster and a complete retool of the roster. Did you do enough while committing the amount of money you have to 5 or 6 of the top players in the league at their positions?
And I don't think we'll know that question for quite some time or answer. But
I guess what I'm saying, though, is that question bigger than any of the other ones that the other teams have? They're ahead of the Vikings here, and I would say that Niners question is on par with the Vikings question of, do you have a quarterback?
Yeah.
Because one quarterback equals a whole lot of other things.
I mean, my argument was that, yes, the Vikings are loaded at a lot of other positions, but the biggest question mark to me is J.J. McCarthy, while everything else is pretty sound. Though you could say in equal parts, all of the question marks on the 49ers, whether it comes with their wide receivers, whether offensive line, whether defensive line, the linebackers, secondary, does that equal to the huge question mark of the Minnesota Vikings?
That's what I mean. It's like, does all of that come into play? And I think it's fair to say that's why the Vikings and the Niners are middle of the pack. They're 7 and 8.
Yeah, that's why I think it's very similar to a couple of years ago, 2022, where Trey Lance was named the starter. And I remember Tom on this show, we were picking our playoff teams, the NFC, and Tom was on the fence about having the Niners be in there at 9 and 8, or that I think that's what he picked them to be that year. It's pretty much contingent on Trey Lance. It's the same kind of deal with the Vikings and J.J. McCarthy right now. As far as the other rankings, I would say the Lions should be number 2. I think the Lions right now, based on talent, are the second best team in the NFC. Packers are up there now. Like when I did my rankings a couple of weeks ago with you, I had Eagles, Lions, Rams, Commanders, Packers, Vikings ahead of the Niners, then Bucks, Cardinals.
You still got your notes there, huh?
I do, yeah. Keep a track. But then I changed it once I talked to Carrie. Because with
the Parsons trade,
yeah, I would move Perkins.
I was like, man, Carrie swayed you, huh? He's really got a hold on
a little bit. But yeah, Packers would move up to 3 now, given the Micah Parsons deal.
So the question I was asking is, what are the question marks around all the teams ahead of the 49ers, right? And how you'd rank them. So let's go up from 6 years. So Commanders, biggest question for them is a second year from Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, and their defense. And let's see if Deebo Samuel is as good as in years past.
Everybody's a year older, and your quarterback is a second-year guy. But I always wonder this: a great rookie quarterback or having a great rookie season, it's like a great pitcher the first year in baseball. Now the league is seeing you. They're going to make the adjustments to you. They've watched tape on you to make sure they can beat you twice a year, specifically in your division.
Yeah,
you're not going to sneak up on anybody this year. You play a little bit more difficult schedule, but that's the number one thing is you're not going to sneak up on anybody, and you've got to prove that you can continue to do what you did last year. Even Stroud took a step back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? I've got more confidence in a second-year guy, more intrigue in a guy like Caleb Williams, who I won't say he overachieved. I won't even say he underachieved. I'd say he just kind of was a rookie quarterback last year. And I think we saw some things that lead you to believe, wow, if he's got a play caller and some weapons, he might be pretty good.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels, we've seen him be pretty good, but now the expectation is there. That's the question for me.
Yeah, I think that I have the same questions as well. The sophomore slump is real in the NFL. And yeah, I mean, once you get tape on a guy, like everyone talked about how simplistic Cliff Kingsbury made that offense for the Commanders and Jaden Daniels. So now
college offense, they said.
Exactly. So now that people have tape on it, it's going to be as easy for Jaden Daniels. That's a huge question mark.
I would still say that's less of a question than what the Niners are dealing with because they have their young quarterback and they have weapons. They were a playoff team last year.
Yeah.
So their question is more, can you keep doing it? Not, do you have it?
Right. And even the skepticism of the executives saying, I don't know if Brock Purdy should be a $53 million quarterback. That's irrelevant right now. You could debate about the money. It's just about, is Brock Purdy good enough to lead this team? And I think that given the results the last few years, I don't think you could question that. It's just a matter of everything he has to deal around with. To me, Brock Purdy's not a big question mark to me. It's everything else. It's not so much the offense. Yes, the wide receiving core is banged up right now. Yes, the offensive line is not what we want it to be. But it's pretty much everything defense. So can Brock Purdy and everybody on this offense carry the defense right now is the biggest question mark for me going into the season for the 49ers.
Yeah, I just think that the bulk of those questions makes it bigger than what the Commanders are dealing with,
no,
which I'm okay with. And
absolutely.
they have to prove it again. The Commanders were in last year. Rams, again, they're a year older. And I think that they're ranked higher than the Niners in a lot of these polls or places because they have a defense, right? They've won before. Now they've retooled. They brought in Devontae Adams. I think that offense is going to be much better than anticipated. Yeah. But their question is, how healthy is Stafford?
And that's a huge question mark.
That's a big question, which is why they've got them at 5. What's the Bucs question mark?
The Bucs question mark is,
can they get in at 9-8 again?
Well, yeah, like that's
how many wins will it take to win the South?
I think the Bucs being number 4 in this poll is way too high. I think the Buccaneers, I sleep on them every year because they're just an NFC South team to me, and I think that division.
The NFC South is just so weird and lame.
Well, it's just so bad. Like probably the 2 worst teams in the NFC are probably the Saints and Panthers.
Bucs, Panthers, Saints, Falcons.
Yeah, and I'm not really high on the Falcons this year. I have to see what Michael Penix is, but yeah, for the Bucs, they'll probably win that division by default and be 9-8. But yeah, like if they get into the playoffs and have to face the likes of any of these teams, even the 49ers, I like the 49ers' chances more than the Bucs. They have a really good offense. I like Mike Evans, but like just top to bottom though, it may just be because they're the Bucs and they're in the NFC South, but I don't give them a big chance to beat any of these teams once they get to the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, I could see them winning a game. You know what I mean? Because you got Baker. Yeah, I can see you winning a game because that guy's a gunslinger.
Exactly.
Lions, the big question for them is, can they do it without the guys who play called and made them the most exciting team in football in the last year, 2 years, whatever you want to go back to?
And as far as talent, I mean, they're right there with the Eagles, in my opinion. And I think that getting Aiden Hutchinson back's huge. I mean, that's why they didn't win in the postseason a year ago, along with Jared Goff throwing 3 interceptions. But their question mark is, can they overcome their coaches?
Yeah.
And to me, that's not nearly as big as the question marks with the 49ers.
We don't give enough credit to what the 49ers have done in the time that Kyle and John have been here. Like in 2019, they go to the NFC Championship. 2021, and the Super Bowl. 2021 NFC Championship. 2022 Super Bowl. 2023 championship.
Yeah.
2023 Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
You've gone all those places in the last 6 years now, 7 years, and think about how you've lost 2 defensive coordinators to become head coaches, an offensive coordinator to become a head coach. You've lost front office personnel, and you were still able to retool after losing Saleh to go back to the NFC Championship, after losing D'Amico Ryans to go to the Super Bowl. That's what the Lions are facing now.
Yeah,
the Lions are facing what every team does in that when you're successful, people start to pluck from your organization. Now that guys have been plucked, can you continue? I mean, these guys helped you build the foundation for what the Lions have become. Now they're gone, and they were huge pillars in Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson.
And that's why
the Niners were able to keep it going because their head coach was the play caller.
Exactly.
That's where I wonder about like how much stability can you have if your head coach is the stable guy, but you've lost coordinators here.
And that's why I'm giving the Niners the benefit of the doubt because of what Kyle's done in the past and what a lot of these players have done in the past. But yeah, it pays to have your head coach be the play caller so no one plucks him away. That's what the problem is. Like, Dan Campbell's a great leader of men, but Ben Johnson's more intriguing, honestly, because he makes that ship go offensively for Jared Goff. It's not because Dan Campbell's some quarterback whisperer. It's because Ben Johnson was coming up with great plays. Same thing with Aaron Glenn. with Kyle Shanahan, he had to replace Saleh with D'Amico Ryans and Steve Wilkes and Nick Sorensen. So that's the hard part. But at the end of the day, they're always going to have Kyle Shanahan. It's always harder for the teams that have a defensive coach or a CEO head coach to replace those coordinators.
Top 2 teams are Eagles and Packers, according to these NFC executives. When we come back, let's do a little playoff award and Super Bowl prediction.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm so bad at these.
Why?
I never know where to go.
You're pretty good at it. During the season last year, like, shit's Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's going to be comeback player of the year.
Yeah, I did say that. I also did have a trendy pick on MVP early last year. Before the season, remember my pick on MVP was Goff?
Oh, yeah.
Before the season, and I said, dude, they played 2 outdoor games.
That's right.
That was my whole thing.
You did bring that up.
Or it was 3. Maybe it was 3. It was the Packers, the Bears, and the Niners.
Right.
They're like the only 3 outdoor games they played all year, and Goff indoors. Anyway, I thought that was a trendy pick, and then he fell off. Remember his completion percentage last year?
Oh, yeah.
Through the roof. We'll talk more about it. We'll make some predictions and some picks here. Playoff, award, and Super Bowl predictions. We got our 49er roundtable tomorrow. All the KNBR hosts on hand. 3 o'clock. Dirty Work starts at 2. Then from 3 to 5:15, you'll get the roundtable out at Almanac Brewing in Oakland at Prescott Market. When we come back, we'll make our predictions. Dirty Work, greatest show in America, on a Wednesday on The Sports Leader.
Today, Kyle Shanahan announced Demo Lenore will fill the 49ers team captain role vacated by Deebo Samuel. He joins Brock Purdy, Fred Warner, Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, Christian McCaffrey, and Kyle Juszczyk as the team's captains. If you've ever been a captain, tell us about it on the KNBR YouTube chat, and look out for Somali Pirates.
Look at me, sure. I'm the captain now. What's your prediction?
Prediction? Yes, prediction.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We'll get to some Giants baseball in just a little while. 3:50, our guy Rich Aurilia is going to join us for his weekly conversation. Then we'll do more with Bags at 4:25 before Giants pregame at 4:40. But until then, it's football time. You want to make some predictions here?
Let's do it.
All right, which predictions do you want to make? Because me calling comeback player of the year early wasn't one we did in the preseason.
No, we didn't. No. But we can start with the divisions. Want to go through the divisions and see who wins what?
Sure, let's do that.
Okay.
Start division winner.
All right, you want to go with South?
Are we putting this in stone? We're making our picks here?
Yeah, let's do it. Tim, you want in on this too?
Sure.
All right, let's do it. All right, let's go around the room. NFC South, I think we all kind of pretty much alluded to who we're picking. So anybody besides the Bucks? You all think it's going to be the Bucks this year?
Do we think it'll be the Bucks? Yes, I think it'll be the Bucks in the South. Really, the question when you do this, too, is you have to figure out which division do you think is capable of sending more than one playoff team?
Definitely not the NFC South. I think that most likely the Saints are going to be picking first overall in the draft next year. I'm not high on the Panthers at all. I think that they're the same team as a year ago. It's just a matter of Bryce Young growing.
Did he improve in your mind at the end of last year? I was intrigued by him a little bit at the end of last season.
I mean, he got benched and then came back, and now he's the starter for that team, which, a lot of people are writing off Anthony Richardson. I would say it's kind of the same scenario with him. So I would say, as far as like the talent around him, I'm not a big Titterell McMillan guy. I know a lot of people were high on him coming out of the draft, but I just didn't like him as far as like speed and whatnot. The Falcons, I got to see with Michael Penix, but the Bucks by default, they're going to be probably 9-8 in your NFC South Division champions.
Yeah, I think they're capable of winning maybe more than 9. I mean, you could see them at 10-7 or something like that. So, or potentially 11 wins. I think the Bucks are intriguing. I think they've got some. Who's that guy they drafted? Emeka
Ibuka.
Yeah, intrigued by that guy.
Yeah.
Anyway, South, not a fun division to break down. It's not a division that I think is going to send 2 teams to the playoffs.
No, I don't think so either. Tim, you with us, Bucks?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Carolina's garbage. I think New Orleans probably is the worst team in the NFL. And, Atlanta's infuriating because they have a lot of talent on that team, but they never play defense. It's like Tampa Bay. Basically, they're a worse version of Tampa Bay.
Okay, I'm gonna just call pause real quick. I'm just going to pull off to the side of the road.
Pause?
Yeah, did you stop the music for a minute, Tim? I want to break something down here before we keep going with this official picks. Is there a better way to do this than just running through the divisions? Like, should we do it the way we've done in the past, where we look at the playoff teams from last year and we decide which teams are not going back?
Okay.
Tim, hit the music again. We're back in. All right, so let's start with the NFC.
Gotcha.
So in the NFC playoffs last year, the Lions were the 1 seed. They had the bye.
Yes.
Okay. The Eagles were the 2 seed.
Mm-hmm.
They played the Packers in the first round. They were the 7. Rams were the 4, Vikings 5, Bucks 3, Manders were 6. Okay. Statistically, like overwhelming stats would say there's going to be like 3 or 4 new playoff teams across the NFL this year.
Right.
So which team of the 7 that made the NFC playoffs last year could you most see missing this season? Lions, Rams, Vikings, Bucks, Commanders, Eagles, Packers.
I think the Vikings most likely will miss the playoffs given the situation with J.J. McCarthy.
That's kind of
even though I like them a lot. Besides the quarterback is just too glaring of a question mark this season. So between all those teams, I would say most likely the Vikings do not return. So it's the Lions. I think the Lions make the playoffs again. I think the Eagles make the playoffs again. Who was the 3rd seed a year ago? It was
the 3 seed last year was the Buccaneers.
Oh, the Buccaneers.
They won their division.
That's right.
So the Bucks, I think, go back.
Yeah, I think the Rams go back too. I think the Packers definitely go back. I think the Commanders go back. So I think it's going to be a lot of the same teams. Just for me, I would switch out the Vikings. Funny enough that I have them higher in my rankings. I would switch out the Vikings and put the 49ers in.
So you would say that every team in the NFC, with the exception of the Vikings, goes back to the playoffs this year?
I do, yes.
I would be surprised if that were the case.
Yeah.
It's funny when you put, that's what I mean, is if we put it in those terms, do we all really think they're just going to be the same 6 teams, 7 teams?
It never is.
No.
It never is, but tell me, besides the teams I just mentioned, do you think the Cardinals are making the playoffs?
No.
You think the Seahawks are making the playoffs?
I don't know. They just missed it last year.
I know. See, that's the thing.
That's what I mean. There's question marks around those teams. The thing for me is more about if the team was in the playoffs last year, we just asked that question about Jaden Daniels. It would not shock me at all if Washington didn't go to the playoffs this year, if they took a step back. They're in a division that's not going to be super easy. I mean, the Cowboys are going to be whether you like them or not. I don't think they're going to be one of the worst teams in football.
I don't know, though. The fact that they just traded one of their biggest stars before the season started, that's a big deal.
You got the Eagles, you got the Giants who are still trying to figure things out, but they've at least, I think they've got some competent quarterback play now.
Right.
Did they make an announcement yet on who their number 2 is?
As far as the Giants?
Because they won't say it. Dable wouldn't say it for a minute.
They did. Jackson Dart's going to be their official backup, yeah.
Okay, because he wouldn't, as of yesterday, he wouldn't say whether or not it was going to be Dart or Jameis.
It's Dart.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. So that's the thing. Could you see the NFC West getting 3 teams in? I could.
The Seahawks, to me, are the fringe team where I have to see.
The Niners are a fringe team.
Yeah, but
we just don't know yet.
I have more faith in them just based on the schedule and really Kyle Shanahan and everybody involved as far as the respected players, the guys that have accomplished in the past. I think that the Seahawks, I got to see what the offense looks like with Sam Darnold, but I'm really high on them if it goes well. They're kind of like, to me, the same boat as the Vikings, where I think they could go 9-8, but just miss the playoffs. I don't think they're that good just yet, but they're intriguing. I wouldn't be surprised if they do make the postseason. I'm just not putting them in right now.
So I will say that last year, if we're looking at the teams in the NFC, how many repeated?
Yeah.
From last year, it was Lions, Rams, Vikings, Bucks, Commanders, Eagles, Packers.
Yeah.
The year before, the Niners had been in. Mm-hmm. The Commanders were not.
Yes.
And the Cowboys were in. The Vikings were not.
Right.
So 5 of the teams did return to the playoffs in back-to-back years.
That's what I'm saying.
So the thing I'm saying is, will 5 do it for 3 straight years?
Most likely not, but for right now, I have to go with it just based on the talent that is in the NFC.
Okay. So I like what you're saying. Who's your 1 seed in the NFC this year?
My 1 seed are the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
They get to play a 3rd-place schedule.
Yep.
They have a first-year head coach in their division. They have a rookie quarterback in their division.
Yep.
They have a team who's just lost both of his coordinators in the Lions, who, I mean, again, this is the 3rd straight year where everybody's coming for your head.
Yes.
If you're the Lions. So they're getting some pieces back like Hutchinson, but I like the Packers as the team that wins that division.
Yeah, if you want me to map it out for you, I got the Packers number 1.
Okay.
I got the Eagles number 2. I got the Rams as the 3 seed.
And I got the division?
Yep. And I got the Buccaneers as the 4th seed just by default in the NFC South. As far as your wild card teams, I got the Commanders, I got the Niners, and I got the Lions just getting in as a 7th seed as your wild card teams.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to go with you. I'm going to remove the Commanders and put the Seahawks in.
Okay.
I think the NFC West is going to get 3 teams in this year.
All right.
I think it's on the table, especially if you think the Rams could get in at 11 wins or something.
Yeah.
See the Niners having 10.
Yep.
See the Seahawks having 9 or 10. Something like that. So,
and you have to take into account, I know, we expect those teams to be really good in that division, but they're going to beat up on each other. So you might see, a lot more 9, especially in the NFC North. You're going to have a lot of teams that go 9-8 or 7-10 and be in 4th place, and that's pretty good for them.
Yeah. Ah, man. I mean, again, and then there could be surprise teams. I mean, you never know with a team like the Bears or somebody like that. You know what I mean? Sure. I don't know that in the first year with Ben Johnson they're going to make a run, but crazier things have happened.
No, definitely.
And it's happened in the past. On the AFC side of things.
We think the Chiefs are going back, the Bills are going back, the Ravens are going back.
So the playoffs last year were Chiefs, Texans, Chargers, Ravens, Steelers, Bills, Broncos.
I think it's all the division winners of a year ago are the same.
The West had 3 teams in last year in the AFC.
Yeah. So I would say I think they're all going to repeat. I think it's the Chiefs again. I think it's the Bills. I think it's the Baltimore Ravens. I think it's the Houston Texans. As far as the wild card teams, the AFC.
Who's the 1 seed?
1 seed's going to be the Bills.
I think the Bills are the 1 seed this year.
So for me, it would be the Bills 1, the Chiefs 2, Ravens 3, and the Texans 4. And then as far as your wild card
3
teams,
wild card teams.
Yeah, I think the AFC West is loaded, so I'd probably go the same route. I would go Broncos make it, Chargers make it.
And there you have it, everybody. Derek picks his Raiders to finish in dead last in the AFC West.
But they have a pretty good season. They have a pretty good season.
Oh, I was just waiting to get to 3 AFC West playoff teams. I'm like, you know what that means, don't you?
Yeah. But you know what?
Pete Carroll smacking his gum from the couch.
I do think the Raiders have a winning season. I do think they go 9-8 or 10-7 and miss the playoffs, unfortunately. Yeah, your last seed in the AFC, who'd I have making it? The Bengals. I do think the Bengals.
I think the Bengals are going to get in. I don't know. Texans in. I've seen some people picking the Colts this year, and I'm like,
I saw some people picking the Jags.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's
Liam Cohen's going to probably turn that into a running team. Their offensive line isn't great, but they do have some talent there.
A lot of Etienne, a lot of Bigsby.
Yeah.
Who's the other guy? They got a 3rd guy there too.
A new guy they just drafted.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Jaguars are good. I just can't buy it right now. So yeah, I'm pretty going chalky with all my picks.
Yeah, you're returning every team basically to the playoffs.
Yeah.
I asked Derek, hey, who do you think's going back to the playoffs?
All of them.
And in Derek's form, he just ran back last year's.
Yeah,
and then
basically.
he said, and I'll add the Niners.
I do think the Niners are going to make the playoffs. I do.
Okay.
I just a lot of people are down on them. Honestly, nationally.
Give me your MVP this year.
MVP, I'm going with. Everybody's going to hate this. I'm going with Jordan Love to be MVP. I do think he takes a step forward.
Why's everybody going to hate that?
Because everybody thinks that I love Jordan Love more than Brock Purdy, and yeah, I think he has a higher ceiling.
Is that a take that people have about you?
Yeah. Ask Tacky, ask somebody in the YouTube chat.
Was anybody out there aware that Derek thought this highly of Jordan Love? Because I don't know. Maybe they get on you about it. I didn't even know that was a trait of yours.
Oh, yeah. No, I love me some Jordan Love.
You know what people say about Derek? He likes Jordan Love more than he likes Brock Purdy.
Yep.
I've never heard. Maybe I have, but
I've brought it up in the past.
Okay.
But yeah.
Maybe it didn't rankle me all that much.
No, I mean, am I wrong, though? I do think that there's more potential out of Jordan Love. I know that there's a lot to be desired a year ago. But
we talked about how we think his ceiling is higher. Yes.
And I think that, the injuries plagued him. I think they were too reliant on Josh Jacobs, even though it was effective. But they need to use those receivers. I think Matthew Golden's going to be awesome with him. Yeah, I think that defense is going to be really good with Micah Parsons. Yeah, I think Jordan Love's going to benefit from that. So, yeah, if they go 13-4 and are your number one seed in the NFC, I think that Josh Allen is really like a true MVP as far as what the definition of that award is by carrying that team to the postseason and possibly being the number one seed. But I think that Jordan Love probably puts up the stats this year. So, yeah, I'm going with Jordan Love.
Okay. I'm going to go with... The NFL doesn't really do this in the way the NBA does, where it's like it's this guy's turn.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what? They kind of did last year. Where
Yeah,
Lamar Jackson had...
Lamar's numbers were better than they were the year before, really.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Joe Burrow as this year's MVP. I think if the Bengals get into the playoffs, I think he's the guy.
All right.
Everybody knows that he's the dude for that team. Not that Allen isn't or Lamar isn't, but they've done it a couple of years in a row now. I think if Joe Burrow gets his team in this year, based on how he's played even when they've not made the playoffs, I think he'll get the nod from voters.
Okay. No, that's a good vote. And he won comeback player of the year ago.
I think Joe Burrow is my MVP. Who's your offensive player of the year?
Offensive player of the year is going to be Jahmyr Gibbs, where I think that he's going to probably lead the league in yards from scrimmage, maybe touchdowns. Probably won't lead the league in rushing, but it's going to be that guy like a Marshall Faulk season where he's awesome in fantasy. He has the stats. Yeah, I think it's going to be Jahmyr Gibbs.
By the way, I think comeback player of the year is McCaffrey.
There you go.
I think he's just got to have a pretty good year and finish healthy, and it's a lock.
I'm going to go with Aiden Hutchinson. I think
that's a good call, too. He's on the table.
I could see him having like 13 sacks. I think McCaffrey has a solid season, but not enough where he's back to true form to get comeback player of the year.
Okay, offensive player of the year.
Yeah, say Gibbs. Yeah, for you.
Would they ever have a quarterback win MVP and then give a quarterback a different guy offensive player?
Yes, it's happened in the past.
Like, would they like have Burrow be MVP and then give Lamar offensive player?
Yes.
Because I could see that happening.
I saw it years ago where Drew Brees had great stat seasons, but wasn't MVP, and they gave it to Aaron Rodgers or Peyton Manning.
Yeah. Okay, I get that. I'd be okay with that. Offensive player of the year award. I'm gonna go this way. I'm gonna go Joe Burrow wins MVP and then Jamar Chase wins offensive player of the year.
Okay. I'm good with that.
I like that.
Yeah.
Sam, you don't like that?
Oh, just same team. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, it could happen.
Makes sense.
If he has a huge receiver year, a huge season.
Absolutely.
Statistically, and Burrow's the reason they go, then
I'm
why
good
not?
with that, yeah.
Yeah, you good with that?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay, good.
All right.
Good. Everybody's on the same page.
Yeah, we're good with that.
What else?
Defensive player of the year. This is where people are going to hate on this one, too.
Uh-oh.
I'm going with Max Crosby.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Jordan Love. You know what people say about Derek. He loves Jordan Love.
He loves Jordan Love enough to make him defensive player of the year.
Yeah.
I'm going with Max Crosby. I think he leads the league in sacks. I think that if the Raiders are good, it's going to be on the defensive side of the football with Max Crosby leading the way. Yeah, I'm going with Crosby to win defensive player of the year.
Okay. Interesting. Not a bad pick at all. That's the thing is you can have a great individual season as a defensive player, and your team doesn't have to do anything for you to
Most
win.
of the time, it's guys that make the postseason, but this situation, I can see Max Crosby having like a...
Especially in that division, they might they might give him credit
like
for
a 17-sack season and forced fumbles and whatnot. So, yeah, I do think that Crosby definitely wins that award. That's my take on that.
The top guys here in terms of odds, Micah Parsons is the favorite to win it. Excuse me, he's like third favorite.
Yeah.
It's Garrett Hutchinson's on the list pretty low, too, in terms of odds to win. TJ Watt, Will Anderson, Jared Verse, Nick Bosa's at plus 1,500. Crosby, Jalen Carter, Hendrickson, Bonito. I'm going to go with anybody I'd pick here would just seem chalk.
Yeah, it's usually that case.
I'd love it if Bosa would show up for some contention. You know what I mean? If Bosa wants to contend for a DPOY, I wouldn't hate him for it.
Well, and he's going to have a pressure season where, it's going to fall on him. And
I'd like him to
Warner.
pressure some guys this season, yeah. I'd like him to actually put body on some dudes this year.
Yeah, that too.
I'm going to go with Myles Garrett. He got paid. I can't go away from him. The guy's a monster. He's my favorite defensive player in the league.
Even with how bad the Browns may be?
Yeah. I mean, that's what I mean is that's how incredible he's been in the last few years. They've been terrible. And he just keeps putting up the same numbers.
Yeah, true. Okay.
I feel like they don't take as much away from a defensive player as they would an offensive player. It's the MVP thing where it's like, how could you be MVP if you didn't make the playoffs? How valuable were you?
Right.
You can still be the best defensive player in the league, and your offense can be atrocious. There's,
No, that's fair.
Nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, we'll take a quick break. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Get hyped, dude. Week 1 is upon us.
Yeah, man.
Starts tomorrow night after our KNBR 49ers roundtable. 2 o'clock, we'll be out there for Dirty Work. 3 o'clock, myself, Derek, Murph Marcus, JD, Greg Silver, Larry Kruger, giving you the 49er roundtable from Almanac Brewing at Prescott Market in Oakland, starting at 3 o'clock and going all the way up until the start of Thursday Night Football, which kicks off the season, Cowboys and Eagles.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of Jerry on our screens tomorrow.
A lot of Jerry.
Wow, I thought we had a handshake deal.
Yeah. They've moved on.
My Jerry sounded a little bit too much like GW. It's got a little GW in there.
A little bit. They're both.
GW shows up in that Cowboys Netflix stuff.
Oh, yeah, he does. Yeah, GW's in there.
Got that hole in Texas Stadium because God wants to watch his favorite team play.
Yeah. You know what's funny? Watching that documentary after the fact of the trade, I was like, yeah, one day we'll become great again. And, my all the.
Turns around does the same crap.
Yeah, I know. And all the kids are like, we just want our dad to win so badly. I'm like, yeah, you're not going to win when you trade Micah Parsons away.
Seriously. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back a little bit on baseball.
Yep.
The Giants, how about the ejections in last night's game? Do you think it was warranted for both Willie and Chapman to be ejected? I mean, they won the game, so who really cares? I don't think suspensions are coming down or anything like that. But did you think they deserved to be ejected? 808 KNBR 415 808 5627. Plus, you hear what Kyle Freeland has to say about why his 3-13 ass got tossed after giving up that tank. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Jawan Jennings was limited at practice today as the wideout seeks to return from a calf injury that kept him out of the preseason. Dom Pooney and Jordan James were also limited. San Francisco looks to maintain relative healthiness ahead of Week 1 in Seattle. For all the latest 49er news, keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Devers swings and drives it high and deep. Right field on its way. It is gone. A towering blast off the bat of Rafi Devers, and now words being exchanged between Devers and Freeland, and the benches have emptied. The benches have emptied, and players on both sides, tensions running high. Willie Adames is right in the middle of things. Freeland is hot. He's getting pushed away. Devers only got a few steps around first base after hitting that mammoth home run to right to give the Giants a 2-0 lead. And it does appear as if things are calming down now.
Nice description there from our guy Joe Rizzo on the call yesterday for the Giants and the Rockies. By the way, game 3 of that series, Giants looking for the sweep. 4 straight series wins coming today, 4:40 pregame, 5:40 first pitch. We should tell you there's some news. As I went to commercial break, I said, hey, you figure there wouldn't be any suspensions. Well, there is news now. Matt Chapman has been suspended for 1 game from yesterday's actions in the altercation on the field for shoving Kyle Freeland. Not totally surprising.
Suspended?
I don't know, man. You can't run on the field and just shove another player. I know that they'd say, well, it wasn't all that violent. Really wasn't a reason to go be doing that. There was no, Freeland was yelling towards, whoever it was, Adames or Devers or whatever was going on. Yeah. It's a bunch going on. Chapman really didn't have a right to run out there and shove him. There were no Freeland wasn't squaring up. The umpire, in fact, was pushing Freeland himself.
Right.
So I understand it. Freeland, Adames, and Devers have all been fined. Chapman is now appealing the suspension, which means he can play until that appeal is resolved.
Why is Devers fined?
Yeah, I don't know what Devers is fined. They'll say for his part in the altercation, he did continue to antagonize and try to keep it going after they pushed Freeland back towards the dugout, then Devers came back across the field. Or maybe that was Adames.
Yeah.
Came back across, it was Adames who kept going after
I don't think Devers did anything wrong. I think he's hit the home run and was defending himself.
How about Devers having to round the bases while that new pitcher warmed up? That cracked me up.
That was hilarious.
I got a kick out of that because you still
Sends Atellus throwing warm-ups.
You got to actually round the bases and touch home plate. Otherwise, it's not official.
No, I mean, I get it. Just the visual of it was like, all right, everybody's off the field. There's nobody there, and he's just doing it.
Yeah, look, I'll say this. One game, I like Chapman defending his guy.
Yeah.
I like Adames defending his guy. You don't want to see any actual violence. I mean, I know people would get psyched about that or whatever, but in terms of like baseball, quote, brawls, we don't have brawls anymore. We have this type of stuff. This is kind of as juicy as it gets now, where there's guys actually trying to get after each other. There was a little bit of shoving. To me, it looked like it fired up the Giants. You know what I mean? Like, it seemed to me like that's kind of fired everybody up. And I thought even cooler was Devers going over to play third base. I mean, that's a guy who wanted to play the field.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like, dude, I play every damn day. No matter what his numbers are at the end of the year, the guy's going to lead the league, maybe all of baseball, in plate appearances and at-bats.
Yeah, it's just funny to me that, the Red Sox fans, like, I know the team's turning it around, but like their reaction, like, oh, it's cool playing first, cool playing third. All right, good for you, Devers.
What do you guys want, Devers or Jordan Hicks?
Yeah, seriously.
You know what I mean? James Tibbs, the guy they gave up the first round from last year, they traded him to the Dodgers already. So of the players the Giants gave up, one of them's Kyle Harrison, who's been in AAA with an ERA like just under 4. He's been okay.
Yeah.
It's been fine. Giants could use him considering the rotation woes, but I'd rather have Devers.
Yeah.
I'm okay with the Devers move.
Speaking of Tibbs, did we ever talk about the irony of Clayton Kershaw like reacting to that news and be like, Tibbs, who cares about that guy?
Yeah, he was like, I don't really know or care. Now he's in the Dodger organization. That's a good call, dude. Didn't think about that because it happened on Sunday Night Baseball.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's like, yeah, it's crazy, right? Who was
I
involved?
don't care about college players. I don't care about them all.
Yeah, he didn't even go to college either.
Yeah.
By the way, we have audio. Matt Chapman, if you're just joining us, suspended for 1 game for shoving Kyle Freeland as part of last night's altercation. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, number to call and to text. Do you think he deserved the 1 game suspension? Is it warranted? Are you kind of fired up about how it all went down? 808 KNBR. We actually have audio from Chapman on the suspension.
Suspended! I gotta play! Doug, kick him off the team.
So where Shooter McGavin got involved in Chapman's suspension?
I don't think we need to have Shooter McGavin's opinion on that. And also in the movie,
it's really funny that a player is being punished, and why is Shooter McGavin his rival?
No.
It'd be like they're punishing Brooks Koepka, but they let DeChambeau stand in the room.
In this situation, for whatever reason, this would be like Matt Chapman being told he's suspended, and then Kyle Freeland's in the same room and his being like, well, yeah, kick him off the league.
Yeah, kick him out of the league. Rob.
Excuse me, I gotta go play with golf.
I don't know, dude. I think that the ejection was warranted for both players last night, and William Adames and Matt Chapman, because they didn't need to get involved. I'm glad they did, because that's a good show of camaraderie with your team and everything. But yes, I thought it was warranted to be ejected last night. For the suspension, I think it's kind of weak.
209 on the text line says, Coach, you changed your tune over that? Come on. Over the fight last night? It didn't change my tune. What I said yesterday was exactly how I feel today. I'll say this.
Yeah.
They've been more exciting, so it's been more fun to watch.
Yeah.
They've gone, 9-1 in their last 10. They're 9-2 in their last 11. And I'm like, yeah, that's fun. But you can't forget that they were 2-9 in the 11 right before this. They're still under 500 in the second half.
Of course.
As hot as they got last week, that just allowed them to finish the month of August at 14-14. I'm not turned around on them. I'm saying, though, is there's not just one team in front of them that they're tied with the Reds. The Mets are still 5 games up or whatever, 4.5 games up. The Giants really are 5.5 games back because the Mets own the tiebreak with the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, they have a small sliver of a chance to get in the playoffs. But for me, as I said, play this level of baseball again for a week and a half. Over your next 10, go 7-3. Or 8-2, and then I'm like, okay, now you're really in the mix.
Yeah.
With 2 weeks to play. It might be too little too late. They haven't proven that they're even good enough to do that for 2 or 3 straight weeks. So hasn't changed my tune, but you'd be denying yourself to say that they're not more exciting now than they were a week and a half ago. That said, a week and a half ago is why they're in the situation they are right now. So I don't know. I'm a baseball fan, man. I'm rooting. I want them to win. I want them to win.
Want to keep hitting home runs.
I've said this many times. 16 straight games of the home run.
Yeah.
Dude, how about that? When's the last time they did that? They said 0-1 was the last time they had 15 straight games with a home run. 0-1? That's like Bonds and Kent. Aurilia. That's like Burks is around at that point.
Yeah.
Armando Rios is out there hitting bombs. Vanderwall might have showed up for a couple. JT's out there hitting home runs.
No, I mean,
Pete Happy, Ramon Martinez.
It's exciting baseball right now. It is.
Marvin Bernard. I was naming guys in the 0-1 Giants now.
I don't think it's
just doing dudes.
I just don't think it's sustainable.
Estalella.
I got you. with the injuries right now with Leonard Roop and Randy Rodriguez, so that'll be tough. But yeah, you can't deny that they're in it. They're definitely in it. They're not dead yet. I just don't know if they're going to do it. But also, isn't this what you kind of wanted? Like, given what the season has, given you, like, isn't this all you can ask for as a fan is just to have hope at the end of the season? I know it's disappointing. I know there's a lot of fans. I mean, I just watching the team, I watch these games now. I'm like, where the hell was this, though? How come they weren't able to do this when they acquired Devers? It's disappointing. At the same time, they're doing it right now. So, yeah, these games are exciting down the stretch. You want to see them fight, and who knows, maybe it's disappointing at the end of the season where they have a winning record and they're 3 games behind the Mets and they lose out. But in the end, isn't that what you want?
You'd rather, yeah.
Well, not to lose out on the playoffs.
You want
but
consistency, but yeah. Yes. And we did say, if you don't make the playoffs after the Devers trade, the season is a failure.
Exactly.
I still stand by that.
It is.
I stand by that based on where they were when they made that trade.
Yes. Because at the end of the day, if they don't make the postseason, me and Kerry talked about it, it's just like, okay, well, you're hoping the same thing happens at the start of next season. You can't bank on that. So all you can ask for right now with where they were before is they got above 500. Just finish strong and see what happens.
415 checks in at 808 KNBR says, no way anyone should be suspended. I question whether or not they should have ejected anyone. No punches thrown, play on. You don't have to have punches thrown. Everybody kept saying that yesterday. Nobody threw a punch. You shouldn't be ejected. I'm like, yeah, but he ran towards the pitcher, did Adames and Chapman on the field of play. Chapman put hands in a way that was not a peaceful way on. You can say that's a sissy push or whatever and say it's not a big deal. But I'm more just like, you can't do that. You can't run onto the court and put hands on the field and put hands on another player. And if that's the rule, ejection's okay by me. I think the suspension's a little bit excessive, but also you just can't do that. He'll appeal it, and he'll be able to play until the appeal is heard. But I thought Adames was pretty demonstrative. I don't think the bench is clear.
He was feisty.
I don't know if the bench is clear in the way they did, if not for Adames and Chapman's behavior. It's kind of my point.
No, I agree with that.
Like, there could have been benches didn't clear when Bumgarner and Muncy got into it.
Yeah.
They just yelled at each other around the bases, and then it just kind of settled itself.
Well, let's start with how this
it might have just settled itself. Like, Devers wasn't necessarily going to go try to fight Freeland.
No.
I also don't get what Freeland's deal was.
Yeah, that to me is so lame in this whole thing.
Devers never looked at him.
No. Like, I saw last night some Colorado reporter was commenting on the whole thing, just be like, good for Freeland to speak up and call out guys that pimp home runs way too long. I don't think Rafael Devers did that at all.
He didn't pimp it. He hit it and he was walking up the line kind of. And by the way, the ball hadn't even landed yet. I hit it far. You know how hard it is to hit a home run in baseball? Almost as hard as it is for Freeland to get a 4th win, apparently, in September. It's hard. It's hard. It's something that I heard Johnny Gomes say years ago, where he was like, I never understand the not being allowed to pimp a home run thing. He goes, it's so hard to get to Major League Baseball. It's the hardest thing to do. Everybody agrees in sports to hit a baseball. Then you get to the major leagues and you hit a baseball and it goes 450 feet and you're not allowed to enjoy it. Then they're like, hurry up and get around the bases because it might make the opposing pitcher feel bad.
Yeah, I always thought that mentality was lame.
Because of the ego of the pitcher. Or if you're a veteran who's hit a bunch, it's okay to watch it. You know what I mean? Like, if you're a vet and you hit 40 a year, you can pimp them and watch them. But if you're a rookie who's hit his second against a veteran who's like a Hall of Famer, you better get around the bases and not pimp it and show some respect. I'm like, why not? I beat him. Isn't that the job? Is my job to come up here and face that guy and beat him? If I beat him, I can't enjoy it?
Is it any different than a wide receiver burning a defensive back and then scoring, dancing in his face? Is it different?
That's what's so funny. Is the NFL, they have choreographed dances. Receivers have first down celebrations every time they catch a pass. And in baseball, it's shut up and get around the bases and don't look at anybody. By the way, Devers didn't do anything.
Is it any different than Steph Curry hitting a 3 in somebody's face and shimming on him? Come on now.
Dude, Steph Curry shoots 3s and then runs away before it goes in the hoop. The disrespect of that, you know?
Yeah, I didn't like it when Mad Bum did it back in the day. He was so mad when Puig would hit him deep, and then he would get mad about it on the mound.
I had my problems with Bumgarner, too. I was just like, you can't police the game
You can't. Who was the guy on the Blue Jays back in the day that would pimp all the home runs? People go crazy over it.
Joey Bats?
Yeah, Joey Bats.
That was the last real fight we had in a baseball game. It was Joey Bats against Rougned Odor.
Yeah.
Who, by the way, he had a brother named Rougned, a dad named Rougned, and an uncle named Ruglis. I found that out a couple weeks ago.
Don't forget Ruglis, right?
How about that? The Rangers had 2 guys in their system named
and a son named Arugula.
Yeah, no.
You don't like that one?
Rougned was already good enough.
Who got squared up? I think it was Bautista that got
knocked out. It was
crushed.
Rougned Odor took him out. By the way, that was in the field. That was at second base.
It was at second base.
They squared up. And by the way, Odor had other instances in the minor leagues and in international play where he had box dudes on the field and cold cocked.
Let's also not forget about Tommy Pham. Now, that wasn't in a game, but there was some punches.
How many fans out of his mind?
Well, he's just insane.
Dude, the whole thing with the catcher last week.
Yeah.
The guy's out of his mind.
Can we hear from Freeland? I just want to hear his response to why he thought it was so disrespectful last night.
Yeah, I mean, I just, found it extremely disrespectful to, show me up like that in the first inning after hitting a home run, standing there watching it, taking your sweet time getting down to first base. I've been in this league for quite some time, and I know he is as well. I just find that extremely disrespectful and felt that I needed to let him know about that.
Grow up, dude. Come on now. Yes, I think that it was warranted to eject Willie Adames and Matt Chapman. The suspension's a little much, but don't get so butthurt about the whole thing to begin with. He wasn't taking his sweet time to get to first base. Relax.
Real quick, multiple people checking in. 707-510-559. I'd forgotten one. 510 says, Copes, you must have a short-term memory. Jose Ramirez knocked out Tim Anderson, more recent than Rugen did. That's right, dude. That was a good one. Jose Ramirez, the dude's a switch hitter. The dude's like a top 3 player in the game. And don't step in his way. He'll knock you out cold, Tim Anderson. That was a good one. I like that one.
Just real quick. Does Chapman really want this thing to be prolonged? I get it. You want to appeal it because you think that it's ridiculous. But if you miss one game against the Rockies tonight, is that big of a deal?
Yeah, but what if you appeal it and you win?
Yeah, but if
you don't miss any.
Yeah, but if you miss a game against, I don't know, let's say this, how long does it take? You miss a game against that you really need. I don't know.
Problem is they're super thin too right now.
The other thing is they need every game, so it doesn't really matter. He's going to miss it. They need every game. Wouldn't you rather have him play the one that you're more likely to win, which is this one, than one against the Dodgers? I would.
Yeah, I mean,
not that he gives you a better. I mean, again, you'd rather have him play.
It definitely gives you a better chance if he's out there against the Dodgers.
You have to appeal. The players' union won't allow you to not appeal.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
You have to appeal.
Yeah.
They'll make you they're on precedent. We have to appeal.
I get that.
So if you win, then you don't have to deal with it.
Yeah, true.
A lot of times, what'll happen is players appeal and the suspensions get reduced. So with a one game, I don't really know if they would just take it away.
Half a game.
Sometimes a guy will get suspended for 6 and they'll cut it to 3,
right,
or something like that. Who knows? It's all sort of arbitrary.
That's what happened to Rashid Rice over the season or before the season.
He's now going to serve it, isn't he?
Yes. 6 games where it probably was going to be maybe 8, 10, and he's like, I'll just take the suspension right now.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Matt Chapman suspended for a game. Is it warranted that he's been suspended for a game? Did you agree with the ejections yesterday? We'll get to your calls and your thoughts at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. We'll do that next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America, rolls on. We'll talk to Rich Aurilia coming up at right about 4 o'clock on The Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, and you know me. I'm picky when it comes to pizza. In general, I love pizza. But if you're going to love pizza and you're going to get pizza, there's one place in the Bay Area you should be getting pizza. I'm talking Tony's Pizza Napolitana in North Beach. It's the gold standard, and I'll tell you more about getting it because you don't just have to be in North Beach, but literally I've been eating Tony's Pizza since I was 9, 10 years old. Used to get pizza from him out in the East Bay when I was at an Assumption school. He does everything to a T. It's all the gold standard. Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, grandma style, whatever your favorite style of pizza is, Tony's got you covered. It's perfection. I'm a sucker for the New Yorker. It's big, it's bold, it's cheesy, it's rich. The Diavola pizza, it's got that spicy kick, some sausage on it. And don't sleep on some of their other menu items. The penne alla vodka pasta, fantastic. Not too heavy. It's the perfect mix. Plus, Nona's famous wings and the honey fried chicken sandwich, they're all next level. Here's the best part. I was telling you before. Tony's in North Beach, an incredible location. Great place to sit down and have a pie. But you don't have to be in North Beach to get it. Tony's now has a location inside of SFO, so you can grab a world-class slice before you fly out, or you can get it on the way back in, or you can hit up Slice House. They're all over the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and Levi Stadium. And if you've never been, make it happen. Tony's Pizza Napolitana. Go hungry, and trust me, you're going to leave happy. It's Tony's Pizza Napolitana.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR, the sports leader.
Surprised it hasn't happened before with that guy, so just kind of runs his mouth a lot of times, and Rafi got him good. So
that was Logan Webb, Giants ace, talking about Kyle Freeland. So I'm surprised that fight hasn't happened sooner than this. The guy likes to run his mouth.
Yeah.
Funny when you find out about players like that. I mean, we're not on the field. We don't know how guys talk and how they yap, but Freeland out there trying to police the mound. He's the vet on the Rockies staff, so there you go.
I don't know, dude. I mean, with how crappy their season's gone, like, you're really going to get angry about that?
Dude, after
you
last
get angry
night,
about him pimping a home run on you? Come on now.
I was laughing at the box, or I saw the record last night after the game.
Yeah.
39-100.
Yeah. Yeah. It's awful.
Of their first 139, they only lost 100.
30 less wins than the Giants yesterday.
That's ridiculous. 650 checks in at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. 650 says, dude, Freeland should worry about that 3-14 win-loss record and STFU. Yeah, it's tough. Tough running your mouth when you're losing like that. But, I mean, that's also, remember when the Giants were going bad and they wanted, this is right in the midst of Birdsong going bad, when they plunked the Nationals?
Mm-hmm.
Was that the Nats they did that too?
Sounds familiar. But
who was the team they tried to drill, Tim? Was it the Nats with Hayden Birdsong?
Oh, yeah, it messed him up.
It was the Marlins. It was the Marlins,
Yeah,
right?
Marlins.
And then it threw the Giants for a loop, and the Marlins went out and swept them.
Yes.
But the whole thing was like, we're not going to get bullied. We're not going to let teams bully us or treat us poorly because we aren't getting on base. We can't let them keep hitting us. That's funny. It doesn't feel like the Giants have been hit by as many pitches since that happened.
No, it has not.
Isn't that
Unless
interesting?
Elliot Ramos, who gets hit all the time.
Or Casey Schmidt.
Yeah, dude, poor Casey Schmidt. He got it the other night.
Yeah, he did.
By the way, that's one of the other reasons people are saying on the text line maybe you have Chapman appeal is Casey Schmidt was supposed to have the day off yesterday. As Susan Slusser told us, he was day-to-day, and he then had to come into the game. Koss had to go to shortstop. You had Devers go over to third base. You had Smith come into first base. So if you appeal the game, it does give Schmidt another day there because you don't have a ton of depth.
Right. I mean, but also, like, courtesy of the text line, a lot of people are saying that this is basically a 2-game suspension because Chapman didn't have an at-bat last
That's
night.
what people are saying. 707 says, couldn't Chapman say he pretty much already did his suspension since he didn't even play? That's the thing. He never had a plate appearance, and he was taught, didn't all that happen like 8 pitches into the game?
Yeah, it was pretty early on.
So, like, in effect, you've already not played an entire game. That could play to his appeal.
I think so.
You'd be like, dude, I've already served a game.
But what
I left 2 batters in and 8 pitches into the game.
Yeah. I think it's definitely warranted for what he did last night to get the ejection because he didn't have to come on the field. I'm glad he did. Like, honestly, I know that whatever. Like, if the integrity of the game of baseball, like, it's a bad look, it's not. To have your teammates back, I think, goes a long way for the rest of the season. I really believe that. For all the crap they've been through to show their support of Rafael Devers, a guy that just got there a couple of months ago, to have his back to come on the field and, push Kyle Freeland like that. I support Matt Chapman for doing that. Now, is the ejection warranted? Yes. Is the ejection warranted for Willie Adames? Absolutely. The suspension's a little much to me. It's like when you're, at a bar and someone's talking mess to you and, you have your buddy's back and you get kicked out of the bar. Yeah, it's warranted, but you're glad your friend had your back like that.
Well, yeah. They're 2 different things, though.
Not really.
I mean, yeah, you're glad your friend had your back, but if the league says you can't run onto the field and do that, then you can't run onto the field and do that.
That's what I'm saying, though. The ejection is warranted.
I'm with you. My whole thing is more the suspension. I'm with you. Where I'm like, I think the ejection was warranted. I think the suspension's a little much because of him serving basically an entire game. Were there any outs?
I don't even know.
No, there was no outs.
There was no outs?
No, he hadn't even gotten on the field yet.
The time that it happens? What do you mean he hadn't? No, I'm saying
they hadn't played defense yet.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Does he get credit for a game played?
I don't even know.
I wonder that.
I mean, he was in the box score, so yeah.
He's in the box score, yeah. So he gets credit for a game played, probably. Right? I mean, you must. No official at bat, no official plate appearance, no official defensive inning in the field.
I don't know.
Yet officially, you were
written into the lineup.
He's in the on deck circle. 415 checks in says, why doesn't Freeland get a suspension for starting the fight? If you want to discourage these things, the pitcher that starts it should get a 2-start suspension to send a message. That would be incredible. If they give him a 10-game suspension for yelling at a player on the field. Freeland didn't technically. He started the spat, but Freeland never ran towards Devers to fight him.
No,
there was no actionable thing. So you're going to eject players now for being fiery. I don't think anybody gets ejected if Chapman and Adames. Don't be a homer about this. Chapman and Adames don't run towards the pitcher's mound. Chapman actually does, whether it's soft or not. For no reason, he shoves Freeland while the umpire is kind of embracing Freeland
Yeah,
already.
but Freeland was pretty demonstrative in the way he was talking to Rafael Devers.
Sure. But no, again, so was Bumgarner with Max
Absolutely.
Muncy, and
No,
nobody
absolutely.
got tossed.
No, absolutely.
Nobody got tossed because nobody ran onto the field. People run on. People start getting involved. You touch another player, you're going to run the risk of getting ejected.
Yeah.
I thought Willie Adames was the most demonstrative of any player on the field.
Chapman with the aggressive push, I would say.
Yeah, but I would say, like, in the way that Adames continued to run around, you like chase Freeland back towards the dugout.
Yeah, but like I said,
what are we doing, guys?
I think it shows their underdog nature right now, where they think that their back's up against the wall, they're trying to win, and they have each other's back. So that's good. But yeah, I'm with you. I mean, Kyler Freeland, yelling at Rafael Devers, stupid in the first place. I don't think he should get a suspension over that.
Well, he got tossed. I don't think he should be suspended either. He got tossed.
Yeah.
707 checks in. Same thing. It's going to be like basically 2 games for Chapman if in fact he does serve the suspension. 4 and 5 says, although Chapman has already been punished, no punches were ever thrown, and MLB is just peacocking. Rob Manfred is trying to flex because the reality is nobody has he has no authority or influence. He cowers. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know what that's about.
Cowers to who in this situation?
The owners of baseball. I don't think he's cowering. I also don't think
he's not cowering to the Rockies because they want Matt Chapman suspended here. Whatever. They saw that it was an aggressive push and he instigated it and didn't need to happen. I get why they did it. I just don't agree with it.
213 checks in says, nobody would show me up after going yard at any level for fear of getting a 100-mile-an-hour heater, Randy Johnson style, to the dome.
Okay.
I'd have to throw like 3 pitches in a row and then add up their velocities to get to 100 miles an hour.
Basically.
Myself. Give Chapman time served. He never got to take the field. That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah.
So 808 KNBR 415 808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. Why don't we take a quick break? Rich Aurilia knows a little bit about hitting the home runs at Coors Field. I don't know if Richie's ever been. I mean, I'm sure he's been involved in benches clearing kerfuffles.
I would love to get his perspective on just the old school mentality of a pitcher being like, "Don't show me up like that." I think that's just an old way of thinking, really.
Yeah, the rules, the unwritten rules of baseball.
Exactly.
Like who's allowed to pimp a home run? Because dude, Bonds pimped a lot of home runs, man.
Yeah.
Bonds used to pimp and just
Are you going to fight
there.
Bonds?
No. But I talked to JT about it yesterday. I was texting with JT. I don't think I'm betraying anything because we were texting about JT Snow and I were texting during this going on yesterday. And I said, I asked him, I said, did you ever pimp a home run? That wasn't really your style, like to pimp one.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, I did it one time because he said they drilled Barry. He said then they came and they threw me a pitch and he said he cranked one and he was like, after drilling our guy, I'm going to watch one. Because there was like a little kerfuffle, same thing. I think people came out and he was like, after that, I was like, no, you got to have your guys back.
I know. But why is baseball like that so much where it's like, don't show me up like that. The older players want to do this crap. Who cares?
It's funny. In football and basketball, you can celebrate in the most brash, outrageous ways.
I know.
You can have choreographed dances.
Dick Butkus wouldn't do that. Who gives a damn?
Basketball, you got guys like rubbing their sleeve, doing the free and all that.
Seriously.
You got LeBron throwing chalk into the air before.
People underestimate how showboaty players from the past really were.
Or in the international game. It's very showboaty if you go over to Japan or Korea and whatnot, where even in like the Dominican or the Mexican leagues, you totally celebrate. It's just here.
Yeah, one of my biggest pet peeves was like growing up, whether it was my coaches or like, whatever, like guys that was coaching me in football. They'd always be like, no dancing. And then like as soon as you say like, what do you think about Billy White Shoes Johnson? Oh, I love Billy White Shoes Johnson.
That's what he did.
He showboated. It was a different era. It's because you liked it because you grew up with it. Now, like people are so put off by that. Like back in my day, we didn't do that crap. Yes, you did.
Did you?
Yes, you did.
Now I get the NFL having to clamp down on the celebrations because I get them being like, we don't want to be a joke.
Right.
Like when the props got involved, it did get a little bit ridiculous. But also we didn't have so many like. For me, it's great because I can't imagine if they didn't clamp down on that, how ridiculous we'd be now with the props. We'd be so like even now, isn't the touchdown chain lame now? Like we're kind of over that in college football. Like everybody does their little jackpot thing in Vegas, or everybody has their little thing now. They do it in baseball too. They've all got their celebration in the dugout.
It jumped the shark with the props when Chad Johnson was very creative with it, but then when he put on the Hall of Fame jacket, it was like, all right, you're done now.
Because we really only have like 3 good memories of it. It's the T.O. Sharpie.
Yeah.
It's the Joe Horn cell phone.
Yes.
Chad Johnson did a lot of them, and I don't know what's the most memorable. He got one where he like used the pylon as a putter.
He did that. He also like gave out like Christmas presents to everybody during Christmas time for the Bengals.
How about if you jump into the Salvation Army bucket?
Yeah, I remember that.
I'm like, stop putting the damn bucket there. If you're gonna find a dude like $25 grand every time he jumps into it. And how many guys even know you're not allowed to jump into it? We've all just seen it on TV since we were kids.
First time funny, second time okay, third time it's like, oh, someone's jumping in the bucket.
Yeah,
like
just
once you
get
can
rid of the
predict it.
bucket.
But you know what? I do like the throwback celebrations when guys bring that back. Like I remember Michael Thomas doing that. I remember with the Saints. He scored a touchdown against the Rams, had a cell phone in the goalpost, pulled it out. Now, it did lead to a penalty, but it was pretty cool.
It's pretty sick.
Yeah.
Especially because you want to get rid of it, enforce the penalty on the extra point. Don't
Yeah.
enforce the penalty. Enforcing the penalty on the kickoff is the biggest joke ever.
Yeah, it
especially now because there's no point in it.
Exactly.
The penalty would be enforced on the kickoff. I'm like, what? So he kicks it from midfield,
Right.
or he kicks it to the end zone from the opposing 40 or something.
No, I know that. But I mean, like, yeah, like it's just it's generation to generation of what's deemed like, unprofessional or, not good sportsmanship. But if you really look at it, every generation did that form of like celebrating and showboating. If you really think about it, like I just don't understand in baseball why it's so like you don't do that to a pitcher. Why not? Why not?
I hit the crap out of him.
Yes.
By the way, he'd like taken a few pitches, he'd swung and missed it a few, he'd fouled a few off. Like that was a good at bat.
Yeah.
30th of the season, too.
And also, we've seen worse. I don't think Rafael Devers did anything wrong last night. He didn't take his sweet time. He hit the ball and ran to first base.
Yeah. I hope he hits one today and pimps it.
That
Will there be anything else today? Will we get more out of this?
Massive bat
This is
flip.
the most juice we could ask for from a Giants-Rockies series.
Yeah, I know.
Where the Rockies are
the day
39
before
and
the NFL season.
39 and 100,
Yeah.
It's the most juice we could ask for. So
I think tonight guys are going to throw at some heads. Yeah.
All right.
I'm cool with that.
All right. I'm down with
Adames hitting a homer and pimping it would be great,
Oh,
too.
Adames is definitely going to do it.
Ooh, Adames would pimp the hell out of one if he smokes one tonight. Let's do that. Let's get an Adames tank tonight and then have him smoke one. Have him pimp one.
Doing this against the lowly Rockies.
When he does that, yeah, dude, this is so. Let's just pick on the rocks.
Just pissing on their grave.
Adames doing that celebration. That's what I mean is. So
A
how
tough
come,
year, okay.
How come standing at home plate is showing up the pitcher, but all these guys have their celebrations around the bases, and that's not? Adames, every time he hits a homer, you hit second, he does that big like jumping X thing where he like slashes down.
Oh, the Dodgers have.
No, but I mean, like guys who do celebrations around third base, like Judge has one at third. Guys have their little like hop step at third. Their high five, like that's not showing up the dude.
Yeah. Or the Dodgers spring each other in the
Chisholm
face. Whatever that was a couple years
That's
ago.
a dugout one, but yeah.
Talk about moving the goalpost, though. It just changes with every player, every team.
We'll take a quick break. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Number to call and to text. Rich Aurilia, a guy who didn't pimp a lot of home runs, but he hit some big ones for the Giants. He'll join us next talking some Giants baseball. Pregame at 4:40, plus Andy Baggerly joins us at 4:25. We'll talk to him about the Chapman suspension and if it's going to hold up for one game. Richie next on the Sports Leader.
Are you just tuning into KNBR right now, awakening from that 27-hour nap induced by burritos and NyQuil? Find all of our interviews at thesportsleader.com, including Ron Rivera, Mike Silver, John Shea, Tracy Sandler, Mike Krukow, and what the hell young Tony asked. We know it keeps you up at night.
Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call. If you want tickets to Neil Young, call right now.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. He was the original number 35 at 3rd and King.
Chipper swings, rolls one to short, and a bad hop. Aurilia somehow comes up with it, races to the bank with a putout, and the side is retired.
And now he joins Dirty Work every week.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Aurilia hits one deep to left field, and this baby is out of here. A grand slam home run for Rich Aurilia, and it's his second home run of the season and his first grand slam of his career. It is 4-0.
Forever Giant Rich Aurilia on the Sports Leader.
3 men on. Here's the pitch. Swinging. There's a drive into left field. Going back is Peyton. Still going back. He looks up. It's a grand slam for Aurilia. Happy birthday, Richie. And everybody scores. 4 runs on one swing of Aurelia's bat. And he sets off the Foghorns. It is 4-1 Giants.
Yeah, man. Gotta love Richie. John Miller.
Dude, pulled right out of this date in Giants history. Rich Aurilia, we do it with him each and every week. One of our favorite guys, former Giants shortstop. There it was. Yesterday was his birthday, and John gave him the birthday nod there. That was September 3rd, 2003, the Wire to Wire Giants. By the way, Richie is sponsored by Ayala Morgan and Bazard. When you've been injured in an auto accident, you don't just need an attorney, you need a heavy hitter. Contact Ayala Morgan and Bazard, and by Surfside before first pitch. Grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Richie, happy belated, dude. How are you, man?
Yeah, man. Gotta love Richie.
Thanks, man. I thought I was on the morning. Was that Murph? I thought I heard?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Murph sneaking in there.
Sneaking in on the
well, thank you, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, man.
It was a good day yesterday, and I hope I'm another year older and another year better, I hope.
Well, I realized it was your birthday yesterday. I was reading the Giants game notes because they had pointed out the day before yesterday, Adames hit his 26th homer of the season. That's the most homers by a Giants shortstop since you hit 37 in 01. And they pointed out, you guys have the same birthday. It was his birthday yesterday, too.
I did not realize that till yesterday also, because I heard, how I heard it was that he got thrown out of the game on his birthday. So it's like, I don't know if that's a happy birthday, but yeah, I didn't know we shared the same birthday. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, that's just a goofy baseball note, I guess. Maybe he'll hit 11 more. He'll get to 37. That'd be sweet in the month of September. So that was September 3rd, 2003. Did you like playing on your birthday? Did you have any big games on your actual birthday, the second?
I don't remember. I think I had a couple. Was that one against the Rockies?
That was against the Rockies in 03. I mean, you guys, wire to wire. You guys clinched the division like 2 weeks later, September 17th or something.
I thought I had another good one maybe against the Cubs one year. I don't really remember, but I didn't mind playing on my birthday because you guys know how, the season is so long and it goes so many months that every day feels like every other day.
Yeah.
So, you're just out there going about it. And, fortunately for me, I had a big hit on my birthday and got John Miller excited. So that was always good.
That's a good deal. So tell us what you thought about yesterday. I mean, I assume now whether you're watching or you saw the back and forth that went on 8 pitches into the game. Matt Chapman ejected, Adames ejected, Devers stays in the game, Kyle Freeland gets ejected. Then we found out today Matt Chapman got a 1-game suspension. So we'll sort of pull this thing apart. But what was your reaction to I just call it kind of a spat. I mean, it's not a brawl. They don't really brawl anymore. But what'd you think about that incident yesterday?
I mean, here's the issue I have with everything. If people, fans of the game and everybody in the game now, they're saying they want people to express themselves more and have fun with the game and do this. But then when something like that happens, everybody gets bent out of shape. And I personally didn't think that, listen, I've seen a ton worse guys hit home runs and watch them. I've seen a ton worse than that. So I don't think that was that big of a deal what Devers did. I really don't know what Freeland said to him, but you got to think that some of that frustration on Freeland has to be that he was, I don't know what he was, like 2-14,
3-13, the 5.5
something like that. So, I mean, I'm sure there's frustration there, and, they lost the night before, and, 8 pitches in, that happens. So that whole aspect of it, I'm like, can we get past this already? But then you get to the aspect of like, okay, bench is clear, guys come out, and now, okay, Matt Chapman gets suspended for a game. I mean, I personally, the highlights I saw, I didn't see any punches thrown. I just saw Chapman come in and push somebody. If you go back 20 years ago, there's no issues, right? Everybody's still in the game. So I understand Major League Baseball is trying to protect the players, but there also has got to be some kind of judgment call made on umpires' parts and, if people in the front offices of Major League Baseball on their part, because, now they're going to lose a guy for a game that they, means a lot to this ball club. And, should any of that happen? I don't know. But I think nowadays it just gets so blown out of proportion that there's always a suspension or a fine or somebody gets thrown out. And it's kind of getting a little old at this point.
Talking to Rich Aurilia on the UMA guest line. So, Richie, what's your take on the whole old school mentality of guys pipping home runs and the pitchers getting shown up and them getting disrespected? Like, to me, we see it all the time in football. A wide receiver will beat a cornerback, and it's no big deal. They'll dance in his face.
It's like river dance, like on the field, dude. It's like choreographed.
Steph Curry will hit a 3 in somebody's face, and he'll shimmy. But, like, I wasn't a fan when Mad Bum will get upset about it. Like, why is it such a big deal that pitchers get so upset when a guy hits a home run in their face like that?
Well, I'll say this. Being mostly an old school type guy, I think now I don't even know if I'm old school anymore because this has been going on for so long that you kind of just get used to it. But I think the old school mentality of it is like, hey, man, I'm trying to do my job out here. And if I'm the pitcher, I'm respecting you as the hitter, and I expect that same, respect back towards me. So you're trying to do your job. I'm trying to do my job. Don't show me up. I won't show you up. But nowadays, I mean, geez, it happens every day somewhere where there's a dirty look or then a pitch thrown inside. And I think that's the problem nowadays is you used to be able to police it with the players amongst yourselves, and then it would be over. But nowadays, it's honestly one of the big bad parts in baseball is, if you have the players take care of it on their own, guys can't throw inside anymore. They don't know how to throw inside. So then you risk the possibility of, somebody getting beamed or somebody getting hit in the hand and breaking a bone in their hand, and they're out for 6 weeks. So the game has changed a lot in that sense. But again, what I said earlier, it's like everybody wants everybody to have fun and, do your little trot around the bases and whatever you do. But then as soon as one guy gets ticked off, then everybody else gets ticked off. And I'm like, well, what is it? It's got to be one way or the other. And I think you're caught in a position now where yesterday was like, where are we? We're caught in between here. And the Giants, seem to be the ones that are going to get hurt by this, by losing Chapman for a game. I'm sure he's going to appeal it, but, it's only one game, but that could be a big game.
Rich Aurilia joined us on the UMA guest line. I was going to ask you about that. I mean, I don't remember ever. Were you ever suspended?
No.
No, I didn't think. I didn't think so. I was going to say I don't recall anything like that ever happening. But are you familiar enough with the appeals process? Like, I'm curious about like when they suspend starting pitchers, it's almost always like 5 games to make sure you're going to miss a start, right? They'll like make sure, but so really it's like one game that you're not playing. For Matt Chapman, I wonder, like with the appeal, because he is going to appeal per the beat writers covering this thing. He was tossed 8 pitches into the game. He never had an official plate appearance or a bat. He never played an inning or a third of an inning or anything in the field. He's effectively served one game, unless the league thinks maybe it would be a 2-game, but we're going to just give you one. I just wonder if that's going to play to his favor. Like, hey, man, I know I did what I shouldn't have done, but I've already basically sat for one entire game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where like the Players Association would come in and try and have his back on that because you're right? I mean, Copes, you're right, but you're trying to manipulate the rule,
Sure,
I guess, right?
sure.
In a way, yeah. Which why not try and do that? But it's again, there was no injuries, no harm, no foul. I mean, God, back in the day, I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen it. These videos of Hal McRae sliding into second base,
dude,
basically almost like decapitating people, and he stays in the game. I mean, it's just the way the game was played. It was different back then than it is now, and I kind of I liked the aspect with where this team's been this year with their ups and downs. I like the aspect that Adames and Chapman came to Devers' back. I liked it as a teammate, right? I mean, that's what you want to see. You want to defend your guys out there. And then the funniest part of the whole situation to me was that Rafael Devers went and played third base, which was the whole thing with Boston, right?
The whole season, yeah.
So it was kind of amusing to me that happened. But, I think right now, I don't think you want to say they needed a fire lit under them because they've been playing great baseball and the offense has been clicking. But it shows that this team has each other's back, and they're still 5 out of that last wild card with a little bit left to go. So it showed me something what this team's made of, right? How they had Devers back.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. I said I did think it was sort of a galvanizing moment. It felt like that for the team. And Bailey hits one out. The team continues to play well. Devers going to third, I thought, as you point out, was a big deal. Schmidt's got to play hurt in that game. He wasn't really going to play. So that's a moment where everybody was a team win, right? You had to step up in that moment. And Logan Webb did what an ace does. You mentioned something there. The plays at second base, like guys coming in. I mean, Helen McRae is a great example of that. Played forever for the Reds and the Royals. Who's the guy you didn't want to see coming down the line towards second base? Because he used to be able to slide pretty hard. Oh, dude, that guy was a monster. Yeah,
because he was like, he wasn't real tall, but he was real stocky. He was built like a linebacker, and he ran hard like every time. And you hated the guys that you could hear coming. You know what I mean? Like you could hear them breathing and slaughter. Like another guy who ended up being a teammate with and became really good friends with, like was really good at, was Brian Giles.
Yeah.
Giles would come in there and get you. And so, yeah, there were certain guys you knew that were coming to get you. And there was a play, I forget, was it the Giants game the other day where there was an automatic double play called on a slide into second or something where, like, I mean, the guy barely got near Adames and they called it a double play. And I'm like, man, game's changed a lot, man. It was way more fun the other way, where you had to jump out of the way and avoid getting spiked. It was way more fun that way.
We got cool baseball cards out of that too, like the shortstop in the air throwing to first base on a double play. Rich Aurilia with us on the Uma guest line.
So, Rich, I mean, just to focus on what they're doing on the field right now, there's no denying they're playing great offensively, and they're in it. But as an analyst, just watching this team mostly every night, is there a part of you that asks yourself, like, why did it take this long for everybody to figure this out offensively?
Not really, because, you got two of the guys who are clicking now, like they're new to the ballpark. They're new to the organization, Devers and Adames, and it took them some time. And we all knew that Adames was a second half type player. And I did a breakdown the other day on when I worked on Sunday. And, if you look at Willie Adames's numbers, like for power and RBIs, I mean, his average would be about 10 points lower than his 162 game average over his career, but the home runs and the RBIs are like right where they normally are at this point in time. So I just think the expectations of that contract he signed coming in here, everybody expected it to be way, way better than it is when it's basically average for what he does every year. But as far as the team goes in general, I mean, I feel like they're still in it. I feel like anything could happen, but at the same time, it's very, I guess, concerning in a sense that, you don't really know what you're going to have after Webb and Robbie Ray, and Verlander's throwing the ball better now. He's been throwing better, but like those other two spots in the rotation are kind of like a toss up right now. And I had an idea the other day I wanted to float. I told Randy Wynn to tell Buster, I'm like, well, they should use Koss as an opener, man. He's got no ERA. Just use him as an opener one day. And Randy's like, yeah, I'm not going to tell Buster that.
Because I'll tell him it came from you. I'll tell him it came from Rich Aurilia.
Yes. But, I still, it's nice to see them clicking right now. I don't have an explanation of why it took that long to get them going. And, they still have some life. And, Dusty Baker always used to say, I told you guys, think lucky. Think lucky. So they got to think lucky right now.
I like that. I like that mentality. Rich Aurilia joins us each and every week, courtesy of the Uma guest line. Before we let you go, Rich, was there anybody, like when you were playing, and I'm sure there were just based on the era, of guys who you knew not, like it was known, don't pimp one against this guy. If you hit one out, you better get moving. Because I know like guys like Barry. I mean, Barry could stand there for an hour if he wanted with his hands in the air.
I mean, Randy Johnson, you wouldn't even show bunt. You wouldn't even show bunt with Randy on the mound.
That'd piss him off.
Because he'd drill you. Oh, my God, yeah. He'd drill you the next pitch if you showed bunt for a hit.
Show bunt,
he would drill you the next pitch. I'm trying to think who else was in the league at the time.
I mean, Clemens was in the league then. I mean, I wouldn't mind getting hit by Maddox. He wouldn't waste a pitch on that, though.
Well, no, they would get his pitch count up from like 68 to 69 in 8 innings. So
yeah, right.
But Randy was a guy you probably, were more. I mean, a guy that you were probably more afraid of was like when the Braves had Mark Wohlers closing, because he kind of had the yips for a few years, and he really didn't know where it was going a lot of the time, and he was throwing 100. What
about like Kevin Brown? Did he get chapped?
Not really.
No.
He kind of mostly stayed away, but but here's the lesson you learn, and you go back and think about my career. That's why when I came up, I was taught by Matt Williams and Robbie Thompson. And Matt Williams was a guy, he'd hit it out of the park, put his head down, just run around the bases.
Yep.
And that's how I did it, and I was taught. And I think maybe one home run in my career, I may have sat there and watched. And I had a reason for it. And other than that, all the other ones, I just put my head down and run around the bases, and I just felt like that's the way the game was supposed to be played. So I learned from those guys.
The pinch hit grand slam. Was it a pinch hit grand slam in Chicago against the White Sox?
Yeah. I ran that one.
You got buzzed like high and tight right before that too.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, he's awake now, and then he hit one out.
The one I remember pimping was probably, I think it was against the Rockies at the time, and Denny Nagel was pitching.
Oh, dude, I remember.
And I just didn't like Denny Nagel because he would just talk crap from the bench. He'd yell at you from the bench, and I pinch hit, I think, and I hit a pinch hit homer off him. I think I took about, probably about 48 seconds to get around the bases. And that was the only one I remember ever doing that on.
I like that. I like to take your time getting around. Do you think about this one, Denny? You sit there and you think about it. Rich Aurilia, we do it with him each and every week. Rich, happy belated, man. Great getting to catch up with you. We'll do it again next Wednesday.
Thanks, Rich.
All right, guys. Have a good one. Take care.
Good deal, man. The great Rich Aurilia. Yeah, dude. I mean, Richie he had a great scowl. Like, guys threw at him high and tight. He would like kind of scowl at you from in the box. But if you buzzed Richie, I felt like he was always hitting it hard after that. Like, if they came high and tight on him, this happened against the White Sox, and he hit a pinch hit, game-winning, like 9th inning or 10th inning grand slam to win the game. But they had like buzzed him high and tight, knocked him down, and then he stood in the box, and I'm like, he's wide awake, and then he hit one out. He did that a lot.
Oh, don't get twisted. Richie's a nice guy, but that Brooklyn will come out of him.
Oh, dude, he's badass on the field, man. Yeah. Right, Richie.
Well, no, they would get his pitch count up from like 68 to 69.
Yeah, as soon as he said that. As soon as he said that.
Keep it around, dude. Keep the 69 around. We got an Adam Sandler. We got the summer of 69.
Here it comes.
Yeah, here they go. Yeah, then you throw Rich Aurilia in there, too.
Not bad.
No, they would get his pitch count up from like 68 to 69.
Yeah, right.
The laugh, too, at the end is
That's good, dude. I like that. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work on a Wednesday afternoon. All right, Giants baseball coming up. 4:40 pregame, 5:40 first pitch. We'll catch up with Andy Baggerly in about 10 minutes or so. We'll pick his brain about what's going on with this Chapman suspension. Will it get appealed? Could it get tossed out? We'll do that next with Andy Baggerly, only here on the Sports Leader.
Today, Kyle Shanahan announced Demo Lenore will fill the 49ers team captain role vacated by Deebo Samuel. He joins Brock Purdy, Fred Warner, Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, Christian McCaffrey, and Kyle Juszczyk as the team's captains. If you've ever been a captain, tell us about it on the KNBR YouTube chat, and look out for Somali Pirates.
Look at me. Sure. I'm the captain now.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa will be joined by Andrew Baggerly shortly, and we'll talk to him about Matt Chapman serving that one game, or we'll see if he serves a one-game suspension. He was suspended for last night's actions, but he's appealing. We'll see if he actually does serve that suspension. I'll give you details about tomorrow's roundtable at Almanac Brewing in the Prescott Market. It's at 620 18th Street in West Oakland. Come on through. It's going to be Murph, Marcus, Greg Silver, JD, Krug, me and Copes, and we'll be on there from 3 to 5. Well, we'll be on there from 2 to 5:20, I believe, before kickoff with the Cowboys and Eagles. But, yeah, we'll do the roundtable from 3 to 5. Kyle Shanahan will join us at some point. Tim Ryan going to join us at 4:30 as well. And I know some people out there are like, when are you going to come back to San Jose, to Santa Clara, to come to talk to the 49er fans? Don't worry. Dirty Work will be coming out for 49er tailgate shows on Fridays this season at Jack's in Saratoga. It's the same location we did our draft show. We're still figuring out the dates. But, yeah, tomorrow we're doing the roundtable in Oakland. But me and Copes will be coming out to San Jose, Santa Clara area for some Dirty Work 49er tailgate shows at Jack's in Saratoga.
I got back to catch this segment because this is the first I'm hearing.
Yes. That's what we're doing this year.
I literally found, much like the unsponsored The Sports Leader KNBR Weekend Sports Calendar, Dirty Work Weekend Sports Calendar, I find out what's going on the calendar the same time everybody else does, the listeners. I find out about where we're doing the show from, same time everybody else does.
Yeah.
So wait, we're going back to Jack's. That was a good location.
Yeah. We had a good time during the draft
what was
show.
That sandwich we had there? That French dip sandwich?
The steak sandwich.
I think was it a French dip or was it just a steak sandwich?
I think it was just a steak sandwich.
That was money, dude.
I think we might have that every week.
Every week? Well, not on lift days.
No, it's good for lift days. Protein.
You got
get rid of the bread.
You're arbitrary with your lift day stuff.
What are you talking about? You need the protein on lift days.
Well, yeah. So you're not gonna eat. So you're just gonna eat a steak.
Yeah, I'll probably get rid of the bread and just have a steak.
It's just a steak then. It's not. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? So wait, we're starting. It'll be on Fridays.
It'll be on Fridays, but we're still figuring out the dates. So
it's not. We don't have dates figured out yet.
Not yet, but we're going to be.
So maybe we should have waited on this.
No, not yet. Mike gave me the okay. I haven't given a list. I haven't given a list yet.
Everybody come out and see us at Jack's Restaurant in Saratoga. We'll let you know when.
During the 49ers regular season.
Let everybody know there's going to be an opportunity to hang as a member of the Filth with the Dirty Work crew.
Absolutely.
Is Tim going to be there?
If Tim wants to be.
I have been asked to go, yes.
So you guys all knew about this. This is like you guys getting the...
You literally were in the same room when we were talking about this earlier.
I wasn't here for this.
Yes, you were.
Where was
talking
I?
to Holler. You're right sitting at your desk.
First of all, I don't have a desk.
Were you staring at the floor?
The communal desk we all have.
Oh, there's communal desks.
You have many desks, as we all know.
I don't... I mean, I heard him say this kind, but I didn't think it was all firm. All right, whatever. It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Jack's Restaurant. It'll be Fridays like we did last year at Almanac.
Yes.
Okay, good deal. What is it? We don't know the first date.
We don't know the dates, but yes, I was told by Holler that we'll be going to Jack's in Saratoga, so look forward to that.
Did you already tease the roundtable for tomorrow?
I did as well.
Okay, good.
So we got to have.
So we got a date for that.
We do. It's tomorrow.
So are we tap dancing for bags, or are we going to take a break and come back?
No. We're going to break? Okay.
Says we're going to take a break. Then
okay.
Andy Baggerly, Extra Bags of The Athletic, covers the Giants. He will join us next. We got to find out what's going on with this Chapman suspension. Because that's the other side of this. Is for those just joining us, Chapman got suspended for one game for his actions in yesterday's benches clearing altercation. I wonder if the league looked at it and said we would give him 2, but he served basically 1.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe they appeal it and they go, well, we think it's a one-game thing. And
2 for a push?
2 for a push. That's a lot.
I think so.
I think it's a lot.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll take a quick break. We'll talk to Bags about it next. Then Giants baseball, 4:40 pregame on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Joining us courtesy of the UMA guest line, it's our guy Andy Baggerly. He covers the Giants for The Athletic. Bags is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. Bags, the team has been playing more entertaining baseball of late. Yesterday's game, I mean, that's about as much juice as you can ask for September 2nd for a 100-loss Rocky team going up against the Giants just getting over 500, huh?
Yeah, that was a little interesting. And, you know, Kyle Freeland, the Rockies pitcher, said part of the reason he took such offense to Rafael Devers doing basically what he does every time he hits a homer was that it happened 8 pitches in the game. It happened in the first inning, not like the 7th or 8th inning, turning a game around. But, you know, I'll tell you what, all the relief pitchers on both teams were probably very grateful that it happened in the first inning because they weren't all the way out in the bullpen yet. Didn't have to run all the way across the field and be gassed here at altitude. So they could just, you know, come up the dugout stairs and join the fracas. So that was very convenient for them. But, yeah, really weird. Giants not happy, of course, with the fact that they got 2 guys kicked out of the game. The Rockies got 1 when really it was just one guy on the other side who started it. Also, you know, Bob Melvin obviously not very happy that Matt Chapman is suspended for a game. He's appealing that suspension. But you know, he did shove Freeland, and that kind of instigated a lot more jersey tugging and stuff. So, yeah, you know, it definitely was interesting, and I think it's going to be a good thing for the Giants. You know, really kind of galvanized them a little bit, and especially with a guy Rafael Devers who was already part of the mix, but now I think you know, you can really. He knows who's got his back now. So I think the Giants come out of this a stronger team. Yeah, it did seem like 2 of the biggest leaders on the team, if not the 2 biggest, next to Logan Webb, had his back physically on the field. So I was okay with the ejection just because I thought maybe it didn't rise to the level of where it wouldn't have gone maybe to that level had Chapman and Adames not reacted and behaved in the way they did. The 1-game suspension is interesting to me. So when he appeals this, as part of his argument, maybe, you know, it happened 8 pitches in. I didn't have an official plate appearance. I never took the field. It was effectively a full game suspension already. What are the chances this gets overturned? Yeah, that he could make that argument. You could also make the argument that he was really trying to, you know, basically tell the guy to knock it off or stay in front of him, keep him from going after Devers. When, I mean, Phil Cuzzy, the umpire, was right in front of the pitcher, so I don't think that was going to happen. You know, these do get knocked down oftentimes. Suspensions are rarely just completely overturned. I mean, if it was like a 3-game suspension, I think that they could successfully appeal it down to a game or 2. But when it's 1 game, there's really nowhere to go. So I would be kind of pessimistic that they can get this thrown out. But, you know, of course, it's his right to appeal. And, you know, any time Matt Chapman misses a game, it's a big deal. But maybe there's a better time for it than tonight. You know, so... yeah, they're going to find out, you know, what happens, and at minimum, they can kind of delay this, wrap their head around, you know, how they want to replace him for a game if, in fact, they have to. Bags, we haven't had you on since the unfortunate news of Rainy Rodriguez going to have Tommy John surgery. How do you think this is going to impact the Giants next season when it comes to their bullpen? Yeah, I'm certainly going to have an impact. You know, he was a big part of their success, and, you know, going back to last year, he had the elbow issue, and, you know, obviously they treated him with kid gloves all year as best they could. I think he only pitched back-to-back 6 times. But, you know, this does happen, especially with pitchers who throw as hard as he does. So, you know, next year becomes a rehab year for him. And really, I'm kind of stunned that the Giants bullpen has pitched as well as it has. You know, it hasn't quite been as successful as it was in the first half. But you're looking at a group that, you know, carried over Ryan Walker and Spencer Bivens. And that's it from the opening day bullpen. I mean, you're talking about Camilo Doval, Tyler Rogers, Eric Miller, who was maybe the best lefty reliever in the National League last year. You know, they haven't had those guys. So, you know, the fact that there's still, you know, a pretty stable group on the whole, I mean, there's a lot that goes into that. But, you know, a guy like Joey Lucchesi might be finding a second career, a breath of air, fresh air as a reliever, a guy who's not necessarily just a lefty-on-lefty guy either. And he's arbitration eligible. He's under club control as well. So, you know, I think they're going to have a lot of candidates. Do they go out and try to get, you know, one more kind of established arm? I think you can never have enough. But, you know, bullpens are funny. You know, you looked at the Padres after they acquired Mason Miller, and you think, well, they're going to be impenetrable for the foreseeable future. And then a couple of weeks later, you know, Jason Adams goes down with a pretty major injury. So, you know, you can never, ever have enough relief pitching or pitching in general. And I do think the Giants will probably look to the outside world maybe for one additional piece. And, maybe that piece is Tyler Rogers coming back. I could very, very easily see that happening. It'll be more expensive, obviously, but, we'll see. But, yeah, I think that'll be a focus. Getting an offensive catcher, who can pair with Bailey, whether that turns out to be Jesus Rodriguez, who's now catching. I think he caught 9 innings for the first time at AAA the other day. If he were healthier, I think he'd be up right now. And maybe we do see him at some time this month. But whether it's him or somebody else, that's going to be, I think, a big priority for the offseason. And then, maybe another starting pitcher as well. You can never have enough starting pitching. So, but, obviously the Giants are focused right now on trying to still be relevant in this playoff race. And, if they can sneak a couple more games in the next week, then they could really, make some noise here. But until they do that, they know the odds are stacked against them.
Chance to sweep the Rockies at Coors Field. Bags, always appreciate the time. We got to run to get to pregame here. Enjoy the game tonight. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, Bags.
There's Andy Baggerly with us. He may very well, Chapman, try to appeal that suspension, but he made a good point there. And he's like, when it's 3 games, maybe they knock it down to 2 or 1.
Right.
If it's 1, they might just go, hey, man, you ran on and you put hands on another player.
Exactly.
Might just be that simple. All right, we got pregame coming up in about a minute and a half. Our KNBR roundtable for the Niners, 49er roundtable, is tomorrow at Almanac Brewing at Prescott Market, 1620 18th Street in Oakland. Murph Marcus, Greg Silver, J.D. Krug, and, of course, us, 3 to 5:15 tomorrow. And Dirty Work will start at 2, so you can come out as early as 2 o'clock. Hang out with Dirty Work, members of the Filth. We'd love to see you there. Tim, you'll be out there, too?
I will be there pushing buttons and plugging things in.
How about that?
Nice.
Tim finagling his way out of the studio.
Yeah, there you go.
Day 2 back. All right, let's get a little note to self here, Tim. What you got?
to self.
Yeah, note to self. Happy birthday, Rich Aurilia. Thanks for this, Jim.
Well, no, they would get his pitch count up from like 68 to 69 in 8 innings. That's
I love the laugh at
I
the
like that
end.
he giggles at the end, too. That's
The
funny.
last pretty good.
All right, Derek, you got one?
Note to self.
Note to Raider fans, just because we're in Oakland tomorrow and it's a 49er roundtable, I want to see your presence there. If you love the Raiders,
What is this crap?
come on out. There's no hateration. Raider fans, Niner fans coming together. They're not here anymore. Come celebrate just the start of football.
Yeah, after you picked the Raiders to finish dead last, I'm sure
With a record of 10-7.
I'm sure the nation really wants to see you.
With a record of 10-7 though.
So everybody in that division's going like 3 games over 500.
Oh yeah,
and they're not making it.
It's gonna happen.
You're damn right. Kick Lamar Hunt's ass. All right. Note to self. A little behind the scenes. Tim said he's got to go home and clean the turtle tank again tonight.
No, not tonight, but it's got to happen again.
Yeah, as Tim said,
We got naked.
Quote, don't overfeed the turtles. Yeah. All right, that's going to do it for Dirty Work.
Fortunate.
Giants baseball right around the corner here for anybody who needs to hear it. It gets easier. Every day it gets a little easier. Just got to do it every day. That's the Dirty Work, but it does get easier. Game 3, Giants and the Rockies coming your way right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work.